Chapter 1, Opposition to the Dam Makes Me a Nationalist Hater? Brain Depository. Parallel Spacetime. Dragon Country, Harvard University. At this time, inside the large classroom, the January National Security Simulation Exchange Conference was being held. The time was the 90s, and the students of HIT present were basically the reserve cadres of the country once they graduated. The purpose of the course is aimed at allowing these students to stand in for the national decision-makers, to identify and raise issues at the national level. In this way, the students develop a big-picture perspective. Because the participants in the conference are young people with new brains and a perspective on issues that is very different from that of the existing senior management. Since the conference was held, these students have really put forward a lot of refreshing opinions and suggestions. Today, the host of the meeting is the honorary professor of the Dragon Country Harbin University of Technology, in fact, is the Dragon Country Navy Rear Admiral Zhang Zhaozhong. At the beginning, he was able to laughingly carry a thermos cup and listen to the childish but simple speeches of the students on the scene. At this moment, however, he changed his usual pleasant color and looked at one of the students who stood up to speak with furrowed brows. Somewhat huffily, he asked, "This student, what did you just say? Can you say it again? Just say it. No matter how many times you ask me, my opinion is the same. The country shouldn't have built the Three Gorges Dam." The clear voice resounded again, instantly drawing astonished gazes from all around. The classroom that was originally buzzing with discussion was suddenly silent. The gazes all converged on the figure that stood up and spoke out in an instant. And Zhang Zhaozhong on the podium also froze. Wide-eyed, he looked at the youthful face that stood straight up. Some trance, but also some incredible. He himself had come to HIT to give speeches and exchanges so many times, but it was the first time he had heard of someone who dared to deny the center's strategic policy so blatantly. In fact, after the center made the decision, there were indeed quite a few conservative experts in the society who opposed this plan. What they said were clichés such as it would cost too much and it would be better to subsidize people's livelihoods and damage the environment. For these either stupid or bad guys, Zhang Zhaozhong has never given a damn. But he did not expect that right here on the campus of HIT, there are people who oppose the construction of the Three Gorges Dam exist, and they are even his own students. Speaking of which, this Fang Yu in front of him is one of the few students who can be remembered by his own name. Not only is he gifted, but he is also from an absolutely red root. Whether it is the ancestor or the father that can be for the Dragon Country not hesitate to throw his head into the blood of the hard man. However, although it is said that the father of a tiger does not have a son. But it is not possible. Fang Yu is that read too much foreign news by the so-called eagle sauce petri dish cooking Z oil that said of rhetoric to fool the limp doves it? Tell us your reasons. At this time, although Zhang Zhaozhong's heart had already huffed to the extreme, he still decided to give Fang Yu a chance to defend himself. And, immediately after Fang Yu's statement, it was going to be as if he was corroborating Zhang Zhaozhong's point of view. I have to reason for three things. First, the amount of work involved in building the Three Gorges is huge, the time taken is long and difficult, and the amount of money and manpower invested in the construction process is also extremely huge. Second, building the Three Gorges Dam will change the geological structure and increase the frequency of earthquakes in the surrounding areas. Even the surrounding ecosystem and its aftermath will be affected. Hearing that it was indeed these cliched arguments again, Zhang Zhaozhong's brows clustered. These words sounded like they had some truth to them. But in reality, it was bull. The Three Gorges Dam had the necessity to build it. If it could be built, it would have an important role to play in the economy, shipping, power generation, water resource management, flood control, and so on. And, not to mention, the great floods of the last few years were only a short time ago. The 100-year flood caused hundreds of millions of people to be affected, and the number of people directly threatened by the flood reached close to 20 million. More than 6 million houses collapsed, and the direct economic loss reached a staggering $255 billion. Compared with such a significant loss, what the large investment capital, construction difficulty and other issues, simply not worth mentioning. As for the construction of dams will change the ecological environment and other bull, that's even more bull. First of all, the premise of talking about something like ecology is that there must be people living there. Otherwise, what's the point of having a good ecosystem when there are no more people? This is why Zhang Zhaozhong to those so-called experts incomparably despise the reason. As if in their mouths, only the environmental protection in their mouths is everything. The people of the Dragon Kingdom are not human beings. Hearing Fang Yu's reasoning, many students of the same level present also showed their contempt and began to whisper to each other. Good lord, this Fang Yu looks humane, but I didn't expect that behind his back, he's actually a country-hating party. To the extent that he even opposes such things as building the Three Gorges Dam, which is beneficial to the country and the people, couldn't it be that he has even had his brain washed by the Eagle Kingdom people? I think this guy is a walking $500,000. Being in a class with this guy is really a shame for my generation. However, just as the entire class was incomparably disgusted with Fang Yu, Zhang Zhaozhong also took a deep breath, preparing to give Fang Yu a good lesson and take the opportunity to properly popularize the Three Gorges Dam. Fang Yu, however, continued to talk eloquently as if he did not feel the atmosphere around him at all. Third, building such a huge project as the Three Gorges Dam will definitely be targeted by the Western countries. Once the war starts, the Three Gorges Dam will become the primary target of the enemy's attack. And once the dam is destroyed by enemy missiles, the leaking floodwaters will completely submerge the entire plains of the southeastern part of the Dragon Kingdom. At that time, our economically developed Yangtze River Delta will also cease to exist. Speaking here, Fang Yu took a slight break and continued to add. Therefore, instead of letting the Three Gorges Dam become the sword of Damocles that hangs over our country's head at all times, it would be better to transfer this sword to someone else's head. So, I suggest, instead of spending huge amounts of manpower and financial resources to build the Three Gorges Dam, it would be better to put these resources on the Yarlung Zangbo River. Cut off all the water from the Yarlung Zangbo River and divert it back into the country, not leaving a single drop of water for the White Elephant Kingdom and the neighboring peninsula countries. This will not only be safe, but it will also create 10,000 acres of good land in the northern border of our country. Wouldn't it be the best of both worlds? Chapter 2. This plan hurts the peace, but not the Republic. Question mark. This remark came out. The atmosphere of the entire classroom then became weird. Those students who had just shown contempt for Fang Yu and were ashamed to be with him, one by one, they all froze there as if they were petrified. Even Zhang Zhaozhong, who had just finished his draft, all of his words were blocked in Fang Yu's throat at this moment, his face reddening. Good fellow. Originally thought Fang Yu, this little guy is a dove, is conservative. Unexpectedly, it was not true that he was a conservative. However, this conservative faction of his is the kind of conservative faction that dislikes the radical faction for being too conservative. Compared to him, Zhang Zhaozhong suddenly felt. He seemed to be a bit weak in this matter. Unlike the uninitiated students present, Zhang Zhaozhong immediately perceived, the moment Fang Yu finished speaking, the horror behind Fang Yu's proposal. Dragon Country's western plateau, known as the Asian Water Tower, as the name suggests, the entire Asia, more than 60% of the source of the river, are located here. The Yarlung Zangbo River is the source of many rivers in South Asia. This river into the White Elephant Country part, known as the Brahmaputra River, and compared to this not famous river, its tributaries are very famous. That is, the mother river of the White Elephant Country, the Ganges River. Therefore, it could be imagined just how poisonous Fang Yu's proposal was. By diverting the water of the Yarlung Zangbo River back into the country, this was to drain the Ganges River. At the same time, it also cuts off the lifeblood of the South Asian countries directly. And this is still the most elementary play. If the Dragon Country is a little more inappropriate to a move of the rainy season to release water, drought water storage, then the fun can be big. At the thought of this, Zhang Zhaozhong heavily drowned a mouthful of water. If this proposal is really adopted by the senior management of the Dragon Kingdom, then I do not know how many people in South Asian countries will suffer. This proposal, but quite hurtful end. However, immediately afterward, Zhang Zhaozhong shook his head again. As a hawkish general of the Dragon Kingdom, the only thing he needed to be responsible for was the people of the Dragon Kingdom. Who cares if he hurts people in peace, as long as he doesn't hurt the Republic? Speaking of which, Fang Yu, this little guy, with a few casual words, directly decided the life and death of close to over 2 billion people in South Asia. This little guy, simply compared to the poisonous scholar Jia Dang back then, is no less than awe. Thinking about this, Zhang Zhaozhong revealed a smile of old wisdom. If not say, or new brain is good. These people who have been soldiers for so many years, they could not think of such a good idea. Looking at Fang Yu, who is still earnestly narrating his plans, the more Zhang Zhaozhong listens, the more delighted he is. The more Zhang Zhaozhong listened, the more joyful he became, and in a trance, it was as if he had met a confidant. From time to time, he had heard people worrying that their group of young people were the collapsed generation. If the Republic is handed over to them, they are not at ease. But now with the appearance of such a wizard as Fang Yu, Zhang Zhaozhong no longer need to worry about the future of the Republic. However, just when Fang Yu was speaking at great length, one of the students present, however, timidly raised his hand and asked, "Student Fang, I strongly agree with your plan. However, I still have a little doubt." "Speak." Fang Yu sniffed and stopped his own speech, nodding his head greatly. "If we really build a dam on the Yarlung Zangbo River, will it be unanimously opposed by the South Asian countries? In that case, our international environment, which is not too good, will be more difficult from time to time. The location of the Yarlung Zangbo River is located within the territory of my Dragon Country, and other countries have no right to point fingers when our country builds a dam within its borders. Unless they directly send troops to interfere. But do they have the guts to do so?" Upon hearing this, Fang Yu's resounding voice resounded once again. Furthermore, the international environment is not something to be cozied up to and curry favor with, but rather, it is something to be fought for by one's own practical efforts. In terms of international image, when has our country been able to compare to the Sakura country? But, how did the Sakura country's international image come about? nodding and bowing, slavishly, putting on a harmless demeanor, docile as a castrated pug. Even when you're in an economic crisis, you can always cut its flesh and suck its blood to feed yourself. If you were, wouldn't you like such a country? Then why don't other countries like our country? Isn't it because we have hard bones and can't get down on our knees? Said the man, earnestly and seriously. I have always believed in a saying. Dignity, only above the blade of the sword, truth, only within the range of cannons. Only when your own country's fist is really hard, those countries will really not dare to move you, and can truly respect you. Instead of like little cherry blossom, to cower, slavishly currying favor with others. The respect you get that way is not respect at all, but pity. In fact, to be able to say these hawkish remarks was not because Fang Yu was too arrogant. Rather, it was that he was feeling it. Because he was the one who experienced the rise of the Dragon Kingdom to become the world's only two superpowers, reigning over the entire East Asia and even the Blue Star process. He had a secret that he had never told anyone. That was, he, Fang Yu, had never been a person of this world. Before that, he was a student of the National Defense Science and Technology University living in the 21st century. During an experiment with an electromagnetic weapon, the time-space turbulence triggered by the machine brought him to this, the Dragon Kingdom of the 1990s, which was very similar to the Earth he lived on. And even though he is living again, Fang Yu is still determined to embark on the path of military research and development. After crossing over to adapt, he chose to enroll in the Harvard University of Technology. And the motivation that drove him to do so was not the military-industrial system that came with him. Rather, as a traveler, he knew what the Dragon Kingdom was about to go through. Roger 81192, I'm no longer able to return, please proceed. Bombing by mistake? 3 missiles blowing up in one place, coincidentally blowing up the embassy, can it be a misfire? GPS signal lost, our missiles can't be launched. In the 90s, the Mao Bear disintegrated. As a red-colored big country, the Dragon Country immediately became a target of Eagle Jam. In the face of Eagle Jam's constant provocations and suppression, it's not that the Dragon Kingdom has not done resistance. But in the end, it only ended up enduring. In a world where the law of the jungle was the rule, weakness was the original sin. Behind will be beaten. The reason why Fang Yu was reborn once, or to embark on the path of military industry. He wanted to use his own efforts to nip these humiliations in the bud. At the same time, he also wanted to rely on his own efforts to make the Dragon Kingdom's military industry take off completely. At the very least, it should be done. So that no one in the world would dare to pat themselves on the back and say that they would talk to the Dragon Kingdom from a position of strength, such extremely arrogant words. Chapter 3 Graduation not graduate school, what do you want to do? Well, this class is here, the rest of the time, you guys discuss it yourselves. That? Fang Yu, right? You come with me. Looking at Fang Yu, who stood in the center of the classroom, standing like a pine in cypress, talking more and more aggressively. Zhang Zhaozhong's eyelids jumped, fearing that Fang Yu would say something even more radical. Immediately interrupted his speech and dragged him to his office. After all, although it is said that the Harbin Institute of Technology, as the first of the 7 sons of national defense, the school from top to bottom are hawks. However, the human heart, it is impossible to say that there are some soft bones. When Fang Yu said what should not be said to be heard by them, it is difficult to say whether they will not Fang Yu words out of context, make a big article to attack him. Zhang Zhaozhong did this, also out of the protection of Fang Yu. After the two came to Zhang Zhaozhong's office one after the other. Zhang Zhaozhong a phone call, then let people Fang Yu's resume to his desk, while looking through it. And don't matter if you don't look, I'll look, but let Zhang Zhaozhong in front of this own students, more and more appreciate up. Zhang Zhaozhong originally Fang Yu's appreciation, most of which stems from Fang Yu's hawkish style. And now see his resume, Zhang Zhaozhong only know, in front of this little guy, not only the style of hawkish, brain is also unexpected light. In just 4 years of college, he has independently overcome the HSLA-80 steel casting process, including dozens of technical difficulties, at the same time have more than a dozen invention patents fierce people. Not to mention the other, just say HSLA-80 steel plate this one, for the country to solve a great problem. Because HSLA-80 steel plate has another name, that is, aircraft carrier steel plate. This steel plate, to have high toughness, resistance to low temperature C38 degrees, on the basis of magnetic rejection, but also at the same time have a yield strength of 8160 ksi, high fracture toughness, high temperature does not deform, corrosion and bulletproof characteristics. Before Fang Yu overcame the difficulties in manufacturing this steel plate, the country had already invested a huge amount of resources in research, all without a clue. And since Fang Yu had manufactured this steel plate, the Dragon Kingdom had become one of the few countries on the blue planet capable of forging this type of steel. Not only solved the problem of building materials for warships within the Dragon Kingdom, but also created tens of millions of dollars of foreign exchange for the Dragon Kingdom every year. Zhang Zhaozhong looked over Fang Yu's resume while glancing at Fang Yu sitting across from him, nodding his head secretly from time to time. The young man in front of him, whether in terms of appearance, acting style, or talent, was a superior choice. At that moment, Zhang Zhaozhong rose up in love with the talent. Putting down the file in his hand, he held up his glasses and said to Fang Yu in a pleasant manner, "Fang Yu ah." Hearing Zhang Zhaozhong finally speak, Fang Yu, who was still a little apprehensive, immediately stood up from the sofa. Although she didn't regret her speech in class, Zhang Zhaozhong hadn't said a word since he called himself to the office, but instead, it made him feel a little bottomless in his heart. "Don't be nervous, sit down and chat." Zhang Zhaozhong smilingly waved his hand. "I remember that you are already a senior this year and will soon graduate, right? Next, what are the plans?" However, before Fang Yu could come and answer, Zhang Zhaozhong added bluntly, "I'll just be straightforward. If you want to continue your graduate studies, then do you want to consider letting me be your mentor? The main research on my side is the future direction of the Dragon Kingdom Navy. Learn from me for 2 years, and after that, I'll recommend you to enter the Navy. I believe that with your talent, in less than 10 years, you will be able to grow into a mainstay of our Dragon Kingdom Navy." After saying these words, Zhang Zhaozhong then waited for Fang Yu's answer with a look of anticipation. Ideal was plump, reality was cruel. Because the Dragon Country in these 10 years, the economic development will be put in the first place of the policy, led to the Dragon Country Sea, Land and Air Force, War Power Bucket have fallen to the lowest point since the founding of the country. Especially the Navy, when the country was first founded, there were still a few large destroyers to punch the front. In the past few years, with the retirement of these old fossils, new ships have been unable to replenish them because they are too expensive to build. The entire Navy, except for 2052s that are still considered advanced, only has some old models whose performance is 20 years behind the times. And what about Eagle Sauce? Just the Arleigh Burke-class destroyers installed with the Aegis system, there are more than 20 ships. Not to mention, he also had 11 aircraft carriers and hundreds of other types of warships. The gap between the Dragon Kingdom Navy and the Eagle Jam Navy was nothing less than an abyss. In the face of such a desperate gap, even the most hot-blooded and radical person would be gradually transformed into a conservative. Therefore, the Dragon Navy is in need of young blood like Fang Yu, who is both capable and hawkish. At the very least, people like Fang Yu won't think that Eagle Sauce is invincible, and won't think that they've already lost even before the fight starts, right? Who knows? Almost the instant Zhang Zhaozhong finished speaking, Fang Yu then cleanly rejected Zhang Zhaozhong. "Teacher Zhang, I appreciate your good intentions, but regarding my future path, I still want to reconsider." "Oh? So, you are not planning to come to me?" Hearing Fang Yu's reply, a trace of regret flashed across Zhang Zhaozhong's face and he sighed. However, immediately afterward, a smile appeared and said, "That's fine, people have their own aspirations, I won't force them. It doesn't matter if you don't come to me, I still have a bit of connections on hand. Your major is military engineering, the counterpart schools are just a few, whether you want to go to Shitu to engage in aviation or go to Beihang to engage in aerospace, there are professors I know on my side. If you really can't, you can just pick a major in our school to go to graduate school, as long as you graduate that's a reserve cadre, the prospects are just as good. Graduate school is definitely the most basic, in addition, these schools want you, at least you have to give you tuition free plus full scholarship treatment before." Seeing Zhang Zhaozhong, who was still constantly planning for himself even though he was rejected by himself, Fang Yu felt a warmth in his heart. Since the other party was so sincere to himself, then he simply wasn't prepared to hide it from the other party anymore. At that moment, he immediately confessed to Zhang Zhaozhong. "Teacher Zhang, you don't have to go through so much trouble to busy yourself for me. Actually, I don't intend to continue my education and go to graduate school for the time being." Chapter 4, Commitment to Military Industry, Forge Swords for the Country. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhaozhong's smile instantly froze on his face. His brows instantly knitted into a Chuan character. In a trance, he even thought that he had misheard. Uncertainly, he asked again, "Fang Yu, what did you just say? You say it again?" "Teacher Zhang, I said that I don't have any thoughts of continuing with graduate school for the time being." "Ha?" After hearing Fang Yu's words, Zhang Zhaozhong was completely confused. "No, what exactly is your kid thinking? Not going to graduate school?" In his own mind, he even started to compare for Fang Yu, which school's research direction is more suitable for Fang Yu, and that professor will help Fang Yu more in the future. "Now you're telling me that you won't study? What exactly do you mean? You don't really think that you can just get a chance to go to graduate school, do you? How many people have to work their asses off to get a spot, and you just throw it away? This is not too outrageous, right?" Thinking of this, Zhang Zhaozhong's face became iron blue, and squeezed out these words from the corners of his mouth. "Not going to graduate school, what do you want to go for? What can you do?" "I want to directly go to the military industrial unit and join the work." Looking at Zhang Zhaozhong's face that was not looking good, Fang Yu calmly and blandly replied, "What? You want to directly join the work? I don't agree." Hearing Fang Yu's reply, Zhang Zhaozhong's nose was on the verge of being crooked. After taking a deep breath and trying to calm himself down, he said in a serious tone, "Not bad, I admit that right now, our Dragon Kingdom's weapons level is backward, and it is very much in need of excellent researchers like you to develop and create. But, even if it's urgent, it's not so bad for 2 or 3 years, right? Besides, there's a world of difference in treatment between you going now and going after graduating from graduate school. If you go now, you'll have to start at the grassroots level, while a graduate student will go straight to the middle level and will have more say in the direction of weapons research. Such a simple reason, why can't you figure it out? Proud as Zhang Zhaozhong at this moment, but like a nanny, simply breaking apart the reasoning and kneading it up, feeding it to Fang Yu little by little. Fearing that Fang Yu would step on a pit in his youthful exuberance. However, even so, Fang Yu still shook his head and said, "Teacher Zhang, what you said, I understand. If I could, I would also like to continue my education, but time waits for no one, not to mention 2 or 3 years, even if it's just 1 year we don't have it." According to his own memory. In another half year's time, Eagle Jam would tear off its hypocritical mask, change its friendly attitude towards the Dragon Kingdom, ignore the Dragon Kingdom's warnings, and sell the F-16 fighters to the opposite side of the world. As a top-of-the-line third-generation fighter, its flight combat strength far exceeded the J-8 fighters equipped by the Dragon Kingdom at the time. For a moment, the Air Force strength of both sides of the Taiwan Strait was completely unbalanced, and in the face of the constant harassment of the F-16, the Dragon Air Force could do nothing at all. In the end, it was the approval of the Central Committee, imported 24 Su-27 from the manhwa, only to let the Air Force strength of both sides of the Taiwan Strait to re-enter a parity. However, this time, the F-16 gave the Dragon Air Force humiliation is real. Later, the Dragon country spent huge sums of money to develop their own third-generation fighter J-10, but also with this incident, more or less have a certain relationship. The reason why Fang Yu is so anxious to participate in the work is to want to before this incident occurs. The reason why Fang Yu was in such a hurry to participate in the work was that he wanted to create a weapon that could threaten the F-16 and defend the airspace of the Dragon Kingdom from any violation. However, this reason could not be told to Zhang Zhaozhong in front of him. Therefore, Fang Yu could only add with an apologetic face, "Teacher Zhang, my mind is made up, so you don't have to persuade me." You kid are really stubborn. Seeing Fang Yu's appearance of a wangbang eating weights and ironing his heart. Zhang Zhaozhong's face turned red, and under the excitement, he even choked and coughed loudly. After taking a few deep breaths, Zhang Zhaozhong remained resolute and said, "I don't agree. I can't stand by and watch such an outstanding student like you jump into the fire pit. If you insist on this, I'll let you defer your graduation immediately. If you don't get your diploma, I'll see how you can work in the military industry. Mr. Zhang, I've made up my mind, with or without this diploma, I'll go. Even if I open a small workshop by myself, I put this thing must be done." Who knows, even if Zhang Zhaozhong has already said the words so heavy, Fang Yu is still not moved. Even 4 years of hard work are insisting on going to do this job. Alas. Young people nowadays Zhang Zhaozhong bitterly shook his head, not knowing what to say. Fang Yu's idea of wanting to revitalize the Dragon Kingdom's military industry and improve the level of the Dragon Kingdom's weapons was good. But with his own strength, how could it be so simple? The backwardness of the Dragon Kingdom's military industry was not something that could be changed overnight, nor could it be changed by him alone. The reason why Fang Yu still harbor the idea of wanting to change the status quo with his own strength may still be because he is not deep in the world, has not gone through the reality of the poisonous beatings it. Young people may really need to touch the wall, only to know the cruelty of reality. After a moment of silence, Zhang Zhaozhong finally made a compromise. "Good. Since you are insistent on this, then I won't say anything more. Don't you want to join a military-industrial unit? Let's see, you shouldn't go to those small workshops either. The manager of the Research and Development Department of Northern Industries is also considered half a student of mine, so I'll give him a call later to exchange ideas. Let him arrange a position for you, and you go intern for a while." "Thank you, teacher." Hearing Zhang Zhaozhong's words, Fang Yu finally revealed a faint smile. After exchanging a few more polite words with Zhang Zhaozhong, he then turned around with the intention of leaving the office. Looking at Fang Yu's lean and upright back, Zhang Zhaozhong once again let out a long sigh. "Fang Yu, if you can't stand it, come back before it's too late, there's no shame in it. A talent like you, wherever you go, is a treasure of our Dragon Kingdom. No matter when, as long as you come back, I am willing to be your mentor, understand?" Upon hearing these words, Fang Yu turned his head and nodded heavily in the face of this amiable old man. Then, turning around once again, he sparedly left. Chapter 5, You are not welcome here. You are the comrade Fang Yu that Professor Zhang said, right? Welcome. Welcome. 3 days later. Fang Yu took the train south and arrived at the location of the Northern Industries Group. After registering at the gate, a slightly blonde middle-aged man came to himself in a trot from the factory. Exercising a mouthful of authentic Beijing dialect, he enthusiastically extended his hand towards Fang Yu. "You flatter me, I don't know who you are." Wang Shengli, the department manager of the Northern Industries R&D department. "Hello Manager Wang." Fang Yu reached out, clutched Wang Kaishuan's palm and shook it slightly. "Hi. What's the point of being so polite? Professor Zhang is considered half a teacher of mine, and according to the rules here, we are considered half a teacher and brother. Wang Kaixian continued to be warmly polite and patted Fang Yu's shoulder in a very self-conscious manner. Your matter, Professor Zhang told me all about it on the phone. I heard that Comrade Fang Yu, in order to serve the motherland as soon as possible, you even gave up the opportunity to be guaranteed a graduate school. This kind of spirit really puts us people to shame. According to reason, you're such a talent to us, how I also have to directly arrange to give you a good position. But, Comrade Fang Yu, you also know that recently our country's center of gravity is placed on the economy, our military-industrial enterprises have no orders, this position is also can be less. Let's put it this way, if you don't mind, below my RD department, there is still a position of RD team leader, you just give in first, how about it? I have no opinion. Hearing Wang Kaishuan's offer of a position for himself, Fang Yu nodded with considerable satisfaction. He himself is just a freshly graduated college student, although it is said that college students are expensive in this era, but the Northern Industry National Key Unit, there is no shortage of talents. It is also that his teacher is Zhang Zhaozhong, he has this face, otherwise, maybe the ordinary employees do not have to be. Comrade Fang Yu is worthy of being Professor Zhang's student, open-minded. Then I will now take you to your workplace to familiarize yourself with the situation, and then take you to the dormitory to take a look. You take a rest today, if there's no problem, we'll officially go to work from tomorrow. Saying this, Wang Kaixian sighed with relief as if he was relieved and led Fang Yu towards the interior of Northern Industries factory. It was no wonder that Wang Kaixian was so solemn. In addition to being an honorary professor of HIT, Zhang Zhaozhong was also a rear admiral of the Dragon Kingdom Navy. He had given the word to take care of Fang Yu, his favorite student. How could Wang Kaixian dare to neglect the other party? Moreover, Fang Yu also has such an amazing resume. In just 4 years, he has taken over a dozen patents. How to see, the future is unlimited. Such a big god, one does not offer in advance, that is not with oneself? Comrade Fang Yu, this is your office. A few minutes later, Wang Kaixian brought Fang Yu to a rather old 3-story small building, pushed open one of the doors and walked in. Upon entering, Fang Yu was instantly a little surprised. In the narrow room of less than 40 square meters, there were 6 or 7 tables, which were piled up with all sorts of small mountains of information and documents. In the imperial capital in August, with a high temperature of more than 30 degrees, there was only one half-dead ceiling fan slowly rotating in the office. In the room, the stench of sweat and second-hand smoke mixed together permeates everywhere. Seeing the scene, Fang Yu finally understood why Zhang Zhaozhong was reluctant to work here. Northern Industries was already one of the top military-industrial units in the Dragon Kingdom, but the material conditions were still in such dire straits. It can be seen that engaging in military industry in this era, indeed has little future. Seeing Wang Kaixian and Fang Yu suddenly enter the door, a few people who were writing furiously, but they didn't even listen to the pen, still writing furiously. Comrades, stop all the work in your hands. I'll introduce you to the new colleague. This one, Comrade Fang Yu who came from HIT, will be the leader of your group's RD team from now on. Welcome everyone. Hearing Wang Kaishuan's words, a sparse and very perfunctory applause rang out in the office. Immediately afterward, the group of people resumed burying their heads in their work, seemingly very indifferent to the addition of their new colleague. Comrade Fang Yu, you can first familiarize yourself with the working environment here and get to know your new colleagues. I'll come over later to take you to the cafeteria and give you a good reception. After making a fool of himself, Wang Kaixian smiled awkwardly, as if he had done something wrong, and after instructing a few sentences, he hurriedly left the office, leaving Fang Yu alone in this unfamiliar environment. Fortunately, Fang Yu is also a person who takes things as they come. After putting down the bag in his hand, he immediately introduced himself humbly to the few people in the office. Hello everyone, I am Fang Yu, we will be colleagues from now on, please take care of us. You're welcome, since you're here, we're a family from now on, sit down. Sit down. At this time, one of the plainly dressed middle-aged men in the office smilingly greeted up and made a self-introduction. Comrade Fang Yu, right? Introduce yourself, my name is Wang Changhai, before you came, I was the acting leader of this group. Imaginary elder you by a few years, you can just call me Brother Wang from now on. After saying that, Wang Changhai pointed to the remaining few people and introduced them one by one. This is Sun Chang Xiao Sun, Deng Kai Xiao Deng, and Lin Hong Xiao Lin. Right, there is also Lu Zhendong Xiao Lu, before you came, he was the first college student in our office. You should have a common language. Alright Brother Wang, don't be so attentive to introduce us. I can't say for sure, if he is here with us, he will be promoted in a few days, how can he remember us, these small characters? Before Wang Changhai finished his introduction, behind the desk near the window, an indifferent voice rang out. Within the tone, it carried an inexplicable hostility towards Fang Yu. Fang Yu looked at the voice, but realized that the other party was a young man with a bookish aura that carried the arrogance unique to this age. Little Lu, you say less. Comrade Fang Yu, this is the Lu Zhendong I told you about. Although his temper is a bit strange and he also likes to talk nonsense, but he is still a good person, you must not take it to heart. I talk nonsense? Oh, Brother Wang, whether it's nonsense or not, you know it in your heart. Who does not know, on seniority and contribution, this group leader round should also be your turn to be. But now, the group is letting a fledgling student parachute in to be our team leader. Isn't it because he has a good teacher? While saying that, Lu Zhendong even stood up excitedly and came in front of Fang Yu, frowning as he said to Fang Yu, "Fang Yu, right? Let me tell you, Northern Industry is not a place for you malefactors to be gold-plated as a springboard. Since you dare to take over as the leader of this RD team, you have to lead a few of us to do a good job, to the death. Do it to the death. Otherwise, I don't care who's standing behind you, and I don't care who's the son of the family you belong to, you'd better get out of here. Otherwise, even if I give up my life, I'll have to fight you to the death." Chapter 6, A Month to Research? Who are you looking down on? Lu Zhendong said these words. The entire office, with the exception of Wang Chanhai, revealed a look of acquiescence. Indeed. Fang Yu's situation is really too much like the kind of grassroots randomly mingled with the gold plating and then be transferred back to the mongrels. Graduated from Harbin University of Technology, letting go of countless ways to make money, but came to work in such a place with high work pressure, heavy tasks, and low treatment in Northern Industry. There is nothing fishy in saying this. These people present simply didn't believe it. Lu Zhendong, Brother Lu, right? However, hearing Lu Zhendong call out this to his face without leaving any face at all, Fang Yu did not feel angry but remained calm as usual and said, "If I explain to you now, I'm afraid that you won't believe me even if I say more. However, I have to tell you that I, Fang Yu, did not come here for the sake of gold plating, nor am I in any way using this place as a springboard. I'm being practical, wanting to make a career. To put it in an arrogant way, my dream is to make Northern Industries the best military factory in the world, bar none. At the same time, I also want the weapons made by our Dragon Kingdom to surpass American and Russian weapons and become the strongest equipment in Blue Star." Fang Yu's flat voice fell into the ears of these people present in the office, but it was as if it was a shock of thunder. It made everyone freeze in place. Let the weapons of the Dragon Kingdom become the strongest equipment of Blue Star? Fang Yu, this youngster, was not very old, but his tone was really not small. Just that, with the current situation, was there really a day when it would be realized? Speaking of which, when everyone present had just joined Northern Industries, why wouldn't they harbor the same dream as Fang Yu? However, the reality was cruel. Eagle Jam won the Cold War, and the science and technology military is as good as it gets. The Dragon Country focuses on the economy, the cost of weapons research and development, manufacturing, less than a fraction of the Eagle Jam. The tortoise can win the tortoise and hare race, that is also has to be the hare burnout. Now, the rabbit, Eagle Jam, is running fast and steady, but the Dragon Kingdom is weak. It can't even keep up, let alone surpass it. However, with Fang Yu's words, the group of people in the office, for Fang Yu's attitude, was obviously much more conciliatory. Even Lu Zhendong, who had always been cross-eyed towards Fang Yu, had a much softer expression. However, for Fang Yu, the parachuted in RD team leader, he still had 7 insubordinations and 8 indignations. In his opinion, since he, Fang Yu, wants to be the head of this RD team, then he has to show his real skills. Otherwise, don't occupy the latrine. Worthy of being a graduate of Harbin Engineering University, your breath is indeed not small. Alright, I, Lu Zhendong, am not an unreasonable person. I won't make things difficult for you. If you want to be my leader, then you have to have real skills. Lu Zhendong said while slapping a folder onto Fang Yu's chest. This is the research and development task that our group just received. In a month's time, if you can take the lead in getting it out, I will bow and apologize to you in front of everyone. Otherwise, I, Lu Zhendong, don't care what ideal ambitions you actually have. Even if I quit, I'll have to drag you out of this factory with me. Understand? Hearing Lu Zhendong's words, Fang Yu blinked and smoothly opened the folder, reading it word by word, carefully. Soon, it was understood the requirements of the higher-ups for this weapon. The weapon that the higher-ups wanted to develop themselves was fully targeted. What is can in 2,000 meters distance, penetrate the Eagle Sauce M1A1 Abrams tank armor anti-tank weapons. The reason why the mission target is so precise, Fang Yu can also figure out why. 2 years ago, Eagle Jam in the Gulf War, using a large number of advanced equipment, so that the Blue Star countries, for the first time recognized what is called information war. The M1A1 was also in this war, with its own near-zero losses, completely wiped out a large number of T-72 tanks from the Camel country, and made no small contribution to Eagle Sauce's successful win of this war. And this situation also completely shocked the top management of the Dragon Kingdom. After all, at that time, the Dragon Country equipped with 88 type tanks, performance is basically with T-72 as a level line, and even T-72 in the armor protection and firepower, but also slightly better than 88 type ahead. T-72 was M1A1 like chopping vegetables, that change into 88 type, I'm afraid the performance will be worse. After this battle, the Dragon senior management realized that the Mao Bear's T-72 tank formation counts for nothing. Steel Torrent. Eagle Sauce M1A1 is really worthy of being called Steel Floodside. Therefore, in order to cope with the possible war, In the dragon's new generation of main battle tanks have not yet been developed, the dragon must be able to research a heavy damage, or even destroy the M1A1 anti-tank weapons too. After seeing Fang Yu looking over the weapon design indicators, he fell into deep thought. Lu Zhendong wrapped his arms around himself and said with a skittish look, "Yo-ho? Wasn't your breath quite big just now? Why don't you say anything now? If you are afraid, you can also not take this challenge, but the prerequisite is that you have to go and talk to Fatty Wang and return the position of our D-team leader back to Brother Wang." Little Lu. Excessive ah. At this time, Wang Changhai, who could not stand to watch, frowned and hurriedly stopped Lu Zhendong from continuing. Immediately after, changing to a gentle expression, he said to Fang Yu, "Little Fang ah, don't listen to little Lu's nonsense. There's no rush for this mission. After you're done familiarizing yourself with the environment, our group will figure it out together is all. After all, that's a new tank that the old US just developed. Even Mao is afraid that he won't be able to research a weapon that can smash through this iron bastard in a short period of time. A month's time, this is too unreasonable. Yes, this requirement is indeed a bit unreasonable." Hearing Wang Changhai's comforting words, Fang Yu gently shook his head. However, just as Lu Zhendong thought that Fang Yu was trying to get off his ass in regards to the slope, he was just about to make a mocking remark. Fang Yu's those next words, however, directly froze him. Asking me to research an anti-tank weapon that pierces through M1A1 armor within a month? This is too much to look down on me. Half a month. Just half a month. I will definitely be able to bring out an experimental sample of this weapon. Chapter 7, Build a sample in half a month? And you say you're not a jerk. The moment these words came out, inside the office, it was instantly quiet as a pin could be heard. Everyone stared blankly at Fang Yu in front of them, as if they couldn't believe their own ears. On their faces, there was also an expression of, "You're kidding me." No? Fang Yu, this guy, is his brain alright? After living for so long, this is really the first time he has seen a reverse bargaining. Moreover, the main thing is, what Fang Yu promised was not to design the design drawings of this weapon in this half-month's time. Instead, he had to come up with an experimental sample of this weapon. This difficulty was more than an order of magnitude harder than just simply designing a weapon prototype. It could be said that this was simply an impossible task. At this moment, Lu Zhendong, who heard Fang Yu's big talk, was first stunned. Immediately after, he was also directly angry and laughed. Good. 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 I only thought that you were a jerk who came to the company to mix seniority. I didn't expect you to be an egomaniac. You're not afraid that the wind will blow your tongue out. Fine. Since you made this military order, then I'll wait to see your performance. If you can't produce an experimental sample of this weapon after half a month, then get lost. Don't be an eyesore here. Is that clear? And what if I finish? Hearing Lu Zhendong's words, Fang Yu said in an unassuming manner. Finished? Ha 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 ha. Hearing Fang Yu's rhetorical question, Lu Zhendong was as if he had heard the most ridiculous joke in the world as he immediately laughed exaggeratedly. Only after a long time did he look at Fang Yu again. If you, Fang Yu, this can come up with a sample of this weapon within half a month. Don't say that you are going to be the leader of this RD team. Even if you make me, Lu Zhendong, kowtow and apologize to you. It was no wonder that Lu Zhendong dared to release such bold words. As a veteran military worker, he knew the difficulty of designing a brand new weaponry. In half a month's time, even on a drawing, it was very difficult to draw the basic prototype of a weapon. Not to mention, to create a sample of the weapon. Determining the dimensions of the weapon, solving the technical difficulties, integrating the existing technology, opening the mold, manufacturing. Piece by piece, they were all very talent-demanding and at the same time very boring processes. It can be said so. He, Lu Zhendong, has also participated in several weaponry RD projects in northern industries. Inside almost no weapon from design to manufacturing samples, the time is less than half a year. And that was even with all the processes open and the entire office working in unison. As for half a month? Moreover, it was only him, Fang Yu, alone? This was simply an impossible task. Unless he, Fang Yu, was a heavenly god descending to earth, otherwise, it was simply impossible to realize. At this moment, Lu Zhendong's contempt for Fang Yu had already risen to its peak. In his eyes, he was also filled with contempt. That expression, as if it was saying, his own guess was really good. This Fang Yu is simply a jerk who knows nothing about the field of military industry and only came to northern industry to mix seniority and gild the lily. Without even this little bit of common sense, he dared to speak out here. Loss of their own just now, but also by Fang Yu's that bold words bluffed a blank stare. After half a day, this guy is just a fancy but not useful embroidered pillow. However, after hearing Lu Zhendong's words, Fang Yu just let out a light laugh and looked at Lu Zhendong in front of him with interest. Brother Lu, I don't need you to kowtow to me and thank me or anything. We're not little cherry blossom, we're not into that. If I really build it, then in the future when developing the weapon, you'll have to do whatever I say, and fully assist me. Success? Yes. Lu Zhendong agreed almost without any hesitation. A gentleman's word is a fast horse, if you can really come up with a sample within the stipulated time. In the future, my surname Lu will look up to you and never say anything. After putting down such a sentence, Lu Zhendong snorted coldly, pushed open the door of the office, and left without looking back. At this time, a crisp off-duty bell rang in the factory of Northern Industries. Apart from Wang Chanhai, several other people in the office also left one after another after freezing for a while. In the not-so-big office, only Fang Yu and Wang Chanhai were left. And at this moment, Wang Chanhai was already embarrassed and did not know what to say. Fang Yu, don't take what Xiaolu said just now to heart. He's a person who is a stubborn donkey, with a hard temper and a solid heart. I will criticize him properly tonight. As for this bet of yours, I think let's forget about it. Still the same sentence, research and development of weapons is not something that can be accomplished overnight. When you finish familiarizing yourself with the environment, let's slowly engage together, Wang Changhai said while sighing. Brother Wang, I appreciate your good intentions. However, I, Fang Yu, have always been a spit and a nail. Since I have made a military order, I can't disown it. After hearing Wang Changhai's words, Fang Yu smiled gently, but the one in his tone brought with it a hint of firmness that would never waver. Brother Wang, please take me to our factory building to have a look. I want to familiarize myself with the environment here as soon as possible. Half a month is not a long time. I have to start work as soon as possible. Seeing that Fang Yu was so serious, Wang Changhai did not continue to exhort. Solely leading Fang Yu, he took a turn around the Northern Industries factory. Soon, Fang Yu was able to imprint the various plants in the factory in his mind with his excellent memory. In the evening, the setting sun sank in the west. After having dinner, most of the people in the factory entered into their rest time. However, Fang Yu returned to his dormitory without being idle. Sitting in front of his desk, Fang Yu's brain spun rapidly. After contemplating for a moment, he closed his eyes. Instantly, a mechanical and indifferent voice rang out within his mind. Hello, host. The reverse military industrial system has been updated. Is it activated? Chapter 8 or D-target, javelin missile. Activate. Without any hesitation, Fang Yu directly opened the system that accompanied his rebirth. The reason why Fang Yu dared to beat his chest so confidently, guaranteeing that within half a month, he would come up with a weapon sample. Apart from the experience and knowledge he had accumulated since his previous life, the biggest dependency is his own reverse military industrial system. Within this reverse military industrial system, it contains the cutting-edge technologies from the 21st century to the 22nd century, including but not limited to military industry, weapons, biology, livelihood, network, space, medicine, etc. All the technologies in the system could be analyzed by time alone, and could also be unlocked by technology points. Technology points, on the other hand, were unlocked by constantly developing new equipment. Since Fang Yu came to this world, in the short span of 4 years, a dozen types of brand new equipment had been created. As of this moment, the technology points that Fang Yu had accumulated were already enough to unlock some highly sophisticated new weapon design programs. And after the system was opened, Fang Yu did not hesitate in the slightest. Straightforwardly, he gave a command to the system. System, import the Javelin anti-tank missile's full set of production data, as well as the supporting targeting system manufacturing technology, into my brain. Received. As the system's electronic mechanical tone ended, a flood of information then surged into Fang Yu's mind like a tidal wave. In a moment's effort, all of the system's technical information regarding the Javelin anti-tank missile was engraved in Fang Yu's brain. In just a breath, Fang Yu clearly understood the main points of this knowledge and the manufacturing process. Moreover, he was as skillful as if he had learned it all his life. Immediately, Fang Yu opened his eyes and exhaled a long breath of turbid air. Within his eyes, excitement was written all over them. Not bad. Fang Yu this time to manufacture is the domestic version of the Javelin. The reason why Fang Yu chose the Javelin amongst so many anti-tank models was also due to his own considerations. Dragon Country now has a single anti-tank weapon. The most powerful is the Red Arrow 8 anti-tank missile. This Red Arrow 8 is actually the upgraded and strengthened version of the Tau anti-tank missile that Eagle Jam researched in the 1970s. Range between 65-3000 meters, static armor depth of more than 800 millimeters, dynamic armor breaking power of 180 millimeters 68 degrees. For tank models before the 1990s, such as the Eagle Sauce's M60, the Maubaire's T-72 and other mainstream tanks, there is a better destructive effect. But, for a brand new third-generation tank like the M1A1, it is a bit out of reach. Because, M1A1 uses the latest depleted uranium armor. For the tail-stabilized armor-piercing bullet protection ability, equivalent to about 650 mm homogeneous steel armor. And for anti-tank missiles like the Red Arrow 8, he is equivalent to more than 1000 mm of homogeneous steel armor. Not to mention, the turrets of these M1A1s were equipped with such counterintuitive things as reactive armor. Therefore, it was obvious that even if the Red Arrow 8 used all its strength, it could not penetrate the M1A1's frontal armor. However, even with an anti-tank missile like the Red Arrow 8, it wasn't something that every army could afford. Most of the Dragon Country army simply cannot afford to use this 200,000 a high-end thing. Most of the equipment, or known as Fortifire Type 69 anti-tank missiles. Even the Red Arrow 8 can't take the M1A1, let alone the optimized RPG-7. Therefore, the Dragon Country now urgently need can penetrate or even destroy the M1A1 single anti-tank weapons to resist in the future may encounter the Steel Flood. And can penetrate the M1A1 single anti-tank weapon, even in their own time. There are only a few models. Compared to the short of the Furry Bear family and the Red Arrow 10 developed by the Dragon Kingdom, the advantages of the Javelin are too many. First of all, the Javelin has advanced auto-tracking technology, which can achieve the ability to fire and forget. This for the short-hand Red Arrow 10 must also use fiber optic cable guidance and visual tracking, the operator's ability to survive, greatly enhanced. At the same time, Javelin not only has the same frontal attack mode as other anti-tank missiles. Moreover, it also has its own unique top attack mode. This Javelin anti-tank missile in 18 degrees high and low angle after the launch, the missile can rely on the booster to fly to dozens of meters in the air. Avoid the strongest composite armor on the turret of the main battle tank, directly from the sky, on the top of the tank's weakest protection to cause a devastating blow. Therefore, even in the face of the M1A1, which has been armed to the teeth of the war behemoth, it can also be a one-hit kill. Thirdly, the range of this Javelin anti-tank missile has been increased by 1 kilometer compared to the remaining 2 anti-tank missiles. It allowed the operator to complete the targeting and firing outside the range of the main battle tank, greatly increasing the survival rate of the fighters. So, although the Javelin anti-tank missile also has such and such shortcomings, but in terms of comprehensive performance, it was indeed the most suitable man-portable anti-tank weapon for the Dragon Kingdom right now, bar none. At the thought of this, Fang Yu stretched his waist with great force, and all over his body, an instant burst of sound like popping beans erupted. Leaping forward, he resat in front of his desk. As his first product after coming to Northern Industries, it was not bad to start developing from the Javelin missile. After all, with Dragon Country's current level of technology, to build a 4th-generation aircraft comparable to the F-22 on its own, it couldn't build it on its own. Therefore, this Lu Zhendong's seemingly difficult request, on the contrary, hit Fang Yu's heart. The Javelin missile is a high-end product that may be an impossible task for other small military factories. But for a top military factory like Northern Industries that could deploy resources from all over the country, it was not a difficult task. In this era, although the level of science and technology in the Dragon Kingdom still had some gaps with the Western countries, but it had also entered the international second-rate echelon in terms of the research and development of many items. Since he had already eaten up the RD technology of this missile, coupled with the existing level of science and technology in the Dragon Kingdom, he didn't dare to say that he could create a Javelin missile that was exactly the same as the Eagle sauce. However, he was absolutely confident that he would be able to create at least one sample with a performance of over 95% of the original. With this in mind, there was no time to lose. Fang Yu immediately energized on his desk to write up. Chapter 9, Could he really be a genius? Brother Wang, these are the various parts one need to manufacture an anti-tank weapon. I'm new here, can I trouble you to contact these manufacturers for me and send some over? The next day, early in the morning, Wang Changhai, who was sleeping in a daze, was woken up by Fang Yu's urgent knock on the door. After opening the door, Wang Changhai, who had not yet come to his senses, received a list of parts handed over by Fang Yu. After receiving it, Wang Changhai glanced at Fang Yu while flipping through the names of the parts on the list. Looking at Fang Yu's bloodshot eyes, Wang Changhai could not help but wake up as well. Concerned, he asked, "Little Fang Yu, wouldn't have been up all night last night, all engaged in this, right? It's not that old brother I'm talking about you, although you're young, don't rely on your body to stay up so late. After all, the body is the biggest capital of the revolution. Well, thank you brother Wang for your concern, but I'm just an acute person, I lose sleep when I can't handle some things well." Hearing Wang Changhai's warm words, Fang Yu replied smilingly, "So I can't sleep, I'll just draw the design overnight, the big deal is that I'll catch up on my sleep during the day today." "That's fine, anyway, you're new here, there's nothing important for you to deal with." Wait. Fang, what did you just say? What the hell did you draw out?" At this moment, the sleepy Wang Changhai pondered over the meaning of the words Fang Yu had said. With a sudden jolt, the entire person directly woke up. Immediately afterward, a pair of eyes stared at Fang Yu with a deadpan stare, his eyes were filled with astonishment that could not be concealed. "Set, design plan off. Brother Wang, are you alright?" Seeing Wang Changhai reacting so fiercely, Fang Yu could not help but be a little startled, and instantly said with some bottomless breath, "One night? Drawing the design of a new weapon? Not child. You girl, exactly which way is the gods down to earth off?" After Fang Yu's confirmation, Wang Changhai, under incomparable shock, even forgot to speak Mandarin. He directly spat out in a mouthful of authentic Beijing dialect. The eyes that looked at Fang Yu also became filled with complex emotions. Just yesterday, when Lu Zhendong said that Fang Yu was a jerk without any common sense, Wang Changhai was still a bit unconvinced. After all, Fang Yu was no longer a student of HIT, and was even Zhang Xiaozhong's most pleased student. How could such a person not have any real talent? However, what Fang Yu just said made him a little less confident. A night's time to fix a new weapons design? This was simply an impossible task. A weapons design drawing, even if it was only a prototype sketch, would require at least hundreds of drawings. With this level of workload, even if the entire staff in the office worked together, it would take at least a day or two of effort. And Fang Yu, to get it done in just one night? This was simply not in line with common sense. The most reasonable explanation, I'm afraid, is like what Lu Zhendong said. Fang Yu is just a jerk who doesn't know anything, and the so-called design drawings are just something he casually draws as he pleases. Little Fang, where are your design drawings? Can I take a look? After struggling for a while, Wang Changhai still felt that he should give Fang Yu another chance. No problem, brother Wang, wait a moment, I'll go back to fetch it. Just in time for you to give me advice. After Fang Yu heard Wang Changhai's words, there was nothing strange on his face. Standing up, he returned to his dormitory. A few seconds later, he walked back with a thick folder. There were too many designs drawn last night, it's not convenient to bring them all over. This is the transmitter's design, brother Wang will give me an axe to grind first, and if you want to see the rest, you can always go to my dormitory to get it. Hearing Fang Yu's words, Wang Changhai received these design drawings. After a moment of silence, he opened the file rack with some hesitation. At the same time, he squinted his eyes for fear of seeing something he shouldn't. However, in the first second of seeing those drawings, Wang Changhai's brows tightened. The expression also grew more and more serious. These design drawings that Fang Yu had drawn were not at all as unpleasant as he had imagined. On the contrary, it was too good to be true. Even a weapon designer of his own like him could not pick any faults. These design drawings of Fang Yu's did not know how to draw the shape of the weapon, but even thoughtfully labeled the detailed dimensions and technical specifications. Even the technical difficulties in manufacturing this weapon were all noted. The entire set of design drawings was very complete, and looked quite reliable and feasible. Coupled with Fang Yu's vigorous, elegant and handsome handwriting, Wang Changhai even saw a hint of artistic beauty when looking at these design drawings. At this moment, Wang Changhai finally confirmed that the design drawings that Fang Yu had brought to him were not some random, whimsical thing. Rather, it was an actual excellent design. Fang Yu, who was able to draw such a set of design drawings in just one night, was naturally not the jerk that Lu Zhendong was talking about. Rather, he was a real-life scientific research genius. Brother Wang, is something wrong? Seeing the look on Wang Changhai's face change, Fang Yu took a deep breath and asked with some surprise. No. I was just a little too surprised. You actually really used only one night to draw the design of this new weapon. I, Wang Changhai, have been in this line of work for 20 to 30 years, and this is the first time I've seen a genius like you. While saying this, Wang Changhai handed the folder back to Fang Yu in a precious manner. At the same time, heartily added. I knew that the organization did not choose the wrong person by arranging you to be the leader of this RD team. With you, the future of our RU group must be unlimited. Don't worry, I'll definitely get you all the parts you asked me to get. I won't hide it from you, now I really want to quickly see how powerful this weapon you designed is, ha. After saying that, Wang Changhai laughed excitedly. What he said was not a false statement. When he had just looked at Fang Yu's design drawings, he had also seen those weapon parameters that Fang Yu had written on the design drawings. Just by looking at the straight parameters, this missile designed by Fang Yu far exceeded even the most advanced Red Arrow 8 of the Dragon Kingdom. As a senior military worker, he couldn't wait to see this weapon being manufactured. And the thought that he could be one of the participants in the manufacturing of this weapon made him even more honored. Brother Wang, just rest assured. I guarantee that this anti-tank weapon is definitely not going to let you down. Hearing Wang Changhai's excited voice, Fang Yu patted his chest with incomparable confidence and said. After saying that, he took the folder and walked out of Wang Changhai's dormitory, returned to his desk, and continued to waste his sleep and food to start his work. 2 days later, after Wang Changhai sent all the parts he wanted, the manufacturing project of Fang Yu's javelin missile was officially ushered in. Chapter 10, Fang Yu, it's not like he's trying to slip away, is it? Time passed like a white horse. Just a flash, 10 days of time passed quietly. In these 10 days, Fang Yu almost devoted himself to the development of this anti-tank missile. Most of the time was consumed in the factory building. Even, many people could still see the lights on in the plant in the middle of the night. And Kung Fu was not a bad idea. Under Fang Yu's sleepless research, this anti-tank missile, which was destined to amaze everyone once it appeared on the scene, had gradually revealed its prototype. Soon, the deadline of half a month had arrived. Next to the testing ground of Northern Industries, a large group of people had gathered early in the morning, waiting eagerly for Fang Yu's appearance. Apart from the few people in Fang Yu's RD team, many of them were from other sections, who knew about Fang Yu and Lu Zhendong's bet from somewhere, and came to watch the fun. Many of them, as veteran employees of Northern Industries, wanted to see with their own eyes what this kid who dared to make a big deal out of himself was really like. compared to the curiosity on the faces of the others. Lu Xindong's face, however, had more than a hint of impatience. If it wasn't for the fact that he had already made a bet with Fang Yu and wanted to personally drive this black sheep out of northern industries, he would not have come to this meaningless hustle. After all, in his opinion, this matter of Fang Yu promising himself that he would be able to create equipment samples within half a month was simply bull. But with any bit of experience in weapon design, he would not say such amateurish words. To him, Fang Yu was nothing more than a strawman who could only clamor for attention. For today's test, Lu Xindong did not half expect it either. Brother Lu. Hearing Lu Xindong's evaluation of Fang Yu, Sun Chang from one of the offices cautiously poked Lu Xindong. What if this Fang Yu really built the sample? This half month, I have seen him busy in full swing, even the roar of the machines in the plant in the middle of the night has not stopped. Hearing Sun Chang's words, Lu Xindong smiled disdainfully. Immediately, he shook his head with certainty. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. You, me, all of my colleagues present, who hasn't handled a few R&D projects in their hands? Who do you see who can go through this entire process and manufacture experimental samples in half a month to come? Not a single one. If Fang Yu can really build a brand new anti-tank weapon in half a month, I'll strip naked and run naked from Wangfujing to Chang'an Street. Upon hearing these harsh words put down by Lu Xindong, the crowd present let out a burst of good-natured laughter. Quite a few people even cast a contemptuous gaze at Lu Xindong. In fact, in their opinion, Fang Yu's desire to create a brand new weapon within half a month was indeed no different from a fantasy. In any case, this bet will not be lost. Lu Xindong's words are too conservative. In his place, how not to run naked to the moon? However, just when this group of people are talking and laughing, a figure dragged a huge suitcase, yawning while walking slowly towards the crowd. Upon seeing this figure, the scene instantly quieted down as if the mute button had been pressed. All the eyes of all the people gained landed on that person's body in unison. Needless to say, the person who came was none other than Fang Yu. After arriving at the venue, Fang Yu raised his eyes, looked at the crowd present, and smiled brightly. Yo, what kind of wind is blowing today that it has blown everyone here? This face of mine, Fang Yu, when did it become so big? Alright, Fang Yu, there's no need to talk too much about gossip. Seeing that Fang Yu finally appeared, Lu Xindong bluntly greeted him and said, half a month's time has come and gone, where are your weapon samples? Whether it's a mule or a horse, it's time to pull it out for a spin. But immediately after, Lu Xindong inclined his head to look at the suitcase in Fang Yu's hand and said with a mocking tone, but look at you, this look. You will not be after boasting, in this half month, nothing made. Ready to just go back to school in disgrace, right? Who said I'm leaving? Upon hearing this, Fang Yu slightly frowned and followed Lu Xindong's gaze, and was instantly somewhat dazed. Immediately after, patting his suitcase, he said, you mean this? Then you've misunderstood. This is not my luggage, what is contained here is precisely the sample of the weapon I built. Fang Yu said, and his hands did not stop moving. Directly under the eyes of everyone, he opened the box. At that instant, a set of incomparably sci-fi styled man-portable missile reflexes appeared in front of everyone. At the same time, Fang Yu's spitting voice rang out. This set is a full 22.5 kilograms, the weight of this thing is almost catching up to a bag of rice. I brought him over in a suitcase to save some effort. I'm really sorry to make you misunderstand. However, at this point in time, no one was already paying attention to Fang Yu's explanation. Right at the moment this set of anti-tank missiles appeared, it was as if he carried a magnetic force that attracted the gazes of everyone present. And there was no other reason. It was because the appearance of this set of Javelin anti-tank missiles was too sci-fi. Unlike the rough and bulky launching equipment of the Red Arrow 8, this anti-tank weapon designed by Fang Yu was full of a unique sense of technology. The whole set of launching equipment, using a shoulder-resistant design, the entire launching tube is painted military green, the body does not have a little burr, just look at this, the manufacturing industry is far beyond the Red Arrow 8. Not to mention, next to the launch tube, that a whole set of unknown aiming system. Compared to the Red Arrow 8's bulky and thick optical sights, I don't know how many times better looking. The entire anti-tank weapon, all in one, from the outside, it didn't even look like a weapon, and even had the feeling of a work of art. It made people unconsciously fall in love with it from the bottom of their hearts at first sight. The force of this weapon was not yet known though. However, according to the standard of judgment that some people have always claimed that face value is combat power, this set of anti-tank weapons' combat power is still unknown. The combat power of this set of anti-tank weapons has definitely reached the world's top level. Chapter 11, New Weapons? It's just a look-alike. You really built it? Unlike the others who had focused all their attention on this set of anti-tank missiles. After seeing this thing, Lu Xindong's entire body stuttered. His mind instantly fell into a blank. No, what the hell is the situation with this special meow? He himself had sworn to assure the others that Fang Yu would definitely not be able to build a sample of this weapon within half a month. As a result, he had directly taken it out. This is too outrageous. At this moment, Lu Zhendong jerked his head up to look at Fang Yu, and within his eyes, there was only a heavy blankness. Could it be? He himself had really misjudged the other party. In fact, Fang Yu was not some asshole, but a real design genius? After all, only a genius would not be bound by common sense. Only in half a month, to complete their own these mortals simply cannot complete the miracle of. At this moment, Lu Zhendong was instantly somewhat disheartened. Before Fang Yu came to the factory, he was also known as a genius in weapons design, and had helped Wang Changhai solve many technical problems that were difficult to overcome. In the annual meeting of the year before last, he was honored as the future star of Northern Industries. I often take pride in this. However, I didn't realize that what I was best at was so worthless in front of a real genius. In half a month's time, if he were himself, he would not even be able to finalize the shape and size of the weapon. And what about the other Fang Yu? Even the experimental samples had been built. The gap between himself and Fang Yu was more than a heavenly abyss. Just a short while ago, one had said that Fang Yu was a joker. Unexpectedly, the clown was myself. And after knowing this, Lu Zhendong recalled those accusations he had made against Fang Yu before, and simply hated to find a crack in the ground to drill into it. But, right at this moment, Lu Zhendong suddenly had a flash of inspiration, and his body was violently stunned. Not right Although it was true that Fang Yu had already created a sample of this weapon. However, this did not mean anything. All weapons and equipment that came down to the root of the base were practical. Otherwise, what else do you need these people for? Let the artist to design weapons is not on the line? The appearance of fancy, but in reality, if the power is not even as good as a cannonball, it is difficult to call it a qualified weaponry. The thought of this. Lu Zhendong took a deep breath, regained his spirit and said to Fang Yu, "Fang Yu, I must admit that I did underestimate you before. I didn't expect that you would actually build the sample of the weapon within half a month." Speaking here, Lu Zhendong suddenly changed his words. However, a qualified weapon can never be confirmed by more than just looking at its appearance. It must also be tested with live ammunition to confirm whether or not the weapon is a qualified weapon. That's why. You don't have to say it, the purpose of me coming here is for the live fire test itself, otherwise I wouldn't have to rush here early in the morning. Hearing Lu Zhendong's words, Fang Yu gently waved his hand and said calmly. After speaking, he lifted the javelin missile in his suitcase into his hand and looked around the entire test site. Finally, he locked his eyes on a scrap tank that was 300 to 400 meters away from him. As a military worker who had dealt with weapons and equipment all his life in his previous life, Fang Yu was very familiar with that tank. It was none other than the Type 88 tank that the Dragon Kingdom had developed in the late 70s in response to the Mao Bear's flood of steel on the northern border. This tank was a standard second-generation tank, both in terms of armor thickness and firepower strength. It belonged to the mainstream at that time. It was basically on the same level as the Mao Bear's T-72 and Eagle Sauce's M60 tanks. In the test site put this 88 type is in a certain real combat exercises in the scrapping, only to be sent to the experimental base as a target vehicle. Although its engine and all kinds of equipment inside were removed. However, the armor of this Type 88 was no different from the one in service. It was most suitable to be used as a target for this anti-tank weapon of his. Right away, Fang Yu walked to the periphery of the testing ground and slung the javelin over his shoulder, ready to fire live rounds. Fang Yu, wait. And right at this moment, Wang Changhai, who had been silent in the crowd, took a step forward and stood out, saying to Fang Yu, "Fang, you're a student and you haven't operated this thing before, it's not good if it goes off. I see, let me do this test firing job for you." Upon hearing this, Fang Yu was silent for a moment before he nodded and accepted Wang Changhai's good intentions. After all, Wang Changhai was right, he did not have previous experience in shooting, in case he could not withstand the recoil and missed. The failure of the experiment was small, hurting someone would be bad. Therefore, the next second, Fang Yu handed the missile on his shoulder to Wang Changhai. Then after briefly explaining the launching tutorial, he took 2 steps back and stood at a position more than 10 meters away from Wang Changhai. Brush. Before Fang Yu could stand firmly, Wang Changhai pressed the launch button after taking a deep breath. Instantly, a dazzling fire erupted from behind the javelin missile's launch tube. Immediately after, a thick and large anti-tank missile slammed straight into the front armor of the Type 88. Boom! Accompanied by a loud explosion, the turret of that Type 88 tank was immediately enveloped in a violent ball of fire. The explosion was so powerful that it even caused the entire testing ground to tremble slightly. The ground was also splattered by the explosion, and the thick smoke and dust directly enveloped the Type 88 tank. After a while, after the dust settled, it appeared in front of everyone's eyes once again. However, just at the moment of seeing that tank, among the crowd at the scene, however, a sound of doubt that sucked in cold air came out in unison. Immediately afterward, everyone's gazes, once again, landed on Fang Yu. The reason why this group of people were so puzzled. It was not because this experiment was simply too successful and the power of this missile was beyond their imagination. On the contrary. after being hit by that anti-tank missile. The turret of that Type 88 tank, although it had quite a bit of battle damage, but overall it was still intact. That was why the group was so surprised after seeing this scene. Could it be that this set of anti-tank missiles manufactured by Fang Yu was just a loud thunder but small rain, a golden jade outside, a defeated one in the middle of it? However, there were quite a few people in this group who held opposing views. Although this Type 88 looks fine now, the reason why it is so may still be because he is just a shell. Inside it, there was no ammunition loaded. Without shells, there was no way to form a martyrdom explosion. This was what caused Fang Yu's missile to look so less powerful. If this missile was to hit an opponent's tank in the middle of a real battle, this tank would definitely have been canned by now. However, when the voice of the technician who had gone to check out the target vehicle rang out from the intercom, those present, however, once again fell into silence. The results of the experiment have been confirmed. Our side failed to penetrate the target vehicle's armor. Repeat, our side failed to penetrate the target vehicle's armor. Chapter 12, Reversal. Depth of penetration 750 millimeters. After that technician's voice fell, the scene was instantly plunged into a deathly silence. On everyone's face, there were complex expressions. There was pity, disdain, disappointment, but just no gloating. As a member of Northern Industries, every single person had entered the factory with the ideal of creating advanced weapons for the Dragon Kingdom. In today's eventful time, they couldn't wait for this anti-tank weapon made by Fang Yu to be successfully experimented. In this way, when the Dragon Kingdom faced a possible future conflict with Eagle Jam, it would at least have the means to be able to deal with the M1A1 in Eagle Jam's hands. Especially Wang Changhai. The look of regret in those eyes was so thick that it was practically overflowing. Even, he felt that he was ashamed of Fang Yu. Perhaps, if it was Fang Yu himself who did the experiment this time, the result wouldn't be like this. And, Lu Zhendong, who saw the scene, did not have the slightest joy of victory on his face. At this moment, the color of regret was showing in his eyes. In fact, he could also tell. Fang Yu's set of anti-tank weapons, apart from being slightly weaker in power, the design idea was right. Whether it was the Red Arrow 8 currently used by the Dragon Kingdom or the famous Tau, their own weight is too heavy and also must be guided by fiber optics, which is too troublesome to use. This anti-tank weapon designed by Fang Yu is not only small in weight, but can be operated by a single soldier. It was also able to track the target on its own without the operator having to use visual guidance all the time. This was a huge boost to the hit rate and the survival rate of the operator. If the power of the missile could be increased, then this anti-tank weapon designed by Fang Yu would definitely become the top anti-tank missile in the entire Blue Star, without even having to add one. As a sample, for this weapon to be completed to this point, it was considered a big success. At least, the appearance of this weapon proved one thing. This person, Fang Yu, was not a jerk sent from above to his office to gild the lily, but had real talent. The reason why he, Lu Zhendong, had not dealt with Fang Yu before was also because of this matter. Since, it has been confirmed that the other party is a person who really wants to work on the ground in Northern Industries, then he, Lu Zhendong, was naturally willing to recognize the other party. However, just as Lu Zhendong was preparing to take the initiative to come forward and ease the conflict between him and Fang Yu, and was willing to admit that the bet ended in a draw, in the intercom at the scene, suddenly came another shout filled with surprise. Attention! Attention! Here to correct the results of the experiment. The missile that our side just fired really didn't penetrate the target vehicle's armor. The reason is that this Type 88 tank's main armor has been retrofitted with a newly developed tungsten steel alloy armor and ceramic interlayer. Therefore, this Type 88 tank now has a protection capability of 1000 mm homogeneous steel, equal to that of the M1A1 tank. According to the measurements, although the attack just now did not penetrate the armor, the bullet penetration depth has reached 750 mm. It can be said, very excellent. The moment these words came out, almost instantly, everyone on the scene was stunned at the same time. Immediately after, countless pairs of eyes simultaneously threw their shocked eyes onto the set of anti-tank missiles in front of Wang Changhai. The fervor and love that could not be concealed was even about to spill out of their eyes. After all, this is a 750 mm vertical penetration. You know, although this 750 mm penetration depth against the M1A1 such as equipped with the world's most advanced composite armor of the third generation of tanks is still not enough. But, used to combat the mainstream such as T-72, M60 such as second generation tanks, has been more than enough. After all, the armor of these second generation tanks is only equivalent to 500-600 mm homogeneous steel plate. Even, to put it mildly, even if it was the Dragon Kingdom's current main tank, Type 88, it was still capable of a single shot. Its depth of penetration, and even close to catching up with the current Dragon's strongest Red Arrow 8's 800 mm. The main thing is, this set of anti-tank missiles, compared to the Red Arrow 8 that weighs 88 kilograms, must be two people can operate the weight. A whole set of anti-tank system, also only 22.5 kilograms. One person has already operated, it is more than enough, greatly enhancing the combat efficiency, streamlining the combat personnel. It can be said that if this set of anti-tank weapons can be successfully mass-produced, Dragon Country from now on will not have to be afraid of the so-called steel torrent of the Mao Bear. However, although a lot of people present at the scene have not concealed their love for this set of anti-tank missiles, many of the people present at the scene have expressed their love for this set of anti-tank missiles. After the initial excitement, many people also slightly sighed, eyes full of regret. It wasn't that this set of weapons was bad, but it was indeed born at the wrong time. If he could have appeared 10 years ahead of time, or even 5 years, he would have definitely become the first choice of the Dragon Kingdom's single anti-tank weapon. But now well. Since the hairy bears fall apart, the northern border of millions of soldiers has become history. The hairy bear is no longer the number one reason for threatening the Dragon Kingdom. This set of weapon systems originally designed for the M1A1 ultimately did not achieve his intended purpose. Since it couldn't pose a threat to the M1A1, I'm afraid that the Dragon Kingdom's military wouldn't purchase it on a large scale. Such an excellent weapon, I'm afraid the result will only end up with a pearl in the dust. As a veteran employee who had stayed at Northern Industries for more than 20 years, Wang Changhai was also used to seeing this kind of situation. There is no way. All of Long's focus now shifted to economic construction. The amount of money invested in the military was simply pitiful. That also meant that every penny had to be spent on the blade. Therefore, although it was said that this set of man-portable anti-tank equipment developed by Fang Yu was already very good, but the probability is that it will be treated as a technical reserve and dusted off in the archives. And against M1A1 heavy responsibility, I'm afraid to fall to the Red Arrow 8 improved body. After all, compared to the large-scale replacement of this set of excellent performance designed by Fang Yu, but cannot penetrate the M1A1 anti-tank missile. Improving the Red Arrow 8, which has already reached a depth of penetration of 800 mm, to a depth of penetration of 1000 mm is not only simple, but also saves a large amount of money on the cost of changing the launcher. Although the experiment is a bit flawed, you shouldn't be discouraged. To be able to create such excellent equipment in half a month, I believe that you will already have a great future in our factory. Flaws? How come I don't think there are any flaws? Who knows? When he heard Wang Changhai's consolation, Fang Yu was gently shaking his head and said faintly, "Brother Wang, do you think there is such a possibility? The reason why you guys feel that the experiment is flawed is because you didn't use this equipment of mine correctly as a result?" Chapter 13, Attacking the Top Mode, Activate. This. Hearing Fang Yu's rhetorical question, Wang Changhai was somewhat speechless for a moment. A trace of bewilderment also flashed across his face. It wasn't. What do you mean that you did not use this equipment correctly? Didn't all weapons aim and then fire? Could it be that Fang Yu's set of anti-tank missiles had other launches as well? But even if there was, then what? Perhaps, by aiming a bit more accurately this time, he was able to make the missile's penetration depth a bit greater. But, I'm afraid that at most, it would only improve by a few millimeters. The distance from penetrating the M1A1 set of armor equivalent to a 1000 mm homogeneous steel plate can be too far away. Fang Yu, why can't you people understand good and bad words? Brother Wang is handing you steps, can't you even see that? At this moment, Lu Zhendong's eyebrows on the side almost knitted into a Chuan character. Somewhat exasperated, Fang Yu said. Actually, you don't have to test again. In half a month, you were able to build such a set of anti-tank missiles, it's already very impressive. I, Lu Zhendong, am convinced. I'll take this bet as a win for you. In the future, I, Lu Zhendong, will only look up to you, Fang Yu, and I will never go west when you say east. So, there's no need for you to poison this breath anymore, right? Just as what Lu Zhendong thought before. Although he was young and vigorous and did not deal with Fang Yu, that was only because he felt that Fang Yu was just a jerk who came to his factory to gild the lily. Now, Fang Yu's actions have made Lu Zhendong realize that Fang Yu is indeed sincere in wanting to contribute to the Dragon Kingdom's military. At the same time, he also possessed a talent that even he could hardly reach. For someone who had himself and was serious, Lu Zhendong naturally would not continue to resent him. On the contrary, after seeing Fang Yu's pie-in-the-sky design of this anti-tank missile, Lu Zhendong had even admired Fang Yu to the core in his heart. That was why someone as high-minded and proud as him no longer cared about his face and took the initiative to admit defeat. He thought that the reason why Fang Yu was obsessed with the success or failure of this experiment was simply because of the bet he had made with himself. Who knew? After admitting to himself that the bet was won by Fang Yu, however, revealed a helpless and bitter smile, spread his hands and said to the crowd, "Brother Wang, Brother Lu, I really wasn't betting. What I said is true. The reason why you guys think that this anti-tank weapon I designed didn't live up to expectations is because you guys simply don't understand how this weapon should actually be used." Boor. Fang Yu, you've gone too far. I've taken the initiative to admit defeat in front of the group, why are you still so serious about it? At these words, Lu Zhendong was somewhat speechless. The first test penetration depth was only 750 millimeters. No matter how you operate it, the second time it will never reach more than 1000 millimeters. Data doesn't lie. Who told you that I was preparing to continue hitting its frontal armor? Fang Yu said indifferently after hearing Lu Zhendong's words. Question mark. No, if you don't hit the front armor, where are you planning to hit it towards? Hit the side armor or the rear? Hitting these parts, of course it can penetrate. However, in the real battlefield, how would Eagle Jam's M1A1 give you so many chances? It's not like I'm going to hit its side armor and rear end. Not the front and not the sides? Where are you going to hit then? The tracks? Or the roof? At this moment, Lu Zhendong was also really exasperated by this guy in front of him who didn't eat oil and salt. Following the other party's train of thought, he started guessing wildly. Not bad, what I want to hit this time is the roof of the car. Who knows? After hearing Lu Zhendong's words, Fang Yu actually nodded. This time, not only Lu Zhendong. Even the many senior design bigwigs of northern industries who heard this sentence were instantly confused. Not. What Fang Yu said, is this human language? Not bad, it is a human being who knows that the roof of the car is thinly armored. Then the front armor is often more than 200 millimeters thick, tank turret thorough armor, general thickness are only 20-30 millimeters only. Not to mention anti-tank missiles, even slightly larger caliber heavy machine guns have a chance to penetrate. That's why equipment like helicopter gunships and ground attack aircraft are called the natural enemies of tanks. After all, their weapons can easily penetrate the weakest armor of tanks from the air. But the problem was, this set of anti-tank missiles designed by Fang Yu, he couldn't fly. Once launched, these anti-tank missiles could only fly along a straight trajectory. At most, they can be guided by a wire and adjusted for some lateral movement. But, it is never possible to attack the top of the tank from top to bottom, like the helicopter gunship's rockets. Anyway, with the knowledge that most of the people present could acquire. Even the most technologically advanced Eagle sauce nowadays hadn't been able to build this kind of anti-tank missile that possessed Zenith Star technology. And when the crowd saw the confident expression on Fang Yu's face, it didn't look like he was talking nonsense. At that moment, someone suddenly thought. I heard that in these 10 days, Fang Yu had been working in the workshop every day for the sake of manufacturing this set of anti-tank missiles, even sleeping for only 4 or 5 hours a day. Could it be that under the successive labors of these days, it had made Fang Yu's spirit too tense, even to the point of being a bit abnormal? After all, Fang Yu, who was able to build a set of anti-tank missiles from scratch within half a month, could be considered an undoubted genius. But, as the saying goes, between genius and madness, there is only one step away. Seeing the people present, including Wang Chanhai, who had been supporting him, all had a questioning look on their faces. Fang Yu also did not continue to debate with them. After all, facts are the most powerful defense. The next second, in the midst of the crowd's astonished looks, Fang Yu came to the launcher that Wang Chanhai had dropped, and cleanly took a spare anti-tank missile and stuffed it inside. Immediately after, he carried the launcher onto his shoulder and adjusted the attack mode to top attack mode. With a slight aim, he pressed the launch button. Brush! Instantly, a ray of fire shot out from the tail of the launcher, and at the same time, the anti-tank missile also popped out of the launch tube in an instant. However, it was different from when Wang Chanhai had just operated it. This time the flight speed of that missile was much slower. However, just when the crowd thought that the missile was a launch failure, in the next second, around its body, an airflow was suddenly ejected, changing its flight direction from horizontal to vertical. Immediately after that, the assault engine inside the missile suddenly started. At the end of the missile, a tail flame was then ejected. Under the powerful thrust, the missile quickly rose into the air at a height of hundreds of meters. Immediately after flashing a bit of red light, it seemed to have locked onto its target. The missile was like a meteor falling from the sky. It accurately smashed into the roof of that Type 88 tank. Chapter 14, this person, Fang Yu, is not to be limited. Boom! The moment this anti-tank missile that fell from the sky came into contact with the roof of the Type 88, a loud explosion then rose into the sky along with a huge fire. The power was so great that it even formed a layer of shockwaves visible to the naked eye, whistling and rushing in all directions. It brought up a cloud of dust, which even made Fang Yu and the others, who were 300 to 400 meters away, unable to resist covering their mouths and noses. When the smoke and dust cleared, when the eyes of the crowd looked at the Type 88 tank again, everyone present, except Fang Yu, almost froze as if they were struck by lightning. From time to time, they rubbed their eyes, wondering if they were actually hallucinating. Because, just now, the 88 type tank that had acted as solid and reliable as Tarzan. At this time its turret has been in this anti-tank missile loaded with LX-14 explosives specifically used to break armor, came to a center bloom. On the roof of the turret, which originally looked impregnable, a huge wound with a diameter of about 1 meter appeared, which was shocking to the eyes at first sight. And next to this largest wound, there were countless craters of a few centimeters in size that had been pierced by the metal jets released by the missiles. So to speak. That is, this Type 88 tank was just a target vehicle. If, however, it was hit by this anti-tank missile on the battlefield, with the penetrating power and lethality shown by this missile, it would have directly penetrated the armor and detonated the shells in this tank. As for the driver inside, there was no need to wait for the tank to fly head first. As early as the metal jet released by those missiles penetrated the armor, it had already been beaten into a sieve. Seeing this scene, the scene that had just been noisy because of Fang Yu's words suddenly fell into a deathly silence. The faces of this group of weapons designers, who could be called the top and most professional in the Dragon Kingdom, all revealed the most exaggerated expressions they had ever seen in their lives. Even, some people are shocked, even their own biggest open wide, almost can stuff down an apple, are not aware. Because, what was happening in front of them was simply too unbelievable. Even to the extent that it made a top-notch brain like theirs, unable to process it, instantly go down. This mother, if they saw it with their own eyes, who would dare to believe that there would really be anti-tank missiles in this world that could fall from the sky? However, this, in their opinion, something that would never happen, actually happened right in front of their eyes in such a watery manner. Instantly, many people's gazes were withdrawn from that Type 88 tank and looked back at Fang Yu. The eyes that looked at him also became more and more complicated. In the beginning, when they heard that Fang Yu was going to come up with a set of anti-tank missiles capable of destroying M1A1 tanks within half a month, their reaction was the same as Lujandom's. They all thought, I don't know whose playboy came to Northern Industries to make a big fuss. But Fang Yu had not only brought out a new set of weapons within the stipulated deadline. Moreover, the penetration depth had also reached a very excellent 750 millimeters. To be able to do this in such a short period of time, even if Fang Yu was judged by the standards of a genius, he was considered to be very good. However, what they did not expect was, just when everyone thought that Fang Yu was trying to save face by holding on and refusing to admit that the experiment had failed, this anti-tank missile of his actually had a hidden ability. He had actually found another way to develop an anti-tank missile that could directly attack the roof of a tank. You know, even the roof armor of Eagle Sauce's M1A1, the thickest is only 30 millimeters. So, not to mention today's test with the 88 type, even if the future to the battlefield. Fang Yu, this anti-tank missile, the same can M1A1 this iron bastard to open shell. Not only powerful, and according to Fang Yu himself said, this set of anti-tank missiles full set of weight, only 22.5 kilograms. Powerful, lightweight, high hit rate, can be launched regardless, and even can be operated by a single soldier. If the price of a single set is not too outrageous, then there is a great possibility that this set of anti-tank missiles will replace the Red Arrow 8 and become the standard weapon of the Dragon Kingdom forces. It sounds like this is not a great achievement. However, the Red Arrow 8 was a star product that took more than a year to build by a team of dozens of people from Northern Industries. Not only did it equip the Dragon Kingdom troops, but it was also sold overseas, generating a lot of foreign exchange for the Dragon Kingdom. Being able to top such an excellent weapon to become the new standardized weapon of the Dragon Kingdom, it was unquestionable how excellent this set of anti-tank missiles designed by Fang Yu was. Moreover, what was even more frightening was, this was still just a weapon that he had come up with in half a month as a newcomer to the military industry. If he was given enough time to grow, Fang Yu, this son, I'm afraid that his future is unlimited. Convinced. I'm truly convinced. Brother, Fang Yu, you will be my own brother from now on. And just as everyone fell into silence, a voice broke the awkward atmosphere. The gazes of the crowd were all attracted by the person who spoke. But when they saw who the person speaking was, they were all shocked. Because, the one who spoke was none other than Lujandong. At this moment, Lujandong's face brought a touch of excited flushing, eyes bright frightening. The whole person's mental state cannot be said to be excited, and even a little too much exuberance. This is not that Lujandong tends to the trend, see the wind and make the helm. The reason why, Lujandong at this time Fang Yu showed unusual attentiveness. It was really because, this set of anti-tank weapons that Fang Yu had created was really too stunning. If one were to say that one still had the mentality of competing with Fang Yu before. At this moment, Lujandong's mindset had long been thrown away. His own level of self-knowledge, even if he gives himself another 30 years of time, what he Lujandong can create is just some weaponry full of craftsmanship. It was absolutely impossible to create such a heavenly and amazing work of art. All, at this moment. The contempt and hostility in Lujandong's eyes towards Fang Yu had disappeared without a trace. In its place, was a fervor as if he had discovered a treasure. This Fang Yu is simply a treasure pot. Follow him around and learn his habits of thought. In the future, even if one could not become a generation of famous masters, one would definitely be able to have a great deal more than what one has now. Good. Good. Seeing that Fang Yu had not only built an anti-tank missile that far exceeded his expectations, but had also easily diffused the tense atmosphere in the group, Wang Chunhai could not help but laugh out loud. As a member of the generation that grew up from that fiery red era, he really didn't place that much importance on whether or not he could be the leader of this group. Previously, what he was worried about was that Fang Yu, as the leader of the group, would not be able to bring his group of people to make some achievements and contribute to the Dragon Kingdom. But now, the talent that Fang Yu had shown in the field of weapons manufacturing was simply blindingly obvious. Since this was the case, he could hand over this group to Fang Yu without any worries. Immediately afterward, Wang Changhai proudly exclaimed, "I announce that this anti-tank missile experiment has come to a successful conclusion. I will report this missile sample to the central government tomorrow. Once this missile passes the audit, our factory's performance in these last 3 years will not be a worry." Chapter 15, Burning Newspapers in the Grave, You're Fooling the Ghosts. 3 days later. Dragon Country, the imperial capital. Yanchon, a large-scale weapons research and development test base. As the most important weapons research and development base after the founding of the Dragon State, the location here is extremely secretive. Other than the staff, only certain military bigwigs could enter and exit at will. On the northeast corner of the experimental base was the office building for the researchers. In the office on the 3rd floor of the office building, an old man with graying temples was concentrating on his work. The old man's name was Li Dongyang, and he used to study in the Han's country for many years before WW2 broke out and he moved to the pretty country to develop. After the establishment of the new Dragon Country, he gave up his cushy job in life and returned to the Dragon Country to help this ancient and tattered country usher in a new life at the fastest speed. At this moment, all of Li Dongyang's attention was focused on the various materials in front of him. Looking at the various data labeled on that one drawing, Li Dongyang let out a long sigh, a hint of fatigue appearing on his face. Although in the Gulf War, Eagle Jam won cleanly. M1A1 also took out thousands of T-72 tanks of Camel Country with almost zero casualties. But that didn't mean that the M1A1 had no battle losses. Among them, there were still a dozen or so M1A1s that were destroyed by Camelot's fighters. Many tank wrecks and even complete tanks were left behind on the Camel Country's soil. This information was the data that the Dragon Country's intelligence department, with much effort, had collected back from the Middle East's Gulf region. However, even after knowing these data, it didn't make the Dragon Kingdom's military breathe a sigh of relief, but instead, it became even more worried. Because, after obtaining these data, after analyzing it by the top scientists of the Dragon Kingdom, they came up with a truth that made everyone despair. The armor thickness of this M1A1 tank of Eagle Sauce was not the previously expected 1000mm homogeneous steel plate. On this tank, Eagle Sauce had made a bloody effort to use a composite armor with depleted uranium steel as the main part and high-hardness ceramic as the interlayer. Its ability to protect against shells even reached 1200-1300mm homogeneous steel plate. Not to mention the existing Red Arrow 8 anti-tank missiles of the Dragon State cannot penetrate each other. Even the 88 type carries 105mm main gun, with the latest research of the Academy of Military Science tail-stabilized armor-piercing shells, cannot penetrate each other. In front of the Dragon Army, now the M1A1, simply become a wall of size that cannot be destroyed. That is, the Eagle Sauce is in the way of that year's war on the peninsula. The combat power shown by the Dragon Country to this day still have palpitations, and do not dare to act rashly against the Dragon Country. Otherwise, if they really launched an attack on the Dragon Kingdom, I'm afraid that the current main force 88 type tank of our own family will end up not much better than the T-72 of Camel Country. Of course, after seeing that Gulf War, the Dragon military top management naturally did not sit back and wait for death, and immediately began to carry out the research and development of the Dragon's next generation of main battle tanks. However, the development of a third-generation tank with the M1A1 standard, from design to finalization, even if faster, but also need at least 5 or 6 years of time. During this window in between, Dragon Kingdom must come up with a set of weapons that can effectively contain the M1A1. As the most senior weapons design expert in the Dragon Kingdom, Li Dongyang felt a great deal of pressure on him. Even, for the first time, feel a little overwhelmed. After all, this is 1,300mm armor thickness. Put in the Second World War, this protection is fast catching up with the armor of the cruiser. In addition to 155mm heavy artillery, Li Dongyang really cannot think of what ground weapons can break this thing's defense. At the thought of this, Li Dongyang took off his glasses, wiped the sweat on his own face, and prepared to close his eyes for a rest. However, immediately afterward, he heard a quick knock on his room door. Immediately following that, his own guard suddenly pushed the door in without his permission. "Little Wang, is there something urgent?" Li Dongyang asked as he sat up straight. "Mr. Li. Good news. Heavenly good news. Just now, comrades from Northern Industries delivered a brand new anti-tank missile system. They claim that this anti-tank missile has already met the requirements set forth by the organization. I would like to ask you to personally give the test the axe." "What did you say? Someone from Northern Industries has come up with a new anti-tank missile? It's only been a few days since this project was sent out? How is it possible?" Hearing the words of the guard Little Wang, Li Dongyang's eyebrows almost knitted into a Chuan character and said with some dissatisfaction. In fact, it was no wonder that Li Dongyang was angry. After all, it had only been less than a month since the Dragon Kingdom's intelligence department had gathered the parameters of the M1A1 back. The military's development plan for this weapon was less than 20 days. In such a short period of time, not to mention the manufacture of samples, even the design sketches may not be able to complete. And now those people from Northern Industries are saying that they have not only completed the design of the new weapon, but they have even built samples. Burning newspaper at the grave, are you fooling the ghost? Thinking of this, Li Dongyang said without lifting his head. Return it to them, just say I'm busy and don't have time to fool around with them. Yes. I'll return it back to them. Upon hearing this, little Wang hesitated for a moment, then immediately nodded his head. Immediately afterward, just as he turned around and prepared to walk out of Li Dongyang's office. As usual, he said in passing. I won't hide it from you, Mr. Li, I also feel that Northern Industries has been too hasty this time. In such a short period of time, even you don't have a clue, how could they build it so quickly? Moreover, I heard that the one who manipulated it this time is still a student who just graduated from HIT, so that's even more impossible. Wait, you said that? This time, Northern Industries even gave such a big project to a new intern to lead the design? And he actually designed and manufactured it? After hearing little Wang's words, a big question mark appeared on Li Dongyang's head. Immediately afterward, his heart, which originally had no interest in this, suddenly fluttered. Just as most people generally do not like to watch bad movies, but a movie that is bad to a certain point will instead evoke a desire to watch it. Li Dongyang also instantly felt a hint of curiosity towards this fleeing anti-tank missile. Immediately after, Li Dongyang drank the tea in the cup in his hand, stood up and said, Don't return the stuff first. Little Wang, go. Go with me to take a look. I'd like to see what kind of treasure Northern Industries has sent me. Chapter 16, Testing it personally. There's something fishy about this set of weapons, huh? After putting down the teacup in his hand, Li Dongyang was then assisted by Xiao Wang and got into the sedan that was heading to the test site. Soon, it arrived at the experimental base. However, as soon as he stepped out of the car, Li Dongyang was stunned by the set of anti-tank missiles placed on the test bench. It was no exaggeration to say that the first impression this set of weapons gave was handsome. Whether in the neighborhood or in the military, there had been a catchphrase circulating. If the Earth commons are not earthy, the battle power is -5. Although this jingle was not meant to be ironic, it could still show the design thinking of the Dragon Kingdom's military workers. That is, focusing only on practicality, as for appearance and whatnot, it could be discarded appropriately. One of the set is the J-8 fighter jet that counterintuitive green and white paint. And the set of anti-tank missiles in front of me, not to mention how strong its actual combat power is. Just looking at the face value is very capable of fighting, there is a kind of beauty that does not belong to the Dragon Country military industry. But immediately afterward, Li Dongyang felt that something was wrong. Tilting his head, he asked Xiao Wang, the guard at the side. Xiao Wang, didn't you say that Northern Industries sent the entire set of rebound missiles? How come there's only the launcher and the missile? Where's his fixed tripod in sight? Hearing Li Dongyang's question, Xiao Wang froze and replied with some stuttering. Report, Mr. Li, these are all the things that the comrades from Northern Industries have sent. Could the fixed tripod and sights be something they forgot to send? I'll call now to confirm. There's no need, I don't think Northern Industries would make such a low-level mistake. I'll take a look first. After saying that, Li Dongyang went to the set of anti-tank missiles and observed it with interest. But after just one look, Li Dongyang's eyes lit up as if he had discovered something extraordinary. He realized that this anti-tank system was not without a sight. Rather, the designers had taken a unique step and integrated this optical targeting system, after greatly optimizing it, into the launch tube. In this way, not only did it drastically reduce the weight of this anti-tank weapon, it also allowed the operator to aim in a more comfortable position. Immediately after, Li Dongyang extended his hands towards the launch tube, and with a slight force, this set of anti-tank missiles was lifted up by him. Li Dongyang roughly estimated that with the weight of the launch tube, optical sight and the missile body, it should not exceed 30 kilograms. A flowery old man like himself might struggle quite a bit to use it. However, those who are in their prime and have received formal training in the Dragon Force, one person to carry a set of this thing to 10 kilometers or no problem. And synthesizing the information we have now, this set of weapons should indeed be able to be operated by a single soldier. However, there were two problems. First, all anti-tank missiles must be wire-controlled missile transmission line where to go. Secondly, the lack of a triangular brace did drastically reduce the weight of this anti-tank system, but using a human shoulder as a support, how could it ensure the smoothness of the missile's guidance after it was launched? It was important to realize that it wasn't as if no one on the blue planet had ever researched a manned anti-tank missile with a single person operating the shoulder support type. But most people have failed. Because ground anti-armor was different from air defense. There were very few heat sources in the sky, and all the missiles that were launched could track the engines of fighter jets, tracking and striking on their own. However, the ground was too complicated to use heat source tracking. Therefore, most of the anti-tank missiles had to be aimed visually after the missile was fired out, and a transmission line was used to manipulate the trajectory of the anti-tank missile. Thus, the purpose of hitting the opponent's tank is achieved. Without a transmission line, it is impossible to adjust the flight trajectory of the missile, and the hit rate can only depend on the sky. And it is because of the need for visual targeting, stability naturally becomes a rather important factor. Because anti-tank missiles are generally launched 2 or 3 kilometers away from the enemy, so once the aiming collimator is slightly off, it will make the missile deviate from the intended target, or even directly miss the other side. And it is very difficult for human beings to be able to keep a position immobile for a long time like a tripod. As long as he moves a little bit, causing the collimator to deviate, then the missile may fly to who knows where. So, without solving these two problems, no matter how high the face value of this set of anti-tank missiles is and how good the portability is, it is difficult to call it a qualified piece of weaponry. Unless, suddenly, Li Dongyang had a flash of light in his mind. Northern Industries was no longer one of the top weapons research, development, and manufacturing enterprises in the Dragon Kingdom, and at the beginning of designing this weapon, they certainly would not fail to take these 2 points into consideration. Since they had already thought of this point and were still confidently sending this thing to their eyes. That meant that they had already thought of a solution to these 2 problems. At once, Li Dongyang's curiosity was instantly raised. Without even moving his head, he beckoned towards Xiao Wang at his side. Xiao Wang, find 2 people to come and help me. This weapon system is a bit interesting, I'm going to test it myself. Ah. Hearing Li Dongyang's words, Xiao Wang was directly confused, followed by hurriedly coming up to advise. My ancestor Yo. Why don't you just let the comrades at the testing ground do it for you? Why do you need to go on the field yourself? At your age, if something goes wrong because of the experiment, then I can't afford this responsibility. Go. What's this talk? When I was rubbing missiles in the desert, you were still wearing crotchless pants. You're still worried about me? Upon hearing this, Li Dongyang's fiery temper instantly came up and said forcefully. Don't talk nonsense, if you're told to go find someone you go find them quickly. This is an order. Yes. Seeing that Li Dongyang had moved, although Xiao Wang could do nothing about it, in the end, he could only nod his head in resignation. Soon after, he returned to the scene with 2 or 3 experimental personnel from the scene. Knowing that Li Dongyang wanted to personally test this set of anti-tank missiles, this group of staff did not dare to have the slightest negligence. One by one, they coordinated the site and made preparations. Soon, the entire experimental base was emptied out, leaving this huge experimental field to Li Dongyang himself. Chapter 17. Are you kidding me? The one who developed the equipment was an intern? With the help of the 2 staff members at the site, Li Dongyang carried this set of anti-tank missiles on his shoulder. Immediately after, following the prompts, after pressing the start button, Li Dongyang placed one eye on the scope. Instantly, his body was slightly stunned. At this moment, the Type 88 tank, which was 800 meters away and was specially designed for testing purposes, was surprisingly slim in this sighting system. It was even clearer than the optical sight adopted by the Red Arrow 8. Obviously, the group of people from Northern Industries, in this set of weapons, was down on blood. However, after this, Li Dongyang suddenly realized something. In this set of optical sights, why the hell was there no collimator? How the hell should I aim at the enemy? At this moment, Li Dongyang's brows knitted together fiercely, his face full of puzzlement. If it was any other weapon, if there was any mistake in the design, he, Li Dongyang, would have already brushed it off. But, just like what he said before, Northern Industries, as one of the biggest factories in the Dragon Kingdom, since it dared to send this over, it must have his reasons. Even if the intern who had just arrived at the factory and researched this weapon didn't know any better. The other people in Northern Industries weren't just eating their words, and since they dared to send the thing over to them, they must have gone through a heavy vetting process. Since none of them raised any questions, that meant that this thing was designed as such. With this thought in mind, Li Dongyang redirected his attention back to the several buttons on this set of weapons that were centered around the scope. In the end, he locked his eyes on the button labeled Recognize Lock in the upper left corner. Holding the mindset of trying it out, Li Dongyang pressed the button, then put his eyes on the scope again, and then locked his eyes on the Type 88 again. However, what happened in the scope this time did not disappoint Li Dongyang. The moment Li Dongyang moved the scope onto the Type 88, at the very center of the scope, a green box suddenly appeared, firmly latching onto the Type 88's body. At the same time, 2 days of green lines, one horizontal and one vertical, also appeared in the center of the green box, constantly flashing. In Li Dongyang's ears, a sharp beep 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 sound rang out. This sound only lasted for 2 to 3 seconds. In the end, the urgent beeping sound turned into a sharp long sound. At the same time, the 2 green lines also stopped flashing. See this scene. As if by magic, Li Dongyang subconsciously pulled the missile launch button. Brush. The next second, the anti-tank missile in the launch tube directly ejected. However, compared to the Red Arrow 8 missile's initial speed of up to 220 meters per second, The flying speed of this missile was much slower. Even after flying out 50 to 60 meters, it was already a bit shaky. However, just when Li Dongyang thought that this missile was a launch failure, in the next second, around its body, an airflow was suddenly ejected, changing its flight direction from horizontal to vertical. Immediately afterward, the assault engine inside the missile suddenly started. At the end of the missile, a tail flame was then ejected. Under the powerful thrust, the missile quickly rose into the air at a height of hundreds of meters. Immediately after flashing a bit of red light, it seemed to have locked onto its target. The missile was like a meteor falling from the sky. It accurately smashed into the roof of the Type 88 tank. Boom! A loud bang accompanied by a violent explosion reached everyone's ears. The entire turret of the Type 88 tank was completely penetrated directly under this blow. The dozens of shells stored inside the tank were also detonated by the metal jets shot from this missile. After a moment of silence, the entire tank once again exploded violently. Even the turret was lifted off the ground. The airwaves from the explosion even traversed a distance of more than 800 meters, scraping onto the already dazed faces of everyone present. However, Li Dongyang was oblivious. At this moment, his entire person had been frozen there as if he had been struck by lightning, transformed into a clay puppet. Compared to the calmness he showed on the surface. At this moment, in his mind, it was as if a mushroom bomb had been dropped on him, creating shocking waves. No. What exactly was the situation now? This missile launched by himself had not only perfectly solved the auto-lock tracking technology that had caused countless scientists a headache. At the same time, he was also able to strike the enemy's armored units, vertically, ground to ground, just like a ballistic missile? What kind of black technology is this? At this moment, Li Dongyang pulled out a cigarette from his pocket that he hadn't smoked for a long time. Shivering, he lit it up and took a deep breath afterward. His emotions finally settled down a little from the extreme chaos. Immediately after, he clenched his fists tightly and began to organize his thoughts. The technology of automatic locking and tracking, which allowed the operator to shoot and then leave it alone, greatly increasing the survival rate in front of the tanks, was not mentioned beforehand. Just say this vertical strike technology, the significance behind that is too significant. The reason why the emergence of Eagle Sauce M1A1 tanks, so that the Dragon Army felt unprecedented pressure is why? In addition to his strong firepower and information technology, is his impenetrable, thick equivalent to 1,300 mm homogeneous steel armor. In the face of this already can be called wall of size existence, the Dragon's tanks are equipped with 105 mm armor-breaking bullets can only look inside. Not to mention, the Red Arrow 8, or even 40 fire this kind of manpower preparation. Even, some army officers has been desperate to the point of preparation, once the Eagle Sauce and the Dragon Country conflict, will be reused flesh bombing track this helpless and sad method of warfare to deal with the M1A1. However, even though the M1A1 was so sturdy, its roof armor, however, was only 30 mm thick. Moreover, there wasn't a bit of beveling. That is to say, since this missile can penetrate this 88 type tank, naturally it can also penetrate the old American M1A1. What stands out is an equality of all beings. This also meant that once this set of anti-tank weapons was mass-produced, the Dragon Kingdom would truly have the ability to withstand the Eagle Sauce's ground armor force. At the thought of this, a flash of blood appeared in Li Dongyang's excited eyes. His expression was instantly agitated to the extreme. As the designer of the Dragon Kingdom's weapons, he had exhausted his thoughts, and all he thought about all the time was how to design a weapon that would suppress the Eagle Jam M1A1. Unexpectedly, his own side had not even gotten started. The group of people from Northern Industries had first come up with such an excellent weapon. It was really a case of a new generation pushing forward the previous waves, and a new generation of talented people coming out of the river and mountain. With such a group of talented juniors to replace him to continue to guard the Dragon Kingdom, he, Li Dongyang, would be happy even if he died. However, just at this moment, Li Dongyang was suddenly stunned. As if remembering something, he turned back to his guard Little Wang and asked, "Right, Little One, you seem to have mentioned this set of weapons to me before. It was designed by a trainee who just joined the factory not long ago? Then do you know this intern's information?" "Well, Mr. Li, I'm not very clear about this." At this time, Xiao Wang pondered for a moment and slowly replied. "However, I seem to have heard manager Wang Kaixian Wang of Northern Industries mention it once. This intern seems to be a graduate of HIT, right? His name seems to be Fang Yu. Chapter 18. It's not that 95 isn't good, it's that I'm too demanding." Fang Yu? Hearing this name, Li Dongyang repeated it in a low voice. Immediately afterward, he said to the guard at his side, "Xiao Wang, you immediately transfer this Fang Yu's information to me. This kid, a bit interesting." "Yes." The guard nodded and immediately turned around to leave. It was only after half an hour that he returned to the lounge of the experimental base with a sweaty face, handing a pile of information to Li Dongyang. Li Dongyang solemnly touched out his presbyopic glasses and earnestly began to look through Fang Yu's personnel information. A moment later, a flush of excitement appeared on his face. Good, good, good. This young man called Fang Yu is really not simple. After reading Fang Yu's resume, Li Dongyang directly almost shouted out in excitement. The reason why Fang Yu was able to hit the ground running and come up with such a strong anti-tank missile was not a coincidence at all, but a real ability. This less than 20-year-old young man had actually come up with over a dozen inventions and held over a dozen technological patents in the short 4 years he had been studying at school. He also came up with a godly weapon like HSLA-80 steel plate, which helped the Dragon Kingdom to solve the major issues that had been plaguing the naval shipbuilding for a long time. This kind of talent, even if it is just studying in an ordinary university, once graduated will be all kinds of units will be snatched up. Not to mention, he is also the boss of the 7 Sons of National Defense, Harbin Institute of Technology senior students. Like him, such a proud son, even after graduation, did not choose other more promising careers, but headlong into the military industry. To be able to give up the temptation of high-ranking and lucrative jobs, and resolutely decided to take root in the grassroots. Enough to show that this person not only has a talent that is difficult for ordinary people to reach, and the ambition of the high and far-reaching, by no means ordinary common people can reach. Great talent. This Fang Yu is definitely a great talent of the country. At the thought of this, Li Dongyang immediately placed a judgment of his own on Fang Yu. The next second, Li Dongyang looked at the tank missile in front of him, glanced again, and immediately made a decision after glancing at the handsome and elegant appearance of Fang Yu on the profile. Little Wang, help me push off all the trips in 3 days, no matter who looks for me, all the same I'm busy. This Fang Yu, I must personally go and meet him. At the same time, in the office of Northern Industries, after a day's work, the sun had already turned west. Everyone else in the office also went back to their own homes after bidding farewell to each other. At this time, Fang Yu was still in front of his desk, penning and drawing something. Little Fang. At this time, Wang Changhai, who had already gotten dressed and was ready to leave work, asked Fang Yu in a concerned tone. The samples of your set of anti-tank weapons have been sent up, and there are no more important research and development projects for a while. What are you working on here? Your sister-in-law other dishes to do general, but that water pop tripe do that called a local flavor. Brother Wang, I appreciate your kindness. However, I won't bother you and your sister-in-law. Hearing Wang Changhai's passionate invitation, Fang Yu stopped his pen and looked up with a bashful smile. As you know, I like to make small inventions when I was in school. While I'm inspired now, I have to quickly write it down, it would be bad if I forget it later. This way, Then okay, you first busy, wait for the next time we will meet again. Hearing this, Wang Changhai shrugged with a regretful face. However, you shouldn't be busy too late. Don't tire yourself out when the work isn't done, got it? Well, don't worry brother Wang. Hearing Wang Changhai's concern, Fang Yu's heart warmed and nodded. After seeing Wang Changhai leave, he put his attention back on the manuscript paper in front of him. Speaking of which, Fang Yu was really a little embarrassed. He wasn't actually working on any so-called small inventions, but rather, he was developing a new weapon behind everyone's back. The QBZ-191 type automatic rifle. And the reason why, after designing the Javelin missile, Fang Yu didn't take any breaks and started designing this assault rifle non-stop. There was no other reason. It was because if he delayed himself for a while longer, the Type 95 assault rifle would have to be officially put into service. This is not to say that the Type 95 assault rifle is not good. All things considered, the Type 95 assault rifle was definitely considered a good gun. The 95 type assault rifle has good stability, high accuracy, low cost, and abundant accessories. Especially after adopting the buttless design, it has greatly shortened the length of the gun body, making it more suitable for the street fighting scene. At the same time, it also has the best balance among the stockless firearms, and it is very convenient to carry. However, everything has two sides, there are advantages and disadvantages. Because at that time, when the Dragon Kingdom developed this assault rifle, it was the first time to design a small caliber weapon, all in terms of cognition and technical level, there are not small shortcomings. Take the most notable point. The way of expanding the function of the 95 type rifle is the simplest way of connecting the C-type. This way, although the structure is simple and durable but cannot form a modular function, it is difficult to meet the troops on the demand for a variety of functions. There is another point, which is also one of the controversial focuses of the gun. That is, it was also due to a design perception issue that led to the design of the Type 95 without the design of an empty silo mount. This made it impossible for soldiers using this assault rifle to either load quickly or to tell that the gun was finished shooting by the sound of the empty chamber hanging up. Let many use smooth hand 81 type assault rifle warriors, very uncomfortable. In addition to this, the 95 type assault rifle there is a forest of the rest of some minor problems Fang Yu did not go into detail. However, the emergence of these problems is also very normal. After all, the Dragon Country is also the first common sense initiative to design a small caliber light weapons, which belongs to the tuition fees that must be paid. Moreover, as the Dragon Country first designed out of small caliber assault rifle, 95 type already belongs to the Blue Star small caliber rifle among the rare excellent work. Logically, Fang Yu shouldn't and wouldn't want to be too harsh on this gun. But the problem is, other people did not know the shortcomings of this gun, but he himself was clear about them. Moreover, since he had already come to this world, why would he let the troops of the Dragon Kingdom guess the pit once more, instead of taking one step forward and designing an even better weapon for them to use? Chapter 19. Who told you to design it like this? Oldly, if you want to go and hang out, why don't you just go yourself? Why are you dragging me around? There's still a whole bunch of tests waiting for me over there now. 3 days later. At the entrance of a certain military compound in the imperial capital, an old man with white hair and wearing a Zhongshan suit was looking at Li Dongyang with a helpless face and frowned. Loafing around? What words is this? Do you think that you, old Qian, are the only one who is busy in the entire research institute, and all of us are just reading newspapers and drinking tea and hanging out? Hearing the old man's reply, Li Dongyang said with some exasperation, Get in the car, get in the car. I don't care how busy you are today, but even if the sky is going to fall today, you have to go with me to meet someone. Immediately after, without any further ado, he dragged the old man surnamed Qian into his automobile. After getting into the car, Li Dongyang shot a glance towards Xiao Wang, who understood, and regardless of whether Qian Lao was willing or not, he drove the car on his own, heading towards the outskirts of the imperial capital. No, oldly, what kind of person are you going to see? Go by yourself is not enough, still have to drag on me to give you courage? Seeing that he had gotten into the boat of thieves, Qian Lao also no longer struggled, but sighed helplessly and asked. Qian Lao's full name was Qian Xuanji, and he was the chief designer of the 208th Institute, which specialized in designing light weapons in the Dragon Kingdom. The masterpiece was the famous Type 95 assault rifle. The test he was talking about was also the test work of the Type 95 that was being developed. At this moment, the Type 95 assault rifle is in the final stage of finalization, which is the busiest time for the 208th Institute. In order to get this new rifle out as soon as possible, Qian Xuanji didn't even have time to sleep, much less to come to meet with Li Dongyang to see what people. However, upon hearing Qian Xuanji's complaint, Li Dongyang did not pick up on it, but handed over a pile of information. After Qian Xuanji took it, he just flipped through it twice, and his brows knitted into a Chuan character once again. Graduated from Harbin Engineering University, invented a dozen patents in 4 years, and even built an anti-tank missile capable of penetrating M1A1 tanks. What you're going to see is this young man called Fang Yu? Not bad. Li Dongyang sniffed and nodded. Having received an affirmative answer, Qian Xuanji also exhaled a deep breath, completely relaxing. The experimentation of the new assault rifle was certainly important. However, compared to going to see this genius, Fang Yu, it seemed to be less important. Although in the eyes of outsiders, designing a weapon was not a difficult task, one only needed to build a new weapon by tinkering with the existing one. However, only those who were engaged in this industry knew that. Weapon design, like any other industry, is also very talent-intensive. In many cases, the emergence of a weapon depends on a flash of genius. For example, as early as World War II, the Hanseatic state made the STG-44 assault rifle, but in the 5 or 6 years after the war, no other assault rifles appeared. It wasn't until Kalashnikov's appearance that the big-name AK-47 came out. Even the Dragon Kingdom was the same. If there was no Yumin, the great god, who had a flash of insight and came up with the Yumin configuration, a configuration that was unique to the entire blue planet. Until now, the Dragon Kingdom might not be able to create a fusion mushroom bomb. The development of history is certainly the efforts of countless ordinary people. However, it could not be denied that many times, the advancement of history required a gentle push from these geniuses. Therefore, if one's trip really unearthed Fang Yu, a genius, with Li Dongyang, the significance of that would be much greater than being in the experimental field yourself and doing 100 experiments. It is not possible to say, today's own behavior will become the butterfly effect. The butterfly flaps its wings a little bit. The future of the Dragon Kingdom, oriented in another direction. Soon, Li Dongyang's sedan had driven to the entrance of the factory of Northern Industries. It was the weekend, and the researchers and workers in the factory were already on vacation and resting. Therefore, the factory looked very empty and silent. Ta! A sound of closing the car door came from the front of the sedan. After Xiao Wang got into the car, he drove the sedan in the direction of the factory's library while saying, Mr. Li, Mr. Qian, I just asked the security guard at the entrance. That Fang Yu just came to Imperial City not long ago, so he has been living in the company dormitory. It should be in the company's library right now looking up information. You two wait a little, when we get to the place, I'll go up and call him down to see you. Hey! No. We are on this trip, but we are here to visit someone else. Letting them come down to see me is not reasonable. At this, Li Dongyang in the back row said with a smile. Stop the car, we'll just go up by ourselves later. After saying that, Li Dongyang then got out of the car with Qian Xuanji after the sedan stopped. slowly walking into the library of Northern Industries. It was during the weekend, and most people took advantage of this time to go for leisure and entertainment, which made the library, which was seldom patronized, even more unattended. Therefore, Li Dongyang and Qian Xuanji didn't even need to ask one by one, and recognized at a glance that the only young man in the library who was writing furiously was the Fang Yu he was looking for. At this very moment, on the desk in front of him, there was a large stack of specialized books. Fang Yu was flipping through these materials while scribbling something on his sketch paper with a focused expression. Even Li Dongyang and Qian Xuanji, who had long been standing across from him staring at him, were oblivious. Who? A cold wind passed through the window and rolled up a few drafts on Fang Yu's desk, landing squarely at Qian Xuanji's feet. Qian Xuanji picked up the draft papers and was about to step forward and return them to Fang Yu. However, after his eyes faintly skimmed over the contents on the draft paper, his pupils shrunk violently and his face changed wildly. This was because he suddenly realized that what Fang Yu had drawn on the draft paper was not something else, but the design of a brand new assault rifle. However, after he had carefully looked at the look and dimensions of that assault rifle on that design drawing, his whole body trembled with anger. Looking at Fang Yu, who had also stepped forward and was ready to pick up his draft, he split his head and asked, This assault rifle, was it you who designed it? This is not fooling around. ? Seeing his body trembling with anger, Qian Xuanji, who suddenly appeared in front of him and started spraying without saying a word. Fang Yu, who had just come back to his senses from full concentration, was also baffled. He is not. This old man, exactly Hua? I just came here less than a month ago, and I don't remember having a grudge against anyone. Why is the opposite side as if he owed him money, a word on his own spray up? Under 100 puzzles. Fang Yu scratched his head and asked with some hesitation. Excuse me, Grandpa, which one are you? Don't you care who I am, just tell me, just who told you to design this assault rifle like this? At this moment, Qian Xuanji's face turned blue, clutched Fang Yu's draft dead center and kept waving it around. Do you know that the mainstream of assault rifles in the international arena now is the stockless design? You insisted on designing the upper stock, how are you going to solve the gun length problem? If a soldier dies because of this, can you take the responsibility? Chapter 20, Stockless construction is the trend? Who recognized it? I see, you two old men, you must be the designers of the factory, right? Seeing Qian Xuanji's excited appearance, Fang Yu probably guessed the identity of the other party. Northern Industry covered an extremely wide range of businesses. It could be said that apart from certain highly specialized weapons and equipment, almost all of them were involved. This old man, I'm afraid, is the designer in the factory who specializes in firearms design. After all, it was only a peer that would have such a great reaction to seeing his own design drawings. Knowing the identity of the other party, Fang Yu also relaxed and said smilingly, Don't be playful with me, answer my question. In this present day where stockless construction is prevalent, why is it that what you designed is a stock rifle? However, after hearing Fang Yu's words, Qian Xuanji's face did not relax in the slightest. Instead, he stared at Fang Yu dead in the face, with a touch of unconcealed anger in his eyes. It was no wonder that Qian Xuanji was agitated into this state. He was not surprised that Fang Yu was able to design an assault rifle. After all, he was a genius who could even come up with an anti-tank missile. However, his designs had caused Qian Xuanji to be outraged. He had thought that a genius like Fang Yu would design a firearm that must also follow the blue star trend, or even surpass it. But he did not expect that Fang Yu would be so conservative. The assault rifle that was designed was even a conventional layout stocked assault rifle. This was simply heresy in the current era where stockless rifles were prevalent. As the father of the 95 type assault rifle, Qian Xuanji knows that the restless rifle is the main direction of the future development of light weapons. Because the stockless rifle has a conventional rifle does not have the advantage, that is short. In the case of using the same length barrel, the stockless structure will significantly shorten the gun body. And it's really quite simple to do this by moving the receiver back so that the receiver goes into the stock structure and the entire rifle has no separate stock. The controls, trigger, etc. are moved forward, which equates to the barrel being extended backward and lengthened. This naturally results in a longer barrel for the same gun length. For the same barrel length, the gun is shorter. The benefits of this are obvious. First, the stockless structure makes the rifle lighter in weight and shorter in length, making it easier to carry. Secondly, based on the short barrel of the stockless rifle, it makes him more suitable for use in tight spaces such as armored vehicles, with high mobility. Further, the center of a stockless rifle is usually located near the grip, which makes it more stable when shooting and allows it to be operated with one hand, making it easy to aim and shoot quickly. Finally, because the butt stockless rifle against the shoulder part of the rifle magazine and the gun machine footsie in the same straight line can effectively improve the shooting accuracy. It is also because of these benefits, so that Europe as the representative of the advanced countries, have abandoned the original use of stocked rifles and began to massively develop and replace the stockless rifle. In these few years, a large number of such as John's SA-80, Dyson's TAR-21, Audi's August and other excellent assault rifles emerged. The Type 95 assault rifle that he was experimenting with and would soon be finalized was a proper stockless rifle. Under such a raging tide, Fang Yu was so conservative that he chose to continue designing a conventional layout assault rifle. Whether he was a genius or not, Qian Xuanji was still unsure. However, Qian Xuanji was able to determine from this that Fang Yu was definitely a conservative who adhered to the rules. Old master is quizzing me? However, since you have asked, then it is not good for the late generation not to answer. If there is something wrong in what I said, I hope that you, old master, will bear with me. Seeing the serious-looking Qian Xuanji, Fang Yu frowned somewhat breathlessly. However, it just so happened that he was tired of taking notes. Chatting with these two old masters now was also considered as a rest. Therefore, he stood up, moved his muscles and began to talk eloquently. First of all, please forgive me for disagreeing with this old master's opinion. A stockless structure will never be the mainstream of firearms design. What did you say? Not expecting Fang Yu to come up and overturn his assertion first, Qian Xuanji was directly confused. You're saying that the stockless structure is not mainstream? It's simply a joke. Could it be that the structure used by so many countries in Europe is not mainstream? That's right. Who knows? After hearing Qian Xuanji's words, Fang Yu nodded. Don't be in a hurry, old master, listen to me explain to you slowly. I'd like to ask you one thing, since the trayless structure is so good, why is it that as the only two superpowers of the Blue Star, the Eagle Jam and the Woolly Bear have not developed it? This is of course because the existing weapon stockpile is so large that there is no need for it yet. By the time in a few years, after the current weapons are retired, these two countries will also replace their existing standardized weapons with non-tooled ones. Qian Xuanji said with incomparable confidence after a brief reflection. Old master, you're thinking wrong on this point. Mao Bear and Eagle Sauce will never adopt a stockless rifle as their standardized equipment. Because they are big countries. Superpowers. After hearing Fang Yu's words, Qian Xuanji felt like he was getting sidetracked. How could a superpower not be able to equip stockless rifles? At the very least, he should give a reason, right? It's simple, because the strategic purposes are different. Seeing the doubt on the two men's faces, Fang Yu continued to add with a confident smile on his face. The reason why the European countries have adopted stockless rifles is because they are not prepared to play the S3 season. What these small European countries often face are mostly law and order issues such as gangland firefights and hostage-taking. The location of the mission also often occurs in some narrow residential buildings. That's why they pay so much attention to the length of the body of the assault rifle. After all, in that kind of cramped environment, every bit of gun body length will increase the chances of being discovered by the bandits, lowering the survival rate of the hostages. Speaking here, Fang Yu slightly slowed down, that is, letting his mouth get a rest. He also left a gap, allowing Qian Xuanji and the two of them time to think for themselves. A moment later, he went on to add. Europe only needs to consider the issue of law and order, while the Hairy Bear and Eagle Sauce have much more to consider. These two countries are countries that are really thinking about preparing for the S3 season. In the midst of a big war of this scale, the benefits brought about by a gun body that is so few centimeters shorter are not significant at all. And the disadvantages brought about as a result are countless. Chapter 21, The Disadvantages of Stockless Construction, Listening to Stupid Chanson. Disadvantages? What disadvantages can there be to a trayless structure? At this moment, after hearing Fang Yu's eloquent speech just now, Qian Xuanji had gradually come to his senses from his initial indignation and paid more and more attention to Fang Yu's words. As the structure used by the most number of countries in the entire blue planet, the buttless structure could be said to be time-tested. Even himself, a master designer of light weapons and many of the famous gun makers in Europe could not see anything wrong with it. You, a young man less than 20 years old, can see it? Although somewhat disdainful, Qian Xuanji still wanted to listen to just what Fang Yu could say that was different. Everything has advantages and disadvantages, that's a given. The stockless rifle is naturally no exception. Upon hearing this, Fang Yu nodded and said, in my opinion, there are so many disadvantages of the stockless rifle. The first is the innate disadvantage of the stockless structure, the ergonomics are not very friendly. Because the receiver is rear-mounted, both the case throw and the magazine will be arranged backwards, this will be very uncomfortable for lifting the gun to shoot. Ergonomic habits. This belongs to the birth defect, it is difficult to change through the design. This point for the August has been considered the best, but is still criticized by many people who have used. The shell throwing problem has actually always been present in stockless rifles. In Fang Yu's previous life, there had been quite a few friends who were soldiers who had complained about this problem to themselves. Because of the structure of the stockless rifle, the 95 type assault rifle's shell throwing position is very backward. Many times, once the continuous shooting time is too long, some shells will be thrown to the rear or to the right. If one's face is a little close to the gun, one will easily be hit by the ejected shells. Although it was not so bad that one was injured, it did very much affect the shooting accuracy. Later, this problem was also gradually solved after the second overhaul. Secondly, it is the common problem of stockless rifles, the aiming baseline is too high. Aiming at a high baseline, this will not only lead to easy to hit the face when using, and the shells are thrown at a high height, the sound is loud, and the chamber smokes, easy to smoke the user's eyes. Also, most stockless rifles have a carry handle design for ease of carry. The higher carry handle design affects shooting accuracy. Additionally, the fixed carry handle and receiver pull handle are located within the carry handle, raising the sighting device upward, requiring the soldier to expose more area for aiming shots from behind cover, and the tall collimation base is inconvenient to carry. These two major drawbacks alone prove that this design is not suitable for the battlefield, but is more suited for policing missions. Speaking here, Fang Yu took the opportunity to pick up a cup and take a sip of water. Looking at Qian Xuanji and Li Dongyang, who had already been somewhat dumbfounded by what he said, the rest, such as the heat dissipation problem, the problem of front lightness and back weight incoherence, relative to these two big problems are all harmless, so I won't expand on them. In short, it's just one sentence. If our Dragon Kingdom, like these small European countries, designed this new rifle with the original intention of policing, then I have no problem with the next new rifle adopting a stockless structure. But, if our Dragon country still has the need to protect the country and defend the enemy from outside the country's gates, then we definitely can't build such a new stockless rifle that doesn't look good but is not useful. Saying this, Fang Yu finally stopped his eloquent speech and instead turned his gaze on Qian Xuanji, who was gradually looking unfavorable. That is, this old man was asking about the shortcomings of his own stockless rifle. There was only so much one could think of. However, in reality, the shortcomings of the Dragon Kingdom Type 95 were much more serious than this. At the very least, an assault rifle with a stockless structure like the August still had the function of hanging the weapon from an empty compartment. And due to the development of the understanding and technical level of the limitations of the 95 type automatic rifle, even the empty chamber hang up this function are not. Moreover, because of cost reasons, 95 equipped with a simple night sight device using radioactive isotopes promethium-147 through the filling method of assembly. This leads to the problem of insufficient brightness and easy dislodging in use. At the same time, the 95 type automatic rifle bite should meet the mechanical sight as the main mode of aiming requirements of the limitations caused by the installation of optical sights after the aiming baseline is too high, cannot comfortably close to the cheek aiming. Of course, that's not a big deal. But another fatal problem with this gun is that the magazine is too rigid. To meet the requirements for reliable use at low temperatures of 45 C, the fiberglass content of the plastic can't be too high, which leads to a lack of strength. Even hand strength of some warriors, in loading the bullet, must be careful for fear of accidentally give a pinch flat. Therefore, even in the equipment of 95 assault rifles in these years, there are people specifically made up high baseline, easy to hit the face, plastic magazines, a pinch flat, this kind of jingle to this gun to mock. Of course, it is fortunate that Fang Yu did not say these words out loud. Otherwise, the chief designer of the 95 type rifle in front of him, knowing that his pride and joy of the new rifle has so many problems, under the shame and anger, I'm afraid that he would have to have his blood pressure spike and be sent directly to the hospital. This. According to you, could it be that this buttless structure, is it really worthless? After hearing these shortcomings from Fang Yu, Qian Xuanji's cold sweat instantly beat through his back. Fang Yu's words were like steel needles that pierced into his mind, almost causing him to instantly break his defenses. As the saying goes, lies don't hurt people, the truth is the quick sword. If what Fang Yu had said was just some platitudes, Qian Xuanji would have just laughed it off. But on the contrary, every word Fang Yu said is into the feelings and reasoning, can't not believe it. However, if what Fang Yu said was true, then wouldn't that mean the Type 95 assault rifle, which he had spent countless efforts on, and which he had toiled for more than 1,000 days before it was finally finalized, was worthless? After struggling for a moment, Qian Xuanji finally opened his eyes, trembling, and carefully asked. Stockless rifles certainly have the advantages of stockless rifles. Like I said, these stockless rifles are excellent as anti-terrorist weapons for some small countries in Europe. He can effectively supplement the shortcomings of the lack of lethality of miniature submachine guns such as the MP5, and can allow these anti-terrorist forces to better fulfill their missions. Our Dragon Kingdom also does need such a gun to provide for our armed police forces to use. But, letting him top the beam and be the standardized weapon of the next generation of the Dragon Kingdom army, I'm afraid he doesn't have the ability to do so. Hearing this, Fang Yu said sincerely. Good, I understand what you mean. Hearing Fang Yu's words, Qian Xuanji took a deep breath and nodded as if resigned to his fate. Immediately afterward, he dropped his gaze once again to the design drawing that Fang Yu had drawn and asked. However, since you said that the stockless rifle is not worthy of being the next generation of Dragon Kingdom's standardized weaponry, then, do you think that this assault rifle you designed, he is worthy of it? Chapter 22, give you a chance to replace the 95. Looking at Qian Xuanji's burning eyes, Fang Yu was clearly stunned. Immediately, he also straightened up and said, whether or not this gun is worthy of becoming the new generation of Dragon Kingdom's standardized weapon, I don't count when I say it, and neither does your old man. One has to wait for the sample gun to be built and tested before making a decision. After all, practice is the only standard for testing the truth, isn't it? However, right at this moment, is Xiao Fang here? Your sister-in-law made slippery pills at noon and insisted that I bring them to you. I've given you a big bowl to treat you, the big achiever. There's plenty of time to read. Go, let's go to the cafeteria and have a good drink. At this moment, Wang Changhai's brash voice came from not far away. Only, after seeing the two people standing in front of Fang Yu, his voice instantly came to an abrupt end. Wang Changhai stammered. Gu. Isn't this Mr. Li and Mr. Qian? Why did you two run to our factory without saying a word? Say hello, so I can greet you in advance. Mr. Li? Mr. Qian? Hearing the sharp pop from Wang Changhai, a trace of bewilderment surfaced on Fang Yu's face. What? These two old men were not colleagues in the factory, but leaders? Moreover, judging from Wang Changhai's reaction, they were still of a very high rank? Seeing that their identities were called out, Li Dongyang and Qian Xuanji simply stopped pretending. Li Dongyang laughed, first glanced at Wang Changhai with dissatisfaction, followed by a gentle Fang Yu said. Sorry, young man, just lied to you. In fact, we are not employees of Northern Industries. To reacquaint myself, I am Li Dongyang, the director of the 5th Research Institute of Imperial Weapons R&D in Manufacturing. And the one beside me is Qian Xuanji, the director of the 208th Institute of our Longguo Weaponry and Equipment Group Corporation. Upon hearing this, Fang Yu froze violently. The Imperial Weapons Research and Development 5th Research Institute? Wasn't that the most cutting-edge and secretive weapons research and development base in the Dragon Kingdom? In the latter days, many of the Dragon Kingdom's cutting-edge weapons, such as electromagnetic cannons, DF-17 missiles, quantum relay satellites, and so on, all came from the hands of the 5th Research Institute. It could be said that the 5th Research Institute was the Holy Land in the hearts of every Dragon Kingdom's military workers. And the Weapons and Equipment Group Company 208 Institute. That is not the unit that developed the 95 type assault rifle? Then, in front of this Qian Sun's money, naturally, is also the father of the famous 95. After learning the identity of the other party, Fang Yu was embarrassed and somewhat at a loss for words. Just now in the case of not knowing the identity of the other party, he was directly to the buttless rifle to reduce to nothing. However, who could have known that the person in front of him was the father of the 95 type assault rifle? In front of the face of others say this is not the same as when the monk scolded the thief bald? You've offended such a big man right off the bat. What did Inspector Xing say? The mother of God, affecting the career Therefore, after listening to Wang Changhai's introduction, Fang Yu immediately revealed a smile of embarrassment and hurriedly turned to Qian Sun Dao. Mr. Qian, I just didn't know it was you. The words I said before were just for fun, you mustn't take it to heart. Don't take it to heart? How can this work? Hearing this, Qian Xuanji frowned and looked at Fang Yu. Didn't you say it quite well just now? Why are you wimping out now? Alright, don't put on this worthless face in front of me. Although the 95 type rifle was still under development, it was a military secret. However, as an insider of the Northern Industries, Fang Yu was afraid that he had already known from various ways that the Type 95 rifle he was researching used a stockless structure. That's why he was afraid of angering himself because of the words he just said. But, is he really the kind of person who can't listen to other people's words? Young man, you're right, using a stockless rifle as the next generation of the Dragon Kingdom's standardized weapon is indeed something I've under-considered. But I can't really throw away my heart and soul that took me years of effort to research and hundreds of people to work on just because of a few words from you. Qian Xuanji gave a slight beat as he said this. Let's put it this way, since you're so confident in this assault rifle you've designed that you think it has the ability to replace the 95 as the next generation of Dragon Kingdom's standardized weapon, then you might as well make it and compare it to the Type 95 I designed for real. If it's really like you said, all the data of this gun is better than the 95, then I'm just sparing this old face. I'll also recommend this gun of yours to the top management as the next generation of the Dragon Kingdom Army's standardized weapon. What do you think? This isn't too good, right? After all, Elder Qian, you have also said that the Type 95 is the result of several years of your hard work. Upon hearing this, Fang Yu said with more or less hesitation. Young man, this you are wrong. In front of the interests of the Dragon Kingdom, my personal reputation and honor is worthless. After hearing Fang Yu's words, who knew that Qian Xuanji was uncharacteristic inside. I won't hide it from you, it's also my first time designing this kind of small caliber weapon, both in terms of experience and technology, there are immature places. The organization gave me this task, and I've been exhausting myself day and night for fear of not being able to do it right. If, indeed, you can design a gun that is far better than the Type 95, I'm still eager to do so. Moreover, with a genius junior like you, old me will finally be able to unload my burden and go home to enjoy my old age. In that case, then the late generation will dare to give it a try. After a moment of silence, Fang Yu nodded heavily. Good. Then this matter is settled. Seeing that Fang Yu agreed so painfully, Qian Xuanji also came to be energized. At the same time, he instructed. Right, Fang Yu, your movements must be fast. I might as well tell you that this Type 95 assault rifle I designed will soon be completing all the tests and submitting it to the top management for approval. If you don't manage to come up with your sample within half a year, once the high-level approval is complete, by then even if your gun is good enough, it won't be able to top the 95, got it? Don't worry, Elder Qian, I don't even need half a year that long, not even half a month. Hearing this, Fang Yu patted his chest with incomparable confidence and said, 10 days. As long as there are enough manpower and resources, within 10 days, I will be able to build a prototype gun. Chapter 23 7 days. Build a prototype gun within 7 days. Fang Yu pondered for a moment and gave Qian Xuanji a relatively accurate answer. In fact, with the design and manufacturing capabilities of the Type 191 assault rifle obtained from the system, Fang Yu knew every detail of the Type 191 rifle. To make a prototype rifle out of it, a week at most would be enough. Saying 10 days was just a guard against accidents in the middle. But at the same time, Fang Yu could not help but feel a pang of doubt in his heart. Why would a bigwig of the level of Qian Xuanji and Li Dongyang happen to appear here? Obviously, he did not have any interactions with him before, could it be? Fang Yu's gaze swept over to Wang Changhai, who was standing on the side with a compensatory smile, and in an instant, he probably knew the answer. It must be that the anti-tank missile that he had manufactured was sent to the Imperial Capital Experimental Base, and after testing, the data of the new anti-tank missile was too excellent, causing the curiosity of the two bigwigs, and that was why he had come to see himself in person. 10 days? Comrade Fang Yu, you're not joking, right? Upon hearing this, Li Dongyang frowned and asked in surprise. Although Fang Yu had designed drawings, but that was only data on paper. Once it was put into practice, it was not that simple. The errors in the parts caused by the process, the special materials needed for certain parts, and the adjustment of the parameters. Each required a lot of time and resources to solve. Based on Li Dongyang's many years of experience. Even if all of Fang Yu's data was correct and there were no problems with the manufacturing process, the minimum time-consuming time to build a prototype gun would need to be above 1 month. Comrade Fang Yu, you should not feel pressured to hastily speed up because of us. In fact, we came here this time, mainly for the set of anti-tank missiles you designed, and seeing the design drawings of this new rifle is purely coincidental. At this time, Qian Xuanji also said in a gentle tone. This is a big matter, just take your time, within 3 months you can manufacture a sample rifle even if it is a victory. Although Qian Xuanji wanted to see this new rifle designed by Fang Ning more than anyone else, he also knew the reasoning of slow work makes fine work, and said to Fang Yu, done good temptation. 3 months? That's too long. Who knows? Fang Yu shook his head slightly after hearing Qian Xuanji's words. It was now the winter of 1993, and in Fang Yu's memory, the Type 95 assault rifle had officially passed the review in the spring of 94, becoming the next generation of Dragon Kingdom's standardized weapon. In other words, the window period left for himself was not as long as half a year as Qian Xuanji said. If one really dawdled and took 3 months to build a prototype rifle, I'm afraid the yellow flowers and vegetables would have gotten cold. By that time, the wood had been turned into a stone, and the Type 95 had officially become the next generation of Dragon Kingdom's standardized weapon. The development of light weapons in the Dragon Country, again to repeat the mistake of the last life, was delayed for more than 10 years of time. Living a new life, one must not let this kind of thing repeat itself. 7 days. I only need 7 days to come up with a prototype gun. And guarantee to pass the test. 7 days? Hearing that instead of following his own advice, Fang Yu once again reduced the time. Surprise was immediately written all over Qian Xuanji and Li Dongyang's faces. This Fang Yu really was getting more and more outrageous. 7 days, I'm afraid that he couldn't even figure out the main structure of the gun body, right? Little Fang. How can you talk to a leader? 7 days is 7 days, why are you yelling? Why are you yelling? Why don't you apologize to the two chiefs? At this time, Wang Changhai, who had been standing on the side without saying anything, suddenly stepped forward and scolded Fang Yu. Then, with a fawning smile on his face, he said to Li Dongyang, Mr. Qian, Mr. Li, this guy's speech has usually been so impulsive. I've criticized him many times and he doesn't change. But, well, at least he is also a big contributor to building a new anti-tank missile. You guys mustn't blame him, haha. Go, what do you take us for? Do you see us like someone who can't even listen to such a little talk? Upon hearing this, Li Dongyang impatiently drove Wang Changhai away like a fly. Then he turned to Fang Yu and asked, Fang Yu, what you just said, is it all true? In 7 days, you can really build a prototype gun? If you can really build a sample gun and pass the test, not to mention anything else, I will definitely be like old Qian. Even if I put my life on the line, I will make sure that this gun becomes the next generation of our Dragon Kingdom's standardized weapon. Don't worry, two chiefs, I don't fight unprepared battles. Fang Yu said confidently. As long as I have the full support of everyone in the arsenal and the two of you, I will definitely be able to build this prototype gun within the stipulated time. Just wait for my good news. Good. Since you have said so, then I will believe you once. Seeing that look of unshakable determination on Fang Yu's face, Qian Xuanji and Li Dongyang looked at each other and nodded. Those who dared to speak big words were either liars or had real skills that were unattainable to ordinary people. And, from being able to create that brand new set of anti-tank missiles before, Fang Yu was clearly the latter. Thinking of this, Qian Xuanji stepped forward and with an encouraging look, patted Fang Yu's shoulder. Little Fang, 7 days. After 7 days, I'll be waiting for you to give me a surprise. Don't worry, Elder Qian. Upon hearing this, Fang Yu smiled bashfully and said in a dashing manner, "Guarantee to complete the mission." Just as Fang Yu confidently accepted this mission and prepared to go big. 3 days later, in a certain maneuver base in the northwest of the Dragon Kingdom. Bang! Accompanied by a crunching sound. A middle-aged man wearing a combat uniform viciously flung his steel helmet onto the ground's rough and rocky surface. At the same time, the veins rippled as he pointed to the sky and cursed angrily. Damn it! This guy, Manmitsu no Cookie, is too much of a, isn't he? Who's a good guy who throws mushroom bombs the moment he comes up? How the hell are we supposed to play? The person who spoke, full name Lu Guanhua, is a battalion commander of a battalion under the jurisdiction of the 38th Army that is guarding the imperial capital. This time, on behalf of the 38th Army, he came to participate in the Zhu-Ri joint exercise that was just set up by the Dragon Kingdom. Originally, he thought that this exercise was the same as the previous one, just going through the motions and taking the opportunity to train the troops. Who knows, a come-up, this Zhu-Ri resident of the Blue Army gave him a downward spiral. As one of the top trump card troops of the Dragon Kingdom, 38 Army has the most advanced weapons in the Dragon Country, in a variety of theater, can be said to be always win undefeated division. However, this time, the 145th Battalion led by Lu Guanhua was defeated. The reason is also very simple, because this time in his opposite, is no longer before those who go through the Blue Army. Opposite the commander of the full light of possession, is a high-tech air force with eagle sauce, hairy bears of steel torrent, the iron will of the dragon warriors mixed forces. After deduction, he had just entered the battlefield with this 145th Battalion, and lost half of his battalion under the bombardment of F-15s played by J-8s. Immediately after that, it was even continuously pounded by a steel torrent of hundreds of Mao Bears T-72s. Fortunately, as the most elite troops of the Dragon Kingdom, Lu Guanhua did not panic in the face of danger, leading his officers and soldiers to fight hard, and surprisingly withstood the waves of attacks from Manguangji. Eyes is about to break out. Who knows, at this time, but received a call from the theater command, told them that their troops had been in the full of light of the mushroom bomb bombing, almost all killed in action. Chapter 24, Fairness? How can there be fairness between countries? Grandma. There is Eagle Jam's Air Force, Mao Bear's Steel Torrent and the iron-blooded military spirit of our Dragon Kingdom troops even so. Now even mushroom bombs can be casually thrown. Who the hell can beat this? This isn't a fair play at all. I'm not convinced. I want command to give me a statement now. Lu Guanhua, who had never suffered such a big loss, immediately roared in dissatisfaction at the acting directorate across the intercom after getting this news. Protest is invalid. Please ask the commander to immediately lead the remaining fighters to continue the mission. Otherwise, the maneuver directorate will instantly determine that your department has lost its combat capability, thus judging your department as a failure and ending this maneuver. However, after hearing Lu Guanhua's rant, on the other end of the walkie-talkie, it still maintained a rippling tone and said slowly, "I go to your grandpa. Sentencing negative on negative, I'm afraid of you this? On your terms, even if the immortals come, they won't win. Go go go. Come home with me. Let that man Guangji guy play by himself." Upon hearing this, Lu Guanhua laughed back in anger, and simply threw the walkie-talkie away, stood up and greeted the warriors around him, preparing to fight his way back home. After all, in his opinion, this Zhu-Ri exercise is the Dragon Country military big brothers, deliberately made out to make fun of their own people to come. The troops led by the opposite side of himself, the Manchu Guangji, has the level of information technology and naval and air force of the Eagle Sauce, but also has the steel torrent of the Mao Bear in its heyday, and even also has the resistance to the Eagle Aid Stick period, the Dragon Warriors that the Blue Star's first light infantry ability and spirit. Such an unprecedented force, even if the aliens come, also have to shout a master. Not to mention, on top of that, Manguangji could also use tactical nuclear weapons to attack himself anytime, anywhere. Not to mention himself, even if Eagle Sauce came, he would still have to be smoked by him. In this condition, even if he is to use the strength of the milk cannot win, it is better to go directly back home, save here to be played as a monkey. Who knows, just at this time. Walkie-talkie go suddenly came a majestic voice. Lu Guanhua, if you dare to go like this today, go back to my old man will pull out the skin on your body, let you go to the cooking class to take the blame. Hearing this voice, Lu Guanhua, who was still angry, instantly froze. Because, on the other end of the walkie-talkie, it was his own top boss's top boss, the commander-in-chief of the 38th Army, Su Jiangwo. Chief Su? Why did you also come to this Thai place? Seeing this, Lu Guanhua hurriedly picked up the walkie-talkie on the ground and asked cautiously. Hee, why did I come? The purpose of me coming is to watch over you skin monkeys, don't let you turn against the sky. Listen up, now, immediately give me the order to continue the maneuver as per the director's orders. Otherwise, you, the battalion commander, won't be one for me anymore. Is that clear? Mr. Su, it's not that I don't want to continue, this drill is too unfair. Knowing that the opposite side is his own leader, Lu Guanhua hastily poured out his bitterness. Why does he Man Guangji have to have what he wants, and even mushroom bombs can be used? We just have to fight him according to the original configuration? Mr. Su, it's not that I'm bragging, if the director's department can let that guy Man Guangji bring a battalion that's exactly the same as mine to fight a fair fight, I definitely won't lose. Not fair? If you're a wimp, you said you're a wimp. You mother or less give me an excuse. Who knows, before Lu Guanhua got halfway through his words, Su Jiangwo immediately rudely interrupted him. You want to be fair, right? Then let me ask you, right now it's still just a drill, those dick things in Man Guangji's hand are still fake. If one day, you really get into a fight with the moldy countryman, what will you do? In other people's hands, but they really have F-22, M1A1, nuclear-powered aircraft carriers and these things. What, when the time comes, you are also going to shout at others for being unfair, and demand that the moldy countryman can only use M60 to play tank hedge with your Type 88 as well? Speaking here, Su Jiangwo's voice immediately raised an octave and snapped. Fair? If we fought a war with this idea in mind, then back then, our Dragon Kingdom shouldn't have opened up with the moldy countryman in the peninsula. Let me tell you. The purpose of the Zhu Rihe exercise held this time is to completely break these unrealistic fantasies in the minds of you people. There is no fairness between countries. Bullying people on the basis of superior equipment is something that individuals would do. What need is there for you? What we need to do is to start from the actual battle and exercise our ability to still fight and win under inferior equipment. Now, do you understand? Yes, I understand, Mr. Su. Resolutely complete the mission. Su Jiangwo's words were like a sledgehammer that hit Lu Guanhua's heart. It made Lu Guanhua prick his back as if he was in a cold sweat. At this moment, he also understood the good intentions of these bigwigs of the Dragon Kingdom's military. Not bad, in this world, between countries, there was no fairness to speak of. Right now, he could complain about Man Guangji's trickery, and he could pat his ass and walk away. But, what if one day, he or she really went on the battlefield against Eagle Jam? At that time, they can also like the present so elegant, found that the Eagle Sauce are using a generation beyond their own new weapons, cursed unfair, also like today to go away? This is obviously impossible. If you really do this, it would be a shame for the uniform on your body. First Company Commander, give me a report on casualties. With this in mind, Lu Guanhua immediately picked himself up and commanded the remaining troops. Although he knew that he would inevitably lose this maneuver in the end, he had to at least show the bones of the 38th Army. Reporting to the battalion commander, after 3 rounds of strikes, all of our battalion's heavy equipment has been destroyed as approved by the Director's Department. Of the battalion's 756 men, only 96 have survived now, of which 16 are seriously wounded and 10 are lightly wounded. That is to say, there are only less than 70 people who can continue with the mission. What? Only this many people left? At those words, Lu Guanhua directly froze. He knew that Man Guangji was ruthless, but he didn't expect the other party to be this ruthless. This one heavy reinforced battalion of his own had just arrived at the battlefield, and without firing a single shot, it had already been reduced by 90%. There were only 70 people left, not even a single tank. And now they are facing, is full of dozens of fighter jets and hundreds of M1A1 tanks. The gap in strength is so wide, Lu Guanhua wants to defend himself is very difficult. Not to mention, to complete the mission given to him by the Director Department, to destroy the Blue Army, that is, the command of the full light of the. Chapter 25, A Dead Horse is a Living Horse. Give me the latest battlefield troop distribution map. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Guanhua immediately said to the commander of the First Company. In the current situation, it's useless to think about it anymore, one can only treat a dead horse as a living horse and see if there's a way to survive in death. A few moments later, a map labeled with various markings was sent to Lu Guanhua's eyes. Only after looking at the distribution of troops on it, a sense of despair instantly enveloped Lu Guanhua. A sense of despair instantly enveloped Lu Guanhua's heart. Throughout the entire Zhu Rai maneuver base, there are a total of 3 channels that can reach Man Guangji's command. Only 2 of them, one of them is being closely monitored by dozens of aircraft of Man Guangji, and the other one is being heavily guarded by 2 reinforced companies of Man Guangji plus a dozen tanks. To raid them with their own 70 or so light infantry without heavy weapons, it would not be an exaggeration to say that they were hitting a stone with an egg. However, the third road that led to Manmitsu no Kuzuki's headquarters, although it was only guarded by 3 or 4 tanks. However, from the map, it was a craggy path that was only 1 person wide. Not to mention that it was guarded by 3 or 4 M1A1 tanks. Even if there is only 1 squad with heavy machine guns guarding the path, the 70 or so men will not be able to pass through. When you can do one man to pass, 10,000 men cannot open. In fact, even if this road is not a craggy trail that can only be used by one person, as long as there are 3 or 4 M1A1 tanks guarding it, it is still difficult to break through. After all, that is M1A1A. As the Blue Star's first third-generation tank, he just appeared, has completely become the nightmare of all land power countries. Putting aside the powerful 125mm smoothbore gun and the ability of full information technology. Just say, his armor made of depleted uranium armor and reinforced ceramic interlayer has become the Blue Star other countries' tanks simply cannot penetrate the wall of size. Previously, Lu Guanhua had estimated. In the absence of other factors, the exchange ratio between those 88 type tanks and M1A1 under his own hand, I'm afraid that it will come to a shocking 5-to-1. That is to say, to destroy one M1A1, the Dragon Kingdom would have to pay the price of 5 type 88 tanks. Of course, this exchange ratio, or in their own tactical use of proper, for 88 type to attract the attention of the M1A1, so that one of them can take the opportunity to slip behind the other side of the situation. If the M1A1 can keep facing the Type 88, then the Type 88 has no possibility to destroy even one M1A1. After all, 88 type proud of 105mm tank gun, even with the latest type of armor-piercing ammunition researched by scientists in the Dragon Kingdom, can cause the maximum penetration depth, but only 550mm only. And the front armor of the M1A1 is to reach a desperate more than 1000mm. At that thought, Lu Guanhua took a deep breath and glanced at the weapon statistics report handed over by the second company commander. Instantly, his face became even more somber. Under the attack just now, the tanks of his battalion had already been judged to be completely destroyed. Now on hand, the only weapon that could cause damage to those M1A1 tanks was the Red Arrow 8 anti-tank missile. However, even if the penetration depth of these Red Arrow 8s was only 800mm, and whether they could penetrate the M1A1s was still unknown, under the attack just now, it was determined that there were only 3 sets left. Seeing this scene, Lu Guanhua's hand that was clutching the report was rippling with veins, and he gritted his teeth hard before putting back his heart that was smashing the report to the ground. The fighting spirit that had just been raised because of Su Jiangwo's words also dissipated. If the tanks were inferior, then so be it. With his own tactics, he was still able to tangle with Manguangji for a bit. But you can't ban my tanks and at the same time compress your own anti-tank missiles to this point, right? How can you fight? Could it be that one wants to use the assault rifle in one's hand to shoot against those M1A1s? Or do you want to let yourself, these people, take the rifle grenades in your hands, to crack open the shells of these iron bastards? Thinking of this, Lu Guanhua's anger rose from his heart, gritted his teeth, and a crazy idea suddenly drilled into his head. Didn't he say that everything in this maneuver is practical? That's fine. I don't want to give up my life. Just follow the example of the predecessors of the Dragon State once, holding the explosive packets drilling you under the car and you with the death of the total line it. However, just when Lu Guanhua was at a loss about the mission, Zhao Changzheng, the instructor of the 145th Battalion, who had not said anything and had been sentenced to serious injury, suddenly spoke up. Old Lu, take it easy for now. Perhaps, I have a way to deal with those tanks guarding the trail. What? What method? Why didn't you say it before, old Zhao? Upon hearing this, Lu Guanhua's spirit perked up and hurriedly looked up at Zhao Changzheng. The reason why I didn't say it before was because I was sure if this thing was as good as they said or not. Zhao Changzheng said as he yanked out an army green case from behind himself. Immediately afterward, it was directly opened in full view of everyone. Instantly, a set of stylized sci-fi, thick and large missile launchers appeared in front of the crowd. Instructor, what is this? After a moment of silence, the company commander of the first company asked curiously. This thing is a set of the latest anti-tank missiles. It was just researched by Northern Industries. It doesn't even have a code name. It's just a small-scale installation for experimentation. Our 38 Army is close to the water and has been allocated a few sets. I hadn't even had time to experiment before I received orders to come here for maneuvers, so I brought them along. I heard those old fellows from Northern Industries say that this set of anti-tank missiles was specially researched for Eagle Sauce's M1A1. Whether it's bragging or not I don't know, but it's already happened, so it can only be a dead horse. Hearing the question from the first company commander, Zhao Changzheng explained it one by one. Old Zhao, you said that this thing can penetrate an M1A1. You're not kidding me, right? Lu Guanhua looked at this set of missiles in the case, his eyes narrowed slightly, his heart somewhat disbelieving. This case, with the weight of the case, was only about 60 pounds. It was almost 2/3 lighter than the full weight of 88 kilograms of the Red Arrow 8. The volume was also smaller by a full 1/2. For Lu Guanhua, who had always believed that bigger was better and more was more beautiful, this set of anti-tank missiles did not look very powerful. Now even the Red Arrow may 8th not be able to penetrate those M1A1, but Zhao Changzheng said that this set of showy anti-tank missiles, on the contrary, was able to penetrate. How could this make Lu Guanhua believe it? What time is it? How can I be in the mood to joke with you? To tell you the truth, originally I didn't believe that this thing could be more powerful than the Red Arrow 8, but, no matter what, this thing is also produced by Northern Industries. There's no need for people to lie to us, right? Zhao Changzheng let out a bitter smile and continued to add. Moreover, do you have any other good ways to take out those tanks guarding the road and complete the mission right now besides trusting this thing? Hearing Zhao Changzheng's words, Lu Guanhua was speechless for a moment. A look of struggle appeared on his face. And after a moment, his expression snapped into a certainty, as if he had made some sort of determination. Heavily, he nodded his head. Good. I'll listen to you. A dead horse is a live horse. Whether or not we can accomplish our mission this time and properly punch that guy from Manhwa no Cookie in the face, it all depends on it. Chapter 26, Leveling Zhu Rai, Capturing Man Mitsuyuki Alive. Information team, immediately report the exact location of Battalion 145 to me. Just as Lu Guanhua and the others decided to rely on the latest weapons they received from Northern Industries and throw their weight around. At the same time, somewhere in the Zhu Rai maneuvering ground, a middle-aged man wearing the latest type of Dragon Kingdom Army combat uniform was leisurely drinking the goji berry tea from a thermos cup while giving instructions to the warriors around him. This person is not someone else, it is exactly later, by the countless Dragon Country Old Land Hate the Teeth Itchy, the flower of the Imperial Generals, Zhu Rai's absolute ferocious tiger of the Full of Light. Reporting to the General Commander, Battalion Commander Lu's current position is located somewhere around 10 kilometers southeast of my command headquarters, and is approaching us at a speed of 5 kilometers per hour. Chief Commander, should we immediately launch an airstrike against them? Not busy, play with them. Upon hearing this, Man Guangji revealed a bad smile. Southeast? Oh, it seems that these guys are preparing to throw their weight around along that path. Pass on my order and immediately inform the defenders on that path to be on alert. At the same time, deploy 3 more tanks to assist them in their defense. I'd like to see just how this measly few dozen people plan to break through my defense zone. Yes. Upon hearing this, the messenger who had been waiting for Man Guangji's order, after sneaking a glance at Man Guangji, quickly left the command tent. As if he was afraid that if he stayed a little longer, he would be considered to be in cahoots with Manchu Guangji, he quickly disappeared from Manchu Guangji's line of sight. No wonder this communication soldier behaved like this, it was really because, since the Zhu Rai exercise was launched, Man Guangji was really too hateful. Relying on their own hands have the privileges of the military top and those comparable to the alien technology weapons, the entire Dragon Country no matter which troops to come here, are inevitable to get a stick. With the expansion of the scale of Zhu Rai exercises, many people in the army have already shouted out the slogan, "Tread down Zhu Rai, capture Man Guangji alive." In addition to Man Guangji himself, these Blue Army under his command, when they go out to exchange, even dare not say the number. Otherwise, ushered in will be the other side some warm hospitality. However, as attracted a large wave of hatred Full of Light himself, seems to have no feeling about this. Not only did he not restrain himself, but he seemed to be afraid that his reputation would be reversed. On the contrary, during the maneuvers, he was even more happy to torment the other party. Of course, the reason why Man Guangji was like this was not because he was really a pervert. This kind of task that almost offended the whole army, he originally was not willing to take over. However, according to his serious character, since he had taken over, he had to do it to the best of his ability. As the millstone of the new era Dragon Army, the more perverted he was in the maneuvers, the better the maneuvers would be, and the more lessons the Dragon Army would be able to learn. It would also be more certain to win that possible future war. As for his own reputation, that was still secondary. After all, the interests of the motherland were above all else. Isn't there such a saying? Go Li state life and death to, not because of the disaster and happiness to avoid it. However, just when Man Guangji felt that after he gave the order, his defense line was already solid as gold and foolproof. More than an hour later, with a crash, the window of his command headquarters was smashed through with something unknown. Accompanied by a loud bang, his eyes were suddenly blinded by a bright white light flashed. Immediately after that, the door of his command headquarters was kicked open. A loud shout rang out. No one is allowed to move. We are from the 145th Battalion of the 38th Army of the Dragon Kingdom. Pay up and don't kill us. With these words, in an instant, the entire Blue Army command headquarters immediately fell into an eerie silence. And Man Guangji, after being flashed by the flashbang and gradually regaining his eyesight, he even looked at Lu Guanhua and the others who appeared in front of him as if he was a divine warrior, revealing a confused color. No. If one remembers correctly, these guys from the 145th Battalion, under their own blows, there were only 70 infantrymen with light weapons left. The tanks that were guarding the mountain pass after one's own order was given, there were at least 8 of them. Moreover, according to the rules of the maneuver, these tanks were Eagle Sauce's latest M1A1 tanks. As Blue Star's most advanced third-generation tanks, coupled with the advantage of taking advantage of the terrain. Even if the 145th Battalion was fully formed, they might not be able to break through their heavily defended path. Not to mention, they only had a mere 70 light infantry left. So, with such a huge advantage, how in the world did these people break through the mountain pass and appear in their own command in less than 2 hours? It couldn't be that they flew over, could it? His grandma, just your name is manhwa, huh? Didn't you bombard us so well before? Where are your skills now? At this moment, after seeing the epaulette on manhwa's shoulder, Lu Guanhua revealed a picture of joy at having his revenge avenged, and laughed heartily on one side while mocking manhwa incessantly on the other. I really didn't expect that you guys were able to break through the heavily armored defense line that I set up and raid to my command headquarters. You guys did win this time. Seeing this, manhwa nodded patronizingly, and immediately afterward, he inquired. However, can you guys tell me how exactly did you break through the blockade of those 8 M1A1 tanks? 70 people facing 8 third-generation tanks that have a geographical advantage. This should have been a one-sided massacre. Cut. You think that just because there are a few moldy cook tanks, you can beat us, the Dragon Kingdom warriors who have inherited the glorious tradition of our predecessors? I tell you, it can't. Let alone 8, even if it's 80, in front of these Dragon Kingdom warriors of ours who dare to make sacrifices and fight valiantly, it's just a dish. Hearing manhwa's question, Lu Guanhua was complacent and started to speak at length. Of course, besides the fact that our warriors possess the spirit of courageous sacrifice and strength. The reason why we were able to break through your defense line and take out those moldy countrymen's iron tortoises also has to do with the newly developed anti-tank missiles of the comrades from the northern industry that can't be separated from that one throwaway relationship that is. Chapter 27, Exercise Results, Red Side Wins. Wait, you mean you guys took out the 8 tanks where I set up with just a few sets of anti-tank missiles? Hearing this, manhwa snapped his head up, and within his gaze, there was an unbelievable look. At the same time, he inquired emotionally at Lu Guanhua. What? You have an opinion? That's for sure. Hearing Lu Guanhua's rhetorical question, manhwa's eyebrows almost twisted together. Even though it's true that those 8 tanks I placed on the path were just a few Type 59s, they were used as Eagle Sauce's M1A1S in this maneuver. Even if your 145th Battalion's dozen or so Type 88 tanks hadn't been destroyed, they'd still end up being wiped out when they met these 8 M1A1S. But now, you guys were beaten by me with only 70 plus people left, but instead you were able to take out these 8 M1A1S with anti-tank missiles? As I recall, even the Red Arrow 8, with a maximum penetration depth of just 800 mm, was just as unable to penetrate these tanks of mine. What, are you guys holding Gauss rifles or handheld electromagnetic cannons? Can you take out so many of my tanks so easily? At this moment, manhwa heatedly sent out a rhetorical question together at Lu Guanhua. The aura was so powerful that it even directly suppressed Lu Guanhua. But, even so, manhwa didn't stop and directly ordered to the correspondent beside him. Correspondent! Immediately connect me to the acting director's department. I want to complain. Someone is misrepresenting the battle results. Blatant cheating. No. Who cheated? However, the moment manhwa's voice fell, Lu Guanhua's angry voice also rang out. Good lord, you've got this Eagle Sauce airplane and manhwa tank, and you can even throw mushroom bombs at random, and I didn't even complain about you cheating. We just used this latest model of anti-tank missile once, and instead you gave a backbite? You'd better explain yourself to me today, or I'm definitely not done with you. I have Eagle Sauce's planes and manhwa's tanks, these are all approved for use by the higher-ups, they are part of the maneuvers, and it's reasonable and sensible. Furthermore, even if I take a step back and say that the higher-ups didn't allow me to use these things, at the very least these things are realities. Hearing Lu Guanhua's words, manhwa didn't wimp out either, disliking them tit for tat. But what about you? An anti-tank missile that can pierce through M1A1 armor? Has it ever existed on Blue Star? Taking such non-existent contraptions to a military exercise? Are you or are you not cheating? Who the hell told you that this anti-tank missile doesn't exist? Didn't I tell you that it was just developed by comrades from Northern Industries? You're just ignorant. Northern Industries? That's bull. Don't say Northern Industries, ask Eagle Jam if Lockheed can build it. I don't know anything about it? Then you're just arrogant. At this moment, manhwa and Lu Guanhua, you a word and I a word, began for whether there is such an anti-tank missile argued in the dark. However, just as the two sides were arguing endlessly, at this moment, the voice of the maneuver director came from the loudspeaker of the Blue Army's command headquarters. Attention all! After unanimous deliberation by the Exercise Director Department, it has been determined that the results of this exercise for Lu Guanhua's 145th Battalion are true and valid. The final result of this maneuver is victory for the red side. Repeat, the final result of this maneuver is victory for the red side. The moment they heard the Maneuver Director's Department announce the results, the entire Blue Army Command Headquarters was first plunged into a deathly silence. Immediately, Lu Guanhua and the 70 or so warriors that followed him suddenly erupted into earth-shattering cheers, completely forgetting that they had just been in a war of words with manhwa. Coming to the playground outside the command headquarters, they let loose a wild laugh, celebrating this hard-won victory. However, at this moment, as the Blue Army's commander-in-chief, manhwa, however, was directly as if he was petrified, frozen in place, and his brain seemed to be at this moment completely down. No. This is not right? According to reason, the 145th Battalion lied about military intelligence and used cheating to gain victory in this maneuver. Shouldn't they be deprived of the right to continue the maneuver and be directly sentenced to a loss? Why, then, did the Director's Department even declare that the 145th Battalion had won? Could it be that he had been too ruthless, making the red side not win a single battle, and making the military's top brass feel too humiliated? So, this time, even if the red side cheated, but also to ensure that they win a game? But, it shouldn't be. If they really did that, then it would go against the original intention of these military bigwigs to train their teams with real battles in mind. Therefore, this idea of one's own was by no means possible. Suddenly, an extremely outrageous thought suddenly appeared in manhwa's mind. Could it be that? Actually, what these 145th Battalion people said was true. Their set of anti-tank weapons were really able to penetrate the armor of the M1A1 and destroy these seemingly indestructible iron bastards? With only 70 people, they broke through their carefully placed defenses and captured them alive? But how is this possible? That is, in the Gulf War, almost zero casualties, killed thousands of T-72 M1A1. That was the M1A1 that the Type 88 105mm tank gun could not even penetrate, letting the bigwigs of the Dragon Army have sleepless nights. Such a tank that could almost be called the perfect weapon of war. Surprisingly, it was so simply destroyed by an anti-tank missile developed by Northern Industries? This was too much of a child's play, wasn't it? In a flash, manhwa's face was written with bewilderment. For a moment, he even thought that it was the Director's Department that was cooperating with these 145th Battalion warriors and lying to him. But, in just a split second, this thought was thrown out of his mind. The Dragon Kingdom's troops at this time of the year, or indeed had such and such minor shortcomings, but he had one great advantage, which was being truthful. There was absolutely no way he could do that kind of hook that was just like third brothers, covering his ears. Since the Director's Department awarded the 145th Battalion a victory, it means that the Director's Department has recognized that this anti-tank missile produced by Northern Industries is indeed capable of destroying the M1A1. At that thought, manhwa's heart suddenly emerged a kind of complex feelings of both excitement and regret. Regret is that their own this Shu-Ri and undefeated record of constant victory finally still be broken. And excitement lies. The Dragon Kingdom had actually come up with a weapon that could deal with the most advanced tank, the Eagle Sauce. From now on, finally can not have to meet the Eagle Jam's steel torrent and helpless. As a Dragon Kingdom soldier, or even from a simple Dragon Kingdom person. After seeing the weaponry of the Dragon Kingdom, which had gotten such a huge advancement, how could it not make him rejoice over it? Therefore, although this time the Blue Army led by himself, unprecedentedly lost the maneuvers, manhwa's face, however, did not have a trace of displeasure. On the contrary, a rare smile appeared on his face. However, looking at the jubilant 145th Battalion outside of his command, a bad smile suddenly reappeared on his face. Little Lua, the information I just asked you to check, have you checked it yet? Reporting to the General Commander, I've found it. At this moment, a Blue Army correspondent saluted and reported to manhwa. The one who developed this new anti-tank missile is a new trainee from Northern Industries who graduated from Harbin Engineering University named Fang Yu. Oh? Surprisingly, he graduated from Harbin Engineering University? And a trainee who can build such excellent equipment? Upon hearing this, manhwa's eyes lit up. It seems that this Fang Yu is a bit interesting. Little Lua, arrange an itinerary for me, come with me in the next few days and pay a visit to this Mr. Fang. I'm sure we'll have a good chat, huh? Chapter 28, Sample Gun completed, Test Gun begins. At the same time, inside a factory building of Northern Industries, Fang Yu was concentrating on polishing the spare parts of the Type 191 assault rifle. Unlike the Javelin anti-tank missile, which required the assistance of multiple people to make, making the 191 assault rifle prototype was enough for Fang Yu alone. Because many of the gun body scales and details were only familiar enough to him, they could only be polished and molded by himself. And as Fang Yu's progress continued to advance, soon, this Type 191 assault rifle already had a preliminary shape. Previously, when Xian Xuanji asked him if this Type 191 assault rifle was qualified to become the next generation of the Dragon Nation's standardized rifle, Fang Yu did not answer clearly out of modesty. But in fact, Fang Yu for his hands of this 191 assault rifle, simply confident to the limit. After all, this 191 assault rifle, but in the 95 assault rifle after the finalization of the assault rifle, after a lapse of more than 20 years, after countless Dragon professional designers, combined with the Dragon's latest scientific and technological research out of the assault rifle. It was different from the slightly youthful Type 95. The 191 assault rifle, as a birthday gift to the 70th year of the founding of the Dragon, even if it is taken to the Blue Planet, it is a top assault rifle that can compete with Eagle Sauce's 416 Hong Kong dollars, SCAR, and other assault rifles. Compared to the Type 95 assault rifle that uses engineering plastics, although lightweight but easy to deform the gun body. This 191 assault rifle uses a new material that is stronger and more wear-resistant, greatly improving the durability of the weapon. At the same time, compared to the 95 type of various design irrationality, 191 type more focus on ergonomics, not only greatly improve the man-machine efficacy, but also realize the stock adjustment. It allows the operator's arm, no matter how long or short, to find the right length for him. And, the 191's excellence doesn't stop there. The 191 was also cross-generational, adopting a modularized design. The original complexity of the various parts are summarized and organized into 3 parts, such as the upper receiver, the lower receiver, and the gun mechanism. In the process of using it, the time for troubleshooting is dramatically simplified. Even, directly from other weapons of the same type, you can remove the module instead of the damaged module, directly solving the problem of parts not common. In short, compared to the Type 95 assault rifle, this 191 was enough to be called a cross-generation weapon. Fang Yu firmly believed that as long as he could build a prototype rifle, then topping the 95 to become the next generation of the Dragon Kingdom's standardized rifle would simply be the nail in the coffin. 7 days later, staring at the brand new killing weapon that came out of the oven after his intense manufacturing and polishing, Fang Yu took a long breath and smiled in relief. Type 191 assault rifle, complete. The total length of the gun is 943 mm with the stock extended. The barrel is 420 mm long, weighs 3.5 kilograms, and utilizes a 30-round capacity magazine. Muzzle velocity of 980 ms, effective range of 800 meters, and in 2000 meters still have a certain lethality, and has far more than 191 type rifle accuracy. Looking at this brand new light weapon in front of him, Fang Yu suddenly floated his mind. Since the invention of the assault rifle, the Dragon Kingdom had never produced a light weapon that could lead the Blue Star. Therefore, in terms of foreign sales of light weapons, the Dragon Kingdom can only sell some of these low-end light weapons such as the 56 punch to fill the scene, and is unable to get its hands on the high-end market. But after the 191 came out of nowhere, everything was different. I don't know until their own 191 export version, in the international market to belong to the Eagle Sauce share are accounted for after. What kind of expression would be on the faces of these Yankees? However, Fang Yu immediately threw this thought to the back of his mind. Now was not the time to think about these have-nots. Brother Wang. At this moment, Fang Yu pulled open the door of the workshop and said to Wang Changhai and the others who had been waiting outside the door for his news. Please go and say this for me, just say that my prototype gun has been built. Immediately, we can conduct experiments and can invite Old Man Qian and the others over. Half an hour later. What? Fang Yu really built the sample gun? From Wang Changhai, he learned the news that Fang Yu had finished making the sample gun. Qian Xuanji, who received the call, froze like a puppet. Although that day, Fang Yu had assured him categorically that the sample gun would be manufactured within 7 days. But Qian Xuanji had always thought that it was just Fang Yu's teenage arrogance. Once he got started, knowing the difficulty of the matter, Fang Yu would calm his mind and work steadily. But what no one had expected was that he had actually made the sample gun within 7 days. Getting this news, even Li Dongyang, who was sitting on the side drinking tea, was in a trance and almost dropped the teacup in his hand to the ground. He felt that his worldview had been severely impacted. 7 days. Just a short 7 days. To know, even if it was himself, to design a new type of firearm from start to finish, without a cycle of 2 to 3 years, it would never be completed. In 7 days' time, I'm afraid that I wouldn't even be able to draw the initial shape of this gun. Fang Yu, on the other hand, not only made a detailed design draft, but also built the sample gun within 7 days. This kind of terrifying mobility and hands-on ability is truly rare in the world. You guys go to the shooting range and wait, Old Li and I will be right there. After Qian Xuanji reacted, without saying a word, he directly hung up the phone and hurriedly put on his jacket. After hearing this news, the two men ran non-stop towards the Northern Industries shooting range. They both wanted to see what kind of thing the new gun that Fang Yu had built in just 7 days was. In their anticipation, Fang Yu's gun would be a success as long as it could shoot normally without blowing up. Not long after, the two of them arrived in front of the military factory's shooting range. At this time, dozens of people had surrounded the range. Besides Fang Yu and Wang Changhai's group, even many researchers from other sections had also arrived to observe. Fang Yu, where is the gun you built? Quickly bring it to me. Just after getting off the car, Qian Xuanji impatiently urged Fang Yu. Fang Yu faintly smiled and handed over the Type 191 assault rifle he was holding. Good gun. What a good gun. Qian Xuanji stroked the body of the gun and couldn't help but let out a burst of admiration. As the saying goes, face value is justice. Although, in his heart, he always firmly believed that the stockless rifle was the mainstream of future firearms development. However, Chen Xuanji always felt that the styling of the stockless rifle was a bit tasteless. The rifle designed by Fang Yu, not to mention. Based on its fierce and masculine body shape, it can capture the hearts of many people. Not to mention, Chen Xuanji also saw that the 191 type rifle has the best retractable stock in Picatinny rail. That industrial beauty even made Chen Xuanji firmly believe that this gun had simply transcended the attributes of a firearm and turned into a work of art. Alright, old Shen, don't forget what we're here for. Seeing Chen Xuanji's look of wanting to carry this gun straight home and offer it up, Li Dongyang quickly reminded. Since it's a gun, the most important thing is to be able to shoot. Fang Yu, quickly start test firing. Chapter 29, 100 shots? How is this possible? Compared to Chen Xuanji's fervor for this gun, Li Dongyang was more concerned about the performance of this gun. After all, this gun was likely to replace the 95 assault rifle that was currently being researched and become the new generation of standardized weapons for the Dragon Kingdom. He naturally hoped that the stronger the performance of this gun, the better. Whether it was a mule or a horse, it was still necessary to pull it out for a walk, otherwise what was the use of a gun even if it looked good and its performance pulled down? Xiao Lu, you will be this tester. At this moment, Li Dongyang ordered to the guard at his side. Yes. Upon hearing this, the guard who had been standing by Li Dongyang's side and whose full name was Lu Bo stood out and saluted towards Li Dongyang. As a veteran who had been decorated in the Southern Border War, Lu Bo's favorite thing was all kinds of firearms. The first time he saw the Type 191, he liked it so much that he had been itching to pick it up and test fire it. Now, Chen Xuanji asked him to be the test firer of this gun, which was just what he wanted. Good, then I will trouble this big brother. Fang Yu nodded and handed over the Type 191 rifle in his hand. Lu Bo nervously wiped his hands on his clothes and carefully took it, holding it in his hand and weighing it. Then, in full view of everyone, he pulled the bolt with his backhand, took aim, and pulled the trigger towards 100 meters away. Da-day-day. Da-day-day-day. As Lu Bo pulled the trigger, a barrage of bullets instantly and accurately hit the steel target 100 meters away. Clang clang clang. Within less than 10 seconds, all 30 rounds had been fired. However, as the test firer of this gun, Lu Bo couldn't help but let out a soft exclamation after shooting. Seeing this, Chen Xuanji hurriedly took advantage of the short gap in the target reporting officer's statistics to come up. Nervously, he asked. Xiao Lu, is there something wrong with this gun? Report chief, no. Nonetheless, there is nothing wrong, and even the silky smoothness of this gun's shooting exceeds my imagination. To put it in an arrogant way, during the years I was on the battlefield in the South Border, whether it was the Eagle Sauce family's gun or the Hairy Bear family's gun, I've used them all. However, there isn't a single shooting field that can be comparable to this gun. That's a bit of an exaggeration, isn't it? Hearing this, Chen Xuanji questioned with some surprise. Although the Eagle Sauce family's M4 is said to be intolerant, but the shooting feel is first-class good, now you even say that this gun can surpass the M4. However, just as Chen Xuanji's words had just fallen, the target reporter also flew back from 100 meters away. Only, compared to the blandness when he went to count, his face now clearly brought a touch of unknown excitement. Report chief. According to the statistics, Guardsman Lu fired a total of 30 rounds, hitting 30 rounds, all on target. Among them, 21 rounds for the 10th ring, 8 rounds for the 9th ring, and 1 round for the 8th ring. A total of 290 rings hit. The moment these words came out, everyone present simultaneously sucked in a breath of cool air. The scene also fell into a deathly silence. 30 rounds, 290 rings. If Lu Bo had hit this number of rings with a single shot this time, then it could only be said to be moderate. But the problem is, if these people of his own remembered correctly, Lu Bo appeared, maybe just adopted the automatic firing mode to hit the target, right? 30 rounds, consecutive shots, 290 rings. This achievement, it was too terrifying. Not daring to say there's no one after him, it can be said that it's unprecedented. As opposed to the other people from northern industries, Chen Xuanji and Li Dongyang, who had been dealing with weapons design all their lives, even looked at each other. Both saw an unprecedented look of shock in the other's eyes. To them, far more than normal people could understand what was meant behind this 290 ring score. To know, for firearms design, the most difficult problem to solve was the problem of recoil. Don't look at the fact that Lu Bo just shot a 290 ring score today seems to be very understated. But in reality, if it was any other gun, Lu Bo would never be able to shoot such an amazing result. They may not know about other guns. But today, if Lu Bo is holding a Type 81 assault rifle, a shuttle down, not to mention hitting a 290 ring score, I'm afraid that halfway through the shot, the muzzle will not know where to go. Even if you change the M4, which is known for its gun control ability, and use the continuous firing mode to hit the target, you may not be able to do it all on target. Not to mention, hitting a score of 290 rings. Fang Yu's gun, however, was able to hit the target so accurately in burst mode. This was enough to show that Fang Yu had adjusted the recoil of this gun to a level that was almost negligible. This was unparalleled, not to mention in the Dragon Kingdom, even if it was placed in Blue Star. No wonder, Lu Bo has been saying that this gun has a good shooting feel. There is almost no recoil. Can this shooting feel bad? Fang Yu, tell me, how exactly did you manage to make this gun almost recoilless? After reacting from the shock, Chen Xuanji scurried to Fang Yu in an arrow step and clutched Fang Yu's shoulder with a deadly grip, completely disregarding his grooming, and asked with a longing face. Elder Qian, don't get excited, let go of me and listen to me slowly explain to you. Fang Yu felt the force coming from his shoulder and said with a bitter smile. Ha! Oh, it's me who lost my temper, sorry. Being reminded by Fang Yu, Chen Xuanji instantly reacted and hurriedly let go of Fang Yu, apologizing with an embarrassed face. Actually, I didn't make any shocking changes. I merely replaced the pneumatics of this gun, from the long-stroke piston-guided gas that Type 81 has been using, to a short-stroke piston-guided gas. After Chen Xuanji released himself, Fang Yu rubbed his somewhat sore shoulders and slowly explained. At this stage, the automatic firing principle of all the assault rifles on the Blue Planet used gas guiding. Among them, the gas conduction method was categorized into 4 types: long-stroke piston gas conduction, short-stroke piston gas conduction, direct air-blowing gas conduction, and muzzle collection gas conduction. Prior to the 1990s, most firearms utilized the long-stroke piston gas guiding method. Its advantage is that the thick and long mass piston brings more momentum to the gun mechanism when receding, and the gun mechanism recedes and extracts the shells very roughly, with good reliability and relatively few parts compared to the short piston. However, the large mass movement will make the gun's center of mass change significantly, and recoil is also on the large side. So, in order to reduce the recoil of these assault rifles, the researchers then designed a new way of guiding the gas. That is, the short-stroke piston gas guiding method that Fang Yu had mentioned. Chapter 30, a transgenerational assault rifle. The advantage of the short-stroke piston was that it did not have as much recoil as the long-stroke piston, and the center of mass did not change much, allowing the soldier to maneuver better. Most modern mainstream rifles use this principle, such as the 416 Hong Kong dollars, SCAR, and so on. But it brings additional complexity and is not as simple as a long piston. There's also an even bigger drawback, which is that it's difficult to tune. Without decades of technical accumulation and experience in building guns, you simply can't use this type of gas guidance well. The Type 95 assault rifle that Chen Xuanji was developing also utilized this type of gas conduction. However, even with Chen Xuanji's understanding of firearms, he was still unable to master it. After adopting this short-stroke piston gas conduction method, it resulted in insufficient combustion of the bullet. Every time he fired, a large amount of black smoke would be emitted, greatly affecting the shooting accuracy. However, he did not expect that Fang Yu would not only adopt this type of gas guiding method on the gun he designed, but even adjusted it so perfectly. Immediately, Chen Xuanji sent out the sentiment of the waves of the Yangtze River push the waves of the future from the bottom of his heart. Changing the air guiding method to a short-stroke piston can significantly increase the hit rate within 200 meters. But Fang Yu, have you considered, with this change, how should the long-range lethality of this gun be guaranteed? Right at this moment, Li Dongyang on the side suddenly questioned after a moment of silence. Although his original job was not to design light weapons, he still had a certain understanding of the principles of firearms. There was no perfection in this world. The short-stroke piston, this kind of gas guiding method, although it could effectively reduce the recoil of the gun body, it would also reduce the kinetic energy of the bullet, reducing the bullet's lethality at a long distance. Obviously, this was a double-edged sword. Mr. Li, this is something that I have long thought of. And my solution is that there is no need for a solution. No need for a solution? Fang Yu, what do you mean by this? Upon hearing this, Li Dongyang snapped his eyes sideways and looked at Fang Yu with some suspicion. Mr. Li, what I said is literally what I meant. In fact, it's not hard to see from the Gulf War that just happened not long ago that the mode of war has now completely changed. Both sides won't be like World War II, where light infantry would decide the winner of a war. The modern infantry, in fact, has turned into a being that guides heavy weapon strikes, the eyes. After research by foreign military experts, the distance of firefight between infantrymen now has long since shrunk from the previous 400-600 meters to 100-200 meters. I can even say this, the role of the current assault rifle is not to kill the enemy, but rather a weapon for infantry to defend themselves. That is to say, this new generation of assault rifles of ours, as long as they can be utilized within this distance, they will be able to exert maximum power. Speaking here, Fang Yu gave a slight beat and said sincerely. As for longer distances, why don't we leave him to specialized counterparts like tanks and artillery? Even if we don't, even if we use a mortar, it's still more powerful and has a wider killing range than an assault rifle. Don't you think so? Hearing Fang Yu's words, Chen Xuanji and Li Dongyang glanced at each other and actually had a feeling of enlightenment. What Fang Yu said made sense. The reason why Chen Xuanji had spent 5 or 6 years and had not yet been able to design an assault rifle to his satisfaction was that he had taken this gun too seriously. He wanted to design this rifle into a perfect rifle with durability, accuracy, and firepower. However, they had overlooked that the mode of warfare had long changed. In the current war, assault rifles such as light weapons, long ago is not the main character. Now the competition is whose airplanes, tanks are more advanced, artillery missiles who hit farther. More accurate. After all, a rifle, even if the design is perfect, cannot penetrate a World War II T-34. Therefore, Fang Yu's thinking was right when he designed this rifle this way. This assault rifle only needs to be able to take advantage of the short range of 200-400 meters is enough. As for enemies at longer distances, weren't there specialized sniper rifles and heavy machine guns waiting for them? Besides, just like what Fang Yu just said, even if these guns are out of reach, don't we still have mortars and 40 fire? The current Dragon Kingdom is not the same as back then, not even a standardized weapon can only use the era of the world made. Insufficient firepower phobia treatment for so many years, when the war, one person to carry a set of 40 fire or can supply up. In fact, besides hitting accurately, this gun of mine has the rest of several advantages. Seeing Qian Xuanji and Li Dongyang's faces gradually soften, Fang Yu knew that his idea had been accepted by the other party. Therefore, he picked up the assault rifle in front of him and slowly explained again. In order to keep up with the world trend, when I was designing this assault rifle, I used a new type of material that is stronger and more wear resistant, which significantly improves the durability of the weapon, also reduces the weight of this gun. The full weight of this gun plus 3 fully loaded magazines is only 3.4 kilograms, which is more than a pound lighter than the Type 81 that is currently equipped. At the same time, the gun's magazines I used polymer transparent magazines, which allows soldiers to more intuitively see the use of bullets, so as to do the heart. At the same time, compared to the Type 81, the Type 191 pays more attention to ergonomics, and not only significantly improves man-machine efficacy, but also realizes butt-stock adjustment, allowing the operator's arms, no matter how long or short, to find the right length for them. At the same time, I've standardized this assault rifle with a Picatinny rail, allowing it to be more easily paired with a variety of tactical accessories, giving it a richer expandability. Of course, more than that, this gun is most transgressive, with a modular design. I took the gun's originally complex variety of parts, did a generalization and consolidated them into 3 parts, such as the upper receiver, lower receiver, and gun mechanism. The advantage of doing so is that not only does it drastically simplify the troubleshooting time during use. Even, in the case of a damaged weapon, it is directly possible to remove the module from other weapons of the same model and replace the damaged module. A direct solution to the problem of non-universal parts and difficult weapon maintenance. Chapter 31, The End of Gunmaking, Full Light's Visit. As Fang Yu spoke eloquently, the shock in Qian Xuanji's eyes was already so full that it was about to overflow. Fang Yu, this gun, no matter from the material, ergonomics, stability and other levels, are firmly pressed their own has not been completely finalized 95 head. Even more amazingly, it was as if Fang Yu was able to see things before they happened. He had directly filled in all the shortcomings of the 95 assault rifle he was currently manufacturing. Apart from the weaker long-range killing power and the length of the gun body being slightly longer than the 95. This new assault rifle was simply a fully strengthened version of the 95. At the thought of this, Qian Xuanji gently shook his head. Even a blind man would be able to easily distinguish between the good and bad of the two guns. A real battle? Was there even a need for that? The above are all the characteristics of this gun. To summarize, although there is the suspicion of the king's wife selling her melon, I still firmly believe that this gun should have the qualifications to become the next generation of Dragon Kingdom's standardized weapon. Mr. Zhao, Mr. Qian, are you two still satisfied with this gun? As Fang Yu finished summarizing, his speech finally ended. And at this moment, after a strange silence, the scene suddenly resounded with the sound of pa-pa-pa-pa applause. I don't know who was the first to lead the applause, followed by thunderous applause. Knowing that Fang Yu was bullish, but I didn't expect that this Fang Yu was also too bullish. Surprisingly, he was able to build such a strong assault rifle with such a genius design. This time, the Dragon Kingdom had not only broken through the category of being able to independently manufacture a standardized small caliber rifle, and all of a sudden, it was pulled to the top level of the world by Fang Yu with his own strength. As a military worker of the Dragon Kingdom, who could not rejoice over this? Qian Xuanji applauded while caressing that new rifle with an unusually excited emotion. Good Fang Yu, you've done well. I didn't expect you to build such an excellent assault rifle at such a young age. It's really awesome. Old man, I've built guns all my life, and none of them can be as excellent as this one. Without delay, Oldly, and I will immediately go back and report this gun to the higher-ups. I believe that after seeing the excellent performance of this gun, they will definitely immediately shoot down and designate this gun as the next generation of standardized rifle for our Dragon Kingdom army. First you created a new type of anti-tank missile, and now you've created the next generation standardized rifle. Fang Yu, you've made a great achievement this time. You're just waiting to be honored. Mr. Qian, isn't it more or less hasty for you to do so? After all, that new rifle you built hasn't been unveiled yet. That's 5 or 6 years of your hard work. Oh, don't mention it, what level I know myself. At this time, Qian Xuanji seems to unravel the knot in general, rather barefaced waved his hand. The gun I designed is purely a rush duck, innate inadequacy, with you this gun, there is no comparison. Solely, I won't bring it out to disgrace myself. This gun of yours is the next generation of Dragon Kingdom's standardized weapon of choice. The reason why Qian Xuanji was so certain. It was precisely because Fang Yu's gun had really reached Blue Star's first class level from a design perspective. Even, compared to Eagle Sauce's current M4, its operability, stability and expandability were no less than, if not more so. Compared to the 95 that was designed by himself to catch the duck on the shelf, it was simply the best choice for the next generation of Longwa's standardized rifle. Unless there were aliens descending some zenith technology right now, the matter of this gun designed by Fang Yu becoming the next generation standardized weapon of the Dragon Kingdom was simply the nail in the coffin. Mr. Qian, you are really overpraising. I believe that the gun you designed is actually a good gun as well. Compared to this gun of mine, it also has its own advantages and disadvantages, it's just that I'm more fortunate to have caught up with this wave of the times. Hearing this, Fang Yu humbly smiled. He truly thought so. After all, although the Type 95 rifle developed by Qian Xuanji had such and such shortcomings, it was also the best program that these seniors in the military-industrial sector of the Dragon Kingdom could come up with under those limited funds and technical conditions. Without mentioning anything else, the applicability of the Type 95 to the battlefield is simply unbelievable. Even to the point that Type 81 cannot reach. Whether it is under the extreme cold of -45 degrees and the high temperature of more than 30 degrees, it can play a stable role. As a transitional weapon, it has well fulfilled its historical mission. After Fang Yu and Qian Xuanji gave them a detailed explanation of the specific parameters of this gun, Qian Xuanji nodded, and originally wanted to immediately go back to the 208th Institute with Li Dongyang to submit Fang Yu's new gun to the top management for review. But after taking a few steps, he suddenly turned back to Fang Yu and asked, "Comrade Fang Yu, you are the chief designer and maker of this gun, I think that you should have deep feelings for this gun. In that case, why don't you give this gun a name? I've thought of the name a long time ago, let's call him the Type 191 assault rifle." Hearing Qian Xuanji's words, Fang Yu did not even hesitate for a second and blurted out, "Type 191 assault rifle? Do you have any symbolism in using this number as a code name?" When Qian Xuanji heard this name, his expression clearly revealed a touch of surprise. One should know that the Dragon Kingdom had never used only two numbers for the naming of firearms. For example, the 56 Impulse, such as the current Type 81 rifle, and even the Type 95 that he was working on. 191, this three-digit naming method was really an unprecedented first. Moral? Just think of it as to honor the memory of the deceased. Although in this parallel world, it was his own hands that made this gun. But all the heart and soul behind this gun was from his own world, all the Dragon Kingdom's military workers. One did not want to take away the beauty of others. Just let him keep his original name. Good. Then this gun will be tentatively named the Type 191 assault rifle. Qian Xuanji nodded his head and finished talking to Fang Yu, then he took the gun and led Li Dongyang, hurrying towards the gate of Northern Industries. They were incredibly eager to bring this gun back so that the Type 191 rifle could be mass-produced as soon as possible. Phew. This should be a break, right? Seeing Qian Xuanji and the others leave in a hurry, a trace of fatigue flashed across Fang Yu's face. In this month or so, he first designed the new anti-tank missile, and before things were over, he hurriedly started drawing the design of the Type 191 rifle. These past 7 days, it was even more of a day and night of polishing the parts of the new assault rifle. After this bout of busyness, Fang Yu felt that not only had he lost a large amount of weight, he was even walking a little bit fluttery. Now, he just wants to return to the dormitory and sleep in the dark. However, just in the moment he pushed open the door of his dormitory. Looking at the silhouette that sat on his bed at an unknown time, he was violently startled. However, after seeing the military uniform worn by the other party, Fang Yu's heart was relieved, but he was still very vigilant as he asked, "You, who are you? Why have you appeared in my dormitory?" Upon hearing this, the middle-aged soldier stood up from Fang Yu's bed and glanced at Fang Yu. Immediately afterward, a smile disproportionate to it appeared on a cold face. "You are Comrade Fang Yu, right? Hello, please pardon my uninvited presence. My humble self, full light of." Chapter 32, Manmitsu no Kuzuki's Request. You are Man Mitsuyuki? After hearing the other party's self-introduction, Fang Yu's eyelids jumped violently and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. "Oh? Listening to Comrade Fang Yu, you recognize me?" Seeing the expression on Fang Yu's face, Man Guangji was slightly stunned. That's, your great name is one I've heard like thunder." Jokingly, even if Fang Yu forgot anyone, he could not forget him, Man Guangji. As the flower of the imperial generals, the absolute ferocious tiger of Zhu Rai, his name, Man Guangji, in the next 10 to 20 years, no one in and out of the Dragon Nation would know about his existence. Even, there are a lot of troops of the long-cherished wish, is leveled Zhu Rai, life capture Man Guangji. However, Fang Yu was very curious. Such a hateful guy suddenly and quietly ran to his dormitory to do? I won't hide it from you, Comrade Fang Yu, I came here this time to specially thank you. Seemingly seeing Fang Yu's doubts, Manhwa simply opened the door and expressed his intentions. Thank me? Upon hearing this, Fang Yu was even more confused. Since his own arrival at Northern Industries, he had built a total of 2 brand new equipment. Other than the new anti-tank missile, it was a 191 assault rifle. Even if these weapons, they were only equipped on a small scale in the Imperial capital troops, there was no intersection between himself and Manchu Guangji, who was far away in the grasslands of the Dragon Kingdom. Senior Colonel Man, you and I shouldn't have crossed paths before, right? Where does this thank you word begin? How could there be no interactions? Hearing Fang Yu's words, Man Guangji laughed. Have you recently researched a set of anti-tank missiles? Might as well tell you, in the latest Jurai exercise that just ended, the people from the 38th Army, with this set of anti-tank missiles developed by you, stabbed through the defense network set up by me and raided my command. This time, it made the Blue Army, which I led, lose the maneuver for the first time. Because of this, it also showed me that the battle tactics I designed are not flawless. You designed this anti-tank missile to check and fill in the gaps in my tactics. Do you think I should thank you in person? Looking at Man Guangyi's sincere look, Fang Yu's eyes narrowed slightly and asked in a somewhat puzzled manner. Just because of this, it makes you go out of your way to travel 100 miles back and forth to thank me in person? Major Man did not joke with me, right? How could I be joking with you? I'm not a person who was born to laugh. Hearing Fang Yu's rhetorical question, Man Guangji hastily nodded heavily and said with a sincere face. Oh, in that case, then I have received your thanks, Major. I wish you good luck in martial arts and victory in 100 battles on the Jurassic maneuvering ground. My temple here is small and can't accommodate a big Buddha like you, don't you think? Fang Yu said while making a light gesture in the direction of the door. According to reason, Fang Yu is now just a weapon designer of Northern Industry, facing Man Guangji, a major who is destined to be a general star in the future. He should not be so slack. But the truth was, Fang Yu was afraid of getting involved with this person in front of him. After all, this old brother had taught almost the entire Dragonland army a lesson in the days to come. It could be said that he was the public enemy of the entire Dragon army. If someone found out that he was close to Man Guangji and considered himself to be one of Man Guangji's gang, then he could be considered to be one of Man Guangji's gang. Even if the quality of the dragon warriors is high, they can't do this kind of thing with a sack over their heads, dragging them into the shadows to beat them up. Then I'm afraid that I will later, wherever I go, can be subject to each other's blank stares. And their own work is to give the Dragon country troops design weapons and equipment. Offending the customer, this kind of thing, one can never do. Ugh, Comrade Fang Yu, this has not been said twice. How can you directly give an expulsion order? Seeing Fang Yu taking such a stance, Man Guangyi said with a helpless face. Alright, I admit that I didn't just come here this time to express my gratitude to you. At the same time, I also came to find you to place an order. In that case, you can let me sit down and talk, right? Orders? You have the right to order weapons for an acting unit? Upon hearing this, Fang Yu hesitated for a moment, and after a moment of contemplation, he closed the door to his dormitory. Nah, you're underestimating us, aren't you? Man Guangji straightened his collar and re-sat on Fang Yu's office chair. This blue army led by my men that is stationed at the Jurai base, as a whetstone to sharpen the knives for our Dragon Kingdom forces, the organization also pays a lot of attention to it. Even, $100 million is allocated to us every year to purchase the weapons and equipment we need. According to the setup, all the weapons and equipment of our blue army are benchmarked against Eagle Sauce's current equipment. But you also know, not to mention that we are now in such a stalemate with Eagle Sauce, even during the honeymoon period, that group of moldy countrymen would not be able to sell us F-22s and M1A1s, right? So, the organization to allocate this 100 million funds, that is not the slightest move. All the weapons and equipment are relying on our current equipment to simulate. So, Major Man, can we get straight to the point? Fang Yu sniffed, rubbed his temples and said with narrowed eyes. So, what I'm saying is that money is stored at my place anyway. Since you can design an anti-tank missile that can penetrate an M1A1 tank, can you design a tank that even your kind of anti-tank missile can't penetrate? You also know that my duty is to be the whetstone of our Dragon Kingdom's army, and since I have to sharpen the blade, I have to make sure that I'm hard, and that I can't have any obvious loopholes. Otherwise, in the future, a random unit can carry the anti-tank weapon you designed to penetrate the tank encirclement network I've set up and give my command a shot. Then this Jurai exercise of mine, there is no need for it to exist. Chapter 33, a single net profit of $700 million? I'll sign. Did I hear you right? Colonel Man, you mean you want me to help you build a tank? Moreover, a third-generation tank that can defend against top attacking anti-tank missiles? Upon hearing this, Fang Yu revealed an expression of, "You're teasing me." Major Man, not that I'm being self-effacing, aren't you looking down on me too much? The reason why Fang Yu's reaction was so strong was not because he was modest. The truth is, compared to a single kinetic weapon like an anti-tank missile and assault rifle, the complexity of building a tank is more than 10 times that of the former. Although Fang Yu had a system in place, it was not something that could be built easily. Moreover, even if he could build it himself, he did not want to take this order. Although, the price of a third-generation tank was around 1,600 soft sister coins or so, manhwarecap's $100 million was enough to buy 5 of them and still be rich. But, that refers to the finished product. The research and development costs were generally more than 20 times the price of the finished product. That is to say, even if Fang Yu came to do this, it would require at least 160 million soft sister coins. That amount of money from manhwa wasn't even enough to fund the research and development. Moreover, the person who placed this order is still a famous person like manhwa, who is famous in the whole army, not the top management of the Dragon Kingdom. Once the dragon warriors who participated in the maneuvers knew about it. This tank that ravaged them on the battlefield was built by himself for manhwa. Then one can really get on the thief ship of manhwa cannot get off. Colonel Man, I'm really sorry, I'm just a fresh graduate, early single weapon is okay, the system engineering of the tank is too complex, not something I can handle. So, you'd better hire another expert. Hearing Fang Yu say this, a trace of loss flashed through manhwa's eyes. After a moment of silence, he finally nodded as if resigned to his fate and said, "It's also true that this thing, the third-generation main battle tank, even those weapons research and development teams at the top of our dragon country may not be able to come up with it. I'm pinning my hopes on you, it's me being abrupt. It's just a pity that my allocation of $100 million, it seems that it will have to stay in the vault until the end of days again." Wait, what did you say? That money you're holding, it's not soft sister coins, but US dollars? Upon hearing this, Fang Yu's eyelids jumped fiercely, and even he himself stood up from the bed with a rub sound. Immediately after, Fang Yu's face transformed from the initial shock to a smiling face with a smile on it. Although, building a tank is a bit difficult for a trainee like me. But then again, life is all about growing through constant challenges. Senior Colonel Man, no. If you don't mind, please let me call you Brother Manchu. Brother Man, I'll take this order, leave this job to me, just relax 100%. Didn't I say you can't handle this difficult subject? You this less than a moment. Can build again? Looking at Fang Yu's performance of this flip-flopping faster than a book, manhwa was also confused by him. The brain was down for a moment. You kid, it won't be that you see wealth and want to randomly build a tank out to hoodwink me? How could it be? My Fang Yu's words and deeds have always been a nail with a mouthful of spittle. I'm a man of my word. Moreover, even if you don't believe me, don't you believe in the reputation of our northern industries? As long as you place an order, I will immediately find our manager here to sign the contract with you, and even the invoice can be opened for you immediately. Upon hearing this, Fang Yu patted his chest's constant assurance up, sincere to the extreme. As the saying goes, money can make the devil grind. Asking Fang Yu to develop a third-generation tank with 100 million soft sister coins, Fang Yu coyly promised. And to develop a third-generation tank with $100 million, Fang Yu special me out heavily. After all, in '94, the exchange rate between the US dollar and the soft currency was 1 minute and 8.6 seconds. That is to say, the money Fang Yu used for RD was actually not 100 million soft dollars, but 860 million soft dollars. Deducting the 160 million RD expenses, Fang Yu and his northern industries can make a net profit of 700 million soft dollars. This was already equivalent to the total income of northern industries for 2 years. The reason why Fang Yu was like this was not that he was really money-minded. However, the fact that he was able to give everything unconditionally for the prosperous development of the Dragon Kingdom's military industry did not mean that others in the northern industries were also able to do so. Since the Dragon Kingdom had shifted its focus to economic construction, many military factories had run out of orders and either converted from military to civilian, relying on the manufacture of daily electrical supplies to make ends meet. Either that or they just went bankrupt. Even the top military industrial unit of the Dragon Kingdom, such as Northern Industries, was somewhat unable to make ends meet with the orders from the Dragon Kingdom's military. These employees in Northern Industries did all come with the mindset of doing their part for the Dragon Kingdom, but that didn't mean that they had to endure poverty. They are also human beings, also want a rich and beautiful life, also want to rely on their own work, to their families and children, to bring superior living conditions. Many of them are old employees who have stayed in Northern Industry for 10 or 20 years, and they have already devoted their most precious youth to the motherland. How can one stand by and watch them continue to suffer from poverty? With this 700 million soft dollars, the treatment of the employees in Northern Industries would definitely rise. After being treated well, they would also be able to complete the work at hand with a more positive mindset. After all, the old ancestors have said, warehouse endowed with real no manners, clothing and food enough to know honor and disgrace. Where would a person who spent all day calculating whether he could afford to live on this month's salary be in the mood to do weapons research? In addition, after having this money, Northern Industry was also able to eliminate some old and backward equipment and replace some brand new manufacturing equipment. This would also be helpful for their own research and manufacturing in the future. Therefore, although this project was indeed a bit difficult, and it was still a request made by manhwa, Fang Yu also intended to bite the bullet and proceed. Alright, seeing as you are so sincere, then I will place this order in your Northern Industry. After hearing Fang Yu's words, manhwa nodded. It was true that Fang Yu, a trainee, was not trustworthy enough, but the signboard of Northern Industries was hanging there. Designing a third-generation tank that surpasses the Eagle Sauce M1A1 is indeed difficult. But the monk can't run away from the temple. As one of the top military design units in the Dragon Country, as long as the contract is signed, they are to lose money as pants, but also have to hand over this tank to him as scheduled. However, although he had decided to let Fang Yu design this tank for himself. But manhwa didn't dare to be careless, and hurriedly asked Fang Yu, "Comrade Fang Yu, I will definitely place this order with you. But before that, there is something else I must confirm. This tank you're going to develop, roughly how long will it take to get it out? After all, time doesn't wait for anyone." Manhwa's doubts were still necessary. Although Fang Yu himself said that he was able to research such a tank, there had to be a time limit. Don't just research for 7 or 8 years. By then, the third-generation tanks were all over the streets, and even other units in the Dragon Kingdom had already researched their own third-generation tanks. By that time, Fang Yu would then come up with his own design, and then he would have lost a lot of money. This doesn't need to be a concern for you, brother man. Hearing Manchu Guangji's inquiry, Fang Yu's face brought a touch of confidence and patted his chest. 2 months. I only need 2 months' time, and I will be able to build you a prototype car. At that time, I'll personally send it to your station in Zhurai. What do you think? Chapter 34, Delivering a Prototype Car in 2 months? You're not out of your mind, are you? 2 months? Upon hearing this, manhwa's face revealed an odd look as he glanced at Fang Yu. Comrade Fang Yu, you should be clear that the deadline is to be written in the contract, right? If you fail to come up with a sample by the due date, but you have to compensate me for the breach of contract. It's no wonder that you, manhwa, are so surprised. 2 months, not to mention building a tank sample, I'm afraid that even the first draft of the design may not be able to complete it, right? Although he was in a hurry, he still understood the reasoning that he couldn't eat hot tofu in a hurry. This doesn't need you to worry too much, although I, Fang Yu, don't have much ability, but I think I can speak with a mouthful of spit. Since I promised you 2 months to come up with a sample, I will definitely be able to get it out for you. If anything goes wrong, all the responsibility lies with me. Upon hearing this, Fang Yu confidently patted his chest and guaranteed. Good, since you are so confident, then I won't say anything else. As if infected by the confidence that Fang Yu exuded from his bones, manhwa nodded his head. Then I won't disturb your rest, I'll go and talk to your leaders about signing the contract now. As long as the contract is signed, the first deposit of $10 million will be credited to your Northern Industries account 2 days later. Go! After confirming the work schedule with Fang Yu again, manhwa did not continue to nag. After a brief explanation, he directly walked out of the door of Fang Yu's dormitory. After seeing manhwa walk out of his dormitory, Fang Yu rubbed his somewhat swollen head, and a wave of drowsiness came over him. He did not care to review whether it was cost-effective to get onto manhwa's pirate ship for the sake of the 700 million soft currency profit. Then he fell headlong into his own bed and fell into a deep sleep. However, I don't know how long it took when Fang Yu woke up from his sleep. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw 5 or 6 large heads right above him, looking at him with an odd look. At that instant, frightened Fang Yu's sleepiness was gone and he violently rolled up from the bed. Fixing his eyes, a heart that had been beating non-stop only then slowly regained its calm. Because these few people in front of him recognized themselves. It is Wang Chanhai, Lu Zhendong, and other colleagues in his own office. Brother Wang. You guys came to my dormitory quietly in the middle of the night, who do you want to scare to death? Come so flush, is there something big? Xiao Fang brother asked you a thing. You really promised the full light of to give him in 2 months' time, to build a third-generation main battle tank too? Oh, this thing's so fast on all no? The news traveled quite fast. Upon hearing this, Fang Yu's heart that had been hanging in the air was finally put down. He also thought that in the middle of the night, this group of people to their own dormitory to have something big to say, the original is for this to come I say Master Su, you can still laugh out loud here? Seeing that expression of total disregard on Fang Yu's face, Lu Zhendong on the side was so angry that he even brought out the old Beijing words. What? What's the problem? The research and development funding given to us by manhwa this time is $100 million, that is 860 million soft sister coins. I've done the math, the cost of researching this tank is almost 160 million soft selenium dollars. Even if we send him a few more finished tanks when the time comes, we can still make a net profit of more than $600 million from this deal. Boor, am I talking to you about earning more or less? Lu Zhendong was exasperated and laughed by Fang Yu, rubbing his somewhat swollen forehead, he continued to add. Even an elementary school student who has just learned to count can figure out that this deal can definitely make money. But the problem is, this is a third-generation tank. Do we have the ability to build it? Moreover, Master Su, you've also set a 2-month deadline with that guy manhwa, which makes it even more impossible to complete. Master Su, I have to remind you that if we don't deliver the prototype vehicle by the deadline, according to the contract, we have to pay manhwa 1/10,000th of the contract amount every month. It may not seem like much, but 1/10,000th of $860 million is $86,000. This is almost as much as half a month's salary for everyone in our factory. Originally, our company's efficiency is not too good, you so tossed, our company is not far from bankruptcy. Lu Jindong said here, glanced at Fang Yu, sighed long and did not continue. It was no wonder that Lu Jindong's words carried a sense of resentment. Fang Yu's actions this time were really a bit too much. For Fang Yu's talent in weapon design and manufacturing, Lu Jindong indeed admired it. But, you can't take your own rice bowl and gamble on this. Although the general efficiency of military factories is not good now, the salary of more than $200 per month in northern industries is just enough to feed the family. However, if Fang Yu failed to build a tank full of light within 2 months, the 86,000 daily liquidated damages can also bankrupt northern industries. By then, one would not even have this subsistence wage. And these people of their own, in addition to designing weapons, and do not know other means of earning a living, which makes them how to explain to their families? And as for that, Fang Yu will not really be able to build this tank in 2 months' time, earn this 600 million profit. This time, even Wang Changhai, who has always been optimistic about Fang Yu, doesn't feel there is any hope. Not bad, Fang Yu do have talent and ability. Being able to come up with a new type of rebound missile and a 191 type assault rifle in a few days' time. But, tanks he is not the same. Tanks were the integration of various weapons and equipment. The difficulty and complexity of manufacturing alone was more than an order of magnitude higher than these two weapons. Moreover, what Fang Yu won the fight and gave manhwa to manufacture, but only Eagle Sauce can be built out of the third generation of tanks. Just the M1A1's black tech depleted uranium armor-piercing shells and high-strength ceramic interlayer. Want to get out? We'll have to let Fang Yu drink a pot of water. Not to mention, M1A1 tanks on the 120mm, 44 times the diameter of the tank gun and can be at a distance of 1,000, observation and accurate hit the enemy's fire control system. Let's put it this way. Expecting Fang Yu to be able to create a tank comparable to the M1A1 in a specified period of time. The odds are about the same as going out and buying a lottery ticket and winning $5 million. Chapter 35, The Angry Zhao Rongguan. Wait, I have a question. At this moment, Fang Yu, who had just gotten up and was subjected to a flurry of complaints from Lu Jindong and the others, suddenly asked slowly as if he had remembered something. How exactly did you guys know about this matter? I remember when I talked to Man Guangji about the project, there was no one else in my dormitory. How come this didn't come to half a day? You all know. It's not because of Fatty Wang. Upon hearing this, Lu Jindong said somewhat breathlessly. When Man Guangji looked for him to talk about the contract, he even just finished a notice from the factory and forgot to turn off the announcer. So, the content of your cooperation was heard throughout the room. Upon hearing this, Fang Yu was likewise somewhat speechless. Fatty Wang, naturally, was referring to that department manager of the RD Department of Northern Industries. Unexpectedly, this person looked quite oily, but when it came to doing things, he was so unreliable. You don't even know how shocked we really were when we heard the contents of this contract. At this moment, Wang Changhai interjected. That's why, after hearing the broadcast, we immediately came to you to verify the news. However, I believe that we are definitely not the only batch of people who came to find you today. Boom boom boom. Before Wang Changhai's words fell, the wooden door of Fang Yu's dormitory was knocked on again. However, before Fang Yu could react, the wooden door was pushed open. Immediately afterward, a silver-haired old man wearing a Zhongshan suit with a majestic demeanor walked in. Seeing the appearance of the old man, Wang Changhai's group of people immediately bounced up from their chairs with a dabbing sound, and busily greeted the old man. Zhao, General Manager Zhao, why have you personally come? General Manager Zhao? Fang Yu was a little confused as he stood up along with a few people and secretly glanced at the old man. The moment he saw the old man's appearance, he seemed to have some impression. This General Manager Zhao, full name Zhao Rongguan, used to be a veteran of 100 battles who participated in the Peninsula War, and after the war, he was transferred to work in the Ministry of Military Industry, and his current position is the General Manager of Northern Industries, holding the highest decision-making power of Northern Industries. Who knows, after entering the room, Zhao Rongguan did not pay any attention to the bystanders, but locked his gaze on Fang Yu. Only after carefully sizing him up did he slowly ask. You are Fang Yu? You are the one who promised Man Guangji that you would build him a third-generation tank prototype within 2 months? Zhao Rongguan slowly paced to Fang Yu's chair in front of his desk and sat down, sneering. Not too old, but not too small in guts. Tell me, that incident in the morning, what exactly did you think? How did you dare to casually commit to something like this that simply can't be done? Do you know the consequences of doing so? If you really sign this contract, and you can't deliver the prototype by the due date, then the entire Northern Industries will have to bury you. Zhao Rongguang got angrier and angrier as he spoke, and in the end, he violently snapped the teacup in his hand towards the table and angrily said, "Today you have to give me a name. Otherwise, don't say you're a student of Harbin Engineering University. Even if you're from Yen University or Huaqing University, you'll immediately give me a return from wherever you are." At this moment, Zhao Rongguang was moved with real anger. Because, as one of the top weapon design manufacturers in the Dragon Kingdom, Northern Industry had cooperated with the Dragon Kingdom forces too many times. Basically, as long as it was about the RD and procurement programs of the Dragon Force, it was basically just going through the motions, not looking at the contracts carefully at all. If it wasn't for Wang Kaishuan's mistake today, making the content of this contract public, maybe he really gave his hand to sign it. It is not allowed to say, the signboard of Northern Industries will really be smashed in their hands. At that time, not only will Northern Industries have to lose money to bankruptcy. More importantly, the thousands of workers in the factory will also be unemployed, which is definitely a major loss for the Dragon Kingdom. Therefore, Zhao Rongguang couldn't even care about resting, so he directly came to look for Fang Yu, the originator of the incident, to ask for punishment. Mr. Zhao, in fact, this matter cannot be blamed entirely on little Fang. That man Guangji clearly knew that this thing called the main battle tank couldn't be built in a month or two, but he still induced Xiao Fang to sign a contract with him, which belongs to fraud. Moreover, Xiao Fang has just developed a new type of anti-tank missile and a Type 191 rifle, and being young and ambitious, it's inevitable that he's young and exuberant. That's why he's making this kind of mistake. I think that since this didn't result in a major disaster either, criticizing it is just fine. There's no need to be so serious, right? At this moment, seeing Zhao Rongguang targeting Fang Yu so much, Wang Changhai hurriedly came out to explain for Fang Yu. You don't need to be an abusive person here. I know all the things that this brat has done, otherwise I wouldn't have to come personally and give him a chance to defend himself. Long ago, I would have directly told him to roll over and get lost. Hearing Wang Changhai's explanation, Zhao Rongguang waved his hand as his gaze continued to lock onto Fang Yu and coldly asked, "Say it, what exactly do you think? You don't really think that you have this ability to build a tank that is a match for the M101 in 2 months, do you? Not bad. I do think so." Before Zhao Rongguang's words fell, in the next second, Fang Yu's clear voice rang out directly. "Moreover, I don't just think, but really have the ability to build this tank." The moment these words came out, everyone present was shocked. Wang Changhai and Lu Zhendong, among others, all looked at Fang Yu with astonished faces. Obviously something that could be solved by admitting his mistakes in front of Zhao Rongguang. Why did he, Fang Yu, just want to confront Zhao Rongguang to the end? Hearing these words, Zhao Rongguang's brows even knitted into a large Chuan character. A trace of disappointment flashed through his gaze towards Fang Yu. After a long sigh, he lowered his head and said, "I was wrong. It seems that I was really wrong. I originally thought that you only made such a ridiculous decision because you were not deep in the world and were tricked by the full light. I didn't realize that you were actually this kind of person with no regard for reality and big words yourself. 2 months, building a 3rd-generation tank? Do you really think it's just a game? So easy? What do you take so many weapon design experts in Dragon Kingdom for? Forget it, you don't need to explain anything to me. This temple of my Northern Industry is too small to accommodate a big Buddha like you. From tomorrow onwards, you'll go back from wherever you came from." After saying that, Zhao Rongguang stood up and picked up his thermos cup to leave. However, right at this moment, Fang Yu's voice sounded once again. "Mr. Zhao, it seems that you don't believe that I have the ability? In that case, then do you dare to make a bet with me?" Fang Yu walked to Zhao Rongguang's face unhurriedly and said without being overbearing, "Bet on what?" Hearing this, Zhao Rongguang asked expressionlessly. "Just bet on whether I can build this so-called 3rd-generation tank within these 2 months. What a joke. Why would I bet with you? To build a tank, you have to have startup capital, which means that you have to sign a contract with Mankochi. If you can't build it when it's due, then who's going to pay those liquidated damages? I'll pay." Before Man Guangji's words fell, Fang Yu immediately said with a firm resolve, "One person does what one person does. If I really can't make this tank by then, all the liquidated damages, I, Fang Yu, will cover it alone." Chapter 36 Deposit of $2.6 million? You won the lottery? Hearing Fang Yu's words, a deathly silence fell within the dormitory. The expressions on everyone's faces were different, but the absurdity and dismay they carried could not be concealed. "Such a huge amount, you Fang Yu even said that you want to bear it all? Do you think we are all little cuties? You think we're all just a little cute little thing that can be teased by you, don't you? Not to mention, you have just come to the Northern Industry internship. The monthly salary is only 70% of the official staff, that is, about $140 of poor students. Even Wang Changhai, who has been working hard for more than 10 years in the Northern Industries and has been equivalent to the head of the research team and can get $500 per month for the high-income group, does not dare to boast about this kind of boast. After all, every month delay in the delivery of samples, the need to compensate for the liquidated damages, but up to $86,000. This has been equivalent to the entire northern industry, all employees of half a month's salary. So, after sobering up from the initial dismay, Wang Changhai, who had always been very protective of Fang Yu, immediately scurried to Fang Yu's side, bowed to Zhao Rongguang and said with a compensatory smile, "Mr. Zhao, you can't listen to this kid's nonsense. This kid has been busy designing new anti-tank missiles and building new guns day and night lately, so tired that his brain is confused. You mustn't talk to him in general." After saying that, Wang Changhai hurriedly tugged on Fang Yu's coat corner, frantically winking at him. "Little Fang, don't talk nonsense here. What a one-man bearing, so much money your own to compensate? Quickly apologize properly to General Manager Zhao, and this will be over ha. Wang Changhai, don't protect him. Otherwise I'll throw you out with him." At those words, Zhao Rongguang directly stood up. A powerful sense of oppression that rolled out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood quickly filled the small space of this dormitory. At the same time, Zhao Rongguang's pair of eyes were deadlocked on Fang Yu. However, after realizing that under his gaze, Fang Yu was still standing straight as if he was a poplar tree without being subdued. Surprisingly, a smirk surfaced on his face. "Row. Other than that, your kid's guts are indeed there. It's considered a hardcore. Seeing as your kid is still considered a man, I can bet with you." However, still the same sentence, money this thing, not the upper lip once touched the lower lip can change out. You said that if there's a mistake, you'll bear all of the compensation, but you'll have to at the very least come up with evidence to prove that you have the strength, right? Speaking here, Zhao Rongguang took a breath, then slowly added. "Otherwise, if you really can't come up with a sample at that time, you still have to have Northern Industries to underwrite you? At that time, even if you were thrown in jail and sentenced to 20 or 30 years, it won't help, don't you think so?" In the face of Zhao Rongguang's voice, which was no longer like a string, Fang Yu obviously understood it. However, he was clearly not intimidated by the threat in Zhao Rongguang's tone. Instead, after hearing Zhao Rongguang's words, in everyone's astonished gazes, he unhurriedly walked over to his own bed, and from the suitcase underneath the bed, he busied himself for a while. Eventually, from the very bottom of the traveling case, he pulled out a reddish pamphlet. Then, Fang Yu stood up and returned to Zhao Rongguang's side, handing over the pamphlet while saying, "Mr. Zhao, there is indeed no problem with what you just said. As the head of Northern Industries, you must of course consider the survival of the company. However, what I just said is not a joke. Don't you want proof? Here it is." Hearing Fang Yu's words, Zhao Rongguang's gaze suddenly shed Fang Yu and fell onto the small set of red books in his hand. Looking at the few small, hot gold stamped words on it, Zhao Rongguang could not help but silently read out. "People's Bank of the Dragon Kingdom. Passbook?" Seeing this scene, Zhao Rongguang raised his head with some surprise, glanced at Fang Yu, and then turned over the first page. However, in the next second, Zhao Rongguang was shocked to the point of sucking in a mouthful of cold air by the numbers on the passbook. "My goodness! You kid is so young, where the hell did you get so much money from?" Seeing the shocked look that blossomed on Zhao Rongguang's face, Wang Changhai and the others who had been secretly anxious for Fang Yu on the side were also directly hard-controlled for a second. Immediately after, a group of people hurriedly came to Zhao Rongguang's side and looked towards Fang Yu's passbook. But immediately after, they revealed expressions that were even more exaggerated than Zhao Rongguang's. Even Lu Zhendong was so shocked by this huge sum of money that he directly shouted out, "Holy! 600,000? I haven't seen this much money since I was born. Master Fang, tell us honestly, did you win the lottery?" In fact, it was no wonder that this group of people were so surprised. After all, in the 90s, even if you calculate with the workers in Longhua who had a decent income, most of their wages were only $150–300. Even if you calculated based on the top $300 monthly salary, you would have to save for 2,000 months, or 166 years, without eating or drinking. In other words, this huge sum of $600,000 they couldn't even save in their lifetime. However, such a huge sum of money had appeared in the bankbook of a student like Fang Yu who had yet to graduate. How could this make these people calm? However, in the face of the crowd's surprised expressions, Fang Yu's face remained calm, and he even had the time to remind Zhao Rongguang, "Mr. Zhao, what you were looking at is only the first page of my passbook, there is more at the back." Upon hearing this, Zhao Rongguang froze, and hurriedly directly flipped the passbook in his hand dolefully to the last page with numbers. Then, after seeing the numbers displayed on it, even this Zhao Rongguang, who had seen life and death and had signed tens of millions of large orders, felt his chest choke and was so shocked that he almost passed his back. 1, 10, 100,000, 10,000, 100,000, million. 2, 2,600,000? Fang Yu, tell me, how exactly did you get this money? You didn't really win the lottery, did you? Chapter 37. What? You invented the aircraft carrier steel plate? Just before he came to find Fang Yu, Zhao Rongguang had just investigated Fang Yu's information. The information shows that Fang Yu's family conditions are very ordinary, definitely not a rich man. On the contrary, Fang Yu was able to successfully graduate from Harbin Engineering University, but still relied on his own hard-earned scholarships to pay for his tuition and living expenses. Therefore, this money could never have been given by his family. As an outstanding student who focused his entire attention on his studies, Fang Yu also did not have that much time to spend on entrepreneurship. Then, the only thing that could possibly explain it was that Fang Yu was very lucky to have won the welfare lottery that the country had just recently started. Mr. Zhao, you are really joking, how could I be that lucky? All of this money, it's all from me, one stroke at a time, hard-earned. Hearing Zhao Rongguang and the others, Fang Yu replied with a smile. Earned? Zhao Rongguang glanced at Fang Yu suspiciously, then flipped forward the first few pages of the passbook. Sure enough, he saw that the deposit of more than $2 million was not remitted in one lump sum, but rather, it was less than a few tens of thousands, more than a few 100,000, which was divided into dozens of times and hid into this passbook. But the question came again. Just what kind of work was it that was so lucrative that it could earn hundreds of thousands of soft currency in a month? Even the profits of the entire northern industry sometimes didn't have this much. Could it be? Instantly, a glint of stern light flashed in Zhao Rongguang's eyes as he looked at Fang Yu dead on. In this day and age, it was not impossible for a person to earn hundreds of thousands of dollars a month. But, it was 1,000 times more difficult to make that much money by following the formal path. Therefore, in order to make money, many people took the path of no return, which was drug trafficking. As a military engineering student, although Fang Yu was unable to follow those golden triangle drug dealers, he relied on the large-scale cultivation of poppies to extract drugs to make money. But, being proficient in various chemical formulas, he naturally has the ability to come up with many chemical drugs. Seeing the way Zhao Rongguang looked at him, Fang Yu instantly understood that the other party was misunderstanding something. He also knew that if he didn't explain himself clearly today, not only would he not be able to convince Zhao Rongguang to sign this billion-dollar order from manhwa, there was even a possibility that he might be misunderstood and get caught up in an unnecessary investigation. At that moment, Fang Yu sighed and began to explain. Mr. Zhao, everyone, you must not have any misunderstandings. All of this money of mine is definitely from the right path. In here, many of them are royalties and royalties for the materials and machines that I have researched. If you don't believe me, this is my patent certificate. Fang Yu said while pulling out a large stack of thick patent certificates from his own traveling case. A dozen or so patent certificates, directly enough to fill up a large table. Seeing this scene, the doubts in Zhao Rongguang's heart were immediately dispelled by a large portion. The reason why he had just shown such a strong reaction was really because he was unwilling to believe that Fang Yu had really gone astray. Although, the little guy in front of him was high-minded and gullible, his talent in weapon design was real. Just a month after arriving at Northern Industries, he had continuously built 2 weapons that were also very advanced when placed in the entire Blue Star. In fact, he had watched from the shadows as Fang Yu took credit for everything he did after entering the field. With a newcomer like him entering the field, Northern Industry could be considered to have a successor. It was also because of Fang Yu's high hopes that he was so angry when he heard that Fang Yu was going to sign such a contract with manhwa that he knew at a glance that there were problems. Today, he had actually come here to give Fang Yu a profound lesson, wanting him to be more stable after this incident. Now that he saw that Fang Yu had actually not only succeeded in his studies during his 4 years in school, but had even squeezed out his kung fu to come up with so many inventions and patents, it was obvious that he was even better than what he had expected. His evaluation of Fang Yu became even higher. With this thought, Zhao Rongguang casually picked a patent certificate and lifted it to read it. However, when he saw the name of this patent written on that patent book, his entire person froze directly there as if he was petrified. Even, surprised to a mouth open can swallow an egg so big, did not realize. Because, the name of the patent recorded in this patent book is exactly HSLA-80 steel plate. After seeing this scene, Zhao Rongguang somewhat incredulously asked towards Fang Yu. Fang Yu, this HSLA-80 steel plate, really invented by you? And after seeing Fang Yu nodding his head, Zhao Rongguang even directly stepped forward and clutched Fang Yu's shoulder, shouting excitedly. Genius! You are truly a genius. Seeing this scene, Wang Changhai and the others directly froze. Completely confused, just now also Fang Yu cross-eyed, cannot wait to Fang Yu immediately drive away Li Rongguang. Just after a glance at the words on the patent book, on the other Yu's attitude, came to 180 degrees of a big shift, even more than their own son or pro. In fact, they are not to blame. After all, the line is like a mountain. Even if Wang Changhai and others in the northern industry research for more than 10 years of weapons manufacturing, but generally manufacturing is only the army equipment. For HSLA-80 steel plate, a sea-oriented material, it is normal to not know much about it. But, those who are familiar with HSLA-80 steel plate know that this steel has another name. That is aircraft carrier steel plate. This kind of steel plate, to have high toughness, low temperature resistance C38 degrees, magnetic rejection based on, but also at the same time to have yield strength 8160 KSI, high fracture toughness, high temperature resistance without deformation, corrosion resistance bulletproof and other characteristics. Before Fang Yu conquered the difficulties of manufacturing this steel plate, the Dragon Kingdom had already invested a massive amount of resources in research, all of which were clueless. Every year, it needed to spend huge amounts of money to purchase this steel from several foreign countries to manufacture new warships. And the significance of Fang Yu researching this material was this. From now on, the Dragon Kingdom would not have to use those precious foreign exchange to purchase these expensive steel materials, saving the country several $100 million every year. And the more important point is, after the Dragon Country has this technology, the Dragon Country has become one of the few countries on the Blue Star that can forge aircraft carrier steel plate. It could now export to foreign countries to generate foreign exchange. This inward and outward, so that the Dragon Country not only spends a few $100 million less each year, but at the same time can also produce a few tens of millions of dollars more in foreign exchange. According to Reason, with this one patent, it is enough for Fang Yu to earn a few $1 million a year. However, Fang Yu has only earned a total of 2.6 million soft dollars over the past 4 years. This also meant that Fang Yu did not use this patent on himself, but rather donated it directly to the country. And this, too, coincided with what he had gotten from the Naval Weapons Research Institute himself. However, before this, Zhao Rongguang only knew that the inventor of this technology was just a scientist who was not very old, and did not know the name. Unexpectedly, the inventor of this technology was actually Fang Yu in front of him. At this moment, Zhao Rongguang, who had learned of this news that was like a nuclear explosion, had been shocked to the extreme in his heart. Not only because Fang Yu was so young, he had already developed such high-end materials and technologies. More so, because Fang Yu's selfless and loyal heart for the Dragon Kingdom obviously has a patent that can earn millions of dollars a year, or even tens of millions of dollars a year, but discarded as nothing, will he selflessly donated to the Dragon Country, do not take a penny. Obviously has a degree from Harbin Institute of Technology, but also Zhang Zhaozhong's most pleased students can casually find a job with a good income. But he still unhesitatingly head into the Dragon Country military industry. This poor treatment, low welfare of the northern industry, unconditional for the Dragon Country dedication of their youth. It was enough to prove that Fang Yu's great ambition and amazing talent. Such a person, and how would because of a few words of manhwa on the head, and sign that kind of almost unequal treaty contract? Then, there was only one explanation. That is, Fang Yu really has the ability to build this third-generation tank in 2 months' time. Build this third-generation tank. Chapter 38, I'll bet with you. After seeing Zhao Rongguang's patent certificate, his attitude towards himself made a 180-degree change. Fang Yu also has some 2 and 2 Shangshan puzzled. However, since he couldn't figure it out, Fang Yu shook off his head and put this matter behind him for the time being. He continued to do the business at hand. Mr. Zhao, with these certificates, it should be able to prove that there is no problem with those deposits of mine. So, I did some calculations. According to the calculations based on the contract I set with manhwa, even if I really can't get a prototype car after 2 months. According to these deposits I have right now, it's still enough to pay out at least 30 months worth of liquidated damages to Manmitsu no Makoto. Not only that, with all these patents of mine, I'll still be able to make at least 30,000 to 40,000 soft currencies per month. So, even with this money of my own, it's enough to cover at least 3 years of liquidated damages. Fang Yu looked at Zhao Rongguang with a burning gaze. In 3 years and 2 months, even the original people of Northern Industries should be able to accomplish this. Therefore, regardless of whether this matter succeeds or fails, Northern Industries will steadily make money. In that case, Mr. Zhao, you can always let me try, right? After hearing these decisive words from Fang Yu, Wang Qinghai and the others present were first stunned, followed by a shaken look on their faces. For Fang Yu and Man Guangji's cooperation this time, there was actually a hint of intention. After all, it was as Fang Yu had said. Regardless of the final result of this deal, Northern Industries would not lose money. In terms of the technical level of the employees of Northern Industries, letting him build a third-generation tank in 2 months is indeed never possible. However, if the time was stretched to 3 years and 2 months, it would be different. With sufficient funds and time, even if these people from Northern Industries were to fight, they would be able to give Man Guangji a new type of third-generation tank that was not considered strong in performance, but was definitely in the middle of the road. And in these 3 years or so, all of the liquidated damages would be borne by Fang Yu, without Northern Industries having to worry in the slightest. And once the deal was made, Northern Industries would be able to make a net profit of 500-600 million soft dollars. In addition to the company's expenses, these old employees of their own will not score a few tens of thousands of dollars? This kind of surefire deal was simply 100 benefits without any harm to the current Northern Industries. No. No way. Just at this moment, Wang Qinghai suddenly reacted from the beautiful vision of the future and said in a loud voice, "The benefits are all for us to take, and the risks are all for little Fang to bear alone. If I even want to take this kind of money, what kind of man would I be? Little Fang, I don't care what others say, I can't agree to this. I won't hide it from you, there have long been factories out there that have been digging for me, saying that as long as I go, they'll give me a monthly salary of 2,000 a month. But I didn't agree. Why? Because Laozi came to Northern Industry back then because I wanted to do my part for the country, so that our dragon country would no longer be bullied. So, even though I earn less, my spine can be straight. I can also speak tough. But, if I agree to this proposal of yours today, then what face would I have to say that I came here for my ideals? If people don't have ideals, what's the difference between them and salted fish? Brother Wang. Hearing Wang Changhai's words, Fang Yu had a renewed understanding of this big brother who had always been kind to himself and even a bit cowardly. As a member of the military-industrial sector, which of these people are not skilled, as long as they want to, in this era where the economy of the Dragon Kingdom is about to take off, as long as they change their careers, are they still not casually raking in money in other industries? Take Wang Changhai for example, as a 88 type tank parts familiar in flow, closed eyes can repair it mechanical big brother, go out to repair those millions of luxury cars, is not a piece of cake? And like Lu Zhendong, graduated from the aviation department of Western University, in this era of scarce education, can't he find a well-paid job with a good salary? But he still after graduation, unhesitatingly into the northern industry, became a bitter haha designers as for what? Could it be that it was also for the money? He had always thought that he was doing this for the sake of these people of theirs, but now it seemed that he was simply insulting them by doing this. Can in this dragon country military industry lowest valley still stick in the northern industry, silent for the motherland dedication of their own strength of the people, which one is not to the motherland love of the deep-blooded youth? Master Fawn, don't blame me for having to sing against you again this time. Brother Wang is right. This kind of money that is detrimental to others is hot to hold. I won't agree to it either. After hearing Wang Changhai's words, Lu Zhendong chimed in as well. It drew nods from the crowd. Right. We are also considered old employees who have been in the factory for a few years. Let us take a student's hard-earned money to go down the drain. I can't do it. Little Fang Ah, don't blame the brothers for not being toward you. I think this matter should be settled. However, just as a chorus of opposing voices resounded within the dormitory, Zhao Rongguang, who hadn't made a sound, suddenly opened his mouth. The slightly old but majestic voice instantly suppressed the crowd's noisy clamor instantly. For this matter, I do think it's feasible. Upon hearing this, on the faces of Wang Changhai and the others, an odd look surfaced. Half of it was disbelief, while the other half was somewhat contemptuous. When people Fang Yu wanted to sign the contract before, you blocked it by all means, fearing that you would lose money because of Fang Yu. And now, people Fang Yu said to bear their own losses, the northern industry steady profit, you have come forward to say support? How did he not see before, his old leader, actually is such a full money in the eyes of the people? Seeing the crowd look at their own color, Zhao Rongguang instantly understand, this group of boys has misunderstood what, face flashed a trace of anger. Where do you all think? Is Lao Zi the kind of person who forgets what's right when he sees what's right? What I mean to say is that I'll sign the contract between Fang Yu and Manguangji. And, I will mobilize all of our factory's resources and manpower to cooperate with Fang Yu to complete this mission. However, this liquidated damages do not have to be borne by you but by the entire northern industries. Saying this, Zhao Rongguang stepped forward and patted Fang Yu's shoulder and said, Kid, old Zhao, I'm putting my life's work on you. You kid, you must fight for your master. Chapter 39, Let Northern Industry become the #1 in Blue Star. Ha? So sudden? After hearing Zhao Rongguang's words, Fang Yu subconsciously murmured. He was somewhat unable to see through the old man's brain circuits. However, Zhao Rongguang's sudden decision to make such a decision also had his own considerations. Firstly, Fang Yu could not say that he really had the ability to complete this practically impossible task within 2 months. After all, Fang Yu is a true genius who can even independently develop materials like aircraft carrier steel plates. For a genius, one couldn't use normal people's thoughts to understand him. After all, before this, he had also come up with the new anti-tank missile that had plagued the Dragon Army for the better part of a year in a period of 10 days, hadn't he? Even after this missile had been developed by him, he had also built a Type 191 assault rifle without stopping, which could make Shen Xuanji of the 208th Institute, a titan of the gun-making world, sigh in admiration. So, although it seemed that, under normal circumstances, no one could build a third-generation tank in 2 months. But, in front of a genius like Fang Yu who was good at creating miracles, it might be possible that it could really be gotten out by him. Of course, besides valuing Fang Yu's ability, the most crucial point was Fang Yu's mentality. If it were an ordinary young man, I'm afraid that when he had just come to the dormitory himself, he would have been scared speechless by the oppressive feeling on him. However, even in the face of his furious self, Fang Yu was still able to answer his own questions without being subdued and reasoned. To be so calm as to be shocked was rare at his age. Isn't there a saying? Face like a flat lake but chest has a thunderbolt, can be worshipped on the general. From this point, we can see that even if Fang Yu did not come to Northern Industries as a weapon designer but went to join the army, he also has the potential to become a famous general. Moreover, the most valuable thing about this kid is that he doesn't take credit in the slightest and is not greedy for money. On the basis of his research out of that aircraft carrier steel plate, even if others can be the same as him, this patented technology, unconditional dedication to the motherland. But at the very least, they would also covet a false name and accept a medal or something. However, as far as Zhao Rongguang knew, when Fang Yu mailed this information to the Naval Research Institute at that time, he didn't even write his signature and address. The reason why I know, the developer of this patent is Fang Yu, or the Naval Institute, along the post office back to push back. Not greedy for money, do not seek fame, a heart only for the motherland to make contributions. Fang Yu's body, Zhao Rongguang even saw, does not belong to this era of fluctuating hearts, belongs solely to the ideal light of that crimson era. It was also this that made Zhao Rongguang decide to gamble on the future of northern industries to support Fang Yu this time. Starting tomorrow, there is no need to ask me for instructions, all the personnel in the factory are at your disposal, and all the resources are at your disposal as well. Little Fang, whether our factory will go bankrupt or be revitalized, it all depends on your performance this time. After patting Fang Yu's shoulder again, Zhao Rongguang picked up his thermos cup and left the dormitory in a dashing manner with a strange look in his eyes. And just as Zhao Rongguang opened the dormitory door, only then did Fang Yu and the few others realize that the corridor outside their dormitory had been filled with people at some point. Seeing Fang Yu appear, everyone's gazes fell onto him. Folks, what are you guys? Fang Yu, you don't need to say anything. We all heard what you and the old factory manager said. You kid, are a man. We're all with you. At this moment, a voice rang out from the group of people standing in the corridor, instantly causing the surrounding people to unanimously agree. Not bad. I've seen a lot of other people, but you're still the first one who can take out all of his family's money to take the blame for the factory. Just based on what you did today, you are also definitely not the kind of person who willfully send the factory into the fire pit. And with the old leaders trusting you so much, and even betting on the future of the factory, then there's nothing more we can say. Starting tomorrow, Fang Yu, feel free to command us. As long as we can come up with a third-generation tank in 2 months, we'll do whatever you want us to do. Right. They all say that this matter is an impossible task. I'd like to see, by the time we build it on schedule, what else will these people have to say, huh? Looking at the group of comrades in front of him who had unconditionally supported themselves, Fang Yu wanted to say something, but suddenly felt a little choked in his throat, and his eyes were a little blurry. Zhao Rongguang's decision is definitely a matter of life and death for northern industries. If he doesn't need to take the responsibility, once he doesn't finish the project as scheduled, then the compensation for the breach of contract of manhwa can also put northern industries out of business. And these are not like themselves, there are millions of deposits at the same time, or a person to eat the whole family is not hungry bachelor. Almost every one of them are dragging the family. Once the factory broke in store, their family will have to live a very difficult time. But, even so, these people still unhesitatingly support themselves. By now, Fang Yu no longer knew what to say. After taking a hard breath, Fang Yu took a step forward, thought for a moment, and said aloud, "Everyone, I believe that most of you should be older than me. To me, all of you are my big brothers. So, today, since all of you big brothers are so supportive of me, I, Fang Yu, will leave my words here. Within 2 months, I will definitely be able to make our factory build a third-generation tank, and earn the money from manhwa." After saying this first goal, Fang Yu did not wait for the crowd to speak, then immediately added, "Not only that, I also assure everyone that we will not only be able to build the tanks out. Moreover, the tank that is built will definitely be one that, in terms of overall strength, far exceeds Eagle Sauce's broken M1A1. I am going to use this tank to tell the entire Dragon Kingdom, and even the entire Blue Planet. We, Northern Industries, are the premier military-industrial unit in the whole of Asia, and even the whole of Blue Star. I also want to use this tank as the charge of our Northern Industry. Let the world know that sooner or later, our Northern Industry will definitely become the world's #1 military factory, surpassing Loma and Boeing." The world's #1 military factory? Hearing Fang Yu's passionate speech, the crowd present first froze. Pa pa pa. Immediately afterward, it was unknown who took the lead and clapped first. Good. You said it well, Fang Yu. This is the kind of energy we want. Bull Loma. Bull 4. Sooner or later, one day, our Northern Industries will have to make you come down and shout at your masters. Right. Where there's a will, there's a way. Sooner or later, we will definitely become the #1 military industry in Blue Star. Chapter 40, Confirmation of Manufacturing Model, Type 99 Main Battle Tank. After making that combative declaration last night, early the next morning, Fang Yu officially started manufacturing the third-generation tank. Sitting in front of his desk, Fang Yu closed his eyes and muttered, "System, immediately import the entire production data and technical difficulties of the Dragon Kingdom's Type 99 main battle tank into my brain." Received. Data is being transferred, please wait. With the end of the system's electronic mechanical tone, a flood of information then surged into Fang Yu's brain like a tidal wave. In a moment's effort, all the technical information about the Type 99 tank from his previous life was engraved in Fang Yu's brain. if Fang Yu needed to make some comparisons and dwell on it when studying other weapons. When it came to manufacturing tanks, he did not need to have any tangles at all. The Type 99 main battle tank was his best and only choice. This could be seen just from the parameters of the Type 99 main battle tank. Type 99 main battle tank is 11 meters long, 3.5 meters wide, 2.73 meters high, weighs about 52 tons, can carry 3 crew members, belongs to the veritable heavy tank. In terms of parameters, compared with the M1A1, it does not fall behind. The key is, he also has many, even M1A1 have no black technology equipment. For example, M1A1 adopts is a 120mm 44 times the RH120 tank gun. The maximum depth of penetration is only about 780mm. And 99 type main battle tanks equipped with is a 125mm 50 times the diameter of the tank gun, in 2000 meters distance, able to penetrate 850mm mean armor. If the shells are replaced with special alloy armor piercing shells, the same distance armor piercing ability, he can even reach more than 960mm. Not only that, compared to the M1A1 that the primary shot control system, 99 type even installed on the thermal imager. Let 99 type not only can fight at night, even can see the building behind the heat source, physical open hanging. In terms of firepower, as long as this Type 99 is launched, it will be the king of firepower of the new generation. However, for Fang Yu, the most important thing is not the Type 99 that strong firepower. With the general tanks are different. Type 99 main battle tanks of the main armor and wedge-shaped additional armor module, not only the use of steel fiberglass plate, super hard steel and C-class dry-moving bags, Kevlar ceramics made of this material. These armors, moreover, are modularized. Not only do they have a protective power equivalent to 1000mm mean armor, but they are also able to be quickly repaired or replaced after being pierced or wounded. Strong defense and quick repair when damaged. In their own era, in this 99 type, the moment of appearance, the wall of size this name, completely with the 99 type bound together. In addition to its ferocious firepower and strong protection, the mobility of the Type 99 tank was actually also a strong batch. It used the most advanced 150 HP2 diesel engine of the Dragon Kingdom at the time, allowing the engine power to reach a terrifying 1500 horsepower. Enough to make the 99 type tank such a behemoth, at a speed of more than 60 kilometers, traveling more than 600 kilometers. In addition to this, there are several small advantages of the Type 99 that Fang Yu cannot recall for the time being. However, looking at it all together, Type 99 tank in its service in that era, because there are M1A2, Leopard 2, T-90, and other Blue Star first-class tanks for comparison, appeared not so prominent, can only be regarded as the Blue Star many superclass main battle tanks in one of them. However, in their own existence now, this M1A1 just produced, Leopard 2 is not yet a skim. The Mao Bear is only rely on the T-72 to support the time. 99 type main battle tanks is the undoubted king of the Blue Star tanks. As for that, why Fang Yu not one step synthesize the advantages of each country's tank super tank? It is very simple. Because as a future person, Fang Yu knows, in less than 30 years, these ferocious-looking war behemoths would no longer be useful. In the era he came from, the War of the Big Hairy Two Hairy Ones had already illustrated this point very well. In this battlefield informatization, the situation has almost been two-way transparent. These steel behemoths that had been manufactured at the expense of countless resources and huge sums of money hadn't even reached the battlefield yet. It was likely that they would be sent away directly by a tiny drone or a rocket. In the face of this kind of descending blow, these tanks are like the cavalry of the year met the Maxim machine gun general, no resistance. So, if Fang Yu was willing, he was indeed able to build a tank that was better than the Type 99. However, in this kind of doomed to exit the war stage of the weapon on the body to increase investment, Fang Yu do not feel the need. Against the M1A1, 99 type is enough. Soon, the system imported all the manufacturing techniques and difficulties related to Type 99 tanks into Fang Yu's mind. Immediately after, Fang Yu opened his eyes and exhaled a long breath of turbid air. After stretching his waist and wringing his neck, his body made a sound like popping beans. Fang Yu began to concentrate on the technical difficulties in his mind, and the design of the Type 99 was transcribed on the draft paper in front of him. One day later, Wang Changhai and the others looked at the thick pile of drawings and technical instructions that Fang Yu handed over, and immediately felt that the whole person was numb. Not. I know that you Fang Yu is powerful, but this is too exaggerated, right? You can come up with the design drafts of the anti-tank missile and the 191 assault rifle in a day that can still be explained with a gifted explanation. But this is a whole set of tank design drawings. Even if you let these people copy them, I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to finish them in a day or a night. Not to mention thinking and drawing at the same time. This was simply not a job that a human could accomplish. Neither could Fang Yu. Then, there was only one explanation. That is, Fang Yu had actually started designing this tank a long time ago. All of these drafts were the result of his usual accumulation over time. At the thought of this, Wang Changhai and the others, on the contrary, had more than enough confidence in Fang Yu. After all, if Fang Yu had really wanted to create a third-generation tank a long time ago, and not on an impromptu basis. In many aspects, he was afraid that he had already considered it very maturely. The trouble one would encounter when helping to manufacture it would also be quite a bit less. At the same time, the chances of these people on their own completing the task within the stipulated time would also be a little higher. However, just as the crowd began to take turns passing around those designs of Fang Yu's and making slurping noises, Wang Changhai, however, took a drawing and asked Fang Yu with some surprise. "Little Fang, I remember, what you promised Manguangji at that time was to build a tank that even the set of anti-tank missiles you designed couldn't penetrate, right? If that's the case, then why haven't you stacked the armor at the top of the turret thicker, or did you only leave 20 millimeters of armor for it?" Chapter 41, Type 99, done. Hearing Wang Changhai's question, at once, the group of technicians who came to help also revealed a puzzled look. Wang Changhai was right to ask. As the maker of that brand new set of anti-tank missiles, it was impossible for Fang Yu to not be aware of the lethality of the top attack mode against tanks. Even the composite armor of the M1A1 tank would be directly pierced through the canopy. So, why did Fang Yu not consider this at all when designing his own tank? Could it be that he possessed absolute confidence in his own technology, believing that Eagle Jam absolutely could not copy that roof-attacking anti-tank missile? Isn't this a bit too underestimating Eagle Jam? Don't worry brother Wang, I have long considered this point. Seeing that the crowd were all casting doubtful gazes at themselves, instead of answering the question directly, he asked Wang Changhai in return. Brother Wang, let me ask you. Do you think that if we adopt your argument of thickening the roof armor in order to defend against the attack of the roof attack mode, how thick does this armor have to be in order to block the missile attack? This probably has to be at least 300 millimeters thick. Moreover, the material used would have to be the same depleted uranium armor as the front armor of his turret to work. Speaking here, Wang Changhai immediately swallowed the rest of his words back into his stomach, because he had also discovered that there was a loophole in his words. In order to defend the anti-tank missile's attack on the roof armor, which was only 20 millimeters thick, was thickened to 300 millimeters. This practice will not only greatly increase the manufacturing cost of the tank. Moreover, it will also significantly increase the weight of the tank, resulting in poor tank maneuverability. The key is, because the roof armor cannot be made into a beveled angle, even if the use of 300 millimeters depleted uranium armor, anti-penetration ability will also be greatly reduced. May not be able to block the Javelin missile attack. It can be said that the loss outweighs the gain. Then how do you plan to solve this problem? After a moment of silence, Wang Changhai then asked with curiosity. Don't they say there's that saying? The best defense is offense. Brother Wang, I'll leave the drawings and technical points to you. If there's any problem you don't understand, feel free to come to the third workshop to find me. I'll go and get busy first. After leaving behind an incomprehensible sentence, Fang Yu also didn't wait for Wang Changhai's crowd to react, so he directly got up and walked towards the third workshop. Alas? Oi! Little Fang, don't be in a hurry to leave. You rather explain to us what you mean. Makes so mysterious, what the hell? Seeing this, Wang Changhai hurriedly shouted in the direction Fang Yu had left. However, at this time, Fang Yu had already gone so far that he couldn't even see his silhouette. Seeing this, Wang Changhai could only sigh and helplessly shake his head. Sure enough, was this the difference between a genius and an ordinary person? In his place, I'm afraid that he wouldn't be able to come up with a solution even if he thought about it, but Fang Yu seemed to already have a draft in mind. However, since this was the case, Wang Changhai was relieved. Anyway, since this matter was taken over by Fang Yu, he didn't have to worry about it. Immediately after, Wang Changhai's group of people once again focused their attention on the tank manufacturing drawings in front of them. But soon, a loud exclamation once again rang out in this group of people. My goodness! This is actually the manufacturing technique for the 125mm tank gun barrel? I'm not mistaken, am I? This thing, but even the 301st Institute, which specializes in building cannons, hasn't come up with it yet. Hearing this person's surprised voice, another person instantly said with even more shock. What's that to you? Do you know what I'm drawing on these pieces of manuscript paper? 1500 horsepower diesel engine manufacturing technology. With this, our diesel engine will be able to catch up with the first tier of the Blue Star. Tungsten steel alloy casting technology. Stabilized tail armor piercing bullet manufacturing technology. Vehicle-mounted thermal imager manufacturing technology. My goodness, all these cross-generation technologies were created by Fang Yu alone? As the crowd looked at the more and more, incomparably detailed technologies in their hands, everyone's hands trembled slightly with excitement, letting out a heartfelt exclamation. This kid, just what kind of monster is he? Time was like a white horse passing by in a hurry. Soon, in the midst of a busy schedule, it came to 2 months later. What made these research institutes of northern industries could not believe was The task that they originally thought would definitely not be completed was magically completed under the concerted efforts of the entire staff and those drawings and technical guidance from Fang Yu. At this moment, a large group of people were excitedly discussing around a brand new tank on the testing ground of Northern Industries. Everyone's face was glittering with the joy of a great success. All make way, all make way, all make way for the old factory director. At this moment, Wang Changhai's brash voice suddenly rang out. At the sound, the crowd consciously made way. Immediately afterward, Zhao Rongguang, who was wearing a Zhongshan suit and had a full head of Chinese hair, crossed over the crowd and arrived in front of the tank. After seeing the tank that was placed in the middle of the playground, his entire body immediately lit up, and with just one glance, he felt as if his heart was being clutched by large hands, and was about to gasp with excitement. This is that third-generation tank that Fang Yu built? This ing is also too beautiful. The reason why he said that was not because Zhao Rongguang was too unseen. On the contrary, it was precisely because Zhao Rongguang had seen too many different kinds of tanks that he was able to say this with unparalleled certainty. The shape of the tank in front of him was different from any tank in service. The low turret had harsh lines, and its structure was simple, smooth, and full of dynamism. Around the turret, there was a ring of thick metal armor surrounding it, filling people with a sense of security at first glance. As for the thick and large barrel, it is full of masculinity. In short, just from the appearance, not to mention the T-72, M60, this kind of modeling slightly rough second-generation tanks, even the only active third-generation tank M1A1, I'm afraid that may not catch up with the tank in front of me. Other not to mention, on the basis of this appearance, pull to the battlefield, do not have to open fire, will be able to bluff a lot of people. After all, face value is the strength of this sentence is not just talk. Good. I didn't expect that this Fang Yu kid would actually build a third-generation tank in 2 months. I wasn't wrong about him. I wasn't wrong. After having a hard time moving his eyes off of that too pretty to be true tank, Zhao Rongguang's eyes were slightly red. For him, although he was not directly involved in this manufacturing operation, the pressure he was under was not less than Fang Yu and the others at all. After all, he had pressed the future of Northern Industries onto Fang Yu. Once Fang Yu failed, the Northern Industry, for which he had devoted his life's work, would face the risk of bankruptcy. Now that he saw the completion of the tank, Zhao Rongguang was finally able to let go of the heart he had been hanging on to. However, just as Zhao Rongguang's eyes searched through the crowd for half a day, wanting to find Fang Yu, the great achiever, and personally praise him a few times, only then did he realize that Fang Yu was not even present. At that moment, he asked Wang Changhai, who was beside him, with some confusion. Where is Fang Yu? Seeing that Man Guangji and the others are about to arrive, for such an important occasion, why isn't he, the chief responsible person, there? Chapter 42, is this a tank built by Fang Yu? It's too handsome. You mean little Fang? He's doing the final debugging work in the tank. Hearing Li Rongguang's question, Wang Changhai on the side hurriedly answered. What? It's about to be delivered and he's still doing debugging work? What did he do long ago? Upon hearing this, Zhao Rongguang furrowed his brows slightly and said with slight dissatisfaction. Old factory director, this is where you misunderstood him. At this time, Lu Zhendong, who was standing beside Wang Changhai, suddenly said. Originally, this tank was debugged and ready for delivery 2 days ago, but the equipment that Fang Yu was responsible for manufacturing was not tested successfully until yesterday afternoon. He's been working in the tank since last night, tossing and turning for the whole night. Hearing Lu Zhendong's words, Zhao Rongguang's face even took on a look of shock. It was important to know that no matter what weapon Fang Yu developed, what stood out was the word fast. Whether it was the new anti-tank missile or the 191 assault rifle, it had only taken 10 days. This equipment, on the other hand, had actually allowed Fang Yu to study it for a full 2 months, and it was even still experimented successfully before the deadline. In an instant, Zhao Rongguang's curiosity towards this mysterious equipment reached its peak, and very urgently wanted to see with his own eyes what kind of equipment it was. However, right at this moment, a commotion suddenly came from the other side of the testing ground. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, 2 military jeeps sped down the runway, and at a distance of less than 20 meters from Zhao Rongguang and the others, they crunched a sharp brake and stopped. Immediately after that, Man Guangji, who was wearing a camouflage combat uniform, leapt down from the jeep with 7 or 8 special warrior soldiers. Old chief, it's been a long time, you're still in such good spirits. As soon as they got off the vehicle, Man Guangji gave Zhao Rongguang a military salute, then enthusiastically shook Zhao Rongguang's hand and kept shaking it. The reason why Man Guangji would be so respectful to Zhao Rongguang, although there was also the identity of the other party being the general manager of Northern Industries. But more than that, it was out of his own respect for this old-timer who had fought bloodily in the peninsula battlefield. However, after the two exchanged a few pleasantries, Man Guangji's gaze was completely attracted by the incomparably ferocious and huge war beast in the middle of the testing ground. My mother, this is the tank prototype that Fang Yu promised to make for me? Look, it's inevitably too handsome. The moment he saw this tank, Man Guangji felt as if his face had been smashed with a heavy punch, a sense of dizziness arose. For this tank, the first word that surfaced in his mind was only one word. That was stunning. The height of the entire tank was as high as a one-story building, and its size was almost as big as a dump truck, and standing in front of it, even his own 1-meter-tall northern man felt small. Just from this body type, this brand new tank in front of me, tonnage at least in 50 tons or more, definitely not those 88 type that only 38 tons of small body can be compared to those in service in the Dragon Country. It was a war beast that was enough to rival the M101. In addition to its size, the turret part of this tank was even more stunning to the point of suffocating until full light. Thick tank gun barrel, silent pointing to the distance, even if not use a ruler to measure, manhwa also can probably guess its caliber, at least also reached more than 120 millimeters, or even, is more than 125 millimeters. And after this tank gun, this tank that low and short, at the same time with wedge-shaped armor armed to the teeth of the turret, but also to the world in a silent show off their impenetrable defense. So, to summarize, although this tank has not yet been certified by the experiment, but only in terms of appearance, those who can compete with it are only the M1A11 tank of the Eagle sauce. As for second-generation tanks like the T-72 and M60, they don't even have the qualifications to stand together with this new tank and comment on it. If face value could represent combat power, in Manchu Guangji's heart, this tank was already the number one in Blue Star. Even, Man Guangji's heart even gave birth to a kind of, no matter this tank's performance is not up to standard, all to bring it back to Zhu Rai's impulse. Ahem. However, after a moment, Man Guangji hastily shook his head, throwing this absurd thought to the back of his mind. Although he was very satisfied with the face value of this tank. However, it was clear that face value could not be a meal. How exactly the combat power of this tank was, it was still necessary to use the actual test data as the standard. After all, even if this tank is good looking, when facing the M1A1, it is still taken away by a gun. What is the original purpose of spending a large amount of money to customize him? Right, how come I haven't seen that Fang Yu kid? At this moment, Man Guangji's eyes swept through the venue, but did not find Fang Yu's figure. He could not help but ask Zhao Rongguan with some doubts. Over here. Major man, long time no see. Who knows, before Zhao Rongguan could reply. Fang Yu's voice then came over from the heads of the crowd. At the sound of the voice, all eyes looked towards the owner of the voice, only to see that Fang Yu, covered in oil and dirt, was talking while drilling out of the turret of this new tank. Good fellow, saying that you'll build me a third-generation tank in 2 months, you're not planning to miss a single point. Seeing Fang Yu's appearance, Man Guangji immediately knew that Fang Yu was off doing the final debugging work. He could not help but spit it out, and immediately asked with some suspicion. To build a tank in such a hurry, is it really okay? Oh, if I tell you now that there is absolutely no problem, I guess you won't believe it either, Major Man. Whether it's a mule or a horse, pull it out. Let's speak directly with facts, how about it? Upon hearing this, Fang Yu did not directly refute Man Guangji, but said with a smile. Good, since you are so confident, it would seem a bit pretentious for me to say anything else. Seeing Fang Yu in such a confident manner, Man Guangji could not help but be infected by him as well. Nodding his head, he said. Then let's start the test right away. Chapter 43, What Permanent Fortifications, One Cannon to the Sky. After these words from Man Guangji, the crowd of onlookers then retreated beyond the field, leaving this testing ground to this new tank. While the others were still giving this new tank a final check. Taking advantage of this, Fang Yu then introduced himself to Man Guangji and the others. Colonel Man, before the test officially begins, let me give you the parameters of this tank. This brand new tank, tentatively codenamed 99, is 11 meters long, 3.5 meters wide, 2.73 meters high, weighs around 52 tons, and can carry 3 crew members. It has a 125mm 50x gun and is capable of firing more than a dozen types of special ammunition, including tail-stabilized stripped armor-piercing rounds. At a distance of 2,000 meters, the maximum penetration depth of ordinary armor-piercing rounds is 850mm, and if it is replaced with special alloy armor-piercing rounds, the maximum penetration depth can reach more than 960mm. In addition, it's different from ordinary tanks. The main armor and wedge-shaped additional armor modules of this Type 99 main battle tank are not only made of steel fiberglass plate ultra-hard steel and Class C dry-moving bag Kevlar ceramics as a material. The armor, moreover, is modularized. Not only does it possess a protection equivalent to 1000mm mean armor, but it is also able to be quickly repaired or replaced after being pierced or wounded. At the same time, this tank is also equipped with a 1500 horsepower diesel engine, capable of allowing this main battle tank of over 50 tons to break through 600 kilometers at a speed of over 60 kilometers. Hearing each and every parameter reported by Fang Yu. Not to mention Man Guangji, even the knowledgeable Zhao Rongguan froze. On each of their faces, they all wore a touch of shock that was too thick to dissolve. The whole person was also like being struck by lightning, directly petrified there. Not. The data of this tank of Fang Yu's was also too heaven-defying, right? Many of the data in here had even surpassed the paper data of the M1A1. Wouldn't this mean that if all of what Fang Yu had said was fine, and the experiment was completed successfully, the Dragon Kingdom would have possessed a blue star first tank that surpassed the M1A1? At the thought of this, a heart of Man Guangji trembled violently. A huge burst of ecstasy also filled his mind. Originally, his expectation for Fang Yu was only for this gifted young man to be able to use his talent to design a new third-generation tank for the Dragon Kingdom. As for performance, to be able to reach 70%-80% of the M1A1 is enough. Who knew that Fang Yu had, surprisingly, directly come up with one, with such an unbelievable performance? Is this something that you can have for only $100 million? How to say this feeling? It's like, you only have a few tens of thousands of dollars, want to buy a domestic car for transportation. But, after taking your money, the car dealer sells you a supercar that looks cooler than a Lamborghini and accelerates faster than a Bugatti Veyron. It's all too conservative to say that you've made a fortune. However, a moment later, Man Guangji will be his heart this ecstasy suppressed. He Fang Yu said is heavenly, quite like that. However, the data on paper may not be taken seriously. Many weapons or paper data is incomparably powerful, but a battlefield becomes incomparably pulled down is also a common thing. After all, the T-72 was not M1A1 to unilateral slaughter, but also said that they can with M1A11 for one it. However, Fang Yu seemed to know this as well. After a simple brief introduction, he directly commanded the 99A to start the experiments. And the first item was the firepower test that Man Guangji was most concerned about. Rumble. The 99A's huge body, under the driver's manipulation, traveled more than 100 meters towards the interior of the test base before slowly coming to a stop. Ka 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 ka. A sound of mechanical bearings turning came out. The 99A tank's 125mm thick gun muzzle then turned to a direction northeast of the test site. Seeing this, Man Guangji hurriedly picked up the binoculars on his chest and looked in that direction. Immediately after, he saw that in the experimental base that was roughly 2,000 meters away from him, there was a semi-subterranean permanent fortification towering. The entire body was made of reinforced concrete. In the outer layer of these permanent fortifications, a layer of bunker was covered with thick steel plates. The entire permanent fortification is almost as solid as gold. The degree of solidity even let the full light of the staggering. According to Man Guangji's conservative estimate, although this permanent fortification is not a tank, but based on its defensive measures, stacked up the defensive effect will not be lower than the tank's 1,000mm average armor defense. In the face of this kind of permanent fortification, even with all kinds of black science and technology, Man Guangji also can't think of any good way to solve him. If you want to pull it down, the best way is to directly use 155mm heavy artillery slowly knock. However, just when Man Guangji was still considering how to deal with this permanent fortification, he said, boom! A huge fire then instantly shot up in the sky at the 99A tank's gun barrel opening with a loud roar. A 125mm tail-stabilized stripped armor-piercing shell shot out from the gun barrel. The powerful force even made the entire space tremble. Boom! After flying out of the barrel, the armor-piercing bullet, with a speed that was difficult to track with the naked eye, as if it had eyes, landed on the permanent fortification with unparalleled precision. Immediately, flames shot up in the sky above the permanent fortification. Under the impact of the armor-piercing bullet's powerful kinetic energy, the sand and soil around the fortification were blasted into the air and fell like rain. Dust rose up into the sky, completely enveloping the permanent fortification, causing Man Guangji and the others, for a moment, to have their vision obscured. However, after the dust gradually fell, when everyone's eyes fell back to the direction of the permanent fortification, a group of people, including Man Guangji, let out a gasp of surprise that could not be hidden. One shot. Just one shot. Under a single cannon, this permanent fortification, which seemed to be solid as gold just now, was directly blasted into the sky. The people present could no longer find any trace of his existence. However, before Man Guangji had time to digest the powerful firepower of the 99A tank gun, from the southeast direction of the experimental base, suddenly came a rumbling sound of moving ground. The crowd hastily looked for the sound, but found that do not know when 388 Type main battle tanks has entered into the field. Just when everyone could not guess what these tanks were going to do when they suddenly appeared. These three tanks, however, were like mad cows, constantly roaring and rushing towards the 99A tanks. Then, with a sharp break, they stopped at a distance of less than 1,000 meters from the 99A. Ka-la! Accompanied by a sound of the muzzle turning, the three 105mm tank guns of these three Type 88 tanks then all aimed at the 99A. Seeing this scene, in Man Guangji's mind, an absurd thought suddenly rose. Could it be that Fang Yu was planning to use these three Type 88 tanks to bombard this 99A, thus demonstrating, as he said, the 99A's formidable protection ability? However, this thought had just risen in Man Guangji's mind, and then he shook his head and put it behind him. Fang Yu was bold, but he was not crazy. Right now, inside the 99A's car, there were still three drivers. If he really wanted to do this, It was fine if the experiment was successful. If the experiment is unsuccessful, the 99A will be blown up by the combined bombardment of the 3 Type 88s. I'm afraid that the 3 pilots inside will also be in a bad way. Fang Yu would not do this kind of experiment, which was close to killing people. However, at the same time when manhwa's thoughts had just fallen, boom! Those 3 Type 88s, surprisingly, really fired towards the 99A tank that still had a driver inside. Chapter 40 for the 99A's terrifying defense. Boom! 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 The 3 105mm armor-piercing rounds fired from the Type 88 tanks hit the 99A tank's wedge-shaped armor almost simultaneously, stirring up a blinding fire. The tremendous power generated by the explosion even made the entire test site tremble. Feeling the sense of shock that came from the feat, manhwa's eyes flashed with a color of incredulity that was so heavy that it was extreme. Even his body involuntarily trembled, and his gaze involuntarily looked towards Fang Yu, who was still smiling at the side. No, is your kid playing so big? Using live ammunition to test the first version of the tank prototype that just left the factory? Are you serious about this? One must know that before being tested, no one would dare to guarantee that the armor that they have manufactured is really as strong and resistant to beatings as what they have written on paper. If, in case the samples that were built did not meet the design standards, these are driving 99A tank driver, even if not directly bombed into the sky, but also have to suffer a recuperation 2 or 3 years of serious injuries? For this reckless behavior of Fang Yu, even a commander like manhwa, who had experienced countless battles in the sand, would have to say that he was bold. However, although Zhao Rongguang, who was standing at the side, was also shocked to the point of almost fainting at the beginning by this hand arranged by Fang Yu. However, after he reacted a little, he felt that something was not right. As the saying goes, there is only one step between a genius and a madman. Fang Yu might be a little crazy, but those tank drivers should all be old employees who had been in the factory for a short period of time and were well established. If they didn't have absolute trust in the quality of these armors that Fang Yu had researched, they were afraid that they would not have agreed to Fang Yu and made such a dangerous experimental project. In that case, wouldn't that mean that? Sure enough, after the dust stirred up by the 3 Type 105 armor-piercing rounds settled, that 199A tank that had been set on fire, after a short pause, it actually slowly traveled once again. Obviously, these powerful armor-piercing rounds did not penetrate the 99A's front armor. Seeing this, Zhao Rongguang hurriedly picked up the binoculars in his hand and aimed at the 99A tank, observing it carefully. Immediately after, he was even more shocked to find out. Those 3 armor-piercing bullets, it wasn't that they hadn't left any traces on the 99A tank. Only that it was extremely slight. Among them, 2 of the armor-piercing bullets were supposed to have smashed into the 99A tank's armor ramp and were ejected, only leaving 2 shallow scratches on the front armor. One of them hit the front armor. However, its power was only on the 99A tank's turret, leaving a wound less than 20 centimeters deep. Looking at that appearance, even the ceramic sandwich in the armor was not broken. Seeing this scene, on the faces of everyone present, a look of shock appeared. Immediately afterward, they turned from shock to joy and cheered madly. You know, although the 88 Type tank with a 105mm smoothbore gun, but then with the latest research of the Dragon Country armor-piercing ammunition, the maximum depth of penetration even reached more than 700mm. Even in the face of the T-72, such as the top of the second generation of tanks, but also can do a cannon A. However, at this time, it could only cause such a trivial amount of damage to the 99A tank. Then, if, really one day, the Dragon Eagle between the large-scale conflict, 88 Type as the main tank sent to the front battlefield to face with 99A Defense Force is almost the same as the M1A1 words. I'm afraid, the Dragon Country this tank unit's end may not be better than the previous year's Camel Country those T-72, or even more miserable. However, everything is different now. How much these people were afraid of the M1A1 before, how happy they are now. Because at M1A1 this level of protection tank, Laozi also have. And, not only the protection is similar to the M1A1, and even from the 99A just 99A will be that permanent fortification of a gunblast flat strong killing power to see. I'm afraid that the firepower of this tank has also caught up with, or even surpassed, Eagle's M1A1. In other words, from now on, the Dragon Country not only with the same as the Eagle sauce, has a 3rd generation main battle tank. Even, also has a comprehensive quality beyond the M1A1, Blue Star's strongest main battle tank. Rumble rumble rumble. As the 99A tank's loud roar continued to grow louder and louder, this tank, which was like a steel beast, stopped in front of the crowd once again. However, before the crowd could gather around and celebrate the success of the experimental tests of the several drivers and Fang Yu inside the vehicle, a few of the crew members inside drilled out first. In full view of everyone, from the hands of the technician who had long been prepared, received a helmet-sized diamond-shaped modular armor. Very cleanly, the 105 armor-piercing bullets were wounded by the armor module to be replaced. In less than 5 minutes, Just now also looks like battle damage wind full tank turret will once again a new look, even the slightest see, before being bombarded by artillery fire over. Seeing this scene, whether it was Zhao Rongguang or Manguangji, they all understood what the real wall of size was. These armors, after adopting modular processing. These armors, after adopting the modular treatment, not only possessed a protective power equivalent to 1000 mm average armor, but also had the ability to be quickly repaired or replaced after being pierced or wounded. Strong defense and quick repair when damaged. Easy to place if they are 99A opposite the enemy, in seeing their own hard to wound the tank, in 5 minutes later, and new, unharmed in front of their eyes. I'm afraid, the heart is only left with despair this kind of emotion it. Pa. Good. Fang Yu, this tank you built, it's really great. After a short silence, Zhao Rongguang was the first to applaud. At the same time, an incomparable sincerity greeted Fang Yu with joy. There was a reason why Zhao Rongguang took the initiative to congratulate Fang Yu as a junior. As the saying goes, the outsider sees the show, the insider sees the doorway. The birth of this 99A tank by no means only let the Dragon Country have a tank that can compete with the Eagle sauce so simple. The significance behind it is immeasurable. Not to mention, take what this 99A just showed as an example. Why 99A can have such strong firepower? The direct reason is that he has a 125mm tank gun. But 125mm tank gun manufacturing technology cannot be so simple to handle. In the entire world up until now, only the furry bear had managed it. The fact that Fang Yu was able to get this tank gun was enough to show that he had already penetrated the manufacturing process of the 125mm gun barrel. This was definitely a leap forward in terms of improving the level of military industry in the Dragon Kingdom. It's not just the gun barrel. I'm afraid that the reason why the 99A is so resistant to beatings is also inseparable from the technology that Fang Yu brought. The layer of tungsten alloy armor on the 99A's outer armor is needless to say. As for the manufacturing process of the ceramic sandwich in the middle of the tungsten alloy armor, it was even more of a unique skill of the Eagle Sauce family. At this point in time, the value of a piece of such ceramic material could even be compared to gold of the same weight. Even in the black market, many countries would rather spend more than $1 billion to buy the manufacturing method of this material are not available. It was enough to show how amazingly rare and precious this ceramic material was. Chapter 45, 99A's Secret Weapon, GL5 System. It could be said this way. If Fang Yu did not hand over the manufacturing technology of this ceramic material to the other people in northern industries, but instead applied for a patent himself, or auctioned it off on the black market, now Fang Yu, I'm afraid that he would have already been a billionaire worth over $1 billion. He can be a billionaire, but he is willing to stay in poverty, just to make a contribution to the motherland, to make a contribution. At the thought of this, Fang Yu's image in Zhao Rongguang's heart was raised by more than one notch. Therefore, after congratulating Fang Yu, Zhao Rongguang's voice choked and with a somewhat trembling voice, he said to Fang Yu, thank you. Not only on behalf of northern industry, but also on behalf of all the military workers of the Dragon Kingdom, thank you. Even if we put aside this tank that you presided over the manufacturing of. Just based on these materials and technologies that you developed, it's enough for you to leave a colorful mark in the history of Dragon Kingdom. Truly a hero. Facing Zhao Rongguang's words of praise, Fang Yu did not gloat, but smiled and shook his head. Remaining famous in history? For others, it might be a goal that was enough to strive for the rest of one's life. But for Fang Yu, it was still far from enough. Instead of making history, Fang Yu was more willing to see the Dragon Kingdom no longer suffer from those disgraces and stand on top of the world again. What's one new material? Next, Fang Yu intends to give the entire military-industrial community of the Dragon Kingdom a small road to pull their asses and open their eyes. Old factory director, you are overstating your case. Just a few techniques and materials, no big deal. Everyone, what I'm going to introduce next is the real highlight of the whole tank. As Fang Yu's words fell, everyone in the arena instantly shook through their bodies. Many people even directly talked to each other, whispering in a somewhat puzzled manner. Because, this 99A tank, Fang Yu in addition to drawing design drawings and take care of the technical difficulties, Fang Yu almost did a handful of poem. Almost all of the spare parts are other technicians in the northern industry in the guidance of Fang Yu drawings, cooperation to deal with. They were even more familiar with the performance of this tank than Fang Yu himself. The superb firepower, the wall of size general armor and the 1500 horsepower diesel engine. That should be shown, basically show to. Where is there any heavy drama to say? However, at this time, within Zhao Rongguang's mind, there was a sudden flash of light. Right. When he had just arrived at the venue, wasn't Fang Yu installing and debugging the equipment that he had personally researched? This set of equipment, but Fang Yu spent 2 months of time pressing the delivery date to be completed. He had long wanted to see with his own eyes what magical effects this thing actually had. It was only that he was shocked by the 99A's strong performance and forgot about it for a while. Since Fang Yu brought up this matter now, this so-called main event, I'm afraid it's this set of equipment, right? In the face of the crowd's mingling, Fang Yu waved his hand, signaling everyone to be quiet. Immediately afterward, he arrived in front of Man Guangji and asked with a smile. Colonel Man, you should have also seen the experimental test of the 99A just now, so your impression of this tank, how is it? Good. 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 Upon hearing this, Man Guangji said 3 good things in a row, and in his tone, he carried an overwhelming love for this tank. Even when speaking, he did not look squarely at Fang Yu, his eyes were locked on the 99A's huge body, unable to extricate himself. In fact, it is said that military fans are big pig's hooves, love the new and hate the old. But, who says the troops themselves are not like this? Originally, the full light of the dream is to have AM1A1 level tank. And now, after seeing 99A this strong to the extreme performance test. Even if now stuffed to the full light of 1M1A1, I am afraid that the full light of all have to say to the M1A1 a sentence. M1A1 don't call me, I'm afraid that 99A misunderstood. Seeing Man Guangji's behavior at this time, Fang Yu smiled without saying anything and then added. Not bad, the 99A now, from all aspects, is no longer worse than the M1A1, and even as if it was. But, have you forgotten, Major Man? What I promised to build for you at that time, but a tank that can withstand the anti-tank missile roof attack I invented. Fang Yu's words came out. It was like a pot of cold water that instantly poured over Man Guangji's body, causing him to instantly wake up. Right. Why did I forget about this? After saying that, Man Guangji then dropped his gaze to the roof of the 99A, but after just a glance, he asked Fang Yu in surprise. Fang Yu, didn't you say you wanted to give me a tank that can defend against defensive roof attacks? This turret, you didn't do the thickening treatment either. What the hell is going on here? It was no wonder that Man Guangji flipped his face faster than a book. After all, he had already seen the power of the Javelin anti-tank missiles designed by Fang Yu. This evil thing, as a set of man-portable anti-tank missiles, is even able to launch strikes at a distance of 4 kilometers, like ballistic missiles, vertically from the air to the top of the tank. In the face of it, even the cross-generation third-generation tank M1A1 can only be pride shells of the N, let alone other second-generation tanks. The main fight is won, under the Javelin, all beings are equal. And, as the inventor of this set of missiles, Fang Yu was clearly more than familiar with this set of weapons. But even so, he still did not add more armor to the top of the 99A's turret to defend against the attack. What the hell was going on here? Thinking about this, Man Guangji felt that his mind was spinning a bit. Colonel Manchu, don't be in a hurry. What I'm about to say is about this matter. After saying that, Fang Yu then took 1 step and made 2 steps, climbing onto the roof of the 99A in an arrow step. Pointing at the tank's armor, he fiddled with a set of devices like a miniature 107 rocket launcher and a small radar complex. Everyone threw their gazes at Fang Yu, who didn't know exactly what he was up to. For the increasingly mysterious equipment in Fang Yu's mouth, the anticipation and curiosity was so thick that it was almost about to overflow out of the corners of their eyes. Well, a few moments later, Fang Yu's clear voice finally echoed in the ears of the crowd. Everyone, allow me to introduce to you. This piece of equipment is the ultimate artifact that I invented specifically to defend against various anti-tank missile attacks. The GL-5 Active Defense System now. Chapter 46. Fang Yu, you kid for real? Senhei up 5 Active Defense? What is this thing? After hearing Fang Yu's rather proud introduction, the crowd of eaters in front of the tank immediately began to talk. And Man Guangji was even full of doubts, asking to himself. It wasn't just Man Guangji that these people hadn't heard of it. Even Zhao Rongguang, who had always been a knowledgeable person, frowned slightly, not understanding what this thing Fang Yu was talking about was and what it did. Seeing the doubt on the faces of the crowd, Fang Yu did not sell out. Standing on the tank, he continued to speak aloud. The so-called GL-5 Active Defense System, as the name suggests, is a defensive weapon that can actively defend against enemy attacks. On the modern battlefield, tanks and armored vehicles are facing more and more deadly threats, and their destructive efficacy is getting stronger and stronger. In particular, a variety of precision-guided munitions represented by anti-tank missiles. Not only is the level of performance improving rapidly and steadily, but also its equipment use is quite extensive, and has become the backbone of the fight against tanks and armored vehicles. In this case, a blind increase in the thickness of armor or the addition of materials, structure more complex composite armor and reaction armor, both detrimental to the mobility of the entire vehicle and road and bridge through performance, but also may fall into the dilemma of the cost, and the cost as well as logistical support and other aspects of the dilemma is difficult to bear. Therefore, it is necessary to find another way to counter intelligent precision-guided munitions with intelligent means of defense. Therefore, this GL-5 Active Defense System was born. Hearing Fang Yu's words, the crowd at the scene all cast their gaze onto the short and thick launch tube. In their hearts, they could not help but mutter a little. Fang Yu's conclusion was right. Although it was said that the 99A's armor strength had amazed them greatly. However, all tanks had a common problem, which was that the front armor was strong enough, but the surrounding armor defense was average. Seemingly invincible M1A1, if the Dragon's Red Arrow 8 missiles hit the side armor or the rear of the car, the same will also be beaten into a pile of scrap metal. Not to mention, Fang Yu developed that set of anti-tank missiles that can be directly dunked. In the face of this, the tank's natural enemy is getting more and more intelligent. The armor itself to defend against the enemy's attack is definitely unreliable. But, then again, with such a small thing, can it really help tanks withstand those side armor cannot resist the attack? Is this really reliable? Seeing the hesitation that surfaced on the faces of the people, Fang Yu did not explain too much. As the saying goes, practice is the only standard for testing the truth. At that moment, Fang Yu decided that he would first carry out the test of this system, and while doing so, he would slowly explain it to them. Thinking of this, Fang Yu immediately made a wink towards Lu Zhendong. Lu Zhendong understood and nodded. He then followed the several people in the office, and together they came out from the warehouse of the testing ground, each carrying a large army green box. With a clatter, they opened it in front of everyone, revealing the Javelin anti-tank missile inside the box, which was still in a disassembled state. Fang Yu, what are you doing? Looking at those Javelin missiles on the ground, Zhao Rongguang and manhwa were both startled and quickly asked Fang Yu. Doing tests Don't you guys not believe that this system can defend against anti-tank missile strikes? I'm showing you guys, let's let the facts speak for themselves. No. No way. After hearing Fang Yu's words, almost at the same time, two bellowing voices but suddenly rang out. The crowd was startled by the bellowing voices and followed the voices to look at their owner. Only then did they realize that the ones who spoke were actually Zhao Rongguang and manhwa. After the words fell, Zhao Rongguang directly pulled Fang Yu's arm and yanked him to the side, somewhat painfully saying to him, "Little Fang, I won't stop you if you want to do the test, however, can you wait until later? The old man is old and can't stand such a big toss." In Zhao Rongguang's opinion, just after the firepower test and armor test, it was enough to show that the 99A tank was a number 1 advanced tank. Since this is the case, what is he, Fang Yu, waiting for if he doesn't take advantage of this opportunity to have manhwa quickly sign the acceptance contract? To do the test is fine, at the very least, you have to wait to get the money before it is not too late. If the test really did not pass, full of light of the next this excuse, to us to ask for liquidated damages how to do na. Furthermore, your heart is too honest, right? I don't think it's a bad idea to test it. We have a lot of Red Arrow 8s in our warehouse, don't we? Keep these things do not use, favoring their own development of the most powerful set of anti-tank missiles moved up, is not a little too burnt package? However, then Zhao Rongguang, manhwa's performance was even more exaggerated. After shouting out that note of Fang Yu, his whole person even directly in arrow step scampered to the body of the 99A, arms open, posing and who dares to touch their own baby tanks, the first from their own body pressure over the death of the appearance of. That said, it wasn't that he didn't believe in this equipment invented by Fang Yu. But the problem is, nothing in the world is absolutely safe. The power of the set of anti-tank missiles designed by Fang Yu, manhwa had seen it before. Even if it was an M1A1, it was still just as capable of being pried open by him in a turtle shell. People have mistakes, who dares to say that this set of Fang Yu's equipment will definitely be able to work? In case he did not react, was Fang Yu test with missiles, a gun to their own this baby customary top can do? He was so hard to get such a good tank and has not even gone in to sit and drive around. Cannot be so ruined in the hands of Fang Yu? Seeing the exaggerated expressions hanging on the faces of the two men, Fang Yu was somewhat unable to laugh or cry. After a few moments of silence, he then patted his chest and assured the two. "Mr. Zhao, Major Man, you guys just put 120 hearts. For this test, I have absolute confidence that it will be a success, and this system I designed will definitely be able to accomplish the task perfectly. I promise you guys, if this experiment, there are any problems, even if it rubs off a little bit of the new tank's paint, I'll pay out of my own pocket and build you a new tank for you. How about it?" Chapter 47, 3 Javelins Unharmed? How? If you say so, then it's not impossible. After hearing Fang Yu's assurance, manhwa stroked his chin and nodded after a moment of contemplation. After all, this so-called active defense system test had to be done sooner or later, it could not be avoided. Instead of doing it in the future, if there were problems, they could only recognize their own bad luck. It would be better to take advantage of the opportunity. Fang Yu had promised himself to do it now. This defense system was able to complete the task smoothly, that was naturally good. If there was a mistake and this 99A was hit, then one could still get a new tank without spending any money. The main point is that you can make a profit, but I definitely don't lose. What's not to like about this? Little Fang Yu this. And after hearing Fang Yu's assurance, Zhao Rongguang was also taken aback and wanted to come up and persuade Fang Yu again, but before he could open his mouth, he was cut off by Fang Yu. "Mr. Zhao, you don't have to worry about me. I have ample confidence in this defense system I designed. I believe he will be able to complete the task. Moreover, even if it misses, I have the money to pay for it, ha. Upon hearing this, Zhao Rongguang immediately remembered the close to $3 million in Fang Yu's passbook. Although it was said that the cost of developing the tank this time amounted to 160 million soft dollars. However, the actual materials used to build a tank was only around 2.5 million US dollars. Relying on Fang Yu's savings, it was indeed enough to save another tank. However, always letting Fang Yu sweat and bleed alone, this was something he, Zhao Rongguang, could not do. Therefore, in his heart, he had secretly made a decision. Even if Fang Yu's experiment fails this time, this 99A tank is really destroyed. Then they do not hesitate to use the factory's emergency deposit, but also must help Fang Yu to plug this hole too. Therefore, after hearing Fang Yu's words, Zhao Rongguang didn't say anything else, but just nodded silently and pushed to the side, ready to watch Fang Yu's performance. Seeing that there was no one at the scene who had any more questions, Fang Yu gently nodded his head. Immediately after, with an arrow step, he leapt onto the tank, drilled into the tank, and flipped the switch on the GL5 active defense system. At that moment, on the turret of the tank, the radar, which was as small as a toy, kept rotating, emitting a beep 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 sound. See this scene. Everyone present knew that the test for the GL5 system had already begun, and they all involuntarily backed up more than 50 meters, keeping a safe distance from the tank. After everything was ready, Fang Yu gave a heavy nod and a thumbs up towards Lu Zhendong and the others who had already carried the javelin missile on their shoulders, aiming at it for half a day. Seeing the instructions given by Fang Yu, Lu Zhendong and the others no longer hesitated and immediately locked onto the 99A tank that was 400 meters away. After hearing the rapid locking sound of beep 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 coming from the javelin missile, they directly pressed the button without any hesitation. Without any hesitation, he directly pressed the launch button. Brush, whoosh. 3 javelin anti-tank missiles immediately popped out of the launch tube, and after gliding a distance in the air, the compression engine immediately began to work. The missiles directly spewed out a stream of majesty as the warheads warped up and sped towards this boundless sky. Then, after drawing a beautiful arc in the air, these warheads were like falling meteors, smashing into the cockpit, the empty 99A tank. Seeing this scene, many people subconsciously closed their eyes, not daring to look at it anymore. After all, they had also all seen with their own eyes how the javelin missile designed by Fang Yu had easily taken out the 88 type tank. They couldn't bear to see with their own eyes that their hard work had turned into a pile of burning scrap metal. With those missiles getting closer and closer to the tank, the hearts of the crowd were in their throats. And until this moment, the so-called active defense weapon in Fang Yu's mouth still did not have a trace of movement. Just when the crowd felt that this 99A tank would definitely be destroyed under the surging missiles. Bang bang bang. A burst of fire formed due to the explosion rose into the sky a meter or two above the 99A tank. The dazzling flames even caused the crowd of onlookers, who were hundreds of meters away, to be irritated and unable to open their eyes. Oh my god. Look. Our 99A tank, it's fine. However, just as everyone was rubbing their eyes, wanting to regain their eyesight as soon as possible. However, a shocked and delighted voice came out from the crowd and shouted loudly. Hearing this voice, everyone present threw their gaze with incomparable surprise at the 99A tank that was in the center of the experimental base. At the time of seeing, that tank was intact, even the paint was not broken a little bit. Everyone's face, all surfaced a thick and melting shock. Not this, how is this possible? Even with the super strong armor of the M1A1 tank, under this anti-tank missile designed by Fang Yu, it was also a life of being shot into the soul. And this time, Lu Zhendong and the others had fired a full 3 at it at once. With such abundant firepower, not to mention using the top attack mode, even if they were to directly bombard the 99A tank's front armor, I'm afraid that they would be able to cause it a lot of damage, right? After all, even in direct fire mode, the effective penetration depth of the javelin missile reaches more than 750 millimeters. Fang Yu, just now. What exactly happened? I also didn't see any movement in the defense system you mentioned. Why was the tank left unharmed? After rubbing his eyes fiercely and realizing that it wasn't that he had misread the situation, Zhao Rongguang came to Fang Yu's side in an arrow step, so excited that he was about to lose his breath, huffing and puffing as he asked Fang Yu. He had a vague feeling. This defense system designed by Fang Yu would most likely bring a monstrous wave to the weapon design world. Right, Fang Yu, how on earth did you do that? I didn't see any movement in that system you mentioned either, and this intercepted those missiles? This is truly divine. At this moment, Man Guangji, who had reacted from the shock, also asked Fang Yu with a face of surprise. Hearing Man Guangji and Zhao Rongguang's question, he looked at the full shock hanging on the faces of the crowd. Fang Yu smiled bashfully and did not explain, but instead pointed to the projector that he had taken out behind himself, not knowing when. Immediately after that, he put a long-ago burned disc into the projector. A moment later, on the large 21-inch television connected to the projector, a picture emerged. In the center of the picture, there was a tank. Looking at the shape, it should be the current Type 88 main battle tank of the Dragon Kingdom. And some sharp-eyed people found that on the turret of this Type 88 tank, there was also a GL5 active defense system exactly like the 99A. However, half a minute had passed. What was on the screen was still only that Type 88 tank parked there. Just when everyone did not know what Fang Yu was trying to do by releasing this video. Suddenly, the screen shook, as if it had been shaken by something. Immediately after that, the front of the 88 type tank will burst out and just 99A roof, exactly the same fire too. Chapter 48, The Terror of the GL5 System. What in the world is happening here? Seeing everything that happened in the screen, this group of onlookers, the melon eaters, remained still puzzled, not knowing what Fang Yu was trying to do by showing them this. However, Fang Yu still did not explain. Instead, he silently dialed the video he had just watched back to the beginning and then adjusted the playback speed of the video to 1/16. Only then did the crowd finally see clearly what was happening in the video. It turned out that this video in the screen was taken by a high-speed camera mounted on another tank. The one that shook wasn't any kind of earthquake either, but rather, it was a vibration triggered by the recoil of the tank when it fired its gun. It was noticeable by slowing down. After the screen shook, a shell then cut into the picture at an extremely fast speed and was about to hit the tank in the center of the screen. However, just as the shell was already less than 3 meters away from the tank, the cylindrical launcher of the GL5 active defense system mounted on that tank, however, ejected 2 or 3 ammunitions the size of wine bottles in a split second, and accurately and incomparably slammed into the incoming shell. And along with the violent explosion of these 2 pieces of ammunition, the formation of a strong reaction force immediately offset all the kinetic energy of that armor-breaking bullet and even sent it flying out. It was only until they saw the scene that everyone realized what had happened in the blink of an eye. They also finally realized why the 99A was able to remain intact under the simultaneous attack of the 3 Javelin missiles. However, to know is to know. But, seeing such a sci-fi scene, everyone, including Zhao Rongguan, was shocked as if they were struck by heavenly thunder and froze there. Even their mouths were so wide open that they could be stuffed into an apple without even realizing. In fact, they couldn't be blamed for reacting so violently. Because, this interception system was really beyond what they could imagine. It was well known. The initial velocity of an assault rifle's bullet was roughly around 900 meters per second, which, when converted, would be Mach 2.64. This kind of speed has already surpassed the limit of what humans can react to. That is to say, when you see the enemy shooting at you, you won't even have time to make a reaction move before you are hit. And because the chamber pressure of a tank gun was much higher than that of a gun, the initial velocity of a normal armor-piercing bullet could even reach 1,600 meters per second, or Mach 4.7, which was almost twice the speed of a bullet. And from the distance in the video just now, the tank that shot the video, from the tank in the center of the video, the distance is only about 1,000 meters. In other words, from the time the armor-piercing bullet was fired to the time it hit, it didn't even take a second. However, in this less than 1 second, this system was able to accurately capture the incoming shells and utilize this short time to calculate the other party's trajectory. Then fired the ammunition to accurately intercept the enemy's shells. This kind of difficulty was almost as difficult as if you flung out a needle and hit a mosquito squarely on the head. This reaction speed and calculation ability is simply outrageous. His mom to outrageous open the door, outrageous to home. Not to mention that they have never seen, I'm afraid that even if the eagle sauce of the top engineers invited, but also have to give him shocked off the jaw. Seeing the expressions on the faces of the people, Fang Yu knew that they should have already realized the horror of the GL5 active interception system. After casually turning off the TV, he continued to talk eloquently in front of the crowd, introducing this system. Gentlemen, after the test just now, you should already know what this system does and how it works as well. Then I will, next, carefully introduce this system to you all. Fang Yu cleared his throat and continued to add. The working principle of this GL5 tank active defense system is divided into steps such as detecting the target, analyzing the parameters, launching the interceptor bomb, and detonating the interceptor to destroy the incoming target. Its basic functions are in such parts. The first is detection. If the opponent's anti-tank missile, including the RPG, attacks the tank and enters within a certain range, the tank can accurately detect the movement parameters of this missile by virtue of the radar, including the bearing, angle, distance, and speed. Once it's determined, the active defense system on the hull activates and fires the small missile in that direction. It explodes at a certain distance from the target, and the shrapnel created by the explosion destroys the missiles fired at the tank, including other grenades. After the destruction, there is no way for its penetrating and destructive capabilities to come into contact with the tank's main armor, thus creating a preemptive interception of various anti-tank missiles. Having said this, Fang Yu took a slight breath before continuing. The advantages of this system, besides being able to actively defend against incoming enemy attacks, are as follows. Firstly, it can be fought independently and is highly adaptable. The GL5 tank active defense system features independent combat. It only requires the tank armored vehicle to provide electrical energy in specific modes, as well as basic startup and other command connections, and the main aspects of searching, discovering, tracking, identifying, and destroying are completely automated, not even requiring any intervention from the crew. That is to say, this kit isn't only to be applied to tanks. Even, by increasing or decreasing the number of interceptors, he is able to adapt to the needs of combat vehicles of different tonnage sizes. After hearing Fang Yu's words, instantly, a sound of cold air being sucked in was emitted from the crowd of onlookers present. Among them, manhwa was the most vocal. After all, as a professional soldier, he knew too well what the appearance of this equipment meant. After having this equipment, it was equivalent to giving one's tank a few life-preserving talismans, giving one's tank several more lives off. And now, Fang Yu even told him that this life-enhancing equipment didn't even have to be loaded on the tank, it could even be used on military vehicles. Wouldn't that mean that one would only need to install this on some armored vehicles to place beside the tank as his meat shield? Do not need to worry about the other side of the attack, you can focus on the output of firepower? This has not been too rogue, right? Chapter 49. What kind of monster is Fang Yu? However, before manhwa could react, Fang Yu's clear voice resounded once again. In addition to being able to fight independently, the second advantage of this system is that it has a wide search range and strong tracking and identification capabilities. The GL5 tank active defense system is able to utilize 4-phased array radars to automatically search and track high-speed flying munitions with a 360-degree range and a maximum distance of 100 meters. Thus, it calculates the flight information of the potential target in real time, including speed, direction, altitude, etc., so as to determine whether the munition poses a threat to itself. If it does not pose a threat, the GL5 tank active defense system can automatically provide relevant warning information to the crew and switch to searching and tracking other targets. If it poses a threat, the GL5 enters the precision tracking phase and implements interception at the appropriate time. Greatly reduces unnecessary ammunition consumption and improves the accuracy of interception. What? What did you say? Who knows? Just before Fang Yu's voice of explanation had fallen, Zhao Rongguang, who had been immersed in the shock that Fang Yu had brought to him, immediately raised his voice by an octave and looked at Fang Yu with incomparable shock, his whole body slightly trembling as he asked, You gave such a system and used 4-phased array radars? Sinning. What a sin. It was no wonder that Zhao Rongguang was so agitated. Although it was said that in the era that Fang Yu lived in, the phased array radar of the Dragon Kingdom had been completely cabbage, and had even been used by the farmer's uncle to drive away wild boars. However, in the current time period when the phased array radar technology of the Dragon Kingdom was not yet developed, every phased array radar was a treasure. Because, not only is the phased array manufacturing technology is extremely difficult, and the production of phased array radar of the main raw material gallium arsenide or eagle sauce dead in the hands of a complete monopoly. This has led to, the Dragon country want to manufacture phased array radar, you must spend a high price to the eagle sauce procurement. These phased array radar valuable to what extent? Let's put it this way, many old models of fighters could not necessarily be assigned one. And now, just for such a gadget, Fang Yu even used 4 of them at once. How could this not make Zhao Rongguang's heart ache to the point of trembling? Seeing Zhao Rongguang's heart broken to the point of shivering demeanor. Although he didn't quite understand what this so-called phased array radar was, manhwa also knew that it must be a rare and good thing. Therefore, manhwa then immediately comforted Zhao Rongguang. Old chief, don't be too sad. It's not true that this thing is expensive, but you've seen the effect, it can even stop artillery shells. That's called a barrage. However, you don't have to feel too much pain, think about it, although this thing isn't cheap, the research and development fee I gave you is much more than the money I spent to buy this thing. That can be the same. Originally, I didn't have to pay for this. A penny saved is a penny. Loser. You're a loser. Although he said this on his lips, once he thought of the several $100 million that he was about to earn from manhwa, the grief in Zhao Rongguang's heart was instantly soothed quite a bit. Then he raised his head again and looked at Fang Yu. Seeing that this small storm had passed, Fang Yu nodded and continued to explain. In addition to being able to fight independently and having a wide search range, the third advantage of this system is it can perform multiple interceptions and is powerful. The typical configuration scheme of the GL5 tank active defense system includes 4 groups of interceptors covering 360 degrees, each group equipped with 3 interceptors. Thus the GL5 is capable of intercepting incoming anti-tank weapons of all kinds multiple times. And it can achieve protection in an area of up to 360 degrees horizontally and 20 degrees in pitch. The GL5 system, in addition to those 4 sets of phased array radar paired with it, also uses FM continuous wave small radar. Radar horizontal detection range of 90, pitch detection angle of 20, 100 meters away from the detection height of more than 30 meters, can effectively detect the javelin such high throw trajectory anti-tank missiles, and intercept. Not to mention the Bill and Tao top attacking anti-tank missiles with swept-away trajectories. Listening to Fang Yu's explanation of this system, the shock in the eyes of the crowd became more and more intense. Fast reaction speed, accurate interception, can fight independently 360 degrees without dead angle, and can even defend against incoming missile strikes from the air. Such a set of systems, it's too bug, isn't it? Other than that, after having his enchantment equivalent to this tank, directly a few more lives. Before this system was invented, the enemy can still rely on penetration around the back in other ways, relying on light infantry in the dark on our tank's side and tail armor sneak attack. But with this system, no longer have to worry about these. This combat effectiveness, almost geometric increase. Although, this system uses 4 sets of phased array radar, the cost must not be cheap. But it can't be more expensive than a tank, right? Furthermore, by spending only this amount of money, the tank can be protected from the crisis-ridden battlefield to return safely, and can ensure the safety of the driver's life inside. As long as it is a person who can do simple math, he will know what to do. A thought to this. In the hearts of everyone present, there was only one thought. Convinced. Completely convinced. For Fang Yu, they already had a heartfelt admiration. What does it mean to be a genius? This is genius. Not only did he produce the anti-tank missile that can open a can for M1A1 in a month's time, he also made Shenshuanji feel inferior to the new assault rifle. Even within 2 months, they were able to create such a tank with both offensive and defensive capabilities and a set of impermeable defense system like a diamond shield. Based on the achievements of these 3 months, it is enough to enter the annals of the military-industrial sector of the Dragon State, so that these people who have been doing this for most of their lives cannot catch up with. However, just when everyone thought that this was all there was to this tank, Fang Yu's voice, however, resounded once again. This is all the advantages and disadvantages of this system. Of course, besides this system, on this tank, there are quite a few new things. Saying that, Fang Yu pointed to the 99A tank that had just driven back, the one device on the turret that emitted a red glow, like a devil's eye, and said, "This, called the laser suppression viewer, is a new equipment used to interfere with, or even suppress, the enemy tank's laser rangefinder. The system works in a full 360 degrees, with a pitch angle of 1290 degrees, a tracking angular velocity of about 45 changes per second, and a pitch of 40 degrees per second. It takes only 1 second from the time the gun commander pushes the button to the time the system is aligned to the target. The laser output energy is 1000 megajoules, the pulse repetitive operating frequency is 10 times per second, and the system's continuous operating time is 30 minutes. In layman's terms, the laser suppression viewer is used to destroy the enemy tank's viewing equipment. It not only blinds the eyes of the enemy shooter who is aiming, but also assists the tank in firing accurately, allowing our tanks to be able to hit 100 shots at a distance of 2000 meters. And this, called the muzzle reference compensation system, serves to greatly improve the firing accuracy of the artillery. Chapter 5860 million buyout of 99A, you've earned it. Hemp. Hearing Fang Yu continue to introduce the various advanced equipment on the 99A tank, the group of people present were completely numb. This tank, as if it was like an inexhaustible treasure trove of the Ministry of Technology. Whenever you thought that this was already its last card, how could it reveal even more advanced technology to blind you? First, it installed a set of GL5 active defense system, not to mention, and now add this laser suppression viewer and muzzle reference compensation system. Fang Yu's pile of material is also too heartless, right? Knowing Fang Yu is manufacturing a 3rd generation tank. Those who don't know, still think that Fang Yu is building a dueling war fortress. A tank, piled up so many new technologies, this is not to mention the M1A1, I'm afraid that the next generation of tanks is the Eagle Sauce, may not be able to match this 99A. At this point, the crowd only realized afterward. 99A even surpassed the M1A1? Wouldn't this mean that Fang Yu had actually built a Blue Star No. 1 tank in less than 2 months? At the thought of this, Zhao Rongguang suddenly regretted slapping his thighs. Originally, he had thought that this contract that Man Guangji had spent 860 million soft sister coins to sign with himself was able to net him more than $600 million, and that he had earned it. But now it seems, I'm afraid that he lost his pants to pawn off. Not to mention the 125mm tank gun casting process and tungsten alloy armor, how much scientific research funds can be brought to Northern Industries? Even if these 2 sets of laser suppression viewer and muzzle reference compensation system, I'm afraid to sell to the Dragon military, Northern Industries can easily earn him a few hundred million soft money. Not to mention, the GL5 active defense system. This kind of oil can be matched at will, and almost all the existing equipment can be able to enhance the defensive performance of the equipment, once the show itself. I'm afraid that whether it is the Dragon country Navy, Army, Air Force or Armed Police Force, I'm afraid to rush to grab to. It can be said that if all the new equipment on this 99A tank is dismantled and sold, the earnings of the Northern Industry, definitely not only more than 6 billion, I'm afraid of doubling the earnings, is also easy. And, even if these technologies are not split, the 99A in front of me is a finished product to Man Guangji. Man Guangji, this kid is also earn a lot. Let's put it this way, according to those military industrial complex of Eagle Sauce, in a new tank, equipped with so many advanced new equipment, This research and development costs, without at least $2 billion, simply unrealistic. And Man Guangji, who had reacted from Fang Yu's explanation, seemed to know this as well. Like he was afraid that Fang Yu and the others would backtrack and look for their own price increase, he stepped forward and put his arm on Fang Yu's shoulder, saying with a face full of joy, Alright, you don't need to introduce the rest of the features, consider it a surprise, let us go back and slowly discover it ourselves. Mr. Zhao, I'm very satisfied with this tank prototype manufactured by your company. Where is our acceptance contract? You bring it to me and I'll sign it immediately. I'll call you within 3 days for the rest of the money. Other than that, what stands out about Lao Man is his quickness. Damn, no wonder you are hated by people, you should, Here the full light of the cheap still sell good. Zhao Rongguang also didn't spoil him in the slightest and directly pointed at the other party's nose and cursed. Of course, things had come to this. Zhao Rongguang also didn't really have the intention to temporarily back out. For one thing, his old Zhao was also decent for his whole life, he couldn't make a mess because of this extra money. On the other hand, the northern industry did need the contract money of Man Guangji to change the status quo of the factory. Therefore, although Zhao Rongguang had a belly full of anger, he could only take out the contract he signed with Man Guangji at the beginning and let Man Guangji sign it. That's good. From now on, this tank is mine, right? After signing his name, Man Guangji was busy asking up to Fang Yu, and after seeing Fang Yu nodding his head, he immediately took an arrow step and cleanly leapt onto the 99A's turret. While caressing the 99A's cold and sturdy diamond-shaped armor, he revealed a look as if he was looking at his wife. Immediately after, Man Guangji didn't even get off the tank. It then directly burrowed into the turret, only revealing a head. Comrade Fang Yu, I am very satisfied with our cooperation this time. It seems like I've found the right person by looking for you. When there are opportunities in the future, we must cooperate more. Today I still have things to do, buddy, so I won't stay much longer. I'll leave first. I'll be in touch often. After saying that, before Fang Yu could react, he retreated headfirst into the turret amidst Zhao Rongguang's angry gaze. Driving this brand new tank, he took his 2 military jeeps and ran towards the 100-ton King truck that had already been prepared at the entrance of the northern industries with sparks and lightning all the way. Damn! How can I cooperate with you? If I take your contract in the future, I'm a dog. Seeing Man Guangji leaving so dejectedly, Zhao Rongguang put his clutches in his hands on the ground and made a duh sound. Immediately after seeing Man Guangji's silhouette walk away, he looked at Fang Rongguang with a grumpy face. Then he looked at Fang Yu with a grimace and commanded, I say little Fang, you must have less contact with this surname man, this guy is not a good person, dealing with him, you will easily suffer, know it? Also, after you develop new weapons and equipment in the future, can you communicate with us in advance? If let me know in advance that you in this tank installed so many equipment, I said nothing can not just hand over the tank to this guy. Chapter 51, Reward for Merit, Fang Yu promoted to RD manager. Don't worry old factory manager, I've memorized everything you said. Hearing Zhao Rongguang constantly chanting in his ears, Fang Yu did not show any expression of impatience, but instead remained unassuming and answered. In this way, the whole Zhao Rongguang was somewhat embarrassed. After pondering for a moment, Zhao Rongguang let out a long sigh and looked at Fang Yu and incomparably solemnly said, Actually speaking, in this matter, I don't have the right to speak at all. After all, before this, if it wasn't for you fighting for it with all your might, I wouldn't have even had the chance to sign this contract with Man Guangji. What's more, although this tank was built by gathering all of our factory's strength, in the final analysis, it was also designed and developed by you, Fang Yu. Without the technologies you provided, with the current level of our factory, we simply wouldn't have been able to build such a perfect tank. Our factory, moreover, would not have had the opportunity to net 600 million soft dollars. It can be said that you, Fang Yu, deserve all the credit for the successful completion of the contract this time. Saying that, Zhao Rongguang even lowered his head towards Fang Yu and slightly bent over. So, whether it's for the sake of our factory's employees, or our Dragon Kingdom's military industry, I have to thank you properly. Fang Yu, thank you. Seeing Zhao Rongguang, who was a senior, actually bowing to himself to thank him without losing face, Fang Yu's whole body immediately trembled and hurriedly went forward to support Zhao Rongguang and said humbly, Old plant manager, you are really discounting the junior by doing this. I think that all that I've done, as long as it's a son or daughter of the Dragon Kingdom who truly loves the motherland and wants my Dragon Kingdom to return to the top of the blue star, and no longer be bullied by others, they will all do it. Moreover, to be truly honest, these technologies that I have developed do not belong to me alone. Rather, they belong to the millions of dedicated researchers who are bent on serving the country. I am merely the lucky one who stood on the shoulders of a giant. Fang Yu was actually incredibly sincere when he said these words. All of the technologies he applied to the 99A tank were later spelled out by countless researchers night and day. As a traveler himself, it was not true that he was fortunate enough to be able to use their technologies in advance. However, if one were to treat all these technologies as one's own inventions, it would really be a bit shameless. This kind of thing, Fang Yu could not do. Hearing Fang Yu's unassuming and courteous speech, it triggered a unanimous favorable comment from the other researchers of Northern Industries present. Take a look. What does it mean to be aware? All the credit belongs to the millions and millions of researchers. Without belittling himself, he also implicitly raised the importance of his own people. So gifted, yet so humble and not proud of his accomplishments. At this moment, Fang Yu's figure became taller and taller in the eyes of the crowd. Alas! At these words, Zhao Rongguang sighed, but relief was written all over his face. There are talented people in the rivers and mountains. For Northern Industries to have a talent like you, little Sue, on top, I, an old man, am also at ease. However, no matter how modest you are, this matter of building tanks is something that you have presided over. Our Northern Industry has always been clear about reward and punishment. This time, not only did you develop several leading technologies on Blue Star for our factory, but you also netted over 600 million soft dollars in profits for Northern Industries. Such a great credit. If my old man wants to pretend to be blind, pretend not to see, that won't work. After saying that, Zhao Rongguang slightly pondered. After a long time, he finally spoke. I know that you Fang Yu cannot see that 3 melons and 2 dates of bonuses. Then this is good. From now on, you are the new RD manager of our factory. All of the factory's RD projects will be under your control. I won't ask questions. As for contracts with the military or others, you sign them on your own, you just need to report them to me. In short, I'll just say one thing. This 1,000-pound burden, I'm throwing it at you. Zhao Rongguang said while patting Fang Yu's shoulder. Young man, you must not let me down. Hearing Zhao Rongguang's words, everyone present was stunned at the same time, and they all revealed shocked expressions. However, they were not shocked by the fact that Fang Yu, a trainee who had just come to the factory for less than a month, was able to be promoted to RD manager at a rocket-like speed. After all, Fang Yu had shown that his talent for weapons research and development could not be said to be unrivaled, but it was definitely unprecedented. After experiencing the 99A's tank manufacturing, they have also admired Fang Yu. What's more, people have just earned the factory more than $600 million in profits. They can also share a piece of the pie. In reason, Fang Yu as the RD manager, they not only have nothing to say, but also hands in favor. The reason why Zhao Rongguang's words shocked them was, Zhao Rongguang did not just appoint Fang Yu as the RD manager of Northern Industries. Even, the meaning of the words revealed that he wanted to hand over the entire factory to Fang Yu's management. It seems that Zhao Rongguang, after experiencing this incident, for Fang Yu's evaluation, has been a little high outrageous. And obviously, Fang Yu also heard Zhao Rongguang's strings. Immediately and hastily waving his hand, he said, Mr. Zhao, your appointment is really too heavy. I'm afraid I can't afford it. Can't afford it? Can't afford it, but also give it to me. Hearing Fang Yu's words of excuses, Zhao Rongguang glared and said, You kid before, which intends to press on their entire fortune, also want to bet with me over bearing it. At that time we're not afraid, now why still motherly up? Didn't you say that you want to lead the Northern Industry to become the Blue Star's first military factory that Loma heard and Boeing saw and shook their heads? Now that the opportunity is given to you, you should give me a good top up and fulfill your promise as a man to me. Hearing Zhao Rongguang's voice that was like iron and stone, Fang Yu bowed his head in silence for a moment, seemingly caught in a struggle. But immediately afterward, he slowly nodded his head. Good, since Mr. Zhao thinks so highly of me, then I, Fang Yu, will not excuse myself anymore. I am here to make a solemn promise to all of you. As long as I, Fang Yu, become the manager of this RD department, I dare not say anything else. Within 1 year, I will make Northern Industries the #1 military enterprise in the Dragon Kingdom. Within 3 years, I'll make Northern Industries go out of the country and become as popular an equipment manufacturer as Thor, Loma, and other arms giants. Within 5 years, I will make our Northern Industry the uncrowned king of the entire Blue Star military industry. Just as Fang Yu delivered his speech about becoming the manager of Northern Industries in front of everyone, the northwestern corner of the imperial capital, in the command headquarters of the Dragon Kingdom's 38th Army, a middle-aged soldier, who also had a gold star on his shoulder, was wearing an ingratiating smile as he attentively poured a cup of tea for Su Jiangwo, the commander-in-chief of the 38th Army. He handed it to Su Jiangwo's eyes with respect. Seeing this scene, Su Jiangwo's goosebumps fell to the ground, looking at the man in front of him, a little hairy. No, old Zhou. Let's talk about things. What the hell are you up to? Give me the whole uncomfortable all. This man who was called Old Zhou by Su Jiangwo was none other than the commander-in-chief of the Dragon Kingdom's 15th Army, Zhou Weigua. Upon hearing this, Zhou Weigua immediately squeezed out a bitter smile and said somewhat helplessly, Do you think Laozi is willing to come and serve you tea and water? Isn't it still forced by the situation? Just after 2 months of abatement, the above is going to continue to run the Zhu Ri He exercise again. This time, it happens to be an airborne regiment under me. As you know, the dogged Mengquang is black as hell when he gets up to bat, and your army's 145th Regiment is the only one that can take out his command. I came here this time to take lessons from you, to ask for advice on how exactly you guys did it. Even if we can't replicate it, we can at least lose less badly not. Chapter 52, Want missiles? Successful take the infantry fighting vehicle exchange. Oh, I say you old weak today how with the change of people as, to me so attentive it, the original is to ask for me But this thing you said, this has been over 2 months, you also know, this memory has not been very good. After listening to Zhou Weiguo's words, Su Jiangwo smacked his lips and shook his 2 fingers. Zhou Weiguo froze, followed by a very smart from their own pockets out of a packet of huazi, pull out a to Su Jiangwo point on. Hiss, who? Su Jiangwo took a deep breath, revealing a very pleasant expression. Only after that, as if he had just suddenly recovered in his memory, he said to Zhou Weiguo, Xuan Tan. You don't say, just a mouthful of this, it really made me remember something, but not much. Okay, this packet of huazi is all for you. If it's not enough, I'll bring it to you next time. Can you say it painfully now? Seeing that Su Jiangwo got a bargain and still sold his good behavior, Zhou Weiguo frowned, looking at this paradoxical guy, hopelessly putting the cigarettes that he had treasured for a long time and didn't want to smoke, and stuffing them into the other party's hands. You see, either say, or you old Zhou know how to do things, know what is the attitude of begging. To do things. Alright, seeing you're so sincere on the part of, I will more or less leak to you a little bit of news well. Su Jiangwo sought his long-coveted smoke to hand, said proudly. Immediately after that, he gave a brief account of the 145th Battalion's Lu Guanhua and the others, who used javelin missiles to penetrate Manchu Guangji's defense line and carry out a decapitation operation on Manchu Guangji's command. Just as Su Jiangwo was speaking, Zhou Weiguo was getting more and more shocked the more he listened. His face also revealed an expression as if he was listening to a heavenly book. You mean? That one battalion underneath you, just by relying on a few sets of anti-tank missiles, it was born to penetrate the defense position that Man Guangji had laid down with the M1A1 and then stabbed into his heart in one breath? After Su Jiangwo's voice fell, Zhou Weiguo's brows knitted into a Chuan character and said with an endless questioning-like tone. Right, what's wrong? Right my ass. Give me back my old man's cigarettes. Upon hearing this, Zhou Weiguo roared angrily and lunged towards Su Jiangwo, reaching out to touch the pocket of Su Jiangwo's jacket. No child. Old Zhou you motherer can't afford to play, can you? All sent out things, how can you still ask for it back? I don't know. Is not unloading the donkey? Yuck. You have to have a donkey to kill a donkey, right? Hearing Su Jiangwo's words, Zhou Weiguo was filled with disdain. Listen to what you just said, is that called human language? Do you really think I haven't seen the video of the Insider's Guide? What kind of tank is the M1A1 that I don't know? The T-72's 125 gun can only leave a gaping hole in its body. Can you let an anti-tank missile raise it? And 6 or 7 of them at once? If you kid don't want to say, I won't force you, but you use this kind of words to perfume me. Don't you think it's insulting my intelligence? Screw you, which I do you see that lousy is perfuming you. Su Jiangwo fought to pull Zhou Weiguo's hand that was reaching into his pocket away from him, and said without any good humor. What lousy told you, every word is true. But where lousy told you a falsehood, let me be hanged by that guy Man Guangji for the rest of my life, and never be able to turn over. Hiss. Hearing that Su Jiangwo had actually sworn so many oaths, Zhou Weiguo couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cold air, and the movements of his hands immediately stopped. A touch of hesitation was brought to his face. Ever since the Zhu Rai exercise was launched, the goal of almost every unit was to step on Zhu Rai and capture Man Guangji alive. Since Su Jiangwo dared to swear with this, could it be that he really didn't lie to himself? Long Gua really has an anti-tank missile that can pry open the M1A1 turtle shell? But, such a strong weapon, how come one hadn't heard a single word about it before? Not to mention you guys, aside from Laozi's 38th Army, even the garrisons in the center are not qualified to equip this new thing. Su Jiangwo said with a scowl as he straightened his collar. Afraid that you don't believe me, let me reveal another piece of news to you. M1A1 that iron bastard, the frontal armor is thick, but who says that our missiles can only hit its frontal armor? That day, I saw with my own eyes, Lu Guanhua's boys using that new set of equipment. That guy is just like a ballistic missile, directly smashing down from the sky. Man Guangji the tank's defense is no longer good, but the roof's armor is only the same as other tanks, only 20 millimeters. So, not to mention that Manchu Guangji only put 7 Abrams on that front, even if it doubled again, it would still have to be carried in the hands of that group of brats. After hearing Su Jiangwo's words, Zhou Weiguo's pair of eyes were as bright and scary as if they had been turned on. What did you say? This new anti-tank missile can also fall from the sky and strike vertically? I really can't think of what kind of scene that would be. By the way, anyway, your 38th Army has just been drawn to participate in the maneuvers, and in the last few months, you definitely won't be allowed to go back on. Why don't you, old Su, lend me a few sets of that new set of anti-tank missiles you were talking about for an emergency? The more Zhou Weiguo thought about it, the more he felt his idea was feasible. I don't want yours for nothing, as long as you promise, I'll trade you the vehicle we just received. Haven't you long been eyeing those imported Hummers for a long time? This time I'm out for blood, I'll give them all to you. No exchange. I won't change it. Who knows, after hearing Zhou Weiguo's proposal, Su Jiangwo didn't even think about it and flatly rejected the other party's proposal. Before I coveted your Humvee, it was because I was heartbroken for my infantry, afraid that they wouldn't be able to run away when they encountered the enemy's armored units. But now, with this set of anti-tank missiles in my hand, even the M1A1 can be speed past without injury. Do you think I still care about your Humvee? Want to change also line, IC-92 type infantry fighting vehicle is good, or off. Delusional. Here Su Jiangwo lion's mouth, even dared to their most precious infantry fighting vehicles move up crooked ideas. Zhou Weiguo hate the teeth itchy, do not think about it, will be directly rejected outright. Zhou Weiguo would have liked to just brush off, but did not wait to walk to the door, then turned his head, staring at Su Jiangwo looked up. Su Jiangwo was a bit furious by his look and forced to smile. What, old Zhou, are you coming around and preparing to bleed out? Bleeding out my ass. If you want my Type 92, you'll have to press over me. Cut the crap. That bag of huazi in your pocket is something I saved up for 3 months behind your sister-in-law's back to get. Either you return it to me neatly, or else, you'll answer me a question painfully. What question? Upon hearing this, Su Jiangwo covered his pockets with a death grip and asked with some alarm. Don't worry, I damn well know that you kid is a miser. I don't want those missiles of yours, you keep them for your pups. I just want to ask you a question, those missiles of yours, whose family produced them for you? This you can always say, right? Chapter 53, you're late. You are Comrade Fang Yu, right? TSK. To be entrusted with such an important position by Mr. Zhao at such a young age, truly a hero is a young man. Oh, look at my brain, you don't recognize me yet, do you? Introduce myself, I'm the Commander-in-Chief of our Dragon Kingdom's 15th Army, Zhou Weiguo. 1 day later. In the manager's office of Northern Industries. Seeing Fang Yu who hurriedly rushed back, Zhou Weiguo was very self-conscious and clutched Fang Yu's hand, shaking it enthusiastically. Upon hearing this, Fang Yu, who had just been called back from the workshop saying that someone was looking for him, and who was still a bit puzzled by the situation, immediately looked at the Zhou Weiguo in front of him with respect. This is not because Zhou Weiguo the hall of the Major General personally came to visit himself. Rather, it is because, behind Zhou Weiguo, this is a legendary troop number. After all, this was the famous 15th Army known as the Thousand Years Army. Back then, it was this unit that withstood the so-called Van Fleet ammunition in the Battle of Shangdinling, which was only a few kilometers in size, and the hills were flattened by 2 meters. At the same time, the Ra repelled the Eagle Jam hundreds of charges, dead, thus for the Dragon and Eagle Jam negotiations to gain an advantageous position. After that, it even became the first group army unit of the Dragon Kingdom to successfully transform into an airborne army. Even more than 10 years later, in the midst of the catastrophe that shocked the nation, in order to try to rescue the people in the disaster area, those who risked their lives in a blind dive, were also this unit. One could say so, this 15th Army, even amongst the various units of troops with great war achievements, was definitely considered to be amongst the top. Only, thinking about this, Fang Yu felt a little confused. The commander-in-chief of such an ace army should logically be very busy. However, today, he left behind the task at hand to suddenly visit himself. What exactly is he trying to do? Mr. Zhou has flattered me, Mr. Fang is really ashamed of it. I wonder if Mr. Zhou came this time, is there something he wants? Look at this brain of mine, I almost forgot about the main event. Upon hearing this, Zhou Weiguo hastily slapped his forehead and smiled in a self-deprecating manner. Comrade Fang Yu, I have a sentence I don't know when not to ask. I heard that your factory seems to have developed a new anti-tank missile a while ago. Indeed. Hearing the question posed by Zhou Weiguo, Fang Yu did not hide anything and nodded, directly and painfully answering. For ordinary people, the existence of this anti-tank missile was naturally considered a military secret. However, at Zhou Weiguo's level, there were countless ways to know about this missile. Even, as the Thousand Years Army might be the next batch of Javelin missiles trial unit, it would be pointless to hide it from him. Seeing that Fang Yu answered so painfully, Zhou Weiguo couldn't help but be overjoyed. Comrade Fang Yu is really a fastidious person. Then, if I've old Zhou, hide it again, I will rather not look like a man. Then I'll be straightforward. My purpose for coming to you this time is actually very simple. A regiment under me was drawn to participate in the next Jurai exercise in a few months, so I want you to support dozens of sets of that new type of anti-tank missiles to us. I don't know, is it convenient on Comrade Fang Yu's side? In principle, this set of anti-tank missiles we designed is still in the experimental stage, and since it can be handed over to the 38th Army for testing, of course it can also be handed over to the 15th Army. But unfortunately, Mr. Zhou, you still seem to have come a step too late. Came a step too late? What do you mean? This stranded dog old Su. Eating meat by himself, he's not even willing to leave some bones behind? Upon hearing this, Zhou Weiguo immediately cursed his old comrade in arms with a huff. No, Mr. Zhou, you've misunderstood. What I mean by this is not that I don't have this set of anti-tank weapons on hand anymore. On the contrary, we still have more than 80 sets in stock in our warehouse right now. As long as you need them, you can take them at any time. Who knows, at this time, Fang Yu unexpectedly said to Zhou Weiguo. You mean Lao Su didn't pack all these weapons away? Then what do you mean by coming late? Zhou Weiguo immediately felt a little confused after hearing Fang Yu's words. It's like this. Fang Yu picked up his own thermos cup and took a sip of tea before clearing his throat and started to explain. What I meant when I said that you came a step late is not to say that this set of anti-tank weapons is no longer available, but rather, it means that this set of weapons is no longer useful against the tanks in the hands of Major Manguangji Man. What? Such an advanced weapon, this is outdated in less than 3 months? Upon hearing this, Zhou Weiguo felt as if he had been struck by 5 thunderbolts, and his entire being directly exploded. After excusing himself from Su Jiangwo, he had personally made a run to the Armed Forces Department, asking for the Javelin missile's test footage and watching it over and over again a dozen times. When he saw this missile, which could actually launch a vertical attack on the top of the enemy's tanks like a ballistic missile, he was instantly amazed. Not only did he believe that Su Jiangwo had not lied to him, even on their own troops are about to participate in the Zhu Rai exercise, full of confidence up. After all, with such a set of artifacts in hand, why would they worry about catching Manguangji? Moreover, compared to the 38th Army's 145th Regiment, the traditional heavy tank regiment, in their own hands, can be airborne troops. This thing in their hands, can play out the tricks, can be much more than Su Jiangwo. Imagine, if he let 70 special airborne soldiers with this thing directly jump to the rear of the other side of the command, at the same time to the full light of the command sneak attack. Once he thought of that smile-inducing image, Zhou Weiguo was even so excited that night that he didn't sleep a wink. Just as the day dawned, he brought his own guards to Northern Industries waiting to see Fang Yu. But now, Fang Yu even told himself that these anti-tank missiles, which had just been developed in less than 3 months, could no longer pose a threat to Manguangji. How did this make Zhou Weiguo, who had fantasized all night last night about how he was going to brag to the other commanders after defeating Manguangji and speeding through Zhu Rai, how could he take it? No, how is this possible? I haven't heard of any new tank interviews in that country lately either. It's reasonable to say that those 59s in Manguangji's hands should still be simulating the old American M1A1. Then why 3 months ago, this anti-tank missiles can penetrate, now it does not work? Oh. This in fact, is also very good explanation. On hearing this, seeing Zhou Weiguo's disoriented look, Fang Yu said with some embarrassment. Because it is in 3 months, the tanks in the hands of Major Man have been upgraded. And these tanks it is the district under the district built for him. Chapter 54, Manguangji will win? That's not necessarily the case. After hearing Fang Yu's reply, Zhou Weiguo's face revealed a look of shock and suspicion mixed together, a very complicated look. Let's not talk about how Fang Yu managed to come up with a tank that benchmarked and even surpassed the M1A1 in a little over 2 months' time. Is it possible that you Fang Yu do not know how good the reputation of Manguangji in the military? You do this, is not more or less a little help for the evil suspicion? What's wrong with the military and the people? I would have liked to reject it out loud, but what Colonel Man has offered is just too much. Seeing the very speechless expression on Zhou Weiguo's face, Fang Yu helplessly smiled and explained. Then, according to your meaning, this bastard thing, Manchu Guangji, has blocked even such a little loophole for me, completely out of the game? After the initial shock, Zhou Weiguo asked in a somewhat deflated, yet unwilling manner. Originally, what this guy had in his hands was Blue Star's top equipment. This kind of tank, M1A1, was already very overmodeled, and now it was even replaced with the tank that Fang Yu had designed for him, which not only made up for the only loophole, it even made the strength of his armored forces even stronger. Stronger on top of stronger, this is still playing the out of it. If we were to follow the normal method of fighting, with the two armies bombarding each other in a dignified manner, then it would be quite difficult to beat the Blue Army led by Major Man. However, as I recall, isn't your 15th Army, Mr. Zhou, an airborne army? Fang Yu stroked his chin and gave Zhou Weiguo a suggestion. You can rely on the airborne's maneuvering advantage and directly deploy your troops over the head of Major Man's command. With the excellent military quality and technical and tactical level of our 15th Army soldiers, follow the example of the old American 101st Unit and directly decapitate Major Manchu. Won't that be enough? Tactical action? You're speaking quite lightly. Upon hearing this, Zhou Weiguo took out a cigarette from his own pocket and after lighting it, barred it and smoked 2 mouthfuls, pouring out bitter water. It's not like there weren't other brother units participating in the maneuvers that had thought of this trick before. But, before our planes even flew within 10 kilometers of the full light command, we were already judged to have lost 50% of our troops. At that time, the commander of that unit balked, saying that he wanted the maneuver command to give him a statement. But, the maneuver command also had something to say. What kind of troops did you bring? Just ordinary airborne troops? What kind of troops did people bring around the Mongwang no command? They have Patriots for air defense and S-300S for missiles. A few transport planes did not give you all the judgment to be destroyed has already been considered a net of leniency. Speaking here, Zhou Weiguo let out a long sigh and continued to add. What's more, even if it's your airborne troops, so what if they all landed normally? This guy, manhwa, is treated just like eagle sauce on the maneuvering ground in Zhurai, and is able to know our movements in real time via satellite. No matter which direction we raid his command from, he can always set up his defenses in advance and wait for us to drill in. As you know, the only thing that airborne troops are really good at is mobility and surprise. As for firepower and mobility after landing, not to mention comparing to the Blue Army of manhwa, even the 38th Army can't compare. Therefore, even if they were able to land safely, they would be quickly discovered by manhwa and completely annihilated. Speaking here, Joe Wegwood took another drag on the cigarette he was holding before ruthlessly snuffing it out on the table. So, you know why I'm so interested in this anti-tank missile you invented? Not only can this thing knock out manhwa's tanks, but more importantly, he's small, lethal, and able to accompany paratroopers on strike. I believe that once this equipment is installed in the troops, it will definitely be able to drastically improve the combat capability of these airborne troops of ours. However, if what you said is true, then I'm afraid we won't be able to use this thing for this maneuver. After saying that, Joe Wegwood directly stood up, patted the soot on his body and said to Fang Yu, "Come on, this time, although we did not get the weaponry, but it's not in vain, at least we know, manhwa there added a new guy thing, have a mental preparation in advance. At least losing won't be too much of a mental gap. Then comrade Fang Yu, you first busy, let's have the opportunity to cooperate again in the future." Saying that, Joe Wegwood took the initiative to extend his hand towards Fang Yu. However, Fang Yu looked as if he didn't see it and lowered his head in contemplation. A moment passed. Only then did Fang Yu say thoughtfully, "Mr. Zhou, in fact, in this exercise, you may not necessarily lose." What? What did you say? At those words, Joe Wegwood's entire person directly froze there, suspecting that he had heard something wrong. However, Fang Yu's voice resounded once again, reminding him that all of this was not his own mishearing. "I mean, in this exercise, your troops may not necessarily lose to Major Man's Blue Army. Comrade Fang Yu, can we not joke around?" Upon hearing this, Joe Wegwood took a deep breath and said somewhat helplessly, "You don't have to comfort me either, it's not like I can't afford to lose." "I didn't comfort you, what I said is true." "Who knows?" Fang Yu directly cut off Joe Wegwood's words and said with incomparable seriousness. "In fact, if you want to beat Major Man, you may not necessarily need how strong the firepower is, you just need to bring out the advantages of our airborne troops, which is mobility." You continue. Hearing Fang Yu's statement, Joe Wegwood pondered and signaled the other party to continue. "I think that if our airborne troops want to improve their combat power, the key does not lie in the firepower output. After all, our airborne troops, by nature, are the type of soldiers that are surrounded, and a lone troop going deep into the enemy's rear, no matter how strong or how many weapons they bring with them, they will be gradually consumed by the enemy by virtue of their superiority in volume." Fang Yu did not push back and continued to talk eloquently. "If airborne troops want to improve their combat power, it is only from the efficiency of airborne, combat power behind enemy lines, and mobility behind enemy lines in three directions. Airborne efficiency aside, this concerns large transportation equipment such as transport planes and helicopters, and is a large-scale project that we are unable to solve for the time being. As for the combat power behind enemy lines, which is also known as firepower, I'm going to say more about it. In fact, even without my newly invented set of anti-tank missiles, don't our airborne troops have portable heavy weapons like the 40-fire, PF-89 bazooka? WOD-891 man-portable bazooka? Apart from the fact that these weapons can't penetrate the turtle shell of the M1A1, which one of them isn't famous for its durability and killing power? But, it's still the same thing, no matter how many or how strong you carry these weapons, the number is still limited. Once surrounded by the enemy, after depletion, the encircled paratroopers will become turtles in a jar, and can only be slowly eaten by the enemy. Therefore, instead of simply pursuing an increase in firepower and equipment, we should improve our mobility behind enemy lines. As long as we can stand out before the enemy surrounds us, then the balance of victory will naturally tilt in our favor." Chapter 55, What's 92? Look at my cat and cat car. So what do you mean? I don't think you can bring much equipment and supplies with you if you simply drop airborne troops. Likewise, the days of forcing 100 kilometers a day and a night on two legs have long since passed. Fang Yu's sword brows were one, and his starry eyes looked at Joe Wegwood. "General Zhou, have you ever thought of dropping a transportation vehicle at the same time as the troops that are airdropped? This transportation vehicle that can go up and down the mountains as well as sit on people carrying ammunition? Isn't this thing? You're talking about the Type 92 infantry fighting vehicle?" Upon hearing this, Joe Wegwood first froze, and then immediately slapped his thigh and shouted excitedly, "Right! How did I forget about this thing? I haven't used this golden thing since I brought it home. This time, I'll airdrop the 92 infantry along with the airborne troops, and with the speed of the 92 infantry, I'll snatch it in front of his eyes before the Manchu's defense line is formed, and capture this bastard alive." Ha 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 ha. The more Joe Wegwood thought about it, the more he felt that this plan was feasible, and he even couldn't help but let out a loud laugh. Although it was already the 90s, because of all the circumstances that had happened before, it had resulted in the construction of Dragon Kingdom's army stagnating for a very long time. Until now, the mechanization of the Dragon Kingdom was not even completed. This led to the fact that, apart from some tank units, most of the troops participating in the maneuvers on Zhu Rai were still playing up the old tradition of relying on their own legs to forcefully march. Suddenly, the mechanized marching of his dog, manhwa must not have thought of it. At that time, even if he can always know their movements of the hanging, but in their own rapid march under, but also no reaction time, too late to stop the defense. He could only obediently be his own defeated general. However, just as Zhou Weiguo felt that this was a sure thing, Fang Yu, however, let out a disdainful laugh. 92 infantry? What kind of rubbish? General goods is that? If we're going to use it, we have to use the best. What? Hearing Fang Yu's words, Zhou Weiguo, who had just been elated, seemed to have choked on an egg in his throat and froze there at once. No, this is 92 infantry. Until now, the Dragon Kingdom has just been issued less than 3 years of new equipment? This can also be called general goods? Not bad, this 92 will battle, indeed is a little thin armor side, even 7.62mm bullets cannot block, fire control is poor, high and flat dual-purpose white light periscope, no assistance, the ground is a truck conversion, 25mm cannon caliber is slightly smaller, he still has a lot of advantage as well. At least after having it, these airborne soldiers don't need to rely on their own 2 legs to walk. Upon hearing this, the disdain on Fang Yu's face intensified. Type 92 infantry, weighing 15 tons, is 6.63 meters long, 2.8 meters wide and 2.8 meters high. With such a large size and weight, it was only able to carry 6-7 soldiers, which was a proper fat. At the same time, such a large volume and weight, so that the 92 infantry not only greatly seized the loading space of the transport aircraft, at the same time, also became one of the most eye-catching targets on the battlefield. No matter which way you look at it, the 92 infantry is not considered an excellent infantry fighting vehicle, not even mediocre. Although, Fang Yu also knew that its appearance was a helpless move by the Dragon Kingdom during a special time. However, since he had already come to this era, if he still let the Dragon Kingdom's troops use this thing, then he had really come for nothing. Mr. Zhou, have you thought about it? Since we are born with the name of being surrounded, what do we need this armor for? Moreover, it's the kind of armor that can't even protect against bullets? So, if you ask me, there's no need to have armor for airborne transport. Hearing Fang Yu make such a radical statement, Zhou Weiguo's entire body was confused. Armored vehicle troop carriers don't need to be armored? Is that still an armored vehicle? However, Fang Yu paid no attention to Zhou Weiguo. Instead, he picked up a pen and paper and continuously scribbled on the paper, drawing a sketch. And what was in this drawing was none other than the epic-making equipment of the world-famous army of the Dragon Kingdom in the latter days. Bobcat all-terrain assault vehicle. Seeing this drawing, at first Zhou Weiguo was somewhat dumbfounded. After Fang Yu had said such a large amount of words that made people's blood boil, he thought that Fang Yu had held back a big move in preparation to shock himself. Who knows, Fang Yu actually drew such a toy-like thing out to perfume himself. This kind of body is short and compact, even a little cute and stupid small car, but is able to hang 92 type infantry top transportation equipment? Are you kidding me? However, after seeing Fang Yu's diagram, the labeled parameters, Zhou Weiguo couldn't laugh anymore. Instead, his entire body was instantly sobered up like a pot of cold water had been poured on him. What the hell? This car length is only 4 meters, width is only 1.8 meters, the weight is only 1.8 tons of small car, the maximum weight of the loaded weight actually reached a shocking 1 ton? Moreover, such a small car, but also used a 1.4T diesel engine, horsepower reached 130 horsepower? This degree of horsepower carrying capacity is even comparable to civilian light trucks. It is also because of this quite heavenly horsepower. Let this looks like a toy, like a small car, has in the fully loaded state, the maximum 60 km per hour, cross-country speed of 45 km per hour speed. At the same time, because of the unique design of its body, it also allows it to have the cross-country ability to cross a 1.2 meter deep trench, and at the same time over 70-degree steep slopes. Moreover, because Fang Yu didn't even add a roof when he designed this car, it even allows this vehicle, in a crowded situation, to pull at least 6 soldiers for an assault at a time. Against the heavens. Too terribly counter-heavenly. After looking at all the data on the drawings about this Bobcat all-terrain vehicle, Zhou Weiguo's head was left with only this one word to describe the other party. At the same time, he also instantly understood why Fang Yu felt that the Type 92 was garbage. After all, the space and weight of carrying a Type 92 on a transportation plane would be able to accommodate at least 3 or 4 Bobcat all-terrain vehicles. This also meant that the rapid transportation capability of these airborne troops had increased by 3 or 4 times. Before, they could only quickly transport less than 1 squad, but with these Bobcat all-terrain vehicles, they could quickly transport 3 squads of soldiers to a designated location. This is more than just an exponential increase in combat power. Chapter 56, Magic Modified Bobcat Vehicle Program, Start. Thinking of this, Zhou Weiguo's eyes glowed with gold. Which is what stupid rough and simple chariot this is simply the old American science fiction movie, those so-called exoskeleton armor of the real version of okay? Even at this moment, Joe Wegwa's mind has begun the military chess projections. The thought of this group of airborne soldiers, driving this car full of ammunition, in the rear of the enemy at a speed of 60 kilometers per hour to do whatever they want. Joe Wegwa heart that cool don't mention it. Shang. I think this thing works. I'll vote for this project. Comrade Fang Yu, if you want any resources, just ask me. Only this price, can you see if you can lower it appropriately? Joe Wegwa almost instantly realized the important role that this equipment might play in the future battlefield. Without hesitation, he placed an order and entered the price-cutting process. Old brother Fang Yu, it's not that I'm crying poor. Our 15th Army, although it is also under the Air Force sequence, but compared to other people's real Air Force, it is simply a stepmother's child. People are ready to replace the Su-27 imported from Mao, but what about us? Just a new pair of shoes. So, in terms of funding, we may not be that abundant. Don't worry, Mr. Zhou, we at Northern Industries do business with our own team, and we've never been a child's play, and we're flat in and flat out. Upon hearing this, Fang Yu waved his hand and smiled easily. In this case, I will count you 5 million soft dollars for the design cost. According to the different models, the cost of this all-terrain vehicle is also different, but for the most expensive 8x8 version, I will strive to compress its cost to less than 50,000 soft dollars. What do you think about this? Hearing the price quoted by Fang Yu, Joe Wegwa's whole body froze and looked at Fang Yu with some surprise. What is wrong with you, Mr. Zhou? Could it be that you feel that this price is still a bit expensive? Well, in fact, if some unnecessary configurations are lowered again, the price can still be compressed a little bit. No, elder brother Fang Yu have misunderstood. I don't think it's expensive, but I think it's a bit too cheap. Only after hearing Fang Yu's words did Joe Wegwa react from the momentary shock. Hastily shaking his head, he said. In this era where the monthly salary of workers was generally 200-300 soft sister coins, a mountain bike that could easily cost $40,000 or $50,000 seemed to be an astonishing price. However, that has to be compared to who? How much did a Santana 2000 cost in the 90s? The answer is 200,000 soft money. Enough as a worker, close to 100 months, that is, 10 years of wages. And the small days of the imperial family of the sedan, but also dare to sell directly to 300,000 soft siblings above. These very ordinary and weak power car, all dare to sell this price. Fang Yu, this Bobcat all-terrain vehicle, power and strong, but also durable, and even still 8x8 high-quality version, even as long as their own 50,000 soft sibling dollars expensive? This is simply too conscientious, okay? Well, even if you put aside these purely imported cars, not to mention those who are treated as precious 92 infantry, do you know how much money? 550,000 soft sister dollars That is to say, the money spent on purchasing a 92 infantry is enough to buy more than 10 new all-terrain vehicles for yourself. Good. Let's make a deal, this is the price, it can't be changed. We'll go sign the contract later, and I'll give you the deposit in the afternoon. Thinking of this, Joe Wegwa seemed to be afraid that Fang Yu would sit on the ground, and hurriedly said the words to death. However, immediately afterward, he quickly added, Old brother Fang, I can give the money painfully, and during the time you build the car, I won't come to make demands, let you play. But there is one thing, old brother, I ask you, make sure to build me a batch of prototype cars within 1 month. No problem, right? A month's time. Don't worry, Mr. Zhou, no problem. Hearing Joe Wegwa's request, Fang Yu lowered his head and silently calculated, followed by a painful nod. After all, compared to building a tank, the technical difficulty and complexity of the Bobcat all-terrain vehicle was much, much lower. A month's time was actually quite rich. And as for why Joe Wegwa wanted it so urgently, Fang Yu actually did not even need to ask. After all, a month later, it was the time when the 15th Army would go forward to Zhurai to participate in the maneuvers. Seeing that Fang Yu agreed so painfully, Joe Wegwa also completely put down his heart. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Fang Yu, he asked his guards to write down the collection account of Northern Industries and call the funds over, and then left in a hurry. After sending Joe Wegwa away, Fang Yu sent a copy of the contract to Zhao Rongguang to consult his opinion. Sure enough, after Fang Yu perfectly completed the contract with Man Guangji last time, Zhao Rongguang was considered to have completely let go and handed over the power of Northern Industries to Fang Yu. For this all-terrain vehicle research and development project, he even approved it directly without looking at it. So, in the 99A tank project completed less than 10 days after the time, led by Fang Yu's second project officially launched. After the establishment of the project, Fang Yu and Wang Changhai and others began the development of the Cat and Cat car in a tight schedule. To be honest, although this all-terrain vehicle was a huge boost to the combat power of Joe Wegwa's airborne forces, the overall technical content was really not that high. The hardest part for him was in the change and ingenuity of the battlefield mindset, rather than the technical level. Its appearance was like the appearance of stirrups in ancient times. seemingly inconspicuous but completely liberated the hands of the cavalry so that the cavalry could control themselves from being thrown down by just relying on their legs, so that the cavalry, from the original reconnaissance force, completely turned into a force that determined the direction of the battlefield. The technical difficulty of its vehicle development, the overall sum, even less than the 99A tank on that 125mm tank gun casting technology difficult. However, although it is said that the overall development technology is not difficult, but a lot of details, Fang Yu felt that there are a lot of places that can be improved and adjusted. After all, in the latter days, a catapult could be more than just a transportation vehicle that could be used to transport soldiers to reach their targets quickly. After one improvement at a time, the types of Bobcat all-terrain vehicles had reached a staggering 30-odd types. Not only had specialized versions for snow, mountains and other terrains been developed, even the special version 4 under firepower phobia has been developed. For example, many troops, the original cat car is not enough to provide fire support. Directly the original vehicle mounted heavy machine guns, replaced with small howitzers and mortars. Even, some people also think that these weapons' power is small, directly in the car, changed on the anti-tank missile launchers. Chapter 57, Using the 88 Type Competition? I cannot afford to lose this person. In addition to the transformation of firepower. Because of the different types of soldiers, many of the soldiers in the army, also for their own tasks, these catapults have been specially modified. For example, the medical troop had transformed the Cat vehicle into a medical vehicle that, once unfolded, could temporarily act as an operating room. The communication unit, on the other hand, had transformed him into a mobile information base station that could provide other warriors, within a range of 20 to 30 kilometers, with communication capabilities. Even this thing has been transformed by some into an ultralight all-terrain cooking vehicle, allowing the cooking squad to fry sugar colors and steam rice for the fighters in any terrain, anywhere. Let's put it this way. Humans have developed less than 10% of the Cat vehicle, even if you put it 20 plus years from now. Only you can't think of it, there is absolutely nothing that a cat car can't do. Even in the future, after the Dragon Kingdom's satellite communication technology gradually takes shape, these cat cars can be transformed into unmanned cat cars. Think about it, will these unmanned cat car airdrop to the rear of the enemy's position and then establish a satellite connection? With the weapons carried on their bodies, these unmanned cat vehicles can cause how much turmoil on the other side, one simply does not dare to think. At the thought of this, Fang Yu immediately sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Hiss. No wonder, this thing was called a land warfare artifact by the later generations of the Dragon Kingdom army. This kind of cat car like a toy car was simply a divine weapon that changed the way of war. However, immediately afterward, Fang Yu shook his head with great effort, putting his thoughts of various magical modifications to the cat vehicle behind him. The current Dragon Kingdom was not rich enough to the point where it could take this thing and consume it at will. Secondly, at this point in time, the Dragon Kingdom, not to mention not having constructed its own satellite communication network, even the navigation was using the Eagle Sauce's GPS system. Now mention these, or too early, they are still steady, step by step it. Therefore, Fang Yu contemplated for a while, and proceeded to start drawing up the next manufacturing plan. In the latter days, the cat car was divided into 3 basic models. Then he might as well follow the steps and design these 3 basic cat cars as well. However, Fang Yu did not intend to directly follow the most original design. Instead, he made some magical modifications. These 3 cat cars, respectively, were 4x4, 6x6, and 8x8 versions, which corresponded to the 4-wheeled, 6-wheeled, and 8-wheeled models. For the different models, Fang Yu's focus of magic modification was also different. The 4-wheeled version of the cat car is the most lightweight, with a maximum capacity of 6 passengers, characterized by fast rating speed and strong cross-country capability, focusing on a lightweight and fast rating. The 6-wheeled version is a closed structure, focusing on an amphibious. In the case of being able to carry 6 people, the back row also put a heavy machine gun and 3 bases of ammunition. The 8-wheeled version was the largest in size. However, this largest version, Fang Yu was planning to design him to carry only 4 fighters. It wasn't that the larger the size, the more the carrying capacity pulled down. Rather, Fang Yu intended to carry a set of 107 rockets directly on the back of this vehicle to provide heavy fire support. In this way, not only would it ensure the mobility of the airborne troops, it would also allow these airborne troops to have the power to fight in extreme situations, rather than only being able to wait for death with their hands tied behind their backs. Soon, the design drawings and design plans of these 3 types of catapults were born under Fang Yu's pen. After finalizing the design ideas, Fang Yu also did not idle down, but that afternoon, together with Wang Changhai, they were put into the hot manufacturing task. At the same time, in the center of the Dragon Kingdom, inside the military committee's conference room, a room full of Dragon Kingdom generals and marshals with general stars on their shoulders were gathering together. However, the atmosphere in the conference room at this time was surprisingly depressing. Even many of the generals of the Dragon Kingdom were unprecedentedly smoking cigarettes in this conference room. Finally, after half a day of silence, a middle-aged man in his 40s took the lead in breaking this depressing atmosphere at the scene. Not going. This time, I won't go no matter what I say. Last time, I fell for the old Maoist's trick and went to participate in the international tank competition. I didn't get any benefits, but I also let the Maoists make a good mockery of me. Last time our 88 typeface at least or T-72 this kind of second-generation tanks, I heard that this time the Maoist participating tanks, is they're just commission T-90, is with the M1A1 against the standard of the third generation. I think, they let us participate in the competition, said that the exchange of experience to increase military mutual trust is false. They're using our tanks as stepping stones to make a name for his new tanks. That's why I say, we can't give it a chance. Hearing this middle-aged general's indignant voice. An old general with gray hair but carrying 3 gold stars on his shoulder side, smoothly stubbed out the cigarette in his hand and said somewhat helplessly, "Division Commander Fang, I can understand your feelings. Asking you to lead the team to this tank competition is indeed an aggravation. I also know that Mao's organizing this so-called tank competition at this point in time is ill-intentioned. But we don't have no way now." The old general pulled out a cigarette, lit it and then took 2 hard puffs, adding, "After the disintegration of the Mao Bear, the Eagle Jam is more and more unpleasant to us, the action is also more and more big. Now we are already under a lot of pressure internationally. If we don't make good relations with Great Mao, it will easily return to the situation when we were just founded and isolated by the international community. This is extremely unfavorable for the development of our country. Furthermore, sending you to participate in this tank competition is also a kind of training for you. Only with a real fight with the big hairy T-90 tanks, we can know, our current 88 type tanks, and others actually have a big gap." Type 88? Why Type 88 again? Hearing the words of the old general, the general surnamed Fang was even more directly anxious from the chairbrush stood up. Some impatiently asked, "Don't we have Type 96 already? Why are you still letting me bring the Type 88? Isn't this purely going to embarrass people?" It was no wonder he was so agitated. After Eagle Jam had fought the Gulf War, almost all countries recognized the gap between third-generation tanks and second-generation tanks. As an army power, the Dragon Kingdom was naturally extra concerned about this. However, with the technology that exists now, the Dragon Kingdom is not enough to develop its own third-generation main battle tanks. Therefore, the Dragon Kingdom had no choice but to immediately upgrade and remodel its Type 88 main battle tank. On the basis of the original Type 88, the turret was changed to a diamond-shaped turret of the third-generation tanks, which enhanced the defensive power and at the same time raised the degree of informationization of the tanks. As a result, a second-generation tank with a second-generation chassis and a third-generation turret was transformed into a second-generation and a half tank, the Type 96. He originally thought, this time let himself lead the team to participate in the tank competition in Big Mao, how to let himself take this Type 96 to go. Although the chassis is almost, but with the improved turret, it is not too bad to lose in front of the T-90. But I did not expect, the upper meaning, even let himself with 88 type of this pure second-generation tank to go. With 88 typeface T-90 this kind of brand new third-generation tank, that is not as properly hanged up to beat the life? This go to participate in the tank competition, in addition to lose the face of the Dragon Country tanks, what is the significance of? Chapter 58, how about giving 99 a chance? The so-called international tank competition was also known as the Tank Modern Biathlon. Originally, this was just a popular competition in the Great Mao Army, a major part of the daily training and teaching content of Great Mao's tank soldiers. But now, a few years ago, Big Mao suddenly took this project and widely invited neighboring countries to participate, turning this into an international competition. Not only the Mao, San Mao, has a resonance stand such as once was the joining countries of the Mao Bear invited to come. Even countries that used to be on good terms with the Woolly Bear, such as the Dragon Kingdom and the White Elephant Kingdom, were invited. However, although the banner for this competition was very bright and open, it was to use this competition to build military mutual trust between Great Mao and the neighboring countries. But in reality, what Great Mao was playing was not this idea. This so-called competition is actually more like a sales meeting than an ordinary competition. Through the competition, it was a way to show the neighboring countries the strength of Big Mao's military industry and advertise the military foreign trade business. At the same time, it was also a demonstration to the various countries in the outside world, proving that despite the disintegration of the Woolly Bear, Great Mao was still a regional powerhouse that was not to be messed with. It is precisely for this reason that these military executives of the Dragon Kingdom decided not to send the more advanced Type 96 main battle tanks to participate, but rather the Type 88 tanks, which are a generation behind. After all, no matter what, Mao was also the host country of this international tank competition, and was the head of the ground. Sending the newest Type 96 to participate in the competition would more or less be a bit of a clamor for the main event. It was likely to cause dissatisfaction on the part of Great Mao, affecting the cooperation between the two countries later. After all, although the hairy bear disintegrated, he also left many precious legacies. Among them is Su-27, this kind of Dragon Country Air Force Dream Fighter. Seeing the two sides talk about almost, even the purchase contract is almost signed. If something goes wrong at this time, wouldn't he or she have to cry to death? Moreover, although it is said that the Type 96 has been modernized, but in the end, it is only on the basis of the 88 Type tank, the turret was upgraded to the turret of a third-generation tank. His chassis is still that of a second-generation tank. In terms of the transmission system, steering system and maneuvering system, the gap with a real third-generation tank like the T-90 is still too great. As for power, there was even less to say. In almost the same weight, the 96 Type tank that maximum 730 horsepower engine with others T90 that 1200 horsepower engine compared, is simply poor to the maternal grandmother's home. Since they take out the most advanced 96 Type also cannot win, then might as well learn the wisdom of the ancients to hide. After all, as long as I don't take it out, just based on my paper data, you can't guess my tank, what level is not. I don't agree with this idea. After listening to the explanations of these veteran marshals of the Dragon Kingdom's military hierarchy, Fang Yu, the commander of the 45th Division, who had just been appointed as the leader of the International Tank Brigade that he was leading this time, immediately rose and retorted. In a world of great struggles, the strong will be strong and the weak will die. If we still keep hiding, I'm afraid we'll let other countries misjudge the strength of our army. Once we let other countries feel that our Dragon Kingdom's military strength is weak, not to mention other countries, just based on De Mao's character, he will definitely not let go of this opportunity, and will surely intensify his efforts to squeeze us. The price of some military purchases will also go up, because they will feel that we have to buy, and sit on our hands. At the same time, some of our neighboring countries whose wolves have been coveting our country's land, I'm afraid that they will also think that our military strength is not as strong as it used to be, thus engaging in some small actions on the border issues. Therefore, the idea of hiding our clumsiness will undoubtedly cause no small amount of disruption to our country's economy and diplomacy in the international community in the future, as well as our own strategic layout and cooperation in international affairs. Please also consider this carefully. Hearing Feng Yu's defense, the faces of a kind of Dragon Nation's top management brought on a touch of hesitation. Feng Yu's words were justified and indeed reasonable. There is a saying in the international community has to deal with, strength is always the foundation of maintaining justice, national defense is the real backing of diplomacy. Once their military first showed a weak attitude that no matter how good diplomats, cannot fight for the country to their own interests. Besides, the manhwa had disintegrated not long ago, and had just re-established diplomatic relations with the Dragon Kingdom only a few years ago. It seemed that the relationship was still quite friendly now, but the heavy contradictions that had emerged within the Great Mao because of the disintegration were very sharp. The huge contradictions between the oligarchs and the center of the country are especially obvious. No one dares to say whether or not Great Mao, in order to stabilize the situation, would go down the path of waging war against the outside world in order to divert the contradictions. If the Dragon State is too weak in its military performance, it may not necessarily not become the target of Big Mao's transfer of contradictions. Can't perform too eye-catching, and can't perform too poorly? Difficult. A thought. One of the old marshals with 3 gold stars on his shoulder, powerlessly threw the pen in his hand onto the table and shook his head helplessly. In this matter, it was very difficult to make a decision when the public said that the public was right and the women said that the women were right. After all, this competition was not just a simple competition. When a matter is mixed with political factors, it becomes complicated. Mr. Wu, Division Commander Feng, I suddenly have an idea. At this moment, in the corner of the conference room, a voice suddenly rang out. The crowd immediately looked towards the owner of the voice. However, they saw that the one who spoke was none other than a field division commander of a certain field army. Originally, with his position, he shouldn't have appeared in this meeting, but he happened to be about to lead a team to participate in the Jurai exercise, and came to report his duties to the General Council of the Dragon Kingdom, so they were called together to the meeting. Speak. The Dragon Country Old Marshal at the head, at this time was upset by this matter, can't wait for someone to come up with an idea for him. Not caring who the other party was, he directly let him start talking about his views. Maybe, there really was a solution? Yes. Leaders, you may not know this, but I'm going to participate in the Jurassic exercise soon, so I just happen to have an inquiry on hand. I've heard that Zhu Rai's major man Guangziman recently spent a large sum of money to customize a brand new tank at Northern Industries. I heard that the performance is even comparable to Eagle Jam's M1A1 tank. This field army division commander said this, cleared his throat and continued to add. Since the military commission is unwilling to divulge too many specific parameters of the 96A to the outside world, it's not like Division Commander Feng is willing to bring the Type 88 to the competition to suffer this nuisance. Then why don't you bring this tank to try it out? Chapter 59, the organization decides that it's you. What did you say? Man Guangji customized a third-generation tank himself? Hearing the words of that field division commander, one of the bigwigs of the Dragon Kingdom's military committee, Wu Qingyuan, who was honored as Marshal Wu by those present, had a look on his face as if he was listening to a heavenly book. This guy isn't so outrageous, is he? Old Lu, what do you think? Although I also think it's not reliable, but that's the famous manhwa. Hearing Wu Qingyuan's words beside him, the Dragon Kingdom battle marshal known as Old Lu, Lu Huaqing, said with a complicated face. Manhwa's blue army, although it also belonged to the battle sequence of the Dragon Kingdom's army. However, as a whetstone for the rest of the Dragon Kingdom's troops, he naturally had his special characteristics. For example, his financial allocations were all directly under the Dragon Kingdom's financial center and were not issued through the Dragon Kingdom's military commission. Plus, manhwa is a person who recognizes death. In order to enhance the combat level of the Blue Army and better serve as this millstone, he is capable of doing anything. So, although the matter of privately customized third-generation tanks sounds very unreliable, but maybe this guy can really do it. Immediately call manhwa and tell him that the military commission has a 100,000 fire emergency situation, and have him take a plane and come here to meet us immediately. Thinking of this, Wu Qingyuan did not have any hesitation and directly gave the order to his guards. The Zhurai maneuver base where manhwa was located sounded as if it was 100,000 miles away from the imperial capital. But in reality, the grassland of Zhurai was only 500 kilometers away from the imperial capital. Even by car, you can make it back in 5 hours. Not to mention, manhwa's base also had special transportation planes that could arrive at the imperial capital in less than an hour. Instead of guessing blindly here himself, it would be better to let manhwa come back and ask him himself. Sure enough. After the guards left the conference room and sent a message to Zhurai's base. 1.5 hours later. Manhwa, who hadn't even had time to change his clothes and was still wearing a pair of combat gear, stood at the door of the conference room huffing and puffing. Report. Come in. Wu Qingyuan did not raise his head and immediately said lightly after hearing manhwa's voice. Only after hearing this, manhwa took a deep breath, pushed open the door of the conference room and walked in. However, just after stepping into the conference room, he froze a little. In the large conference room, it was a rare moment when it was filled to the brim. The ones with the lowest rank were carrying the same one hair on their shoulders as themselves, while most of them were Dragon Kingdom war generals who carried out on their shoulders. Even, in addition to Wu Qingyuan, Lu Huaqing, one of only a few war marshals in the Dragon Kingdom, also appeared at the meeting. Such a big battle. Is he himself violating the laws of heaven? Could it be that he, the Blue Army, had gone too far and finally caused unanimous opposition in the military? Wu Shuai wants himself to come back today, that is, in front of the face of all the top military of the Dragon Kingdom. He will be explicitly punished, to give a big group of people to export the bad anger. At once, manhwa subconsciously let out a wail. No, you can't do this to me. I have contributed to the country, I have made a merit for the organization. I want to see the big chief, I want to see the big chief. What are you kid grinning about? Shut your mouth to me. At these words, Wu Qingyuan frowned and glared fiercely at manhwa. Roll over there and sit down, I have something to ask you. Oh, so there's something to ask me if I'm going to finish me off. This scares the out of me. Being scolded by Wu Qingyuan together angrily, manhwa instead put down his heart. Behave yourself and sit on the bench that the guards prepared for him. After sitting down, he asked again with some uneasiness. Mr. Wu, you called me to rush back in such a hurry, what do you want to ask me? Upon hearing this, Wu Qingyuan did not rush to answer him, but personally lit a cigarette and handed it to manhwa. Manhwa was flattered and took it. Just after smoking not 2 puffs, he heard Wu Qingyuan's voice ringing out. I heard someone say that you recently went to Northern Industries and customized a tank? Is there such a thing? Who the hell is snitching on me? After hearing Wu Qingyuan's words, manhwa's cigarette also stopped smoking and immediately rubbed his head and jumped up, looking around and asked. You sit down for me. It's not time for you to ask a rhetorical question. You just tell me, yes or no on the line. This seems like, maybe there is indeed such a thing. Hearing Wu Qingyuan's questioning, manhwa lost his temper and replied cautiously. Good, it seems that the others are really not wrong. Major Manchu, this is the Blue Army as a habit, the appetite is getting bigger and bigger. The existing equipment of our army is no longer enough to satisfy you. Now it's customized tanks, isn't the next step going to be customized fighters, Seeing manhwa nodding his head, Wu Qingyuan slightly sneered and said rather yin and yang. This. Leader, I also don't have that much money. Okay, don't explain to me. The tank is finalized, anyway, it is not the money allocated to you by our military commission. How do you want to use I cannot control? Who knows, manhwa just wanted to explain. Wu Qingyuan waved his hand and interrupted him. Immediately afterward, he asked. By the way, not only have I heard that you have customized tanks, I have also heard that the performance of the tanks that you have customized this time can even be comparable to the US Army's M1A1, is this matter true? How is this possible? Leader, who are you listening to? This 99A tank of mine, how can it be on the same level as the M1A1? The level of the two vehicles, that's a far cry. Hearing Wu Qingyuan say this, manhwa immediately had a jolt, knowing that his treasure was being targeted. Immediately afterward, he hurriedly said in a decisive and justified manner. After all, in Man Guangji's opinion, what he said was not wrong at all. Their own hands 99A is indeed not with the M1A1 a level of tank right off. 99A no matter from the firepower, armor, or information technology automation degree, that can be M1A1 hanging up hammer super tank. However, as for how Wuching Yuan understood his own words, that is not his own business. Well, I think that should be the case as well. The level of industry in the north isn't bad, but asking them to build a tank that can rival the M1A1 is still too difficult for them. Wuching Yuan nodded and said in a very reasonable manner, but immediately afterward continued to ask. Then let me ask you, this tank is not comparable to the M1A1, but it should be better than the Type 88 you have, right? Upon hearing this, Man Guangji didn't say anything, but only nodded his head repeatedly. Although, Man Guangji did not know what exactly Wuching Yuan was trying to do by asking himself these questions. But he just needed to speak less and reveal fewer cracks. That was absolutely right. That 99A tank, but he spent $100 million to get his hands on, he is not rare enough. Not until the last moment, they are absolutely not going to give him away. Just when Man Guangji thought that by saying so, he could make Wuching Yuan dispel the idea of snatching him from his hands. Wuching Yuan, however, smiled slightly and said, "Weaker than the M1A1 yet better than the Type 88, it seems that the performance of this tank is basically similar to the 96. But he is good in that, there is only such a prototype, is not a weapon that our Dragon Kingdom will be equipped with in the future." Great. Comrade Man Guangji, the organization has decided. Let's borrow that tank of yours first, as our Dragon Kingdom to participate in the national tank competition's participating vehicles out of the race. On your side, there's no problem, right? Chapter 60. What does it mean that an official is a big man? No, this is not right. I have such a new tank on hand, I haven't rare enough. Besides, don't we have a newly modified Type 96? Why don't we send it? Hearing this, Manchu Guangji's smile froze on his face, excitedly jumped up directly from the chair with a rub and asked, "Comrade Man Guangji, don't be so excited." At this, Wuching Yuan said unhurriedly, "The military commission knows that you just got this tank not long ago, put it in the hand has not yet warmed up, do not want to give up. But, there isn't a better competition vehicle than the tank in your hands now." Wuching Yuan held up his teacup and took a light sip, continuing to add, "Feng Division Commander was right just now, Type 88 is too outdated, sending it to compete, I'm afraid that it will make other countries mistakenly think that my Dragon Kingdom is slack in armaments, causing them to have unnecessary petty thoughts. Sending the Type 96 over, and it's too easy to expose the existing military level of our army. So, sending this tank of yours over is just right. Firstly, he is an orphan product, and also not within our battle sequence, our army will not be equipped on a large scale, it doesn't matter if all the data is exposed. Secondly, although the performance of this tank is not as good as the Type 96, it is at least modeled after a third-generation tank, and its comprehensive strength should not be a big problem in surpassing the Type 88. It should also be able to let other countries see the development of our tanks, letting them understand that our country has not fallen behind in updating its military equipment while developing its economy. Naturally, it will also be able to dispel those small 99 points in their hearts that they shouldn't have. Can be said to be killing two birds with one stone. Saying that, Wuching Yuan's face revealed a picture of an uncontrollable smile. This plan that he had proposed, he was able to solve such a tricky problem, and he even admired himself a little. This, I can't. Absolutely not. Leader, that tank in my hand is an experimental sample, sending it to participate in such an important competition, in case it falls off the chain at a critical moment, I can't afford the responsibility. After listening to Wuching Yuan's words, Man Guangji was sweating anxiously, and could only come up with a hard reason to stall the other party. After all, if he let Wuching Yuan know that the real strength of the 99A tank in his hand, then this tank certainly does not belong to him. It wasn't that he, Man Guangji, wanted to keep the 99A for himself. After all, as long as the 99A appeared on the battlefield of Zhurai, soon the military commission would find out the horror of this tank, and then he could not hide it even if he wanted to. Only one thing is that he got this tank less than a month, not rare enough. Secondly, he hadn't used this tank to beat up other participating troops. Now hand him over, he is more or less unwilling. Who knows? After hearing Man Guangji's words, Wuching Yuan directly waved his hand and said, "Don't worry, this time to participate in the international tank competition, I will send the best maintenance team in the country to follow. With them, you don't have to worry about this tank getting out of order." This. Mr. Wu, I still feel that there is something wrong. There's still something wrong? I don't think you don't think the tank is wrong, you think I'm wrong. Hearing that Man Guangji was still looking for excuses, Wuching Yuan immediately glared fiercely at the other party, his tone serious. "You kid can think clearly, although you are the Blue Army, but it is always the sequence of my Dragon Country troops, looking for you to do something you so push and block. Okay, you do not borrow, I also do not make it difficult for you. However, the next Jurai military exercises, if your opposite troops pull out a little tactical mushroom bomb or something gadgets thrown on your head, you also do not complain with me. Oh. Hearing such a naked threat from Wu Qingyuan, Man Guangji was directly somewhat speechless. What does it mean that a big official can crush a person to death? This is it. After a long sigh, Man Guangji forced a smile on his face and said fawningly, General Wu Yu. Are joking, what to borrow or not, you can see this tank in my hands, this is our honor. You can rest assured, I will go back this afternoon, the tank is packed directly to you air transportation over. Do you think this is okay? Oh, they say that Colonel Man is hard to communicate with, but I think this is quite a good talker. Alright, it's settled. After hearing Man Guangji's assurance, Wu Qingyuan screwed on his thermos and pointed to Fengshe who was at the side. There's no need to look for me on this matter, after the tanks are shipped in, you can just hand them over directly to Division Commander Feng. The meeting will end here, I'll go and get busy. After saying that, Wu Qingyuan took the lead and stood up, smilingly walking towards the outside of the conference room. Soon, seeing that this matter was smoothly resolved, a large group of majors, major generals and other officers also gradually left the conference room. At the scene, there was soon only the tearful Man Guangji and the depressed Fengshe left. Man Guangji wanted to cry because he did not understand. He was testing the car in Zhu Rice Field, but suddenly he was called to the imperial capital by a phone call. Not even to 5 minutes, the so not yet warm tank belongs to someone else. The reason why Fengshe depressed, but also because of this matter. The 96 type that he wanted not only did not arrive, but also had to take a tank that did not know what performance from Man Guangji to compete. Just thinking about it makes you feel like a loser. I say old man, you give me a bottom, what exactly is the performance of this tank in your hands? It won't run and plop down. After Fengshe took a deep breath, he still accepted this reality. He had also heard that Man Guangji had spent a lot of money for this new tank. Although he didn't know exactly how the performance was, but it was always quite a bit better than that outdated 88 type thing, right? At that moment, while pulling out a cigarette and handing it to Man Guangji, he flirtatiously said to the other party, Down on the ground? I'll you up. Who knows, after hearing Fengshe's words, Man Guangji looked like he had been insulted by something and huffed. If you're lying down, my precious tank won't even lie down. You guys can use this tank to compete, you go back to burn incense. After saying that, the cigarette was not picked up, directly stood up, then huffed and puffed towards the door of the conference room. Seeing this scene, Fengshe was a bit puzzled. It is not just flirting with that tank, as if who messed with him like, how, this tank is your full light wife ah? However, Fengshe still swallowed these words back into his stomach. Seeing that Man Guangji had already walked to the door, he immediately chased after him. Look, you're in a hurry again. Old man, wait for me, use your airplane to take me back on the way, let me take a look at the tank. Chapter 61, Leopard 2? It's actually an Arjun. This is that new tank you were talking about? Good guy, this is not. Too handsome, right? 5 hours later. Fengshe, who had returned to Zhurai base along with Man Guangji, looked at the mighty and domineering 99A tank in front of him, and his eyes went straight. No, didn't he say before that this tank was only a little bit stronger than the 88 type? But why does it look so advanced now? Not to mention the tank in front of the eyes that thick and large, a look at the size of the tank gun is not less than 120 millimeters. Just look at its front that thick and heavy, let a person look at feel incomparable solid diamond-shaped armor, can feel out, this thing seems to be more advanced than the existing 96 type of Dragon Country. Not to mention, on top of that, this tank was loaded with some new equipment that he couldn't even name. The most crucial thing is that this tank is like the Type 96, did not use the Dragon Tank's ancestral 5 pairs of wheels, but instead used 6 pairs of weighted wheels. Just based on this point, can show the advanced degree of this tank. In short, the moment he saw this tank, known as the 99A, Fengshe had a great fondness for this tank. The grudge of not being able to take the Type 96 out to compete also subsided quite a bit. At the same time, he also understood why Man Guangji was so reluctant to part with this tank when Wu Qingyuan asked for it. Old man, no wonder you acted so defiant when Mr. Wu asked you for this tank is really good. In my place, I wouldn't be willing to take it out. Thinking of this, Fengshe patted Man Guangji's shoulder and comforted him. But don't worry. This time when I participate in the international tank competition, I will definitely take good care of this tank of yours and not let him suffer any damage. At the same time, I will also strive for the top, at the very least keeping 3 and fighting for 2, and will definitely not let this tank of yours lose face. Seeing Fengshe's assurance made by patting his chest, Man Guangji hummed disdainfully. Fighting for the second place? Look at this bit of talent of yours. Let me tell you, I'll lend you this tank, but if you drive this tank and still can't take first place in this tank national competition, you'll just jump into the Volga River and don't come back. Ha! This isn't so ruthless, right? Hearing Man Guangji's words, Fengshe was slightly stunned. Somewhat torn, he said. It would be fine if the T-72 that Demao entered this time was the previous T-72, but I heard that they are going to be on the T-90 this time nah. The opposite side is a pure third-generation tank that can wrestle with the M1A1. We want to win him, isn't it a bit? Bah! How can Big Mouse T90 be considered a third-generation tank? Besides, even if it really is a third-generation tank, what can it do? My 99A can even beat the M1A1, so I'm not afraid of the T90. Hearing this, manhwa continued to say disdainfully. But immediately afterward, as if driving away flies like waving his hand, added, "Forget it, talking to you about this is like talking to a cow. Whether or not you can win first place, you'll know by then. Old Fang, I'll say one thing to you at the end, this tank is my lifeblood, you'd better borrow it how you can and send it back to me how you can. Otherwise, you don't want to be scrubbed by tactical mushroom bombs every time your troops come to an exercise." 3 days later. After trekking all the way, Fang Yu finally brought the delegation and arrived at the Dragon Kingdom's compound on the outskirts of Moscow. Entering the premises, Fang Yu first went to fill out the various agreements required for participation and met with the receptionist of Dimao. After finishing his work, he was about to take a good rest and refresh himself for the opening ceremony of the international tank competition tomorrow. But just as he lay down, he was awakened by a noisy clamor. Who is it? Still letting people sleep? Fang Yu annoyingly lifted the covers and walked out of the door of the reception center. However, he was just in time to see a group of personnel dressed in very tawdry clothes with thick turbans wrapped around their heads pouring into the reception center. Among them, there were a few people who stood in front of the tanks of the Dragon Kingdom, pointing and seemingly laughing in a very disdainful manner. Seeing this tawdry and unqualified fellow, Fang Yu immediately recognized the identity of the other party. Obviously, the guy who could be so common but so confident, except for the White Elephant country known as Third Brother, there was no one else. If anyone else dared to so blatantly spy on another country's participating tanks before the competition, Fang Yu would have to go up and demand an explanation. But after knowing that the other party is the White Elephant country's third brother, Fang Yu immediately felt a little helpless, and even do not want to pay attention to them. After all, although third brother was not good at fighting, he was unexpectedly difficult to deal with. Just like a dog's skin plaster, if one was pestered by him, one could not shake it off. In order to avoid trouble, it is better to not go to the trouble. However, just as Fang Yu was preparing to go directly back to the dormitory to continue sleeping, the tank from the White Elephant Kingdom that was preparing to compete in the race, however, caught Fang Yu's eyes. Instantly, Fang Yu's gaze froze and his brows furrowed. Leopard 2? When did Third Brother even have such a high-end tank? It was no wonder that Fang Yu was so shocked. After all, the Leopard 2 tank was a third-generation tank that the Hanseatic state had begun developing in the 1980s. In terms of comprehensive strength, it was not much worse than the M1A1. Even the tank gun used by the M1A1 was the 120mm smoothbore tank gun used by this Leopard 2 tank. Evidently, the strength of the Leopard 2 tank is powerful. However, Fang Yu remembered that this tank seems to be only used by Han's country, even if the export is only a few countries circulating within the EU. Why did the White Elephant country appear here with it now? Could it be that the Hansa country was already so poor that it was even selling this kind of national weapon outwards? Andre, my friend, would you like a huazi that I brought from the Dragon Kingdom? This one is strong, I think it will be very much to your liking. At this moment, the big hairy officer who was receiving the Dragon Kingdom happened to walk past Fang Yu. Fang Yu immediately pulled out a cigarette that he did not even bother to smoke and handed it to the other party. He then pretended to ask Colonel Andre about Third Brother's Leopard 2 tank without thinking about it. Leopard 2? You're kidding. Fang. That thing those krauts value more than their own lives, how could they sell it to these unreliable white elephants to smash their own sign? Enjoying the upturned head sensation brought on by Wazi, Andre smiled disdainfully. The tanks in the hands of that group of white elephants are actually only customized for the white elephants by that group of guys from the Hansa country, in order to make money. The ones that are used are the Leopard Eyes base, plus some of the Leopard 2's technology. Is purely shelf goods. However, in terms of comprehensive strength, it should also have the level of a second-generation half-tank. This Arjun, in the competition, is not a big threat to our T90, but it's still a threat to your Dragon Kingdom's tanks. Fang, you must not ignore them. Chapter 62, 86 Rings. Tough T90. Strong enemies, all of them are ing strong enemies. Originally, I was hoping to secure the third place, but now it seems that I'm lucky if I can secure the fourth place. After returning to the dormitory, Fang Yu took out the model number of the participating tanks from each country that he had just gotten from Andre, but the more he looked at it, the more uncertain he became. But the more you look at the heart, the more bottomless. This time the national tank competition, the big hair out of their own bottom of the T90 out to participate in it is just. After all, now the Mao Z has been poor soon cannot uncover the pot. Even their own as the lifeblood of the Su-27 dare to sell, a T90 is nothing. But I don't know if it's an evil thing. In addition to the big hair, in addition to the few participating countries, also with the same as eating stimulants, are their own family's best tanks are sent to participate in the race. The White Elephant country's imitation Leopard 2 Arjun let alone. The Ermazy family even sent the T-80U, which was just designed before the breakup of the Woolly Bear country, to compete. Although this T-80U is not as advanced as the T-90 of the Big Hairy family, but it is still considered to be very close to the equipment of the third generation of tanks. Even, it was a bit stronger than the Type 96 of the Dragon Kingdom. These three tanks alone, no matter which one, I'm afraid that it will become a formidable enemy of the 99A in one's hand. As for the other countries, such as Hazar Resonance Stan and San Mao and a few other countries, although brought are some slightly outdated T-72, but also have been modernized, the strength cannot be underestimated. They are surrounded by such strong enemies. As long as the slightest attention is not paid, not to mention the fight for the top three, I am afraid that the worst result in history is also a matter of minutes. Thinking of this, Feng Yu was a bit unable to sleep. He put on a piece of clothing and went outside the reception center. In the somewhat chilly night breeze of Moscow, looking at the 99A that he brought, Feng Yu tanked his breath and did not know whether he was talking to himself or to the tank. There is a wolf in front and a tiger behind. You must give me some fight tomorrow, don't fall off the chain. The next day, this international tank competition organized by Big Mao was held as scheduled. Early in the morning, Feng Yu appeared in front of the others with two thick dark circles under his eyes. Last night, he tossed and turned all night. His mind was full of how to get a good result and how to go back in case he got the last place. That night, he hardly slept at all. However, when it came down to it, he calmed down instead. Anyway, stretching his head is a knife, shrinking his head is also a knife. What should come cannot be avoided. What's more, manhwa said to himself on his way out, he will not come back if he doesn't win the first place with this tank. Since he is so confident in this tank, Feng Yu's heart more or less have a little bottom. Anyhow, this newly developed tank can be worse than the 88 Type not. Thinking of this, Feng Yu fiercely smoked 2 mouthfuls of cigarettes, then threw the cigarette butt to the ground fiercely, gritted his teeth and said, "Rub. People died down towards the sky, dead ball is dead ball. What the hell, just do it." After saying that, Feng Yu was undistracted and returned his attention to the center of the field. This time, there were a total of 8 countries participating. In addition to Big Mao, the host, there were also Dragon Country, White Elephant Country, Air Mao, San Mao, Hazardous Resonance Stan, Armenia, and Georgia. Within this, apart from the Dragon Country and White Elephant, the rest were all the joining countries of the Woolly Bear back then. Before the manhwas were disintegrated, they were all still family. Therefore, in addition to the White Elephant and the Dragon State, the hands of several other countries were some of the active equipment of the Mao Bear that had been given to them during the division of the family. They are also some T-72s that have been magically modified. However, Feng Yu was not very interested in these T-72s. Although it is said to be magically modified, but the base of the T-72 is placed there, how to change cannot be changed to flowers. Sure enough, in the first round of the static shooting open, these tanks all achieved great results. At a distance of 2 kilometers, basically can do 10 rounds of artillery shells hit 6 rounds, the ring number are in the vicinity of 7-8 rings fluctuation. The total number of rings also floated around 42-48 rings. Seeing this achievement, Feng Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Even their best 48 rings were not even as good as Type 88, so naturally, they could not compare to the 99A in his hand, which was comparable to Type 96. However, this kind of rookie chicken pecking each other's situation, after Air Mao's T-80U on the field, then so far a change. As the Mao Bear country in the career of tacit agreement, poured the last heart and soul of the last work. Mao Xiong then weapons designer, for this T-80 with the most advanced thermal imager and white light aiming fire control system of Mao Xiong. This makes the T-80U at 2,000 meters, 10 shots, surprisingly, 9 times on target. Moreover, the number of rings of each hit are more than 8 rings. Instantly, the cliff-like score of 72 rings temporarily topped the list. Seeing this scene, Feng Yu was instantly shocked. The Dragon Kingdom had once experimented with the static shooting of the Type 96, and the average was generally around 68-70 rings. The score of 72 rings, even if it was placed on the Type 96, was quite a good score. It usually required a tanker with more than 10 years of driving experience to hit it when the time and place were available. However, this T-80U can hit this score lightly, and even looks like it still has some power left. It really didn't deserve the title of Hairy Bear Legacy. Feng Yu thought of this, although he was still not sure what score this 99A in his hand could hit. However, in his heart, he had already adjusted his expectations for this round of the shooting competition down a notch. Down to the extent that getting the 3rd place was a victory. Sure enough, after the T-80U, the T-90 tank of the host, Big Mao, came out. As Big Mao's crushing weaponry, this tank's comprehensive strength was also truly extraordinary. Big Mao almost stuffed all the good stuff he had on hand into this tank. The fire control system of this T-90, surprisingly, uses the same optical sensors and infrared rangefinders as the M1A1 of the Eagle Sauce, and also installs a set of modern single-to-computer to assist in shooting. Therefore, the T-90 directly hit the 10 rounds of shooting all on target, each gun almost all hit more than 8 rings of heavenly achievements. With a total of 86 rings, it directly locked the top of the scoreboard. The T-90's brilliant performance immediately drew the envious and admiring gazes of all the participating countries. The leader of Demao was also proud of his performance. It seems that through this T-90, he wanted to prove to everyone that even though the hairy bear was no longer around, Big Mao was still a world power that could rival Eagle Jam and could not be underestimated. After 6 rounds of shooting, the only ones left on the scene that hadn't competed yet were Dragon Country and White Elephant Country. And just as White Elephant Nation was about to start shooting, Feng Shu's heart was in his throat. After all, he was afraid that he would not be able to match the results of the T-80U and T-90. Then, the White Elephant Country's this Arjun good or bad results is directly related to this static shooting who is the third place. Chapter 63, 210 Rings. At this moment, Feng Shu's heart was directly in his throat. If it was compared to other items, Feng Shu might not be so worried. However, as far as he knew, the fire control system and gun of this Arjun tank seemed to have been imported by the White Elephant Kingdom from Rain Metal in the Hansa country. Its advanced degree may even be stronger than the T-90 equipped with that set of fire control system. That is to say, as long as the White Elephant Country tanker is not blind. Even if he is completely relying on this set of fire control system to aim by himself, he can at least get more than 70 rings of the total score. Even if the White Elephant Country's tanker is a little more experienced, then hitting a score of 75 rings or more is also very possible. Once that happened, then Arjun would be able to overtake the T-80U and become the second place winner in this static shooting competition. Then, one would have to directly challenge T-80U's 72 ring score. It would be a lie to say that Feng Shu wasn't stressed out. However, after the Arjun tank's gun barrel let out a roar, the pressure on Feng Shu suddenly reduced a lot, the original gloomy face that can drip water but also slowly ease up, and even the corners of the mouth also unconsciously picked up a smile. One can only say that third brother deserves to be third brother, still the same divine nation that could make even the great leader of the Dragon Kingdom of that year think hard for 10 days and 10 nights and not be able to figure out what the other side is actually going to do. With the fire control and tank guns provided by Rain Metal, they were still able to very magically go straight off target. The armor-piercing bullet that they had fired hard and fast reached the T-72 tank of Sanma that was resting and preparing outside of the range. Although the distance is far enough, the armor-piercing bullet did not cause any substantial damage to the tanks of the 3 hares. But still a few of the 3 hares of the tank driver to scare a half-dead, the leader of the Slavic veterans, and even scared of a heart attack, almost directly to see the Su-Ci zone. Anyway, in the White Elephant Country several 3 brothers superb operation. White Elephant Country this cool Leopard 2 Arjun tank, surprisingly, against all odds to obtain a worse than those old T-72 results. Directly with a total of 40 rings to get the results, the end of this round of competition. Seeing this, Feng Shu took a long breath and was greatly relieved. Since his strongest competitor, White Elephant State, pulled his own crotch, then this round of the competition, as long as he plays steadily and doesn't make any mistakes, I think the third position, it is stable to get. After getting this result, he is also considered to have perfectly completed the task explained by the organization. Neither too out of the ordinary to cause Big Hair and other countries scruples, but also let other countries to see the development of weapons and equipment in the Dragon Country, not to give birth to what should not have a small mind to. However, just after the 99A entered the designated firing position under the guidance of the personnel at the scene and fired the first shot, Feng Shu's whole person is directly like a toad struck by heavenly thunder, directly petrified in the scene. And after hearing the sound of the target report at the scene, now many of the national leaders who have focused their attention on the T-90 also directly froze. The 10 ring? Surprisingly, it was 10 rings? From the start of the competition until now, the only 10 ring was actually hit by the tanks of the Dragon Kingdom? These Dragon Nation people were really lucky today. In fact, it was no wonder that Feng Shu and the team leaders were so surprised. Tank shooting was different from light weapon shooting, and did not pay much attention to shooting accuracy. Generally, more than 8 rings will be very good, more than 9 rings, even more rare, only some senior tank shooter can hit out. As for the 10 rings, this actually has little to do with the driver's level, but rather has more to do with their luck. After all, to hit the 10 ring mark at a distance of 2,000 meters, which is only the size of a fist, the difficulty would be similar to using an ordinary rifle to hit a mosquito flying 800 meters away. Seeing that Longhua had actually hit such a perfect opening, it immediately caught the attention of many onlookers. They surveyed with interest this tank of the Dragon Kingdom that had never appeared in front of the world. There were speculations as to how long this tank's good fortune would last. Even, some people had already begun to bet on whether this mysterious tank, by virtue of its super luck, would be able to defeat Irmau's T-80U and get the second place in this round of the static shooting competition. Boom! Only, accompanied by the second roar from the 99A tank. After the sound of the target report sounded again, the originally incomparably noisy scene suddenly became deathly silent. Everyone's face showed a very complex and shocked look. Because they actually heard the ring number reported by the target reporter at the scene, it was actually another 10 rings. At once, the crowd began a commotion. Gradually, all eyes, all gathered to the Dragon Country's 99A tank. If the first shot hit 10 rings, can still be explained by a burst of luck. Then the second shot can still hit, that is not just luck. This is enough to show that this tank with a set of very advanced fire control system. After all, these 10 rounds of shooting were not the same target. Relying on an ordinary white light aiming system alone, it would take a short period of time just to search for the next target. Not to mention that like the Dragon Kingdom's tanks, they were able to lock onto the target and hit each other in just half a minute. Only, to say that this second 10-ring shot was Dragon Kingdom's hard power, that wasn't quite true. After all, even if you put Eagle Sauce's M1A1 here, using its Blue Star's most advanced fire control system to maneuver the shot, you may not be able to shoot so accurately. Longguo was able to hit 10 rings with this shot. A small part of it was by himself, most of it was actually luck. Only, even so, many of the country's leaders were also interested in this tank of the Dragon Kingdom. After all, there were only a few countries in the world that could independently develop fire control systems. The fact that Dragon Country was able to independently develop its own fire control system and apply it on its own tanks was enough to show that Dragon Country's tank design capability had entered the second echelon of the Blue Star. Compared to their own countries that can only be unable to independently drill and research, and can only continue to use the T-72, this kind of antique goods can be too much stronger. I do not know how much the price of this tank in the Dragon Kingdom. If the price is right, they do not mind buying some to replace the gradually overburdened T-72. After all, the big hair of the T-90 good to good, but the price is too expensive, to be about $3 million. Their own country's military spending, there are only so many billions of dollars, in addition to maintaining the normal expenses of the army, the rest cannot buy a few T-90. But, the Dragon Kingdom's tanks are different. After all, the Dragon Country's weapons, in the international signboard is leather durable and cheap. Chapter 64 10 rings, 10 rings again. Fang, your luck is really good today, you guys actually hit 2 10 rings in a row. As long as you keep it up, it's not impossible for your final score to surpass the T-80U. At this moment, Andre, who was on good terms with Feng Shi, came over with a smile on his face to congratulate Feng Shi. If you really take second place, don't forget to treat me to a drink. I've been craving for your Dragon Kingdom's Moutai for a long time. Take your good advice. If we really get second place this time, not to mention anything else, the Moutai will be enough. Ha 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 ha. Seeing such a good result in the opening round, the big stone in Feng Shi's heart was put down by half, and he immediately said with joy. Originally, the biggest goal Feng Shi set before the competition was only to be able to surpass the White Elephant Nation's Arjun tank and rush to the third place in the static shooting list. Unexpectedly, first the White Elephant country's Arjun tank pulled off a major collapse. At the same time, even God also helped himself, so that his first 2 shots directly got a full score of 20 rings. It could truly be called a double happiness. Such a perfect start, even let Feng Shi move the original should not move the mind. That would be to surpass T-80U and get the second place in this static shooting competition. Of course, Feng Shi also knew that although the first 2 rounds were smooth, it was still very difficult to really achieve this. Luck could not always be on one side. In order to surpass the T-80U's final score of 72 rings, this 99A of his own would also need to achieve at least 6.5 rings each time for at least the remaining 8 shots. But, as a veteran driver, Feng Shi knew very well. Sometimes, a breeze, an inadvertent shake, could affect the tank's shooting accuracy. Don't look at the 2 10 rings now, but if in the remaining 8 shots, if there is a slight unfavorable factor, it's not impossible to hit 5 or 6 rings, or even off target. Therefore, Feng Shi also did not open the champagne at halftime, but sank his heart, both nervous and expectant, and continued to observe the progress of this match. However, right at this moment, boom! As the 99A tank's third salvo shook the sky. Immediately afterward, the scene was suddenly plunged into an eerie dead silence. Hundreds of people in the audience were as if they had been cast under a spell of immobilization, their eyes staring at the shooting range without blinking. Some people had their mouths open but forgot to close them. Some people's hands holding up binoculars stopped in mid-air and did not move at all. There were also people whose cigarettes burned out and scalded their fingers without realizing it. The air was frozen, even the sound of breathing disappeared. At this moment, time seemed to stand still. Until a few minutes later, the scene only broke out a burst of incredible exclamation. 10 rings! Another 10 rings? How is this possible? Andre, who was standing next to the 99A tank, stared with his eyes wide open, his mouth so open that he could stuff a fist into it. He rubbed his eyes incredulously and stared dead at the scoreboard for half a day before he was sure he wasn't blinking. This is impossible. 3 consecutive 10 rings? Andre's voice changed tone. Feng, what kind of black technology did you guys put in the tank? Feng Shi himself froze in place, unable to speak for a while. As a commanding officer who was incredibly familiar with tank shooting, he was all too aware of how difficult it was to hit such a score. Even in training under ideal conditions, the group of people under his own hands had never reached such a level of accurate shooting. As for the stage, the commotion in the audience became even greater. If the first two consecutive 10-ring hits could be seen as a stroke of luck, then this third shot, no matter how cannot be summarized by the word luck, can only be attributed to, this is the real strength of the tank of the Dragon Country. After learning this, everyone above the stands showed different reactions. The officers of the White Elephant delegation were talking to each other, their faces hard to see. 3 rounds and 30 rings. One must know that the Arjun tanks that they were so proud of had only gained 40 rings in 10 rounds. If the dragons were to continue to fight like this, wouldn't it mean that the dragons would surpass themselves before the race was even half over? Then himself this time, he really was trying to show his face instead of his ass. I'm afraid, in the future for a long time, will become the laughingstock of the Blue Star Army. And with the White Elephant Country's reaction is very different. The Big Mao commander, who originally thought that his T-90 had already secured the title of this static shooting competition, almost knocked over the coffee cup in front of him in his excitement after seeing the 99A's performance. He grabbed the binoculars, but his hands were shaking so badly that it was hard for him to focus on the bullseye. And after seeing that perfect point of impact, it made this experienced tank expert suck in a breath of cold air. An ominous premonition suddenly welled up in his heart. If these 3 shots were really the strength of the Dragon Kingdom's tanks and not a coincidence, wouldn't that mean that there was a high risk that he would have a rollover in this round? If this is compared to the tanks of the Dragon Kingdom, then how can one still sell this T-90? However, just as the crowd at the competition site began to talk because of the 99A's stunning start, the 99A under the stage didn't stop. The 99A under the stage didn't stop its own match progress. Bang! Another cannon blast shook the sky. It could be clearly seen through the high magnification optical system that the shell had once again accurately hit the center of the target. At once, another cry of surprise came from the stands. Surprisingly, it was really 10 rings again. Directly after this shot, it was clear to everyone that it wasn't luck that made the Dragon tank shoot so accurately, but rather real strength. At the same time, the live screen on the scene also played up the live images from the shooting just now. Captured by the high-speed camera, the crowd saw that this 125mm caliber armor-piercing shell fired by the 99A left the chamber at an initial velocity of 1,750 meters per second, drawing a perfect parabola in the air. The ballistic stability of the shell was breathtaking, without any irregular swing, incomparably silky smooth and directly hit the target. Bang bang bang! Immediately afterward, the 99A did not stop, and directly fired continuously, pouring out all the remaining ammunition. And this time, the crowd in the stands had been shocked and didn't know what to say. Because, as seen through the data feedback from the battlefield management system, when this tank of the Dragon Kingdom was shooting these shells, the error in the discharging speed was no more than 2 meters per second. This was a top-level comparable to the M1A1 in the international arena. What is even more amazing is that the 99A's fire control computer can compensate for more than 10 environmental factors such as wind speed, air pressure, temperature, etc. in real time, so that every shell can accurately hit the target. Not only that, everyone at the scene was horrified to discover. Dragon Country, this tank not only hit the bullseye, and the 6th to 10th round of the bullet point even all fell in less than 10 centimeters in diameter within the circular area. It should be known that at a range of 2,000 meters, a mere 0.1 degree error in the angle of fire could cause a deviation of 3.5 meters. The accuracy shown by the 99A was equivalent to shooting at an apple from 2 kilometers away and hitting it 10 times in a row. What shocked these officers from various countries the most was the 99A's firing rhythm. Traditional tanks need to wait for the gun to stabilize after each shot, a process that usually takes 3-4 seconds. And 99A only 1.5 seconds to complete the shell loading, gun body recovery and fire control system reset, the entire shooting process in line with the flow of water, like a sophisticated industrial robot. When the last shell was nailed to the center of the target, the professionals at the scene were speechless. They know that this is not luck, but the pinnacle of modern industrial technology. 99A shows not only the shooting accuracy, but also the perfect unity of the whole fire control system, mechanical structure and material technology. Chapter 65 Unprecedented Achievement. 99 rings. 99 rings. The moment the 10th shell hit the bullseye, the entire audience fell into an eerie silence. Everyone forgot to breathe and just stared blankly at the bullseye that had been accurately hit, as if they were seeing some kind of sight that transcended reality. The officers of the Great Mao delegation were green with disbelief written in their eyes. The score of 99 rings for 10 shells made their proud T-90 tank seem like an outdated antique in front of the 99A. T-90's captain, even more shocked to the lips and slightly trembling, he subconsciously pulled his tie, as if there was strangling him breathless. As for the White Elephant Country delegation, it was even more chaotic. The hands of the group of high-ranking army officials of their delegation were shaking uncontrollably, and the hot tea in their teacups spilled on the documents without even realizing it. His adjutant tried to say something, but found his throat too dry to make a sound. The delegation of this military powerhouse, which was full of confidence just now, seemed to have been poured a pot of cold water on its head, and the boisterous and enthusiastic atmosphere just now was swept away, with everyone's face as if it was frozen in coldness. As for the experts from several other countries' observer missions, they were frantically recording something on their notebooks, their gestures becoming hurried and tense. A white-haired general took off his glasses and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead with a handkerchief. His eyes were confused. As if to say, what scene have I not seen before? I've never seen this scene before. JPG. The atmosphere at the scene was so heavy that it could almost crush one's nerves. Some people wanted to applaud, but realized that their palms were numb due to excessive tension. More people just stood frozen in place, as if their brains were on the fritz, unable to process this cognitively upsetting image in front of them. And within the field. The moment the last shell accurately hit the center of the target, Feng Shu's legs went limp and he almost fell to his knees. His mind went blank, and his ears buzzed as if the entire world was spinning. 10 shells, 99 rings, this number was like a heavy hammer that hit his heart hard. 99 rings, 99 rings. Feng Shu mechanically repeated the number, his voice trembling. As an experienced commander, he knew too well what this meant. Even under the most ideal training conditions, even for the most elite crews, being able to hit 85 rings would already be at the top level. And now, he had set a record that might never be broken. At this moment, Feng Shu suddenly had an epiphany. The set of crew members participating in the competition were indeed the most elite fighters under his own command, no less. However, it was also by no means possible that in just a few days' time, the level of shooting had risen to such an incredible level. The reason why they were able to shoot such amazing results, then the biggest contributor was undoubtedly this 99A tank in front of their eyes. Looking at the 99A tank that still maintained its shooting stance under the sunlight, flashing with golden light, Feng Shu finally reacted. What manhwa said in his mouth, he used this tank to participate in the competition, and if he couldn't get the first place, he would directly throw himself into the river to kill himself. After all, not to mention the T-90, even if it was replaced with the M1A1, it would definitely not be able to achieve such a heavenly result of 99 rings. Just at this moment, Feng Shu remembered that when Wu Qingyuan asked manhwa for this 99A, he seemed to have asked if this tank could really catch up with the M1A1. At that time, manhwa replied, his own tank, and M1A1 is not a level of tanks. Now think about it, in fact, people full of light, that's right off. 99A and M1A1 is indeed not on a level. But people full light of did not say, 99A is behind M1A1 or leading M1A1 is not. However, just at this moment, Feng Shu suddenly afterward felt like remembering something. Since his final score was 99 rings. Wouldn't that mean that in this round of static shooting competition, he had not only surpassed Ermao's T80U, he even piggybacked on Big Hair's T90 and became the number one in the points list? At the thought of this, Feng Shu suddenly realized that he had inadvertently created a new history for the Dragon Kingdom. After all, in the previous international tank competition, the best single result of Dragon Country's tanks was only second place. And the first place in the tank competition had always been firmly held by Demao. This first place that he got today was not only a precedent for Dragon Country, it was also the first time that Big Mao lost the first place throne in a tank competition. Instantly, Feng Shu's blood surged with fervor, almost shouting out in excitement. However, just as the Dragon Country participants at the scene were about to celebrate their rare victory, instead, a piercing voice came from the loudspeaker at the scene. Attention please, representatives of the participating countries. After consultation with the judges panel of this competition, we have made a decision. It has been confirmed that the 99A tank representing the Dragon Kingdom, which is competing in the competition, is equipped with a new type of ballistic computer that none of the other competing tanks have, which is a complete violation of the fairness principle of the competition. Therefore, the organizing committee determines that Dragon Country's score for this static shooting is invalid. This sudden accusation dropped a heavy bomb on the scene. A chorus of boos rang out from the audience, and the expressions of the delegations of the various countries became subtle. In the face of this almost shameless quality control, even the few previously joined countries that had been favoring Big Mao were indignant for Dragon Country and exited in mockery. This is not being able to afford to lose? Could it be that your great Mao's T90 doesn't even have a basic fire control system? That's right, you didn't make it clear before the race, and then said after the race that it couldn't be equipped with a ballistic computer? This river? If you have the ability, you guys also go to research and development, lost and then play a trick, really to the hairy bear shame. And after hearing this news, Feng Shu's first reaction was also out of anger. He clenched his fists, his nails sinking deep into his palms, and his brows knitted together. No, this international tank competition has also been conducted 2 or 3 times. Every time, why did your Big Mao's tank take first place? Aren't you clear in your heart? Still not relying on those new equipment installed on the tank to bully their own hand, these old antiques? What, you can only use the new equipment to bully people? I use once as a violation of the game fair? What the hell is this competition? From now on, the first place in this competition will be awarded directly to you, Demao. Chapter 66, if there's a referee on the field of play, will there be one on the battlefield? Special grandmother, this group of old hairy people, this is also too bullying, right? At this time, also heard this sentence, just jumped down from the 99A tank, ready to celebrate some of the captain, immediately out of anger. Slamming his tank helmet hard on the ground, he said with red eyes. I really can't bear this breath. Mr. Fang Yu, wait, I will now go to complain about them to go. Forget it. However, just at this moment, Feng Shi, who was on the side, suddenly shouted at the other party. What? What did you just say, Mr. Feng? Forget it? Upon hearing this, the car chief said with an aggrieved face. Why? We easily get a first, so give it away. I cannot understand. He did not understand. Obviously this matter is their own, is absolutely dominant party. Feng Shi why still want to beg, rather than arguing. However, the reason why he did so, there were also Feng Shi's considerations. At first, when he heard that his results had been cancelled, Feng Shi was indeed very angry. However, his anger soon subsided. Looking at the representatives of the various countries who were arguing vehemently, a faint smile surfaced on Feng Shi's lips instead. There is no need to argue. He calmly said to the car captain. His voice was not loud, but it caused the surrounding clamor to suddenly quiet down. It doesn't matter anymore if the results count or not. Feng Shi looked around, his gaze firm and confident. Everyone here today has witnessed the strength of the 99A with their own eyes. This is a fact that no one can deny or erase. His words caused the scene to fall into a brief silence. Almost everyone heard Feng Shi's words. Indeed, those 10 perfect shots had been deeply imprinted in everyone's minds. That was not something that could be achieved by any technical trickery, but was a perfect reflection of the overall strength. Admittedly, this international tank competition was organized by your old Maoist, so of course you have the right to arbitrarily add regulations to restrict the tanks of the Dragon Kingdom. But, on the battlefield, there was no referee to make the rules. On the battlefield, Mao Bear's T-90 can rely on the competition system to defeat Dragon Kingdom's 99A tank. But in case one day, these two tanks encounter each other on the battlefield, then who will be able to laugh in the end? Basically, as long as the people who have watched this match today, they all have a number in their hearts. Feng Shi turned towards his own battle tank and reached out to caress the cold armor. Under the sunlight, the silhouette of the 99A tank looked extraordinarily upright. He knew that the significance of this match had gone beyond a simple win or loss. The appearance of this 99A tank of the Dragon Kingdom was both a perfect demonstration of the Dragon Kingdom's military-industrial strength and a clear signal to the world. In the field of modernized land combat equipment, the Dragon Kingdom had already ranked among the world's first-class ranks. As for those unconvincing voices, let them continue to tangle. Facts speak louder than words, and everything is futile in front of strength. Today's 99A proved its worth with practical actions, far more convincing than even getting first place in this static shooting competition. Foam, I'm sorry about this matter of your results being cancelled. I think that the guy who did this is simply a disgrace to our Slavic nation. At this moment, Andrei, who had just reacted from the shock of the Dragon Kingdom's results being cancelled, faced Feng Shi, his face almost reddened to the color of pig's liver, and said indignantly to Feng Shi. This group of pigs who betrayed their ideals, in order to earn that little bit of black-hearted money from the arms trade, they even did this kind of shameless thing. Really damned off. However, Feng, I hope you know that we Demao people are not all scum like them. At least I still treasure the class friendship with you very much. It's okay, I understand that you guys do this, and also have difficulties in doing so. Upon hearing this, Feng Shi also just smiled bashfully and waved his hand. In fact, the fact that he was able to accept this fact immediately after his results were cancelled was in addition to his disdain for the organizing committee for being so unfair. Part of it was also because he suddenly remembered that Wu Qingyuan's attentive instructions to him when he left the Dragon Kingdom to compete abroad. This time, his competition was not just a simple competition, but also had a political mission attached to it. In this tank competition, the ranking could not be too far behind. If one was too far behind, it would make other countries think that the Dragon Kingdom was slacking in its military preparations and had a chance to follow suit. Of course, it can't be too outstanding either. After all, cutting off someone's money is like killing their parents. People are now almost as poor as their pants after the disintegration of Great Mao. The purpose of organizing this tank competition is also to show the powerful strength of the T-90 tank, thus attracting buyers. If you perform too well and steal the thunder of Big Mo, will his T-90 still be sold? If you cut off a large sum of money from him, can he not hate you? If you are hated by the Big Hair, the Dragon Country and Big Hair to talk about many of the arms procurement program, especially the Su-27 procurement plan, may be in vain. Dragon's only chance to get a third-generation heavy fighter, I'm afraid it will also disappear. Therefore, Feng Shi patted Andrei's shoulder in a friendly manner and said bashfully, "Alright, we all won first place, so don't cry this face. Although I didn't score in this round, but I can't spare you the treats you deserve. Come to my dormitory at the end of the game. I'll not only treat you to Maodai, I'll also treat you to Sichuan's spicy hot pot, guaranteed to kill you." Good. Then we'll see you later. Seeing that Feng Shi's face did not look lost or sad after his results were cancelled, Andrei finally let go of his heart, smiled with the same bravado and continued. "Feng, actually your optimism is right. Although it is said that you guys didn't score in the first round, static shooting only accounts for 10% of the weight in this tank competition. As long as you guys can get the top 3 in the remaining events, you'll still end up with a decent score. Good, then I'll take your word for it. Upon hearing this, Fang Yu nodded, and immediately returned his attention back to the competition. In fact, Andre was right. This national tank competition was divided into 2 major subjects. The first round was naturally the static shooting competition just now. However, the results of this round only accounted for 10% of the total results. What could really determine the final winner was the tank rally to be conducted next. Chapter 67, the second round begins. The so-called tank rally was actually quite simple to explain. It imitated the rules of a car rally. Only, on the basis of a racing rally, some shooting, scouting and other military tasks were added. The whole course was divided into 4 stages, and the teams were required to traverse the 30 kilometers within a maximum of 6 hours. The journey involves overcoming a variety of difficult terrain obstacles such as serpentine turns, shoals, deserts, and hills. Not only that, they also need to be searched by a helicopter gunship flying at an altitude of 2,000 meters to complete the specified time to attack the designated targets. Hit 5 targets at a time to complete the task. If the shooting off target or exceed the prescribed time, will be subject to an additional 500 meters of distance traveled penalty. Although these items seem to be no different from the general tanker training program. But in this kind of international competition, just like the actual combat situation, the difficulty is steeply increased. After all, in the previous training, even if you lose to a friendly army, you only need to know the shame and courage hard training can be. But now, these participants are shouldering the honor of the country. The slightest mistake would cause them to lose 2 or 3 places. Under such heavy pressure, even the most skillful tank driver will be deformed because of tension. At this moment, Chung Dapeng, the captain sitting on the 99A's driver's seat, had even felt his whole body tingling with nervousness. After all, the results of the last round of the static shooting competition of the Dragon Kingdom had been cancelled. This led to the fact that as soon as the second round of the competition started, the Dragon Kingdom's results were a long way behind the others. If one couldn't get a good score in this round, I'm afraid that Dragon Country will be at the bottom of this national competition. In that case, even if the leaders of the military commission do not punish themselves, I'm afraid Chen Dapeng himself will not forgive himself. And this round of tank rally, then the content is who first run through this 30 kilometers of track. This kind of race system is obviously very favorable to the tanks of the White Elephant Country and other original joining countries of the Woolly Bear. After all, the T-72 tanks in the hands of Sam Mao and other countries only had a maximum weight of about 40 tons, while the Arjun tanks of the White Elephant Country were only 46 tons. Even this T-90 tank of the Great Harry, the full weight is only 48 tons. And how heavy is this 99A under his own body? Enough 55 tons. Can say, from the tonnage, in this kind of system, the heavier the tonnage, the thicker the armor has become the biggest weakness. I'm afraid, 99A is unable to compete with the tanks of these countries in terms of speed and agility. Can only rely on 99A that's super high shooting accuracy, in the shooting target this item, pull back time. Soon. The second round of the rally officially began. In order to prevent the scene from being too chaotic, the conference adopted the same system as the rally competition, and every 5 minutes a tank would be released into the field. As the last place in the previous round, Dragon Kingdom was naturally assigned to go out last. However, this did not strike Fang Yu. Instead, it gave Fang Yu the opportunity to observe his opponent's performance and change his match strategy at the right time. The first tank to depart was naturally Big Mao's T-90. Although, this tank had the second heaviest body in the field. However, because of the replacement of the third-generation tank chassis, the maneuverability and flexibility of the T-90 greatly exceeded the crowd's imagination. The large tank, like a racing car, was incredibly silky smooth, passing through the first serpentine turn at a very small angle. Then, in the crowd's astonished eyes, by its 1,000 horsepower diesel engine to provide the abundant power, instantly soared to more than 65 km/h speed. Sprinting towards the first design target. Crunch! Before it was about to reach the target specified for firing, the steel behemoth surprisingly reduced its speed from 65 km to almost negligible within less than 100 meters of braking distance. Before it could stop, it blasted out with a single shot. Boom! A huge ball of flame bloomed in the T-90's muzzle. An armor-piercing bullet shot out along the chamber, and after a flight distance of more than 300 meters, it directly and heavily smashed into the 6-ring position on the target. Boom boom boom! Immediately after that, the T-90 did not stop for a second and poured out all the remaining 4 shots. Except for one shot that was a bit off by a huge margin and gained a 3-ring score, the remaining 3 shots all hit to over 6 rings. After making sure that all of his shots were on target, the T-90 didn't hesitate at all, and directly continued to charge toward the Gobi beach in front of it. The big screen across the audience seats at the scene showed this scene in its original form. From the T-90's departure to its completion of the first design target position, only 6 minutes had passed. Seeing this scene, the observers from other countries present, either explicitly or implicitly, all let out a low gasp. The T-90 was truly worthy of being a brand new masterpiece that Big Mao had poured his heart and soul into. This maneuverability, this body power, this rapid-fire stability, all demonstrated the T-90's strong comprehensive quality. Although in the first round, it was temporarily taken away from the glory by the 99-ring shooting score of that mysterious tank from the Dragon Kingdom. But at this moment, he once again became the most beautiful boy in the room. Basically everyone could see that as long as T-90 didn't have an accident of his own this time and continued to play so steadily, this 30 kilometers of cross-country rally, he can even be completed within 2 hours, become this event, the absolute king. Other tanks, only to compete for the second part of. In short, the T-90's super strength shown in this round of the competition was too dazzling and attracted everyone's attention. Even the departure of the Ermau T-80U was left unattended. However, although the T-90 took away the attention that should have belonged to their own, but T-80U show the strength, still cannot be underestimated. As the legacy of the hairy bear, this tank almost has the power not to lose to the T-90. However, because his turf is still the turf of the second-generation tank, resulting in its cornering is far from the T-90 as silky smooth. As soon as they entered the racecourse, they hit the roadside crash barrier at the corner. After it was hard to get out, they also wanted to follow the T-90's example of a fast and furious run. But, although it was said that the power was almost the same, it was still worse in the end. Even if the tank driver of the T-80U had stepped on the gas into the floor. But this T-80U, still can only use more than 50 kilometers of speed forward, behind the T-90 a full 2 minutes, just barely into the shooting position. However, compared to the power in chassis, the T-80U's fire control system has a bigger gap with the T-90 tank. The T-80U fired 3 rounds of armor-piercing ammunition one after another, and surprisingly, not even one of them made it to the target. In the end, they still gave up rapid fire, aboard after accurate aiming, consumed the whole 9 rounds of armor-piercing ammunition, hit a score of only 24 rings, only just to complete the shooting target. Even just a little bit will be due to timeout, become the first to be penalized more 500 meters of the participating team. Chapter 68, What Joke? Can't people be used as a bunker? In the Big Mao Air Mao tanks have finished the first mountain track. Sanmao, Latvia, Serbia and several other countries magically modified T-72 also began their own race. However, compared to the field performance's more aggressive Big Hair 2 Hair, these countries on the field after the performance are very conservative. After all, they also know, with their own old T-72, simply cannot compete with the front 2 tanks. Their own rivals, only other former hairy bear joining countries like themselves. With the same tanks, whoever made fewer mistakes would get better results. Therefore, these T-72 tanks, which started at once, just like a 70-80-year-old woman, with a speed of more than 30-40 kilometers, incredibly steady to the end of the charge. However, under the situation of a harmonious scene, the penultimate White Elephant country's a poor tank, but let everyone's eyes bright. This group of White Elephant country's third brother seems to be in order to wash away the first round of results almost bottom of the shame in general. The first up on the riveting will speed up to the highest, roaring toward the first design target and go. Compared to their crappy design skills, the driving skills of these Sango drivers were surprisingly skillful. When crossing the first 2 serpentine turns, it was surprisingly silky smooth. And, although the turret of this Arjun tank was adopted from the Hanseatic country's Leopard I tanks technology, the chassis was that of a solid third-generation tank. So, under the simultaneous addition of the 2 advantages, the time consumed by the Arjun tank in the first stage had actually reached a score comparable to that of the T-90. At this time, the big screen at the scene also played up the live feed of this competition. Under the sunlight, the Arjun main battle tank majestically ran over the rugged track. With the roar of the engine, this star combat vehicle of the White Elephant Nation showed amazing maneuverability. The 850 horsepower powertrain allowed this steel beast to move freely through the winding mountain road as if it were on a flat surface. Seeing this scene, that White Elephant country's leader immediately raised his arrogant head and couldn't stop looking around, revealing a proud smile, as if he had finally gotten out of a bad mood. In the audience, some professionals, although slightly dissatisfied with the performance of the White Elephant country's team leader, but also could not help but nod their heads, secretly praising the excellent performance of the Arjun tanks in their hearts. It seems that the White Elephant Nation is not as unreliable as it seems. No matter what, this Arjun tank they had developed for more than 10 years, plus there was the technology of the Hanseatic country, as long as they could replace their own set of old-fashioned fire control system. At the same time, train some more reliable gunners. The future of this tank is still very bright. Sure enough, it wasn't long before that White Elephant Nation's leader was complacent. The good times didn't last long. When the competition entered the shooting session, the performance of the Arjun tank was a shock to everyone. When the Arjun tank entered the firing position, its 120mm gun missed one after another, and none of the 5 shells hit the target. The original clamor of the audience was instantly silent, leaving only the sound of mechanical operation in the air echoed. Until now, they finally know what is called "I thought I held back a big one, but I didn't expect to pull a big one." Seeing this scene, Fang Yu, originally tense to the extreme mentality, suddenly relaxed a lot. Some couldn't help but say, "Just this? This is the Arjun that blew the whistle and claimed to punch the T-90 and kick the M1A1? One shot cannot hit, this can also be called a tank? I think calling it a large troop carrier is more like it." A burst of laughter resounded around the room at these words. A young officer accompanying him joked, "Mr. Fang, you can't say that, isn't this a demonstration of peaceful coexistence? They can't even bear to hit the target. No wonder all the countries in the Blue Star now like to sell arms to the White Elephant. In my place I would also like to deal with him. After all, although people's country is big, that is really no threat to me. TSK, this fire control system, but also ING say have the face to say that they are rain metal products? I'm afraid that it's not even as good as the old antiques of the 70s. Another technical officer shook his head. "The way I see it, this isn't a modernized main battle tank, this is a moving joke. Don't talk nonsense." Fang Yu deliberately used a small voice to reprimand. Before the words left his mouth, he also glanced meaningfully at the White Elephant country's leader, who was grimacing and smiled faintly. "What mobile joke? People, this tank, at least can be a mobile armored bunker, is not completely useless." Well, Fang Yu's remarks quickly spread amongst the audience, triggering a new round of laughter. When the leader of the White Elephant's team heard this, his face suddenly turned green for a while and white for a while. In his heart, he hated this Dragon Nation person who dared to taunt him to the extreme. With an incomparably resentful gaze, he also stared dead on the tank from the Dragon Country that had finished preparing and was about to depart. In his heart, he thought with incomparable resentment, "If everything goes well with the Dragon Country's tank, then it's fine. But as long as the Dragon Country's tank has any little mistake, he will let these people of the Dragon Country to experience than their own now vicious 10 times, 100 times the humiliation." "Rock, it's your turn next, are you ready?" At this time, 4 minutes had also passed since the Arjun tanks set off. There was only one tank, the 99A, left on the scene that hadn't participated in the competition yet. And just as Chang Dapeng was preparing to depart, Fang Yu's voice came from outside the tank. "Mr. Fang, I'm ready, but I just still don't have a bottom in my heart. If we don't play well and get a bottom score to go back, it would really be a disgrace to the country." "It's okay. You don't need to worry about this, just calm your mind and run, I'll take care of the rest." Hearing this, Fang Yu smiled brightly and comforted. Besides, it's the old Maoist himself who can't afford to play and cancel our first round results. So, even if we finish at the bottom of this competition, we can still accept it. The big deal is to win it back later. By the way, I have to tell you one more thing. Our tank is the heaviest of all the tanks in the competition, so don't try to compete with the other tanks in terms of speed, just play it safe. Our advantage lies in the fire control system. The time we lost in the front, we will get it back in the shooting program, understand? Don't worry, Mr. Fang. I understand. Good. Hearing this, Fang Yu looked at the watch on his wrist, followed by patting the 99A's thick armor. "Time's up, get ready to go." Chapter 69, It's okay to lose, but you can't lose like this. Team Chang, back? What are Fang's instructions? At this time, Chang Dapeng had just returned to the cockpit, the remaining 2 crew members, then curiously asked Chang Dapeng. "There's nothing important, it's just instructing us to play steadily, not to grab speed and not to make mistakes." "It's similar to what I thought, let's pull back time on the shooting program." "Ha? Then won't we fail to take first place? If we can't take first place in this event, then with less points from the first round, won't we be at the bottom of the overall results?" Upon hearing this, a younger tank observer said with some surprise. "Bottom of the barrel is bottom of the barrel." Fang said that this time it is the old Maoist who can't afford to play first, even if the bottom of the barrel to go back we can still deliver. "What can we do? Listen to the words of the leadership." Chang Dapeng said so on the mouth, but the thick unwillingness in his tone betrayed his true thoughts. "The words are so, but... Chang team, have you forgotten who this tank is lent to us?" Hearing Chang Dapeng's words, the gunner on the side who hadn't said anything suddenly said, "This tank is the treasure of that guy Manguangji. If we let him know that we drove this tank of his and took the bottom place, even if we don't get targeted to death by Manguangji on the maneuvering field in the future, then we're afraid that we really won't be able to straighten our backs in front of Manguangji in the future." Hiss. Hearing the gunner's words, Chang Dapeng's whole body shuddered violently, and a wave of cool air directly topped the ceiling. As a Dragon Country army, which soldier does not to step on the level of Zhu Rai, live capture Manguangji as the goal of life off? Now they want to let themselves because of this matter, from now on in front of Manchu Guangji cannot raise their heads, it is better to let themselves die painfully. Then what do you say? Thinking of this, Chang Dapeng looked at the young gunner. Simple. Didn't Manguangji say that this tank of his is the #1 in Blue Star? Whether it's fire control, armor, or handling power, it's far superior to the M1A1, so since that's the case, why don't we just believe him for once and compete for the #1 spot? After all, even if we make a mistake, it's still just the same as the bottom of the list right now. Hearing this, Chang Dapeng pondered for a moment. Immediately afterward, slowly nodded his head. Good. Just listen to you. Let's put up a fight. Just like you said, the most we can do if we miss is to be at the bottom as we are now. If we win, then we can at least get a medium ranking, and even have a chance to be in the top 3. Damn it, why don't we do it? Do it! Hearing Chang Dapeng's words, a trace of excitement flashed across the faces of the remaining 2 while they nodded heavily. As Dragon Kingdom people, especially or Dragon Kingdom soldiers, they had the spirit in their bones to dare to fight and show their swords at critical moments. Losing was not scary, nor was it shameful. But one must not admit defeat like this one now. Bang! Right at this moment, a firing gunshot rang out. The match officially began. Rumble! And along with this gunshot, underneath the 99A's chassis, a loud roar like the hissing of hundreds of bison was immediately emitted. A stream of black smoke also gushed out with it. The loud roar immediately attracted the attention of all the participants in the arena. However, they quickly realized. Even after making such a big noise, the 99A tank, not as they imagined, quickly rushed out of the starting point, but instead, like a snail, lagged on the starting line and did not move. See this scene. Many countries' observers couldn't help but gently shake their heads. In the first round, the Dragon Kingdom had used its incomparably advanced ballistic computer to hit an unbelievable score of 99 rings, which had indeed given them an unprecedented shock. Although the 99-ring score had been cancelled by Big Mao, it didn't make them look down on this mysterious tank of the Dragon Kingdom. Instead, it made them pull their curiosity level towards this tank up to full capacity, and they were very much looking forward to Dragon Country's performance in the second round of the rally. But from the looks of it now, this tank of the Dragon Kingdom might not have anything to say in terms of firepower and shooting accuracy. But, after all, the Dragon Kingdom is not really a weapon design powerhouse, still has its shortcomings exist. Look at the appearance, obviously as the tank's power is insufficient, not enough to drive 99A that weighs 58 tons of huge body. It seems that the Dragon Country people want to reverse in this game, get a good result, is quite difficult. Oh, just now you dared to mock our mighty Arjun tanks? But now it seems that your 99A is not so good either. At this time, that leader of the White Elephant Country who had long been disgruntled with the Dragon Country. After seeing this scene, he laughed disdainfully. A tank of your weight class, on this kind of rugged terrain, is simply asking for death. See? That stretch of road ahead is a steep 45-degree slope. I bet that with this tank's appearance, I'm afraid it'll stall before it gets halfway up. Not bad. At this time, in the first round by the Dragon Country's 99A tank stole the limelight of the big hair leader, suddenly echoed. Putting on a look of great regret, he said. Our dragon comrades are always like this, one-dimensional pursuit of armor thickness and firepower, but ignored the most important mobility of the modern battlefield. Look at their track design, it's completely unsuitable for high-speed maneuvering. It seems that I'm afraid that this competition is going to teach them a good lesson. Hearing these two people's words, the crowd all fell silent, even Fang Yu only frowned and did not speak out to refute. After all, although these two people's initial intention was to bury the Dragon Kingdom's tanks. However, what they said had its own truth and was not considered to be groundless. The heart disease of Dragon Country's weaponry had been a persistent problem that had plagued them for a long time. The Dragon Kingdom's equipment had not been able to reach the top level, and one of the big factors also stemmed from the insufficient level of various engine manufacturing. To solve this problem, it could not be reversed overnight or by one or two people. It must be improved with the continuous improvement of material science, so although Fang Yu has known this for a long time, he can only do nothing about it. However, while the leaders of the White Elephant Kingdom and Big Hair were constantly counting down the various shortcomings of the 99A, the 99A's engine however roared once again. At this moment, all the jeers came to an abrupt end. In the midst of the crowd's unbelievably shocked gazes, the 99A tank's 1,500 horsepower turbocharged diesel engine exploded with amazing power, causing the tank to rush towards the track like an arrow off a string. In the friction between the tracks and the ground, this behemoth showed incredible agility to everyone. In just 4 or 5 seconds, the 99A had easily conquered the steep 45-degree slope, and even completed a beautiful tail flip in the most difficult turn. The advanced suspension system allows this heavy tank to walk on the rough terrain as if it were flat, with amazing speed, towards the first shooting regulations of the location of the Mad Dash. Chapter 70, 50-kilometer cornering? Is this still a tank? In the roaring sound of the engine, the steel beast navigated through the complex terrain with amazing agility. The 99A main battle tank's powerful diesel engine erupted with tremendous power, and its heavy tracks cut 2 deep grooves in the muddy ground. Despite weighing 58 tons, the steel beast showed incredible maneuverability. Rumble the roar of the engine, the tank accelerated fiercely, instantly breaking the speed of 60 kilometers per hour. The powerful power output made this behemoth like an arrow that had left the strings, and it roared forward on the rugged mountainous terrain. In other tanks, at this moment, I am afraid that the violent bumps have long been the crew's brains have been shaken evenly. However, the 99A's hydropneumatic suspension system accurately absorbed the vibrations of the terrain, so that the crew could not feel the slightest bumps. Almost in the blink of an eye, the 99A came to the first serpentine turn of the journey. Just when everyone thought that the 99A would slightly reduce its speed to pass. Instead, the tank continued on at a speed of over 50 kilometers. Seeing this scene, many people were secretly shocked in their hearts. With such a large weight coupled with the inertia added by the high speed, I'm afraid that it would be very difficult for this tank of the Dragon Kingdom to get through this turn smoothly. After all, this turning angle was just too small. Even a T90 like this, which had the most advanced third-generation chassis with the latest drivetrain, didn't dare to go through the finish at this speed. This 99A of the Dragon Kingdom was simply too aggressive. Its best result, I'm afraid, is that after the turn, it will hit the mountain in front of it, thus being forced to stop. And the worst result, I'm afraid it will directly run off the runway, completely ending this round of competition. Seeing this scene, many observers from the former joining small countries cannot help but shake their heads and sigh. Since this tank of the Dragon Kingdom has so much power, why should it be so aggressive? As long as they can complete the race at an average speed of 40 kilometers on the track with their strong and accurate fire control system, the results beyond the T80U, or even beyond the T90 is not impossible, but now. And just when everyone thought that the 99A's prospects would not be too good, this 58-ton steel behemoth turned out to be like a dexterous cheetah, completing a nearly in situ turn at a dizzying angular speed. The tracks rubbed violently against the ground, raising large swaths of dirt, but it did not affect the performance of this precision war machine in the slightest. Click click, the gearbox smoothly switched gears, and the tank easily climbed up another steep 45-degree slope. The powerful powertrain handled such a challenge with ease, the tracks gripping the ground firmly and propelling the behemoth steadily upwards. Even on such a steep slope, the 99A still maintains amazing stability, the turret motionless to maintain the established target direction, towards the first target rushed. Seeing this scene, the two leaders who had just been constantly commenting on the tanks of the Dragon Kingdom were like being suddenly stuffed with a walnut in their throats, and their voices directly came to an abrupt end. At the same time, their faces revealed a shocked look that was so heavy that it was unbelievable. No, one's eyes weren't blinking, were they? A 58-ton giant, but can less than 30 seconds, soared to nearly 60 miles per hour speed, and can also be so silky smooth cornering. This is not to mention their own T90, even if the use of the world's most advanced air suspension M1A1 pull, it is afraid that it cannot do this right. This 99A tank, cross-country performance is not even like a tank, more like a cross-country vehicle was born specifically for cross-country. Such a superior cross-country performance, coupled with such a strong power output, and then synthesized this 99A tank in the first round of static shooting competition, showing the kind of strong dominance. Thinking of this, that leader of Big Mao suddenly had a jolt in his whole body and violently looked at Fang Yu, who was not far away from him. An unprecedented thought suddenly rose in his heart. Could it be that this 99A tank of the Dragon Kingdom had actually surpassed its own T90 in all aspects? For a time, this leader of the daimyo's heart mixed feelings. In a few decades ago, the Dragon Country is still a clean, would all need their own hand to teach the little old brother. And after these decades, has it grown to be an even more powerful industrialized country than itself? However, what everyone on the scene didn't know. The current Fang Yu, although on the surface, he still looked like an old god with a clear mind. But in reality, the shock in his heart was not less than others at all. After all, the policy he had set with Cheng Dapeng for the match was to play steadily. How could he not expect Cheng Dapeng? This guy, once on the field, he completely threw his own orders behind him. He directly raced his car on the track. But what shocked Fang Yu was not the matter of Cheng Dapeng's resistance to orders. What really made him unsettled was still the strong power shown by the 99A. In fact, before this, Fang Yu had not failed to read the tank parameters that manhwa had given himself. But when he saw the parameter table, written on this tank, engine horsepower was as high as 1500 horsepower, he also just slightly smiled. At that time, manhwa wrote wrong, did not put it on the heart. After all, Dragon Country now the main tank 88 type of engine power, only 650 horsepower. The 96 type tanks that will soon be listed is only 730 horsepower. In a side-by-side comparison, Damao's T72 is 780 horsepower, and only this T90, his latest launch, has just broken 1,000, reaching 1,000 horsepower only. 1,500 horsepower? That's the horsepower of the M1A1 of the Eagle's house only after using the latest gas turbine. How could this 99A in his hands have it? In his opinion, someone should have miscalculated the power column when copying the parameters and multiplied it by 2. The horsepower of this tank was not 1,500, but 750 horsepower. Even so, with 750 horsepower, it was already the leading engine in the Dragon Kingdom. However, what he didn't expect was, from the situation on the scene, this parameter manhwa did not seem to fill in the wrong. That is to say, this 99A tank, surprisingly, really has a power of 1500 horsepower. Moreover, from the point of view of its performance of being able to pass that serpentine bend at a speed of more than 50 kilometers without any bumps. This 99A chassis, I'm afraid it is also a real third-generation tank, only have the third-generation chassis. After knowing this, Feng Yu was instantly a bit blinded. He originally thought that Man Guangji said to himself that this 99A tank was the number one tank in Blue Star, was just him selling himself short. And from the comprehensive view of the various performances now, this sentence does not seem to be a mere bragging, but rather it seems like, really? Chapter 71, Dynamic Shooting can still have a full ring? Not cutting can play? However, 99A does not intend to give everyone on the stands such a little tsunami shock. Just when the crowd was still immersed in the 99A's strong power and incredible agility, they couldn't help themselves. An observer from the Ermau family, named Kirilenko, suddenly pointed at the big screen and shouted, "Look guys, the muzzle of that tank from the Dragon Kingdom has moved. My god, is it aiming? Could it be that it's planning to fire on the move at such high speeds? If so, this is too unbelievable." Hearing Kirilenko's words, the crowd gave sideways glances, while at the same time casting their gazes onto the big screen that was broadcasting the match footage live at the scene. In the big screen, that one steel beast from the Dragon Kingdom was still racing furiously at a speed of 50 kilometers over various rugged mountainous terrain. However, right at this moment, the body of its 125mm tank gun was moving very smoothly on the violently bumpy road, pointing at the target set by Demao 2,000 meters away. Seeing this scene, almost everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Not. Dragon Country people, this is also too crazy, right? You really think that this tank of yours is invincible, don't you? Not bad, this tank of yours does have strong power and agility, and it even has an unbelievable fire control system that can hit 99 rings in a static shooting competition. But having these things doesn't mean they can achieve good results in dynamic shooting. After all, the difficulty of dynamic shooting, compared to static shooting, upgraded more than one level. Compared to static shooting, tanks face multiple technical challenges when shooting between lines. First of all, the violent vibration interference. High-speed driving when the tracks and the ground's violent impact will lead to complex vibration of the vehicle body. This vibration will seriously affect the stability of the targeting system. The second is the influence of gyroscopic effect. The tank will produce strong centrifugal force when turning at high speed, which brings additional computational burden to the fire control system. Moreover, dynamic shooting also requires real-time calculation of the relative motion of the target, not only to take into account the speed and direction of their own tanks, but also to predict the possible trajectory of the target. In addition, the airflow disturbance generated by high-speed driving, the dust raised by the tracks, will affect the working effect of the optoelectronic equipment. To achieve precision strikes under such complex conditions requires the perfect cooperation of fire control systems, stabilizers, sensors, and many other systems. This is why the dynamic precision strike capability is regarded as an important standard for measuring the level of future main battle tanks. Audience. Observers from various countries gathered in front of the command tower, gazing intently at the 99A main battle tank that was maneuvering at high speed in the distance. In everyone's eyes, they all carried expressions that were complicated to the extreme. The head of the delegation from the Three Mao Nation frowned and inquired to the leader of the Great Mao beside him in not so fluent English. Do they really intend to shoot at this speed? This is simply. It shouldn't be possible. Sergeyev, the leader of the Big Mao, flatly denied it. Even our T-90s have only ever been successfully tested under 35 km per hour a few times. Accurately hitting a target at a distance of 2,000 meters at a speed of 50 km per hour? Even the most advanced fire control systems can't accomplish that. Besides, according to Dragon Kingdom's current speed, as long as they play it steady, they should be able to get a good result. They shouldn't be doing such risky things. However, before Sergeyev's words fell, the 99A was already roaring towards its intended firing position, the dust swept up by its tracks forming a long wake in the sunlight. The speedometer on the tower showed precisely 49.8 km per hour. Immediately afterward, bang! The sound of the cannon pierced the sky, and before the observers could react, the target 2,000 meters away had fallen in response. The range-finding radar and optoelectronic equipment on the scene immediately gave precise data after a moment of silence. Right in the center of the target. At this moment, the originally noisy scene was suddenly plunged into a bizarre and extreme dead silence. Almost everyone's face, at this moment, showed a heavy to the extreme point of unbelievable look. A moment later, incredulous, Sergeyev was the first to break the silence as he lost his voice and almost jumped. As one of Russia's most experienced tank experts, he knew all too well what this meant. Precision strikes in high-speed maneuvers, this was one of the most important capabilities of modern land warfare. The absence of dynamic firing capability was simply a heavenly barrier that stood in front of many tanks. Just having this ability was enough to more than double the combat capability of one's own tank. Not to mention, this tank of the Dragon Kingdom can still shoot so accurately at such high speeds and at such a long distance. This had already surpassed Sergeyev's perception. And seeing this scene, the observers from the rest of the countries also had different looks. Kirilenko, the observer of the Ermol family, clenched his fists, a complex look flashing in his eyes. As the ace tanker of the Ermol army, he knew the value of this tactic. After all, the first hit in a maneuver, this was a big enough event to completely change the rules of armored warfare. How is this possible? Dragon Kingdom's tanks, why are they so strong? Seeing such a heaven-defying performance of the 99A, the leader of the White Elephant Nation, who had wanted to see the Dragon Nation's jokes, muttered with his eyes slightly lost in thought. He clenched his fists in death and subconsciously shook his head. At such a high speed, the disturbance from vibration alone is enough to interfere with the flight angle of the cannonball. Even more than that, there is also the interference brought about by Coriolis force, air resistance to consider. These Dragon Nation people, just how did they do all this? Could it be that we White Elephant Nation people will really never be able to match up to them? The drill continued. The 99A completed 4 consecutive precision shots while maintaining high speed. Each shot was right on the bullseye, as if it was a demonstration shot in a stationary state. The hydraulic suspension system perfectly eliminated bumps, the advanced fire control computer compensated for various disturbing factors in real time, and the automatic loading mechanism showed eye-popping efficiency. This is no longer simply a technological advantage. Sergeyev turned to his colleague beside him, looking grave. They've taken the efficiency of the strike chain to a whole new level. The whole process, from target discovery to complete destruction, may take only a few seconds. And this time it was, Kirilenko, the leader of the Ermol delegation, couldn't help but interject. Not only that, but the key lies in systems integration. Individual technological breakthroughs are one thing, but to get all the systems to work together perfectly at high speeds. He didn't finish his words, but everyone present understood what he meant. As the exercise continued, the observers from various countries fell silent. They all realized that this was not just a simple demonstration, but a preview of the future mode of armored combat. The perfect combination of high-speed maneuvering and precision strikes would completely change the pace and effectiveness of modern land warfare. And obviously, on this road, this 99A tank in front of us at this time has left them far behind. 72 Chapter 19 minutes and 48 seconds? Yuya transformers it. His grandmother's Cheng Dapang, even dare battlefield disobedience. After I go back I don't let you run a full month's worth of weight bearing 10 kilometers, I won't be named Fong. A few minutes ago. On the big screen, he saw the scene of the 99A tank, which was in the midst of a wild ride, aiming towards a target. Feng Yu almost collapsed. Immediately grabbing the communicator at hand, he was about to access Cheng Dapang's communication channel to communicate with them. However, he didn't know if Cheng Dapang did it on purpose or the scene was too complicated with too much interference. Feng Yu's signal was unable to connect to 99A's channel. Therefore, this scene just occurred. It was no wonder that Feng Yu reacted so greatly. After all, the surprise brought to him by this 99A tank was just too big. With such strong power and such excellent maneuverability, Cheng Dapang and the others, as long as they played steadily, it was very likely that they would surpass the T80U in this round of the match and get the second best score in the group. According to the rules of the competition, the results of the second round accounted for 90% of the weight of the total results. And the points of this game are obtained in order according to the ranking. Let's say, if this time the T90 tank was the one that took the least amount of time, he, as the first place, would get a rally score of 100 points out of 100. According to the rules of the competition, 100 multiplied by 90%, De Mao would receive 90 points for this round. Together with the 10 points that Big Mao had gotten in the first round of static shooting, 100 points multiplied by 10% for the first place, his final combined score would be 100 points. The 99A tank from the Dragon Kingdom, on the other hand, would get 90 points if it won second place in this round of the rally. After multiplying it by a factor of 90%, it would get a score of 81 points. Even without the first round static shooting score to add to the score, this point was already very high. Even if it didn't get the top 3 overall, it would at least be able to get an upper middle ranking. For the Dragon Kingdom, on the premise that the first round results were cancelled, this was already a very good score. In this way, even if Feng Yu returned to the Dragon Kingdom, he would still be able to barely deliver. But, who knows? Cheng Dapang and the others did not know what kind of medicine they had taken wrongly, but they even wanted to shoot while advancing. Although Feng Yu probably understood that they were trying their best to shorten their completion time without stopping to shoot, to make an impact on the number 1 position in this rally. However, wanting to fire dynamically towards a target at a distance of 2,000 meters at a speed of 50 km per hour and successfully hit it was simply unrealistic. At least, it was something that almost no one had ever done in their own many drills. And if too much ammunition was wasted, resulting in the need for ammunition replenishment and thus a timeout, he was afraid that he would be the first team to be added to the distance. At that time then he would really be losing his wife and his soldiers. However, just before his cursing voice fell, 99A, however, in a flash of lightning, incomparably silky smooth shot out their armor-piercing bullets. 5 armor-piercing rounds, none of which fell short. Moreover, each shot landed at no less than 7 rings or less. Seeing this scene, he, the leader of the Dragon Kingdom, was as if he was a toad struck by heavenly lightning, and as if his entire body was petrified, he was completely dumbfounded there. Not this, what exactly is this situation? This 99A tank in one's hand, is the performance so heaven-defying? Static shooting 10 rounds to hit 99 rings is also just. But what is the situation now? Rugged mountain road. 50 kilometers per hour at high speed. 2,000 meters from the target, and there's even a bush in the middle to cover it. This debuff is simply full, right? Just like that, you can still hit all 5 shots straight away? This group of guys in the North industry, is it suddenly picked up the Transformers that fell to Earth? Or, is this 99A straight from Cybertron? Otherwise, how could their technological progress be so exaggerated? After seeing the Dragon Kingdom tank's amazing performance, the group of observers on the stands now had no more doubts about the strength that the Dragon Kingdom tanks had shown in the rally. The only suspense now was who would be the king of this second round of the rally, the T-90S of the Dragon Kingdom and Big Hair. This mountainous track, the T-90 started from the starting point until it hit all 5 targets. It took a total of 26 minutes and 58 seconds to complete the 7.5 kilometers of the track. This achievement also directly refreshed the tank rally record in the past 3 years. It surpassed the record created by De Mao himself by more than 3 minutes. Even if it was put on the Blue Star's top racetrack and those third-generation tanks in Europe and the United States competed directly, this achievement was also one of the best. However, when the completion score of the 99A tank of the Dragon Kingdom appeared on the big screen, the scene was in an uproar. On almost everyone's face, a look of disbelief appeared. 19 minutes and 48 seconds. This 99A tank of the Dragon Kingdom was actually ahead of the T-90 by as much as 7 whole minutes. Moreover, what was even more terrifying was that this tank of the Dragon Kingdom had actually run into the 20-minute mark. How terrible is this achievement? Give a few examples. The Leopard 2A5, which was known as the strongest tank in Europe, with a top speed of a staggering 72 km per hour, could only run a score of 24 minutes close to 25 minutes on this track. And is known as the Blue Star's strongest M1A1 tank, with his strong air suspension system and 1500 horsepower, will also be able to run into the 23 points mark. And the scene of this 99A of the Dragon Kingdom running into 20 minutes, not to mention seeing it with their own eyes. I'm afraid that before this, the observers of these countries even dare not dream of this scene. This is like in the 100-meter flyer battle, which is known as the crown of athletics, a yellow man suddenly appeared. And, directly beyond all the sprinters who have been famous for a long time, not only got the title, but also broke the world record, and even raised the record from 9.58 to within 9 seconds. To be honest, it's really hard not to let people think that this yellow man is not an Earthling, but an alien to participate in the race. And, now these observers have the same mindset. That is, this tank involves the Dragon Country's military secrets, they cannot do it. Otherwise, many people present even want to directly get their hands on it to dismantle it, and see with their own eyes what exactly this thing is constructed. Chapter 73, T-90, must be first. As the match continued, the match seemed to have gradually lost its suspense. In the second shallow section, the 99A tank of the Dragon Kingdom, with its excellent sealing, easily passed through the river that was half a meter deep, which made many of the participating tanks suffer. With a time of only 21 minutes and 58 seconds, the second section of the track was finished. Only halfway through the rally, the T-90 tank had already pulled down a gap of 10 minutes. Seeing this scene, sitting in the stand, Sergeyev's face was so gloomy that it was almost dripping water. Although the surface is still a calm look, the heart has long been turned into a shocking wave. This 99A tank, not only from the reliability, power, acceleration and startup response, is not the slightest bit weaker than Big Mao's T-90 tank. Even in the fire control, power, efficiency, are vaguely more than T-90 ahead. This discovery was hard for Sergeyev to accept. No, this is not our home field? Shouldn't this tank competition be the same as before, with us having the absolute advantage? How could this happen? When was it that Dragon Kingdom was able to build such a strong third-generation tank? Furthermore, even if there was such a weapon, the Dragon Kingdom wouldn't have taken it out so easily before, right? Didn't they always like to play the bide their light and keep their heads in the sand type of strategy? How come this time, they have gone against the norm and have become so high profile? Could it be that? A terrible thought suddenly surfaced in Sergeyev's mind. He had once heard a saying from the Dragon Nation's own military circle. That was, the Dragon Kingdom's weapons would always be produce one generation, develop one generation, pre-research one generation, explore one generation. Since now, the Dragon Kingdom had already unabashedly displayed the 99A in front of everyone. That is to say, their hands already have more advanced than 99A tanks guy. Thinking of this, Sergeyev's body seemed to be instantly pressed with a huge stone, almost making him gasp for breath. In his home game, he could still restrain the tanks of the Dragon Kingdom with various rules. But this is if they meet on the battlefield. Facing the 99A tank, the T-90 no longer had even the slightest advantage. This is against the brand new tanks of the Dragon Kingdom, but not to be hung by the other side to beat a 20-to-1 battle-loss ratio? In the Gulf War, their own T-72 was Eagle Sauce M1A1 explosion killed. Big Hair can still use Camel Country's T-72 as a monkey version. Eagle Sauce has air superiority as an excuse. But if their own T-90 was 99A hit a shocking battle-loss ratio, then Big Harry could really become the laughingstock of Blue Star. It seems that our Dragon Kingdom comrades aren't as weak as we thought. After this match, I'm going to have a good talk with the Chancellor about our country's diplomacy with the Dragon Kingdom. But, for now, we must defend the honor of the Woolly Bear Army. Sergeyev muttered to himself in a voice that only he could hear afterward. After picking up the communicator in his hand, he gave orders to the T-90 crew that was participating in the race. At this moment, the T-90 was in the final sprint stage on the third section of the track. After hearing Sergeyev's order, the several crew members in the car instantly fell into silence. This was because the order that Sergeyev had given to them was surprisingly for them to do the same as the Dragon Kingdom and shoot at targets on the move, to steal the time that would be overtaken by the Dragon Kingdom and thus get the first place in this round of the rally. Suck a don't list. Comrade Colonel, if you ask me, this Sergeyev is just a stupid groundhog. Mobile shooting? Who wouldn't want to do that if they could? The point is, does this tank of ours have a fire control system and stabilizing device as sick as Comrade Long was? Obviously, if we run the whole course in a stable manner, we'll definitely come in first place overall. Now if we do this, who's to blame for the disaster? Whoever dares to do this kind of thing, I won't do it anyway. After a moment of silence. In the T-90 crew, the gunner was the first to quit. Directly to this driver is a burst of whining. Yes, Comrade Colonel, this Sergeyev is simply a blind commander, we must not listen to him. Even if our second round score isn't as good as Comrade Long was 99A, but with the 10 points we scored in the first round, we'll still be able to reach a total of 91 points. It's still possible to beat Dragon Country by 1 point. But if we get penalized for time because of our recklessness and let T-80U overtake, then it would be. Upon hearing this, another observer also hurriedly advised. Alright, you guys stop talking. Hearing the words of the two, the T-90's pilot said helplessly. What you guys are saying is all very true. If we want to get first place in this tank competition, we just need to play it steady. But the problem is, our purpose is actually not just that to get to the championship of this competition. Don't forget, our mission is to show these participating countries the T-90's strong overall quality and attract them to purchase the T-90. If we can't beat Dragon Country's 99A tank head-on in this round, then even if we win the championship of this competition, we'll actually lose. Hearing the captain's words, within the T-90 tank, it immediately fell into a state of depression. Although they didn't want to admit it, the remaining two understood that the vehicle commander was right. Right now, Big Mao was on the verge of economic collapse because of the disintegration. Although a third-generation tank like the T-90 had been researched, there were no funds to procure it. Only by borrowing funds from other countries' procurement could the production line be maintained. If, this time, one could not attract procurement from other countries and make them pay for the T-90, then this T-90 under one's buttocks would, I'm afraid, become the only T-90 in Great Mao. And the entire production line will also be forced to seal up, do not know when to see the light of day. At this moment, the three people in the car almost simultaneously thought of the time when the Mao Bear had not yet disintegrated. Back then, the 81 military exercise that gathered tens of thousands of tanks and thousands of airplanes to participate in, and almost shook the entire Blue Planet, was only a short decade or so in the past. And just a dozen years later, when the incomparably powerful Mao Bear army, now even down to, even a tank cannot be individually manufactured in a difficult situation. It is really saddening. Immediately after, inside the cab of the T-90, no one said another word. Although they were incredibly resistant to Sergeyev's orders, they also knew that they had to do as he asked. Because only in this way could they gain a chance of survival for the mass production of this T-90. And that tank gunner who was the first to make a complaint, also the first time, put his eyes back on the scope, the barrel of the T-90, aimed at the target 2,000 meters away. The tiny movements of the T-90 did not escape the eyes of the many observers present. In an instant, everyone's eyes fell on the T-90 in the center of the big screen, nailed dead on the muzzle of this tank. This was because they all knew that the reason why the T-90 had made this maneuver must not have been a groundless maneuver. Obviously, this T-90 was intending to challenge this 99A tank of the Dragon Kingdom head-on, to prove that it was the real king on this track. And in the midst of everyone's nervous gazing and eager anticipation, this T-90 finally with the 99A, in close to 50 km per hour in the wild ride, towards 2,000 meters away from the target, issued a heavily roar. Chapter 74, Accidentally Taking First Place. How can I explain this? Fire! With a command from the T-90's captain, The first shell carried the hopes of the 3 people in the tank and whistled out along with the violent recoil. At this moment, it wasn't just the 3 people in the tank. Even Shurev, the leader of the Great Harry, who was far away from the field, couldn't help but whisper a prayer, hoping that the shell would live up to the expectations and hit the target. However, the miracle did not occur. The shell missed the target by a full 5 meters and hit the rocks on the side of the hill, creating a wave of air. At the same time, the recoil was transmitted through the turret to the hull, and the entire tank shook. Seeing this scene, both the gunner and Sergeyev let out a regretful sigh. Continue. Do not stop. However, at this moment, the captain yelled while maneuvering the T-90 underneath him. Our tanks don't have the perverted fire control that the dragons have in the first place. It's already good that the first shot didn't stray too far from the target. Continue. Maybe we do have a chance of survival. Upon hearing this, the gunner nodded heavily and shoved another armor-piercing round into the barrel. The second and third rounds were fired one after another, but the hit rate was still unsatisfactory. At this point, the gunner had begun to get restless. Because he felt that every time he fired, he had already aimed steadily at the target, but for some reason, after every shot, the point of impact was more than a few meters away from the target. At this rate, I'm afraid that before they can focus on all the targets, the ammunition in their tanks will be exhausted. However, the ammunition problem was not the main problem they were facing right now. Every time they fired, the captain would hear a loud creaking sound from the T-90 tank underneath him. He understood that this was the shock-absorbing system had been withstanding impacts beyond its design limits. By the 6th round, not only he, but also the observers inside the tank could feel the abnormal noise coming from the transmission system. Something's wrong. At this point, the observer loudly warned, "Major, can't continue, the shock absorber may." Before the words fell, the moment the 7th shell was fired, an ear-piercing sound of metal breaking came from the tank's chassis. The entire battle tank shook violently, and the gauges in the cockpit jumped wildly. "Stop immediately," the captain ordered, but the gunner had already pulled the trigger. The 8th shell was completely off target as it shook violently, flying far into the safety zone at the edge of the range. By the time the 10th shell barely made it through the chaos, the proud T-90 was paralyzed in the middle of the track. A broken shock-absorbing system prevented it from moving on. At this moment, the captain of this T-90 tank understood that the race was over. "I'm afraid that not only the shock absorbers were scrapped by the movement just now. I'm even afraid that the drive shaft has been severely deformed due to their own forced firing. This game, they can only regret to quit." At the same time, the match was in the center of the venue. After seeing this scene of the T-90 completely lying down, the observers at the scene were in an uproar. An incomparably complicated expression also appeared on their faces. Before, it seemed to be a very simple thing for them to see the 99A tank of the Dragon Kingdom firing while traveling at high speed. And after seeing the performance of the T-90, they then realized that they were very wrong. Even a third-generation tank like the T-90 was directly shaken to the point of almost falling apart and completely losing its mobility after only a few shots. This kind of difficulty of shooting in high speed is really beyond their imagination high. In this way, it naturally made these observers understand one thing. That is, originally they thought that the 99A tank of the Dragon Country was even stronger, but it was also in the middle with the T-90 of the Big Hair. But now it seems that the comprehensive strength of this tank of the Dragon Kingdom, it is very likely that it surpasses the T-90 of the Great Harry by more than 1 grade. Even Eagle Jam's M1A1 might not be its match. Thinking of this, the group was violently startled. Since this tank has surpassed the T-90 and even the M1A1 in terms of firepower, speed, power and hit rate, doesn't that mean this tank is truly the first tank of the Blue Star? Dragon Country's military industry has been strong to this point? However, after slowing down from the shock, someone in the crowd suddenly reacted. The T-90's shock absorbers and transmission system had already been shattered by the shooting just now, and even if it was able to continue the race after replacing it, I'm afraid that the results would only be at the bottom. And Irmau's T-80U is now ranked second in terms of results. According to the rules of the competition, if it could finish the competition with this ranking, then its score for this round would be 90 points, multiplied by 90% of the total score base, then the competition points he got after this round would be 81 points. Plus the 9 points he got from the first round of the static shooting competition, adding up to a total score of 90 points. However, if the Dragon Nation was able to finish first in this rally round, then he would be able to get the same total score as Irmau, which was 90 points, based on this second round of getting the rally alone. Doesn't this mean that it's very possible for Dragon Country to directly make a shocking turnaround and win the first place in this international tank competition despite having no score in the first round? With this thought in mind, the observers from the several countries on the stands immediately returned their attention to the competition. Sure enough, as the match progressed, Dragon Country's 99A tank performed more and more steadily. After completing the first and second stages of the race, they completed this entire course with 2 more scores of around 22 minutes. In the end, with a stunning cumulative time of 1 hour, 25 minutes and 37 seconds, they became the undisputed king of this rally round. Not only did he break the record of this rally, he even directly increased the record by 21 minutes. And, because this achievement was too fantastic, even when Fang Yu, as the leader of the Dragon Kingdom's participating team, went to the podium to receive the certificate and trophy of this competition, the whole person was still confused. No, didn't he just need to get the top 3 places for this mission? How did he accidentally take the first place back? How the hell can he fulfill the political mission of biding his time and keeping his head above water that Wu Qingyuan had given him? Chapter 75, Designer, Fang Yu. 2 days later. Dragon Kingdom, Imperial Capital Military Command Center. Simply nonsense. Admiral Wu Qingyuan heavily slammed the folder on the desk, causing the teacups on the desk to jump. He turned to Lu Huaqing with a frown on his face. Do you think this information is credible? A tank with performance similar to that of the 96A has swept the international field? Admiral Lu Huaqing was scrutinizing the entry report in his hands, deep misgivings in his eyes under his thick eyebrows. Fang Yu is a person I understand, it's not like he would have the personality to make things up at will. But, he shook his head. The data on this message is truly unbelievable. 10 shots at a distance of 2,000 meters hit 99 rings. Such an accurate cannon, I have never seen it in my life. Forget it, Fang Yu should be back soon anyway. When he comes back we can't just ask him personally, why bother guessing wildly here? Lu Huaqing's words had not yet fallen. Right at this moment, the door of the conference room was pushed open, and Fang Yu, the leader of the team, came in striding with a stack of information in his arms. Behind him were 2 technicians, one holding a shiny golden trophy, the other holding a framed award certificate. 2 chiefs, 45th Division Commander Fang Yu has completed the mission assigned to me by the organization and has come to report to you. Good job, Comrade Fang Yu. Upon hearing this, Wu Qingyuan also stood up and saluted Fang Yu. Comrade Fang Yu. However, immediately afterward, Wu Qingyuan slowly opened his mouth, asking with a hint of imperceptible skepticism in his voice. Is what is written on this report card true? First place? Reporting to the chief, 1,000 times true. Fang Yu straightened his back, his gaze firm. Lu Huaqing suddenly slapped the report card on the table. Isn't that the improved 96A you brought with you? How could it possibly beat the T-90? Big Mao's main battle tanks are no joke. Chief, Fang Yu sniffed and brought a bitter smile to his face as well, taking out a CD-ROM from his briefcase. Not to mention you, but in fact, up to now, I'm also dreaming as if I were dreaming. I know you won't believe it easily, but please also allow me to play a video of the match. After seeing it, perhaps you will all understand. The projector lit up with a picture of an imposing tank maneuvering at high speed. It was seen to be walking on the rough terrain as if it were on level ground, the barrel of its gun so stable that it seemed to be fixed in the air. In continuous firing, each shell accurately hits the distant target. Even on a 45-degree slope, it remained amazingly stable. This is that new tank you got from manhwa? Wu Qingyuan unconsciously stood up and propped his hands on the conference table, staring intently at the picture. Yes, Chief. This is that tank of manhwa's, codenamed 99A. Fang Yu nodded and immediately opened a detailed report on the technical parameters to introduce it in combination with this video. 2 chiefs, this tank's fire control system utilizes a brand new generation of ballistic computers that can maintain ultra-high accuracy in any terrain conditions. The power system, on the other hand, is equipped with a set of 1,500 horsepower diesel engine. As Fang Yu introduced each item in detail, the expressions of the 2 admirals gradually changed from skepticism to shock. At the end of the day, the 2 men were like being struck by heavenly thunder, their entire body froze there, revealing an expression like listening to a heavenly book. No, didn't that guy Manguangji say that the performance of this tank was just about the same as a Type 96 tank? But now? A 125mm 55 times the diameter of the gun. A set of frontal armor with 1000mm mean armor defense. At the same time, it also has a 1500 horsepower diesel engine. Not only that, it's even equipped with a fire control system and body stabilization system that surpasses that of the Malwashan, or even the Eagle Sauce tank. What do you care if the performance is similar to that of a 96 tank? This Miao obviously beyond the 96 type tank generation more than okay? Thinking of this, Wu Qingyuan's heart is excited and angry. The performance of this tank is their own dreams do not dare to think of. And obviously have such a tank so strong, Manguangji that guy but his own hide, simply to abuse vegetables in Jewry and use. This is not a national tank competition, this oilhead, he still do not know how long to hide himself. This kid really owed to clean up. At that moment, he wanted to directly call Manguangji from Jewry to spray a dog's blood. However, at this time, Lu Huaqing stopped him. Old Lu, what are you stopping me for? To have such a good tank and yet knowingly not report it to stay in your own hands, to put it in a small way this is selfishness, to put it in a larger way, this is disorganization and indiscipline. He's been playing the blues, has he become like the blues in his thinking? I don't educate him well today, he won't know why the flowers are so red. Okay, old Wu, you also calm down. Hearing this, Lu Huaqing opened his mouth again and advised. Man Guangji played the Blue Army that is the center of the special approval of the unit, has a certain degree of autonomy and confidentiality, 99A this tank, and is his own financial allocations ordered, there is no obligation to have to inform us. Moreover, you ask people to ask, they do not also painfully give? Besides, Man Guangji but told you that this is a third-generation tank, it is you who do not believe it, and have to think that its performance is similar to that of the 96. Listening to you, this time it seems like I made a mistake? Hearing Lu Huaqing's words, Wu Qingyuan was a bit angry. I didn't say this, what I mean is that what we need to consider now is not to find trouble with Man Guangji, this kid can't turn the sky anyway. The most important thing right now is to figure out who actually built this 99A for him. 125mm smoothbore gun casting technology, tungsten alloy armor forging technology, hydropneumatic suspension system, 1500 horsepower engine casting technology, advanced fire control system. Many of these technologies are subjects that our comrades at the Dragon Kingdom's Military Research Institute are trying to overcome, and many of them have been troubling them for a year or two now, but there has been no progress at all. Lu Huaqing took a deep breath, his gaze heavy. But now, it's been solved so quickly like a rainbow, and even directly applied to this new tank. I have to say, this is nothing short of a miracle. As long as we can find this person who was behind the manufacturing of tanks for Man Guangji, then do we still have to worry about the future weapons development of the Dragon Kingdom in the future being bad? Hearing you say that, it's so true, huh? Hearing this, Wu Qingyuan, originally burst of anger instantly dissipated, touched his chin and said, "You don't say I didn't react, our dragon country, when did someone actually able to build such an advanced tank? Check. You must find out. Since he has the ability to overcome so many technical difficulties and build such a tank for Man Guangji, then with his help, our Dragon Kingdom's weapons development level will definitely be able to pop up." That, two chiefs, allow me to interject. At this moment, Feng Shi, who had heard the conversation between Wu Qingyuan and Lu Huaqing, said cautiously, "Actually, the two of you don't need to make such a big deal out of checking it out. In the cockpit of this tank, there is the manufacturer and specific parameters of this tank. The manufacturer that made this tank must not be unfamiliar to the two of you as well, it is the Northern Industries that we have been working with." Saying this, Feng Shi slightly froze and immediately added, "As for the chief designer of this tank, well, I seem to have seen his name as well." Right, his name is Fang Yu. Chapter 76, Fang Yu testing equipment again? Fang Yu? Why does this name sound a bit familiar to me? Hearing Feng Shi's words, Wu Qingyuan's brows suddenly furrowed. He vaguely seemed to remember as if someone had mentioned this name to him a few days ago. "Hi. You don't have to think about it, old Wu, I remembered. This Fang Yu, isn't he the young man who made the Type 191 assault rifle that old Qian mentioned to you a few days ago?" At this moment, Lu Huaqing, who was on the side, suddenly slapped his thigh and said excitedly, "What a surprise! This little guy called Fang Yu, not only can he build an assault rifle that makes old Qian, an expert who has dealt with rifles for his entire life, feel inferior to him. Even to be able to build such an advanced new type of main battle tank. True guy, not only is he a wizard, and also a kind of all-will, all kinds of fine all-round talent. I heard that this kid just graduated from college, only in his early 20s, really a hero out of the youth nah. So it's him." Hearing Lu Huaqing's words, Wu Qingyuan also immediately reacted and nodded involuntarily. A freshly graduated college student, in less than 3 months, has come up with a weapon that can increase the combat power of our troops by such a huge amount. This kid is really an extraordinary character. Little Feng, what is this Fang Yu's position in Northern Industries now? It's unclear right now, but the information shows that he seems to still be a trainee at Northern Industries right now. Feng Shi turned over the information in his hands and said with all due respect, "What? Having made such a great achievement, he's not even a regular employee, and is still just an intern? This old Zhao is too uneducated. If I had such a genius, I would have to offer him up." Upon hearing this, Wu Qingyuan said with emotion. But immediately afterward, his eyes turned, and the corners of his mouth suddenly brought on a smile. "However, this is good. Since he, Zhao Rongguang, can't be this boile, wouldn't that just give us this opportunity? Little Feng, prepare the car for me immediately, let's go to Northern Industries right away. His old Zhao can't see this kid, but my old Wu can. I have to dig this kid over today no matter what. With him, the Dragon Army won't have to beg for new equipment in the future." Yes. Upon hearing this, Feng Shi immediately had a jolt of excitement, straightened his body with great excitement, saluted Wu Qingyuan, turned around and walked out of the door, preparing the vehicle to go. After all, as the leader who led the team to participate in the international tank competition this time, he was also very eager to see what kind of god Fang Yu, who built this 99A tank, was. Soon, several military jeeps drove to the downstairs of the military commission building. Wu Qingyuan and Lu Huaqing got on the vehicles and sped towards the location of Northern Industries. Half an hour later, several military jeeps arrived at the Northern Industries location. "Mr. Wu, Mr. Lu, I've asked Just after arriving at the gate of Northern Industries, Fang Yu jumped out of the vehicle ahead of the others and identified himself to the gatekeeper. After a short exchange, Fang Yu returned to the car and reported to the two Wuqing Yuan. Fang Yu, that little guy is not in the company. I heard that a few days is going to the Northern Industries experimental base to test the equipment. It's fine if we can go directly over to him. Oh? Testing equipment? Could it be that this little guy can't stay idle, just finished a tank, and then design new equipment? Go take a look. Upon hearing this, Wuqing Yuan immediately became interested and patted the driver's shoulder in front of him and said, "Yes." Hearing this, Wuqing Yuan's driver didn't dare to be slow at all, and immediately drove his car towards the test area of Northern Industries. Luckily, the test area was not too far away from Northern Industries' main campus. In less than 10 minutes, Wuqing Yuan's military SUVs had already arrived at the location. However, after Wuqing Yuan got off the vehicle, he frowned slightly as he looked at the scenery in front of him. The test site in front of him was not as lively as he had imagined. Not to mention the people experimenting with the equipment, not even a few birds were seen. Little Fang, did you hear it wrong? Fang Yu really came here? This shouldn't be right? Seeing the rather desolate scene in front of him, Fang Yu also swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said with some uncertainty. However, just as the few people were gawking at the scenery before them, bang! A loud artillery roar, however, suddenly sounded. The sound was so loud that it even made these battle-hardened generals subconsciously try to find a place to take cover. And after being startled for a moment from this sudden cannon roar, Wuqing Yuan suddenly frowned slightly. As a veteran of 100 battles, he was very familiar with all kinds of artillery, and even from the sound of the cannon just now, he seemed to be able to hear that the caliber of this cannon was no less than 120 millimeters. Combined with the fact that earlier, the doorman said that Fang Yu and the others were here to test the equipment, could it be that what Fang Yu was testing today was a 120 millimeters artillery? Instantly, a touch of unconscious disappointment rose in Wuqing Yuan's heart. Compared to the 191 assault rifle and the 99A tank, what Fang Yu was experimenting with now was a bit too common. After all, the last thing that the Dragon Kingdom lacked right now was artillery. However, right at this moment, a hissing sound of an engine, however, came from far and near, reaching the ears of everyone present. Immediately afterward, Wuqing Yuan saw an image that brightened his eyes. Inside the test site, on a slope, a wheeled combat vehicle with an incomparably odd shape suddenly sprang out. It was different from ordinary infantry vehicles or even cross-country jeeps. This infantry fighting vehicle was so simple that it didn't even have a roof, as if it was running wildly with 8 solid tires on top of a rectangular box. But the thing was, the passability of this odd infantry fighting vehicle was incomparable to the previous ones. Whether it was on a muddy trail or a gravel road, this little infantry fighting vehicle was running at 60 kilometers per hour. Not only that, even in the face of a slope with an elevation angle of nearly 60 degrees, this infantry vehicle can still climb up steadily with great ease. If the infantry vehicle only carried 2 drivers, then it would be just. After all, the weight of the load is so light that even the existing Type 92 infantry can easily do. But the problem was, apart from the 2 people sitting in the driver's seat, the rear of this infantry vehicle even carried a slightly bulky set of recoilless guns that looked to weigh at least 800 or 900 pounds. Counting the weight of the vehicle itself, altogether, the weight of this vehicle is feared to be 2 tons or more. However, even so, this volume looks small infantry fighting vehicle, but very easy to leap up to. Even people may not be able to easily climb up the large angle slope. Even, it seems to be a very reserved appearance. See here, even the knowledgeable Wuqing Yuan are beginning to be a little surprised. Why such a small body, there will be such a strong power. Chapter 77, Testing the Cat and Cat Car. This thing can still go underwater? Good guy. Who did I think it was, old Wu? Do you think that's the 15th Army's General Commander Zhou Weiguo? Just as Wuqing Yuan was focusing all his attention on that strange infantry fighting vehicle, Lu, watching on the side, however, suddenly elbowed Wuqing Yuan and asked in a somewhat strange manner. Upon hearing this, Wuqing Yuan immediately picked up the binoculars hanging around his neck and looked at it. Upon locking the lens on the driver's seat of that infantry vehicle, he indeed saw a face that he was very familiar with. It's that Zhou Weiguo kid. His grandmother. These boys are really getting better and better now. First Man Guangji hid the customized tanks from the military commission, and now he, Zhou Weiguo, is here accompanying Fang Yu to experiment with the equipment. What's the matter? Is it that we you old men are outdated, and the equipment given to them can't satisfy them, right? Wuqing Yuan said while frowning tightly and ordered Fang Yu, who was beside him. Little Fang, go! Stop this vehicle for me. Get Zhou Weiguo and that Fang Yu by his side over here. Yes. Upon hearing this, Fang Yu did not dare to slow down in the slightest and hurriedly ran towards the inside of the test site. At the same time, Fang Yu, you slow down. On the cat car at the test site, Fang Yu directly pressed the gas pedal to the bottom on a downhill section full of rocks, driving the cat car underneath him with the effect of a roller coaster. The brief sense of weightlessness made Zhou Weiguo, who was used to seeing life and death, couldn't help but scream out in panic. At this moment, Zhou Weiguo's hands clutched the door of the cat car in a death grip, fearing that the car would slip and turn sideways, and accidentally fling himself out of the car. Don't worry, General Manager Zhou. I've done a special design for the passability of this car. Let's put it this way, even if this hill overturns, we won't be able to flip the car. Seeing Zhou Weiguo's reaction, Fang Yu said very calmly. Besides, this is just where we are, there are even more exciting things to come. After saying that, Fang Yu continued to press the gas pedal to the bottom, and with no reduction in speed, directly rushed towards the pond not far away. Put! With another roar from Zhou Weiguo and the sound of a huge splash of water rang out at the same time. This 8-wheeled version of the cat car, directly relying on the huge inertia, plunged headfirst into the pond. However, the scene of car destruction that Zhou Weiguo expected did not appear. After opening his eyes again, he realized that this cat car, even like a small boat, held up in the pond. Even, also can be more than 5 km/h speed, slowly sail up. At that moment, Zhou Weiguo was dumbfounded. What is this situation? This small car, able to pass at 60 km/h in the gravel, muddy road is just. It was even that he could easily pass through a 60-degree elevation angle, a slope that even tanks were afraid of not going up, and although he was shocked, he was able to accept it. Now you're telling me that this thing can also cross water directly? Good lord, does this thing have any disadvantages besides not being able to fly? Mr. Zhou, are you still satisfied with this Bobcat all-terrain vehicle? At this moment, Fang Yu, who was driving the cat vehicle and slowly and leisurely drove up the bank from the pond, asked Zhou Weiguo in a nonchalant manner. Good. This car is simply great. It's simply even more outstanding than I imagined. With this, not to mention his manhwa's defense line, even if it's a heavily net, I'm confident to drill out. After pondering for a moment, Zhou Weiguo directly gave this cat car a 5-star review. This rating was purely from the heart. Not bad, this cat car did have the problem of weak protection. But the problem is, it only costs 50,000 soft sister coins. 50,000 pesetas can have such a weight, only 1.8 tons, load capacity is more than 1 ton, can pull a squad of warriors or a 120mm recoilless gun to 60 km/h speed trekking cat car. Do not say that he is just a little weak protection, even if it is running halfway to the explosion, they have to praise it to blow up the good looking. Thinking of this, Zhou Weiguo immediately said to Fang Yu. Comrade Fang Yu, I have also finished experiencing this car, I am very satisfied. I have decided, before participating in Zhu Rai, the first batch will first want 300 cat cars, as for the model, you look to give match into it. 300 cars? Mr. Zhou, I'm afraid this is. A bit difficult. Hearing Zhou Weiguo's words, Fang Yu skimmed his mouth. As you know, although this prototype car was built, it takes time to establish standardized processes and production lines. There is only half a month before you participate in the Zhu Rai exercise. Even if I don't sleep or rest, I can't change this much for you. Then, 200 vehicles is always possible, right? Zhou Weiguo hesitated for a moment and asked. 200, 100 is not available either. Fang Yu said with a bitter smile. Before you guys enter the competition, I can at most put together 38-wheeled versions, 10 6-wheeled versions and 10 4-wheeled versions for you. Anyway, you're not sending your entire army to participate in the exercise this time, instead you're only sending 1 regiment to participate, so that should be enough, right? Only 50 vehicles? Upon hearing this, Zhou Weiguo sighed, and after weighing the situation, said with slight regret. Originally, what I wanted was for the entire regiment to be equipped with this all-terrain vehicle, to give Manguangji a full-blown, multi-point siege, and properly export the bad anger. However, this time is indeed too tight as well, 50 vehicles is 50 vehicles. As long as I can form an elite force of 400-500 people to arrive at Manchu Guangji's command, I'm also confident that I'll be able to take Manchu Guangji. Zhou Weiguo said with confidence. Then I wish you a prosperous victory, General Zhou. Hearing this, Fang Yu still replied leisurely with his unassuming expression. However, just as the two of them had talked things over and were ready to return to Northern Industries to talk about the next matters, a voice however suddenly sounded behind them. Wait. At the sound, both Fang Yu and Zhou Weiguo looked towards the owner of the voice. Immediately afterward, Zhou Weiguo's eyelids suddenly jumped and his face showed surprise. Alas? Old Feng, is this the gust of wind that blew you here? What, you ordered equipment from Northern Industries as well? Ordered what equipment? Our 45th Division isn't as rich as your 15th Army. Upon hearing this, the huffing and puffing Feng Shi finally caught his breath, and after exchanging pleasantries with Zhou Weiguo, he looked up and down at Fang Yu. You are Comrade Fang Yu, right? To introduce myself, I am Feng Shi, the commander of the Dragon Kingdom's 45th Division. Now please the two of you come with me immediately, Mr. Wu and the others have a lot of things they want to ask you. Chapter 78, Mechanization of Troops, So Simple to Become? Mr. Wu? Which Mr. Wu? After hearing Feng Shi's words, Zhou Weiguo frowned. Although Feng Shi was only a division commander, but this division commander of his was a solid 24 cents just like himself. The person who could let him call him Chief Wu, there weren't many in the entire Dragon Kingdom, could it be? Thinking of this, Zhou Weiguo instantly broke out in a cold sweat. Snorted with Feng Yu and said, "So what, since you guys specifically came to Northern Industries to make this trip, you should mainly be here to find Fang Yu, right? I happen to have some urgent military matters to deal with on my side, so I won't get involved with you guys, ha." After saying that, Zhou Weiguo turned around and was about to leave. After all, Feng Yu didn't explicitly say who exactly Mr. Wu was, and not going himself can't be considered insubordination, can it? Okay, old Zhou, don't struggle. When you and Fang Yu test drive, Mr. Wu saw you run away from the monk, you can still run away from the temple? Taking a bear here, it's better than the next year to be always missed by General Manager Wu. After all, you don't want the next year people others are changing new equipment, your army can change a pair of military shoes, right? Hearing Feng Yu's voice coming from behind, Zhou Weiguo's body was violently stunned, followed by a long sigh, turned around and squeezed out a smile that was harder to see than crying. Hey, see what you're saying, are we Wu always that petty? This is also your old phone, if you said clearly that this Mr. Wu is that Mr. Wu, I will soon go with you guys. Come on, get in the car. With that, Zhou Weiguo leapt onto the driver's seat of the Bobcat ATV beside him and greeted Fang Yu and Feng Yu with a tap on the back seat. It seemed that he was the one who couldn't wait to meet Wu Qingyuan. 5 minutes later. Zhou Weiguo then followed Fang Yu's development and stepped on the gas pedal of the cat car under his feet almost to the gas tank. After letting Feng Yu have a good feeling like riding a roller coaster. Then with a sharp brake, he violently stopped in front of Wu Qingyuan and Lu Huaqing. Just as the car stopped, Zhou Weiguo jumped down from the car with an arrow step and with a fawning smile, bowed slightly to Wu Qingyuan and Lu Huaqing and said, "Ayo, isn't this Mr. Wu and Mr. Lu? What purple chi blew you two to this place? You said a word earlier, so I can personally go and pick you two up, You don't give me this. Put away this worthless look." Upon hearing this, Wu Qingyuan snorted coldly and frowned slightly. "Of course we're here for important matters, but on the contrary, it's you. What are you doing here at Northern Industries if you're not practicing your soldiers properly in your precinct? This. Visiting and learning. Hearing Wu Qingyuan's questioning, Zhou Weiguo said with incomparable heartiness. Study tour? Learning how to ride fast? Since you kid like driving so much, then this 15 army's commander-in-chief don't do it, I'll transfer you to the automobile company, let you drive enough, how about it? Don't, leader, you can't joke with me about this, I said it's not okay. See, Wu Qingyuan moved the reel. Zhou Weiguo also know, he does not honestly explain, today is how to not mix the past. Immediately afterward, then entrusted Fang Yu to manufacture cat and cat car to deal with the matter of Manguangji, briefly said once again. Oh? You say that this Bobcat all-terrain vehicle, with such a strong performance, costs as little as 50,000 soft currency? This price. The cost of a 92 infantry can buy a 10, but for these airborne troops to enhance the combat power, but instead than the 92 type stronger than more than 6 or 7 times. This if you can spread to promote the whole army. After listening to Zhou Weiguo's words, Wu Qingyuan and Lu Huaqing glanced at each other, and both saw the color of surprise in each other's eyes. The scene of Fang Yu and Zhou Weiguo testing this vehicle just now, Wu Qingyuan and Lu Huaqing had already taken in the scene. For the performance and passability of this all-terrain vehicle, both of them couldn't use the word satisfied to describe it, but were very amazed. After all, a so small mountain bike not only can in all kinds of terrain at 60 km/h speed full speed ahead, but also like a goat, climb up the steep slope that people climb up with difficulty. Moreover, it can also carry 2 or 3 people on the fly while carrying a 120mm recoilless gun as heavy fire support. The abundance of power and the strong passing performance were unrivaled even when looking at the entire Blue Star. Although on the surface, this car seems to lack a very important protective ability compared to the 92 type infantry. But, honestly, on the 92 type infantry battle that almost even 7.62mm bullets cannot block the armor, in the artillery fire of the battlefield, just play a psychological comfort role only. It would be better to give up the useless armor and pursue the ultimate speed and passability like this all-terrain vehicle in front of you. After all, as a veteran of hundreds of battles, look at the whole Blue Star, also very much to be someone than Wu Qingyuan they better understand what is called the world of martial arts, no firm, only fast not broken the reasoning of the. Of course, if the price of this all-terrain vehicle is expensive, Wu Qingyuan they can still hold down their inner thoughts. After all, even if the Type 92 infantry warfare was bad for them, this thing was always the best infantry fighting vehicle that the Dragon Kingdom could design under the existing conditions. Moreover, up until now, it had also been equipped with 300 to 400 units to the troops. Starting another stove would not only be time-consuming, but most crucially, money-consuming. But, when Zhou Weiguo said out of his mouth, this car is only 50,000 soft sister coins, the impulse in their hearts to spread this Bobcat car in the whole army to be installed, has almost been pressed. After all, this Bobcat all-terrain vehicle, although it is prepared for airborne troops to raid behind enemy lines. But who has not stipulated, must only give airborne troops with If this excellent performance, inexpensive equipment, listed to the ordinary army units, the Dragon country can even further realize, mechanized troops. This from the beginning of the army has always been the goal of the heart. Good boy, this idea of yours is something. After going back, put the details of this Bobcat all-terrain vehicle, write a good copy to me. Next time the military committee meets, I'm going to focus on telling them about this thing. With this all-terrain vehicle, our Dragon army can finally get rid of the title of light infantry. From now on, we are also a mechanized force. Thinking of this, Wu Qingyuan slapped Zhou Weiguo's back violently with his big hand while laughing excitedly. As for Lu Huaqing, who was beside him, although his behavior was not as exaggerated as Wu Qingyuan's, however, his eyes did not move away from the mountain bike from beginning to end, and he was obviously also very satisfied with the bike. As for Zhou Weiguo, who was praised so strongly by Wu Qingyuan, he first put on a flattered expression. But immediately afterward, a picture of embarrassment appeared on his face. Mr. Wu, in fact, the conception of this all-terrain vehicle was not something I came up with. I just acted as a lead, and my purpose in itself was just to be able to properly repair the full light. As for this weapon, from the finalization to the design, in fact, all of them are the credit of the people of the northern industry. Comrade Fang Yu, I cannot dare to be greedy for the credit. Chapter 79, Thank you on behalf of the Dragon Kingdom. Oh? It's Fang Yu again? Hearing Zhou Weiguo's words, Wu Qingyuan and Lu Huaqing exchanged glances, both seeing a flash of astonishment in the other's eyes. Their gazes instantly crossed over Zhou Weiguo and landed on the young man who had been standing there without saying a word since a moment ago, looking up and down. The young man in front of him was probably in his early 20s, with sword brows and starry eyes, very spirited. Although his body was slightly thin, his height of 185 made him not the least bit skinny. Although he was just graduated, but he did not have the student's kind of youthfulness, but instead carried a very comfortable and unassuming temperament. Just from his appearance alone, he was the kind of person who made people feel good at first sight. You are Fang Yu? The 99A tank and the Type 191 assault rifle, are both your handiwork? After a moment of silence, Wu Qingyuan took the initiative to ask Fang Yu. Yes, Mr. Wu, I am Fang Yu, and those weapons you mentioned were indeed designed by me as well. Good, good, good. It is true that a hero is a young man. Hearing Fang Yu's confirmation, Wu Qingyuan was instantly delighted and came to Fang Yu, patting Fang Yu's shoulder and laughing. Mr. Wu, you are too kind. Although Fang Yu did not know the exact rank of this General Wu in front of him, but just by looking in front of him, Zhou Weiguo, a major general, did not even dare to breathe. Fang Yu could also guess the identity of the other party. Only, for a moment, he did not know what exactly the other party was looking for himself to do. Therefore, after hearing Wu Qingyuan's compliment, Fang Yu nodded his head without being humble and asked, I don't know if there is something to talk about when you few of you, Mr. Wu, came to our northern industries? Ha, you little comrade, not yet too serious. Could it be that we old men can't come to your place for an inspection in our leisure time? After all, your northern industry is also the largest weapons supplier for our Dragon Kingdom army. Upon hearing this, Wu Qingyuan laughed and added immediately afterward. Alright, not to tease you. This time I came mainly for two things. First, I came specifically to say thank you. Say, thanks? Upon hearing this, Fang Yu shuddered, looking at the three glittering general stars on Wu Qingyuan's shoulder, he hurriedly said humbly. General Manager Wu, you are joking. What virtue and ability do I, Fang Yu, have to be able to afford your Dao thanks? What's more, no merit, no reward. No merit? How could there be no merit? Wu Qingyuan waved his hand, stopping Fang Yu's words. You made such an excellent Type 191 assault rifle as the next generation standardized weapon for our Dragon Kingdom army. This credit we, the old guys, can all remember it. Moreover, even if we don't talk about the 191 assault rifle, the 99A main battle tank that you designed just helped our Dragon Kingdom get the first place in the first international tank competition. These two things together, do you think I should thank you? The 99A won the first place in the international tank competition? But that tank isn't in full. Hearing Wu Qingyuan's words, Fang Yu frowned, somewhat puzzled. But immediately afterward, he understood. No matter what, Man Guangji also belonged to the sequence of the Dragon Kingdom forces. He had an advanced third-generation tank in his hands. How could the military commission not know about it? Mr. Wu, in fact, all of this is what I should do as a Dragon Kingdom person. Contributing to our country is originally our duty. Besides, whether it's the 191 or the 99A, we've all received money, so how dare we claim credit? Oh, that's not the way to put it. There are things in this world that money can't buy. Wu Qingyuan shook his head and said, remembering the Type 92 wheeled warfare that had caused him so much trouble. Before you, even if I give money, no one in our country has the technology to build a third-generation main battle tank that surpasses the M1A1. And abroad, not to mention, Eagle Jam's M1A1 will definitely not sell us. Big Mao's T90 is willing to sell, but at a price of $3 million apiece, it's simply not something we can afford. You built this 99A, but it has solved the Dragon Army's urgent need, and helped a lot. With this 99A in place, we don't know how many fewer soldiers we'll lose on the battlefield in the future. Don't you think that so many lives are worthy of a thank you from me? Yes, Fang Yu. At this moment, Lu Huaqing, who hadn't said anything from the side, also spoke up. Just accept old Wu's thanks. After all, this 99A that you designed not only gives us the backbone to fight against Eagle Sauce on the ground battlefield. Moreover, this time, it also allowed our Dragon Kingdom to ruthlessly raise its face once in the national arena. You know, this tank thing has been the face of Demao for the past few decades. The first few international tank competitions, Big Mao is a stable first, no one can shake, and this time, this 99A of yours, but forced Big Mao's face all don't want to, out of dirty tricks cancelled our first round results. But just like that, we still took the first place by virtue of our outstanding performance in the last round. We severely slapped Big Hair's face. Honestly, I've never been so relieved in my life. Based on this alone, I can't wait to award you a 1-ton medal. Speaking here, Lu Huaqing suddenly sighed and said somewhat helplessly. Only, this time, hitting the old Maoist face is quite cool, but the problems afterward are a bit difficult to handle. Yeah. At this time, Wu Qingyuan took over and said, cutting off people's wealth is like killing their parents. Are this 99A tank to Big Hairy T90 completely then down? This is the same as directly to the T90 military sales of the road to cut off, even if the follow-up to the national procurement, sales, I'm afraid, is not as expected. This time, we are the Big Hair to offend hard. Originally, the Air Force side to talk to Sukhoi Good Su-27 procurement program, I'm afraid there will be a problem. Moreover, this time, our performance in the national competition is so high profile, will certainly also attract the attention of the Eagle Jam side. I'm afraid our international situation will be even more difficult in the future. Chapter 80, Dare to Dig Fang Yu? I'm not finished with you, Mr. Wu. Mr. Wu, Mr. Lu, I actually think that this matter is by no means as serious as you two think. After hearing the concerns of Wu Qingyuan and Lu Huaqing, Fang Yu suddenly spoke up. Oh? What does that say? First point number 1. Big Mao's military trade market has long been relying on more than just the T90 to generate foreign exchange. Without the T90, they still have fixed commodities such as the Su-27 and S-300 that they can take out and sell. This loss of T90 is basically negligible. Moreover, from my point of view, in fact, this time even if the 99A took the first place in the tank competition, for the T90's sales impact is also very small. Fang Yu added eloquently. After all, a single weapon really has little impact on the battlefield. 99A, even if it's strong, can't survive the strike of the helicopter gunships not. So, small countries to big countries to buy equipment this matter, rather than arming themselves, it is better to say to the big countries to pay protection money and surrender. The political significance is greater than the practical significance. The country that should buy T90, even if T90 this tank sucks worse than T72, the same will buy. Hearing the reason given by Fang Yu, Wu Qinghua and Lu Huaqing immediately brightened up. As professional soldiers, they had always had a misconception that when countries were purchasing, they would be like them and would only buy the strongest. Unexpectedly, this matter of military procurement could be explained from this perspective. This Fang Yu, not only is the RD ability ridiculously strong, this insight is also indeed not bad. However, before they could come back to their senses from their surprise, Fang Yu's voice resounded once again. Secondly, Fang Yu got the corner of his mouth to pick up a smirk and said, in today's world, our importance to Big Mao may not necessarily be less than Big Mao's importance to us. Great Mao has just disintegrated not long ago, the country is in unprecedented turmoil, while apart from military and heavy industries, the rest of the industries are all in a state of disarray. What they need most is the cheap, high-quality light industrial goods produced by our Dragon Kingdom to stabilize the social situation. At the same time, as one of their most important patrons right now, Woolly Bear also needs our market. At the same time, we are also one of the most important buyers of energy for the Great Ma. This mutually beneficial and symbiotic relationship won't change just because of one game. Therefore, you two can rest assured that Great Mao will never dare to easily tear up the already signed trading contract. Hearing this, Lu Huaqing subconsciously nodded his head. Fang Yu's words were sensible and quite convincing. However, although Wu Qingyuan on the side also nodded slightly after hearing the words. But immediately afterward, he frowned. Listening to you, there shouldn't be any problem on Demao's side, but that Eagle Sauce side. That's exactly the third point I was going to make. Fang Yu continued calmly. There is no need for me to say more about Eagle Sauce's ability to obtain information, the two chiefs should be well aware of it as well. Even if we don't take it out at the competition, Eagle Sauce will soon learn of this tank's existence from other sources. Instead of covering it up, it's better to display it in a dignified manner, which will instead win the respect of the other party. Lu Huaqing pondered. You mean? That's right, Fang Yu's eyes glittered, hiding our clumsiness is better than showing our sword. Only by letting our opponents clearly realize our strength can we win the true right to speak at the negotiation table. This competition is precisely the best opportunity to show the world the industrial strength of Dragon Country. After hearing Fang Yu's words, the scene was quiet for a moment. Wu Qingyuan and Lu Huaqing glanced at each other, both seeing relief in each other's eyes. Little Feng, ah. After a moment of silence, Wu Qinghua spoke in a slightly hoarse voice. This insight of yours has truly given us old guys a long view. In the past, I always thought that young people were too radical, but now it seems that we are the ones who are too conservative. Upon hearing this, Lu Huaqing also nodded and leaned forward slightly and said, Manager Fang is right, we really can't always look ahead. There are times when strength is the best diplomatic language. It seems like there are some old customs that should indeed be changed. Fang Yu smiled humbly. The two chiefs are too kind, I am truly ashamed of it. Besides, I'm just analyzing it realistically. Ha, Wu Qinghua laughed brightly, you're a good talker. But honestly, that analysis you just made, even I find it insightful. Lu Huaqing took out a thermos cup and took a sip, his gaze held approval. Not bad, especially the point you made about the proportionate grasp of the display of technical prowess, it really points to the core of the problem. Our dragon country can produce a newcomer like you who has both ability and vision, it is really the blessing of our dragon country. Chief, you say this, Fang Yu somewhat embarrassedly touched his nose, I am just an ordinary weapons designer, which is not as exaggerated as you say. Alright, don't be polite with me either. Wu Qinghua waved his hand, we old guys can't keep up with the times anymore. In the future, I'm afraid it will be the world of you young people. Immediately afterward, Wu Qingyuan and Lu Huaqing exchanged glances and turned their words. Right. Fana, I heard my Fengshe and the others say that you've done so many things, but now you're still a trainee at Northern Industries, and you haven't even been regularized yet, is that right? Mr. Wu, I'm not. Alright, you don't have to cover up for that old Zhao guy. Wu Qingyuan waved his hand and said, This guy is like a blind man when he's old, he can't even see an outstanding young man like you. However, it's good that it didn't turn out. Our Dragon Army's Weapons Research and Development Institute No. 5 is short of talents like you. As long as you are willing to come, the position of deputy director, supporting housing, doubling your annual salary, these are not problems. And, after you come, you are our troop's own family, other dare not say, a major rank I can still immediately grant you. Anyway, it's all about designing weapons for our Dragon Kingdom's troops, where is it not a job? What do you think, little Feng? Wu Qingyuan revealed a kind smile while guiding Fang Yu. However, just at this moment, a bold voice rang out from not far away. Intend your grandmother's leg. Digging into my Northern Industries head? Surname Wu, you don't go. I'm going to sue the central government. Chapter 81, Fang Yu is my successor. The sudden appearance of this middle-heavy, brash voice immediately startled the few people at the scene. The gazes of several people immediately turned towards the owner of the voice. They wanted to see who was so bold as to dare to clamor so much with 2 Dragon Kingdom admirals and 2 Dragon Kingdom major generals. However, when they really looked at the other party's appearance, a flash of unnatural embarrassment appeared on the faces of Wu Qingyuan and Lu Huaqing. Because, the person who had come was none other than the old factory director who had single-handedly founded Northern Industries and was now the chairman of the board, Zhao Rongguang. Ho yo, isn't this old Zhao? It's been a while since we've seen each other as brothers, hasn't it? You have a tough body and bones. In order to alleviate the embarrassment, Wu Qingyuan took the lead in greeting Zhao Rongguang, who was angrily walking towards him. Off. You mother is less sloppy with me. I knew there was a problem when I heard the guard at the door tell me that you 2 old guys were here. Thanks to my speed, I was able to catch up, otherwise I would have let you guys get away with it. After hearing Wu Qingyuan's words, Zhao Rongguang violently waved his hand, furiously poking his cane vigorously one by one. Good ah! Good ah! The 3 of us at least climbed out of the snowy mountain meadow together. Back then, the 2 of you were about to pass out from hunger, or I boiled the belt on my body and fed it to you, and only then did I save your lives. I didn't expect but I even fed out 2 white-eyed wolves who were envious of me. Digging for my corner, huh? Let's go. Let's go to Political Commissar Deng's place to judge. Now. Zhao Rongguang painfully recited to Wu Qingyuan and the 2 of them, and after he finished speaking, he even directly went up to his hand, tugging up Wu Qingyuan's sleeve and pulling it out. Seeing this scene, Fengshe and Zhou Weiguo Fang Yu several people were dumbfounded. Although they knew that Zhao Rongguang's seniority was old, they didn't expect it to be as high as this. Snow mountain, grassland, boiled belt. Obviously, these few people are not only comrades from the war, but also from the middle of that expedition, life and death comrades. No wonder, Zhao Rongguang dared to be so nonchalant to Wu Qingyuan, the top big brother of the Dragon Kingdom. No, old Zhao, you calm down. Misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. And at this moment, Lu Huaqing, who was the first to react, rushed forward to persuade him. Misunderstanding? What did I misunderstand about you guys? I saw with my own eyes that you guys were digging into my corner and warping my people. How can it be false? Can you blame me for this? At those words, Wu Qingyuan was also a bit anxious. It's not because you, Zhao, are not good at recognizing people and not fair in rewarding and punishing them. People, Fang Yu has done so many things for you, which one of them is not a great achievement that can get a medal when released? As a result, your old man didn't even give Fang Yu a promotion, or even a transfer. If this goes on, people's hearts will get cold. This kind of talent, you do not want, I want, and what's wrong? Put your mother's ass. Hearing Wu Qingyuan even take such a set of sophistry to refute himself, Zhao Rongguang was even more furious. Big head Wu, are you just a big head with a brain as small as a walnut? I won't give Fang Yu a transfer? I won't give Fang Yu a promotion? If I don't delegate all the power to Fang Yu, how can he build a 99A tank in 2 months? How can you be an admiral with a brain like yours? Misguided. Hearing Zhao Rongguang's words, Wu Qingyuan was instantly somewhat baffled. Not. According to your words, Fang Yu, this really has been converted in you? Converted? Humph. This kid was already the RD manager of my Northern Industries 3 months ago. Zhao Rongguang snorted disdainfully. The entire group's RD work is presided over by him. What's the matter, you guys are planning to poach my right-hand man? Upon hearing this, Lu Huaqing cleared his throat and said with some embarrassment. Old Zhao, calm down first. We are also considering for the cause of the country. Consideration? Zhao Rongguang's voice rose steeply. Have you considered our northern industry? Have you considered our current key projects? Fang Yu is not only the RD manager, but also the future of our northern industries. I'm already considering having him take over the management of the entire group. These words froze everyone present. Wu Qingyuan and Lu Huaqing looked at each other in dismay, clearly not expecting Fang Yu's position in northern industries to have reached this level. Finally, Wu Qingyuan, after viciously plucking out Feng Shi, the culprit who gave himself false information. Or first step to concede. Old Zhao, if you had said this earlier, wouldn't I have understood? Misunderstanding. This is really a misunderstanding. But Lao Zhao, not I say you, this matter in fact you also have the responsibility. You are also too petty, such a good seedling, but also not with us through a letter. Early to know that Xiao Fang is already your successor, we will not have to make a trip for nothing and make such a mess, is not it? Oh? In that case, it's really my fault that you guys came to dig up my people? At those words, Zhao Rongguang glanced at Wu Qingyuan. Then do you want me to apologize to General Manager Wu? That is definitely not necessary. Hearing this, Wu Qingyuan didn't dare to take advantage of the situation and accepted it as it was. In the end, it's still our brothers and sisters who are reckless. Like this, a few of our old comrades have not seen each other for a long time. It just so happens that I still have a few bottles of Maodai left over from when I fought the monkeys. The three of us, plus Xiaofang, drink a good meal to go, even if it's me making amends to your old Zhao. What do you think? Humph. That's more like it. At those words, Zhao Rongguang nodded with a cold snort. After organizing his clothes, he was ready to follow Wu Qingyuan and the others to leave the testing ground. That, 3 chiefs, I think it's better if I don't go. And at this moment, Fang Yu suddenly opened his mouth somewhat awkwardly. This one is, after all, the family banquet of the 3 of you. It is not quite convenient for me, an outsider, to be present. Not to mention, I still have quite a bit of work in my hands. What outsider is not an outsider? You're old Zhao's favorite junior, so what's the difference between you and our own juniors? Hearing this, Wu Qingyuan hastily took a stand. Although you can't come to serve in my 5 institutes, but since you'll be in charge of northern industries in the future, we'll have a long time to come into contact in the future, so there's no harm in getting to know each other better while we're at it. What's more, there are not many young people who are as good as you are to my temperament, and if you don't come, we'll be left with just a few old guys drinking, and that's no fun at all. Speaking here, in Wu Qingyuan's eyes, a trace of imperceptible dissimilarity seemed to have flashed through, and then added. Besides, there are still so many things I want to talk to you about. Yes, little Fang, come along. At those words, Zhao Rongguang also nodded and smiled. You've been busy for a while, you should be exhausted, it's only right that you take this opportunity to take a break. Big deal, I'll just give you an afternoon off. Seeing this, Fang Yu knew that this drink could not be avoided. In the end, under the combined persuasion of the 3 people, Fang Yu still raised the white flag. Good, then the late generation will be obliged. Chapter 82, Lu Huaqing's Request. 3 hours later. The night was already deep, and the living room of Lu Huaqing's house was filled with a strong aroma of wine. Several empty bottles of Matai and Wulianye were strewn across the coffee table, and the ice in the glasses had long since melted, leaving only a thin layer of liquor. The incandescent lamps cast a soft light on the ceiling, illuminating several faces that were already slightly drunk. Among them, Fang Yu's face was already as red as a boiled crab. He had thought that no matter how much Lu Huaqing and the others could drink, he was young and strong, and he would be able to hold out. But what he didn't expect was that these 3 old men's drinking capacity was just like a bottomless black hole. He was about to vomit, but they were only slightly drunk. However, just when Fang Yu was somewhat unable to hold on and wanted to go wash his face to sober up. Mother. Suddenly, Lu Huaqing slammed the table, and the wine cups on the coffee table swayed slightly with his movements, making a crisp crash. Lu Huaqing's movement immediately drew the attention of the remaining few people. The gazes of the few people immediately landed on Lu Huaqing's slightly angry face. At this moment, his stalwart face was already flushed, and his short hair, which was always meticulously combed on weekdays, was also a bit messy at this moment. He raised his sleeve and wiped the sweat from his forehead, his eyes flashing with anger and resentment. "Old Lu, what's wrong with you?" Wu Qingyuan lifted his wine glass and took a sip, trying to appease this old comrade. "We're drinking properly here, what are you upset about?" Zhao Rongguang and Fang Yu glanced at each other, both seeing a few moments of doubt in the other's eyes. Fang Yu drank the wine in his cup and asked cautiously, "Yes, Mr. Lu, I just want to go and wash my face. It's not so bad that you're so angry, right?" "It has nothing to do with you, kid." Lu Huaqing shook his body and grabbed the wine bottle to pour himself another glass. "I'm so angry? It's not because of those Yankees." His voice became a little slurred from the alcohol, but the indignation in his tone became more and more obvious. Ugh. Speaking of which, you guys probably don't know. After the disintegration of the furry bear, Eagle Sauce's attitude towards us has been changing day by day, and a while ago, Frog Island's side issued a statement with its support, saying that it wants to set aside its relationship with our Dragon Kingdom and establish a country of its own. We sent a few warships to deter it, but as a result, good lord, Eagle Jam's 7th fleet directly inserted itself. Saying this, his eyes suddenly turned red, as if he had recalled some humiliating past event. This group of moldy countrymen, on the surface, they said that they were not helping each other, but they were obviously blocking us. You guys didn't see that scene. That carrier formation of theirs was hanging around in front of us. Our warships were like children's toy ships, we couldn't even get close. In the end, we could only withdraw back in disgrace. This gap is surprisingly so big? We've invested a lot of resources in our navy over the years. Zhao Rongguang said with a frown. Invested? Lu Huaqing let out a bitter laugh, his hand shaking slightly as he lifted his wineglass. Yes, the investment is quite a lot, but compared to others, the difference is too far. Navy, burning money. Until now, our Dragon Kingdom Navy only has a few modern-class destroyers imported from Manhwa to support the scene. Most of them are still those old 053H. Even, in order to increase the firepower at sea, some of the Navy's officers were forced to carry the land guns on their warships to use them. He tilted his head and poured down a large mouthful of wine, the knots in his throat rolling violently. Other people's shipboard weapon systems have been replaced by several generations, but we're still using equipment from the last century. Wimpy. Fang Yu noticed that when saying these words, the corner of the eyes of this majestic general was actually a little moist. Lu Huaqing put down his wineglass, his eyes gazing at something in the void. I've joined the army for more than 40 years, and I've watched us develop from being penniless to where we are today. But at sea, we are still so weak. Every time I see my soldiers being teased by others, this feeling in my heart. He punched his chest hard, as if he wanted to let out those stifled emotions. Wu Qingyuan reached out and pressed Lu Huaqing's shoulder. Old Lu, the Navy has been making progress over the years, hasn't it? Progress? Lu Huaqing shook his head. It is progressing, but the speed is too slow. Think about it, other people's carrier formations can walk sideways all over the world, but what about us? We can't even guard the waters in front of our own home. Saying this, his voice suddenly lowered. It is said that the army is the eldest son and the air force is the second son, but what about our navy? It's like a youngest son being abused by his stepmother. Zhao Rongguang and Fang Yu looked at each other in disbelief. After 3 rounds of wine, neither of them expected to hear such heartbreaking inside information. Fang Yu noticed that the usually spirited General Lu looked extraordinarily old at the moment. The wrinkles at the corners of his eyes seemed to be etched with the vicissitudes of the years. Come on, old Lu, drink. Wu Qingyuan refilled everyone's cups. These gripes are fine to talk about here. The country is in transition, there is really no extra money to replace our equipment. Didn't they all say? Troops need to endure. When we get through this difficult period, sooner or later, one day, we'll definitely have a fleet that's just like Eagle Jam's, or even surpasses them. Endure. Don't I know to endure? But, could it be that we really must carry a turtle shell on our backs just like the King's 8, and watch the group of grandchildren on Frog Island flaunt their power without any action? Upon hearing this, Lu Huaqing took a deep breath and looked at Fang Yu as if he had made up his mind about something. Firmly, he asked. Little Fang, today I am not some general, and you are not some manager of Northern Industries. If you don't mind, call me Uncle Lu. Your Uncle Lu just can't bear it. So I'm asking you, since you can design an anti-tank missile that can up an M1A1, do you have any certainty that you can build me an anti-ship missile that can take out an Eagle Sauce warship? Chapter 83 Rocket Cannon to Aircraft Carrier? Fang Yu, you don't have a fever, do you? After hearing Lu Huaqing's words, Fang Yu took a deep breath and fell into deep thought. He now understands why these 3 old comrades had to drag themselves to dinner together. It turned out that they were waiting for themselves here. However, deep down, Fang Yu did not resent their behavior. After all, he was well aware of the current situation in the Dragon Kingdom. Although with the disintegration of the furry bears, Eagle Jam's greatest enemy on the entire blue planet became the Dragon Kingdom. And then from now until a long time in the future, Hawk Jam had been explicitly and implicitly pressurizing and tripping up the Dragon Kingdom. This time, using the 7th Fleet to block the normal cruising of the Dragon Kingdom fleet was just the beginning. 2 years later, in 96, Eagle Jam would even intensify its efforts, using the excuse of free navigation to intrude without reason when the Dragon Kingdom was conducting military drills in the Straits, giving the Dragon Kingdom Navy an even greater humiliation. Since he had returned to this era, he naturally could not stand by and watch this humiliating scene happen again. That great chief who personally created the Dragon Kingdom had a saying: "If you throw one punch, you can't avoid 100 punches." To stop Eagle Sauce from humiliating the Dragon Kingdom 2 years later, it was necessary to break his outstretched hand with a vicious punch in advance, so that he would never dare to enter or leave the Frog Island Channel at will again. But what would it take to deal with Eagle Jam's 7th Fleet? This was also a huge problem for Fang Yu. It wasn't that the Dragon Kingdom didn't have anti-ship missiles before this. On the contrary, as one of the first countries to develop missiles, Dragon Kingdom's anti-ship missiles were not as good as Eagle Jam and Malbert, but they were considered to be the best of the second-tier weapons in the international arena. The C-601 anti-ship missile was once also exported to foreign countries as a star product to earn foreign exchange. But the problem is, C-601, this kind of subsonic anti-ship missiles, in the face of has been fully equipped with Aegis system in front of the 7th Fleet, simply cannot play a role. Even break through the 7th Fleet's defense circle is very difficult, let alone produce any real damage to them. As for the other missiles, the Winter Wind 5 ballistic missile speed was quite enough. As an intercontinental ballistic missile, he had a full range of nearly 10,000 kilometers, and the terminal velocity, too, had reached a staggering Mach 20 or more, making it difficult for even Aegis, which had an active phased array radar, to intercept it. But the problem is, Winter Wind 5's proper national weapon, use it to hit the Eagle Sauce warships, one is too much fuss. Secondly, the targets that Winter Wind 5 generally strikes are some fixed targets. For the carrier fleet such as the target can move at any time, its accuracy is still a little worse. Of course, if it is loaded with nuclear warheads, it is certainly enough. But if it is really a weapon with a nuclear warhead that has attacked the 7th Fleet, then what is the difference between it and actively provoking the S3 season? And once nuclear weapons are used, the Dragon Kingdom is going to be condemned by the entire Blue Star. Originally accounted for things, will also become not accounted for. Of course, in later generations, the Dragon State has indeed researched a real carrier killer, so that Eagle Jam's fleet no longer dare to casually pass through the Frog Island Channel. But the Winter Wind 21 missile can become a carrier killer, relying on the future of the Dragon's incomparably accurate satellite navigation technology to guide. Therefore, even if Fang Yu now builds the Winter Wind 21, it will not be useful. Uncle Lu, this matter I may not be able to do. So, thinking of this, Fang Yu did not hide it, but very barefacedly in Lu Huaqing's expectant eyes, said these words. To break through the Eagle Jam 7th Fleet's air defense network, this new anti-ship missile must be fast with a long range, and it must also have features such as maneuvering ballistics and precise navigation. The first few items are good to solve, but with the current level of satellites in our Dragon Kingdom, it is too difficult to achieve centimeter-level precision guidance, so... Hearing Fang Yu's words, the smile on Lu Huaqing's face froze, and after a moment of silence, he picked up his wine glass again and drank it down. Immediately afterward, he sighed softly. I don't blame you, it's me who was too anxious. Of course I know that the gap between us you now and those moldy country guys is simply not something that can be erased by one or two weapons. But Laozi just can't swallow this breath. Seeing Lu Huaqing in this sad state, Zhao Rongguan and Wu Qinghua didn't know how to continue comforting this old comrade. They could only silently accompany him to have a drink and sigh with him. But, right at this moment, Fang Yu's voice resounded once again. Uncle Lu, although I can't build the anti-ship missiles that you want, but, to deal with Eagle Sauce's 7th Fleet, it may not be only anti-ship missiles. I think that rocket artillery may not be unable to take on this task. Rockets? Hit the carrier fleet? At those words, the few people present froze, all of them a little dumbfounded. If this sentence did not come from Fang Yu's mouth, they must have thought that it was the other party drunkenly teasing them. However, even if these words were said by Fang Yu himself, these people still felt that it was a bit unbelievable. Little Fang, you have been researching army equipment before, having this kind of idea can't actually be said to be wrong. Only after a moment of silence did Zhao Rongguang speak. But the Army's rockets might be effective in close-range combat, but it's simply impossible to strike Eagle Jam's carriers. After all, the range of our most advanced rockets now is only about 80 kilometers. Although the Frog Island Strait is narrow, it's also 300-400 kilometers wide, so Eagle Jam's carrier fleet, surely, won't drive up to the door and let us hit it, right? Moreover, Eagle Jam's carrier fleet has destroyers, frigates as well as its own defense and control network. If you put the rocket launcher on the shore, once it fires, it won't wait for us to hit the other side's warships. I'm afraid that Eagle Sauce's carrier planes will have already dropped their bombs on your position. So, this idea of yours is indeed a bit unrealistic. Hearing Zhao Rongguan's words, Wu Qingyuan and Lu Huaqing nodded along. The fire coverage of rockets might be very effective in the army battlefield, and an attack distance of 80 kilometers was also already considered very far. However, in the naval combat field, 80 kilometers was simply negligible. After all, the Eagle Jambo's carrier aircraft combat radius is 400-500 kilometers away. I'm afraid, other people's aircraft carriers have not entered your rocket range. His carrier aircraft has already aimed at you. However, after hearing Zhao Rongguan's rebuttal, instead of being deflated, Fang Yu smiled blandly and said, "Three chiefs, if it was an unusual rocket, then it definitely wouldn't be able to threaten Eagle Sauce's carrier fleet. Eagle Sauce's carrier fleet, it's also true that it doesn't just have air defense nets, but also carrier aircraft, just like you guys said. But what if I design a rocket that has a range of 300-400 kilometers, is cheap and massive, and can hit its target with precision?" Hiss. A rocket launcher with a range of 400 kilometers? Hearing Fang Yu's words, the few people at the scene directly froze. One by one, they rubbed their ears, wondering if they had heard wrong. However, Fang Yu ignored them and instead continued. All of you might as well think about it. Perhaps Eagle Jam's air defense system is indeed powerful, and his carrier aircraft's attack distance is indeed far enough. But, even if his air defense network is powerful, it can stop one of my rockets, or even 10 or 100. But can it stop 500, 1000? As long as we shoot out enough rockets, let alone Eagle Jam's 7th fleet. Even if the opposite side is an alien fleet from Cybertron, we can still them up. Chapter 84, Range of 400 kilometers, this is a rocket launcher? Hearing Fang Yu put forward this astonishing idea, several old generals looked at each other in dismay. The living room was immediately plunged into silence. Lu Huaqing frowned and thought carefully before slowly speaking. "Little Fang, this rocket cannon you were talking about, can it really achieve a range of 300 to 400 kilometers? It was no wonder that Lu Huaqing had this question. The most advanced long-range rocket launcher in the Dragon Kingdom right now was the WM-80 rocket launcher that was in service. Its standard projectile range was only 80 kilometers, and even with the improved model, the range was only 120 kilometers. Even with a range of 300 kilometers, it was already more than double that of this WM-80. Such a huge increase in range is simply a bit of a mirage." However, after hearing Lu Huaqing's words, Fang Yu, however, nodded heavily, his eyes glittering with confidence. "Uncle Lu, you heard correctly. This rocket launcher of mine can indeed reach a range of 300-400 kilometers. Then, can I ask, how is it done?" It's actually very simple. The key lies in the use of a new type of composite solid fuel propellant, along with multi-stage boosting technology. It's completely feasible in theory. Fang Yu smiled lightly and drew a drafting diagram on a napkin. The rocket gun I designed uses a multi-stage rocket design, similar to the principle of space rockets. The first stage provides the initial thrust to send the rocket into a predetermined orbit. The second stage provides continuous power during the near-Earth flight phase, thus extending the range significantly. Fang Yu explained as he drew. Hearing Fang Yu's explanation, Lu Huaqing and the others immediately had a sense of sudden realization. However, before they could marvel, Fang Yu's voice resounded once again. And, most importantly, Fang Yu continued to explain. Not only does this rocket launcher hit far, but it is also very cheap to produce. As long as we set up a complete production line, we can produce hundreds of them every day. Hearing this, Wu Qinghua also became interested. What about the accuracy? You just said that it can hit the target with precision. I don't know exactly what level it can reach. Indeed, the biggest problem with traditional rockets lies in the accuracy. Fang Yu picked up the chopsticks on the table and gestured on the tabletop. However, this rocket launcher I'm designing doesn't have to worry about that. I intend to use an inertial navigation system with digital maps and weather compensation. The combination of the two navigation modes should be able to keep the point of impact error within 50 meters. But, even so. At that, Zhao Rongguan couldn't help but interject. Even if the accuracy can reach this level, but Eagle Jam's Aegis system is not a vegetarian. It has an active phased-array radar that can track hundreds of targets at the same time. The interception efficiency is quite high. Upon hearing this, Fang Yu revealed a mysterious smile. Mr. Zhao, of course I know this. That's why I said to win by quantity. The cost of a rocket is just a few tens of thousands of dollars, while the standard 2 air defense missiles used by the Aegis cost at least a few $1,000,000 each. All we need to do is deploy enough rocket artillery positions along the strait and fire hundreds of rockets at the same time, and we'll be able to overwhelm their air defense system. Even if the interception rate reaches 90%, the remaining 10% will be enough to give the carrier fleet a drink. Lu Huaqing's eyes lit up after hearing this. In that case, we're using the tactic of ants biting elephants? That's right. Fang Yu stood up, his tone firm. The key is to form an area denial capability. As long as we let Eagle Jam know that once his carrier enters this range, it will face a huge number of rockets, he will have to reconsider whether or not he wants to take this risk. Moreover, Fang Yu added, this rocket system is highly mobile, moving immediately after firing. Even if their satellites had spotted the launch site by the time the ship's planes arrived, we would have long since moved to other positions. Wu Qingyuan and Zhao Rongguang exchanged a look and seemed to be quite interested in this proposal. A target as large as an aircraft carrier doesn't need to be that precise. Fang Yu continued, as long as the rockets can land within a certain range around the carrier, that's enough. If one shot doesn't work, then multiple shots, saturation attack. Lu Huaqing excitedly slapped the table, good. This is called concentrating superior forces to fight the few with the many. That's right. Fang Yu nodded, rockets are low cost and can be mass produced. Shooting hundreds or thousands of rounds in unison at a time, even the Aegis system can't carry it. After Fang Yu's words, the living room fell into a brief silence. The three old generals looked at each other in dismay, and each of them was somewhat moved by Fang Yu's idea. This cluster saturation attack idea was indeed a good way to crack high-tech defense systems. The most crucial thing is that apart from Fang Yu's idea, the Dragon Kingdom really doesn't have any good ways to contain the Eagle's 7th fleet right now. Lu Huaqing's gaze lingered on Fang Yu for a long time, and after a moment of silence, he seemed to have made up his mind. He slowly opened his mouth, a hint of caution in his voice. Little Fang, this idea of yours is indeed refreshing. However, from conception to realization, it often takes quite a long time. How long do you think it will take to build this rocket launcher? When Fang Yu heard this, a glint of confidence flashed in his eyes. He straightened his back, his gaze firmly meeting Lu Huaqing's line of sight, and answered decisively. Uncle Lu, if I am given full support, I will be able to build the first batch of samples within 3 months. 3 months? Lu Huaqing raised his eyebrows in surprise, disbelief in his voice. Are you sure? This isn't something to joke about. Fang Yu did not panic and smiled faintly as he continued to explain. I know it sounds a bit unbelievable, but please believe in my abilities. Regarding this rocket launcher, I have already deduced it over and over again in my mind countless times, and even the design drawings of some key parts have already been prepared. As long as I'm given enough resources and manpower support, I'm confident that I can come up with results within 3 months. His tone was filled with determination, and his eyes shone with an incomparable confidence. This confidence was not blind arrogance, but was built on deep knowledge reserves and meticulous thinking. Lu Huaqing listened and fell into deep thought. His eyes darted between several other old generals in the room, as if seeking their opinions. The entire living room, at once, was filled with a tense and expectant atmosphere. Chapter 85, Research and Development completed, Blue Star's first rocket launcher introduced. Finally, Lu Huaqing took a deep breath and slowly spoke. Little Fang, your idea is bold and creative. If it really comes to fruition, it will be a qualitative leap for our country's defense capabilities. He paused, his gaze becoming firm. Good. I've decided to fully support you in this project. Really? A trace of surprise flashed in Fang Yu's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. Lu Huaqing nodded solemnly, that's right. I will immediately form a specialized team to provide you with all the resources you need. However, his tone suddenly became serious. I hope you understand that this project has a lot at stake. We'll give you 3 months, and I hope you'll live up to your responsibilities. Fang Yu stood up straight with a solemn expression. Please rest assured, Uncle Lu. I will definitely do my best to live up to your trust. Good. Lu Huaqing clapped his hands, a pleased smile on his face. Then it's settled. Starting tomorrow, I will arrange for manpower to assist you in your work. Do you have any special requirements? Fang Yu thought for a moment and replied. The laboratory we have in Northern Industries itself, but there is still a slight lack of manpower. If it's possible, I hope that you, Uncle Lu, can transfer a group of experts who are proficient in rocket technology, material science, and electronic engineering over. Also, it would be great if you could give me some of the latest military technology information. Lu Huaqing nodded his head in understanding. These are no problem. I will have someone arrange it as soon as possible. Just then, Wu Qinghua, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. Little Fang, you have to realize that this project is not just a technical issue. If it really succeeds, it might cause an international shock. Are you psychologically prepared for that? Fang Yu turned to Wu Qinghua with firm eyes. Uncle Wu, I understand the importance of this project. No matter what difficulties I encounter, I will persevere to the end. For the sake of the country's security, I am willing to give everything. Zhao Rongguang also interjected. Young man, there is ambition. But you should also pay attention to protecting yourself. With a project of this level, there's no guarantee that it won't attract the covetousness of some people with ulterior motives. Fang Yu nodded solemnly. Thank you for Mr. Zhao's reminder, I will be extra careful. Lu Huaqing looked around and saw that everyone had no objections, so he made the final decision. Well then, it's settled. Starting tomorrow, we will fully support Xiao Fang's project. I hope that after 3 months, we can see a result that will shock everyone. As Lu Huaqing's words fell, the entire room was immediately filled with an uplifting atmosphere. Everyone's face was filled with anticipation and excitement, as if they had already seen the scene where that revolutionary rocket launcher was about to come out. The next day, after returning to Northern Industries, Fang Yu immediately started the research and development of this new rocket launcher. It seemed to be a very complicated project, but after Fang Yu digested all the knowledge that the system transferred into his mind, there were actually no secrets to speak of. The first thing Fang Yu had to solve was the problem of the launch vehicle for this rocket launcher. The launch vehicle of the current WM-80 rocket launcher, which was used to carry this new rocket launcher, was actually barely possible. However, Fang Yu, as a person who was more or less a perfectionist, did not intend to settle for second best in this matter. After all, the goodness of the launch vehicle was the key to whether or not this set of far-flung fire could be safely evacuated after completing the launch mission. Therefore, Fang Yu directly redesigned a rocket launcher vehicle by relying on the technology within his brain. Compared to the WM-80's launcher, the chassis design of this launcher was not only lighter, but also had a smaller steering radius and stronger passing performance. Not only that, Fang Yu also fused some of the characteristics of the 99A tank chassis, so that the cross-country maneuverability of this launcher is even better, and can be quickly maneuvered in complex terrain. After solving the launch vehicle problem, Fang Yu then began to die with the most crucial technology of this rocket launcher. Although in his own mind, he already had a full set of all the information of the Defender 2. But it wasn't until he got his hands on it that he realized just how many difficulties there were in realizing the secondary ignition system for this set of Defender 2's long-range fire. First of all, the key to the second stage ignition of rocket artillery lies in precise timing control. After the first stage booster burned out, you need to trigger the second stage engine ignition within the optimal time window. This time window is usually only milliseconds level. If the ignition timing is too early, it will affect the efficiency of the first stage booster. If it is too late, it will cause trajectory instability. This requires that the inertial navigation system needs to monitor the rocket's velocity, attitude, and altitude in real time. At the same time, the computer must also have a very strong computing power to ensure that the real-time data based on the rapid calculation to determine the best ignition timing. Moreover, the ignition system must be highly reliable to ensure that it can still accurately execute commands in harsh environments. However, these are just some of the equipment difficulties. The secondary engine itself still has many difficulties to break through. After all, the second stage engine is generally ignited at high altitude and high speed conditions, facing a special working environment. The thin atmosphere at high altitude can lead to engine heat dissipation difficulties. High-speed airflow may affect fuel mixing and combustion efficiency. The engine must reach a stable working condition in a very short time. In addition to all these, Fang Yu must also consider whether the structural strength of the secondary engine can withstand the aerodynamic loads brought about by high-speed flight, and ensure the reliable operation of all components under high temperature and high-pressure environments. Even with the knowledge of the principles and technical difficulties, these issues still kept Fang Yu busy. Overcoming these technical difficulties requires breakthroughs in many fields such as material science, control engineering, and propulsion technology. Until now, Fang Yu also finally understood why the secondary ignition technology would become one of the important symbols to measure the level of a country's rocket development. As for the guidance problem of this set of rockets, it was instead easy to solve. In fact, it was reasonable to say that the entire Blue Star's missile guidance trend right now was using GPS guidance. This kind of cheap and easy-to-use guidance mode, even all the time in the era that Fang Yu lived or people are using. However, the civilian car navigation with GPS is just fine. But when it comes to weapons, Fang Yu would never dare to use it. After all, 6 years later, the three great hates of the Galaxy incident, but deeply imprinted in Fang Yu's mind, has not been erased. Even the Galaxy, this kind of civilian ship does not cooperate. Eagle Jam can always stop your navigation so that you cannot do anything. This is a real fight. Once the Eagle sauce blocked the Dragon's GPS signal, then their own hands of rocket launchers will not all become open-eyed blind? So Fang Yu intends to wait until the Beidou Global Positioning System is manufactured, and then update the satellite navigation. Now with inertial navigation plus radar navigation mode, also enough opponents drink a pot. After all, the rocket artillery pay attention to is a firepower coverage. In this way, under Fang Yu's diligent research and development day and night, after 2 months and 21 days, the prototype of the new rocket launcher was finally manufactured. Chapter 86, 400 kilometers, one shot to the soul. 3 days later. Vast grassland, blue sky. A military jeep was speeding towards the distant horizon, raising dust all the way. In the car, Fang Yu was focused on the steering wheel. Beside him sat 3 heavyweights, Lu Huaqing, Wu Qinghua, and Zhao Rongguang. Little Fang, where has this been driven to? Why haven't we arrived yet? Lu Huaqing couldn't help but ask. They had been bumping around in the car for nearly 2 hours, but the scene in front of them was still an endless grassland. Fang Yu smiled faintly. Uncle Lu, hold on a little longer, we'll be there soon. This grassland is the site that we have specially chosen to conduct rocket artillery testing. Confidentiality and security are guaranteed. After about another half an hour, the jeep finally stopped. The crowd got out and looked around. A large military base appeared at the end of their vision. Welcome to the Ark Experimental Base. Fang Yu proudly introduced, this is our specially built testing ground for the new rocket launcher. With that, he led the crowd into the base. As soon as they entered, the three leaders were stunned by the sight in front of them. They only saw an avant-garde shaped rocket gun with smooth lines standing quietly in the center of the field, exuding the aura of a modern weapon. The body of the gun was painted military green, and the surface was covered with a layer of special material, which had a cold luster under the sunlight. This is the new type of rocket launcher you developed? Wu Qingyuan couldn't help but let out a gasp. Other than that, just based on this selling appearance, it's quite okay. As a veteran of 100 battles who had been in the battlefield for a long time, he could tell at a glance that this weapon was extraordinary. After all, Wu Qingyuan had always believed you that face value was also a part of combat power. Similarly, seeing this rocket launcher, Zhao Rongguang also nodded his head repeatedly. I have to say, little Fang, you really are better than Blue. This styling, this aura, it's just like the weapons in a sci-fi movie. Upon hearing this, Fang Yu smiled modestly. Immediately after, he began to explain the detailed parameters of this rocket launcher to the crowd. Leaders, the model of this rocket launcher is tentatively named WS-2, with a caliber of 300 mm and a modular design. The maximum range can be up to 400 kilometers. Not only can it carry conventional warheads, but it can also be replaced with special warheads such as drill bombs and sub-mother bombs. Not only that, it also adopts inertial plus radar navigation dual-mode navigation with an error of no more than 30 meters. The secondary ignition technology can significantly increase the range, and is currently one of the most advanced rockets in the world. The crowd listened and nodded, marveling at the performance of this new weapon. Alright, saying more is not as good as an actual demonstration. Whether it's a mule or a horse, it has to be pulled out and slipped. We will now conduct a live fire test and ask all the leaders to judge it. As soon as Fang Yu's words fell, he ordered his men to get ready. A few minutes later, the launcher of the rocket launcher slowly rose, the barrel pointing into the distance. With a command, only heard a loud boom, a rocket trailing a long tail flame, whistling through the sky. All eyes followed the rocket. Only to see it draw a perfect parabola in the air, like a meteor going against the sky, soon disappeared in the sight of everyone. Taking advantage of the gap in the rocket's flight, Fang Yu led Wu Qingyuan and the others to the command center that had already been set up. In the command post, a 30-inch big screen was broadcasting the situation that was happening more than 300 kilometers away in real time. In the center of the screen, there were 5 or 6 old Type 59 tanks that had already been eliminated by the Dragon military. Just when Wu Qingyuan and the others were still figuring out what Fang Yu was trying to do by bringing himself here, a muffled boom came out from the screen. Only then did everyone fix their eyes on the several scrap tanks that were originally stationary on the grassland, but at this moment, they had already been hit by a rocket launcher that had just been shot out. Under the tremendous power of the rocket launcher, they were blown into a pile of burning, charred black wreckage. Beautiful. It's too beautiful. Zhao Rongguang was the first to applaud and exclaimed heartily. Lu Huaqing and Wu Qinghua also revealed excited smiles. 300 kilometers, one shot. This was an accuracy that many surface-to-surface missiles could not achieve, but it was not expected that this rocket launcher of Fang Yu's did it. With this thing, doesn't it mean that in case they encounter the so-called steel torrent in the future, they will be able to cover them with firepower from 300 kilometers away? Moreover, since it can even hit such a small target as tanks, then warships that are much larger than tanks, of course, will not be a problem. Little Fang, you've made a great achievement. Lu Huaqing excitedly patted Fang Yu's shoulder. With this set of WS-2, we no longer have to worry about Eagle Jam's 7th fleet coming into the strait. No matter how many of them come, we can send them to the bottom of the sea to feed the fish. That's right, if something happens in the strait, we can at least put a few thousand of these rockets around the strait. If all of them are launched, even if only 10% of them break through the Eagle Jam's air defense network, we can still deal a great blow to it. Upon hearing this, Wu Qingyuan also said excitedly. Moreover, even if he intercepts all of them, we won't lose out. Compared to the several $1 million a piece of standard 2 interceptor missile, this one rocket of ours is only a few tens of thousands of dollars. A round of flanking fire can at least burn up more than $1 billion or even a few $1 billion of Eagle Jam's money. If we continue to fight like this, even if we can't knock out Eagle Jam's ships, we can still impoverish him alive. Little Fang, you've made a great achievement this time. Upon hearing this, Fang Yu looked excited, but his tone remained humble as he said. A few seniors are really fallacious. This is actually not just my merit, it's all the result of everyone's joint efforts. Seeing the crowd's admiration for the WS-2 rocket launcher, Fang Yu suddenly had a mysterious smile on his face. Moreover, this is just where it's at. The real show has just begun. Chapter 86, Range 400, Error 600 kilometers. What? There's a surprise? Hearing Fang Yu's words, Wu Qingyuan frowned in surprise and asked. Fang Yu did not answer Wu Qingyuan's question, but said mysteriously. Leaders, the test just now was still just a conventional warhead. What I am going to show you next is the real killer application of this rocket launcher. The crowd looked at each other, not understanding the meaning of Fang Yu's words. However, they saw Fang Yu gesture, and then an armored vehicle drove over, with a strangely shaped warhead in its bucket. This is the sub-mother warhead that I have specially developed for the WS2, Fang Yu proudly introduced. Its design was inspired by a certain imported weapon, but its performance has far surpassed the original version. Wu Qinghua scrutinized the warhead, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Little Fang, this thing you're talking about, it wouldn't be a submunition, would it? Precisely. Fang Yu nodded his head. This submunition warhead is loaded with thousands of tungsten alloy bullets. After launching, it will blossom over the target, forming a dense network of bullets. Its killing power can even penetrate 100mm steel plates. Zhao Rongguang also came over and said, so true, Xiao Fang. To even be able to come up with this kind of thing, it seems like you're determined to make a big news in the military industry. Just as the crowd was talking, Fang Yu had already instructed his men to finish loading the submunition warheads. Leaders, please follow me, let's continue the test in another place. He smiled mysteriously and led the way towards a helicopter. Although the crowd was a bit puzzled, they still followed. The helicopter flew for about 10 minutes and finally hovered over a new shooting range. Looking around, a decommissioned destroyer was placed in the center of the range. Although it was already rusty, the wide deck and towering bridge could still make people feel the might of the past. My goodness, little Fang, you really went through a lot of trouble. Just to test the submarine bombs, you specifically got a real one? Lu Huaqing asked in surprise. Fang Yu smiled lightly. This is already an old ship that has been retired for many years. Instead of letting it rust in the shipyard, it's better to utilize its residual heat and contribute to the development of new weapons. As he spoke, a heart-pounding roar came from the ground. Fixed his eyes on the ground, it was the WS2 rocket launcher firing. With a command, a dozen rockets dragged a long tail flame, whistling rushed to the sky. The crowd stared with bated breath, only to see those warheads circling above the destroyer, and then exploded with a bang. In an instant, thousands of bullets poured down like rain, instantly creating densely packed holes on the deck. A few seconds later, the entire destroyer was enveloped in a rain of bullets, as if a steel beast had suffered a fatal blow. This power, this coverage, it's terrifying. Wu Qingyuan's face turned a little white. As a general who had been through 100 battles, he only truly realized the terror of the submunition at this moment. The power of this submunition was so great that it could even pierce through the special steel plates of a destroyer. Wouldn't it be a piece of cake to use it against the infantry's thin layer of steel helmets and body armor? If this is not used to deal with armor, but to deal with light infantry. Zhao Rongguang was also dumbfounded, and only after a long time did he mutter. A single one has a kill radius of 150 meters, these 12 rockets firing in unison is a destruction area of 70,000 square meters. This is simply a nightmare for aircraft carriers. With this weapon, we can completely take on those maritime powers. Fang Yu silently gazed at the sifted destroyer with a confident glint in his eyes. He knew that with the WS2 rocket launcher and this submunition warhead, the Dragon Kingdom would have more confidence and leverage on the battlefield in the future. Seeing this, Lu Huaqing excitedly held Fang Yu's hand. Little Fang, you are worthy of being the hopeful star of our Dragon Kingdom's military industry field. I really did not find the wrong person. With you here, we no longer have to worry about the island chain blockade or the threat of other people's aircraft carriers. It was no wonder Lu Huaqing was so excited. These submunition warheads, although not as lethal as conventional warheads, were good in that they had an extremely wide killing range. Only one was needed to break through the Eagle Sauce air defense network, and its coverage would be able to encompass an entire aircraft carrier. Not only can it kill the fighters on the deck, more importantly, he can also destroy the carrier's deck. Without fighters and unable to land or take off planes, the carrier is basically a piece of scrap metal. And without the carrier, the backbone of the fleet, the strength of Eagle Sauce's entire carrier fleet would at least drop by half as well. Upon hearing this, Fang Yu humbly smiled. Mr. Lu, you are too kind. This is all the result of years of support from the organization and the country. I am also just doing my part as a military worker. Moreover, this set of rockets I designed may not be as perfect as you say. However, just as the crowd was marveling at the amazing performance of the new rocket launcher, Fang Yu suddenly changed his words. In fact, this weapon is not all good, there are still some flaws. Oh? What other flaws are there? Zhao Rongguang asked curiously. In his opinion, this rocket launcher that combined range, power, and accuracy was already near perfect. Fang Yu smiled mysteriously and said slowly, the biggest problem is that the range error is too big. Range error? Wu Zhao Rongguang frowned in puzzlement. As a military industry expert, he knew best what the range error of a rocket launcher represented. However, during the test just now, he clearly saw that the WS2 displayed amazing accuracy, hitting almost every shot. How could there be a range error problem? Seeing that the crowd was confused, Fang Yu couldn't help but laugh out loud. Looks like I didn't make myself clear. What I am talking about is not the hitting accuracy, but the range error itself. The design range of this rocket launcher is 400 kilometers, but the actual error is 600 kilometers, he said word for word. That means 1,000-kilometer range. Lu Huaqing shouted out the answer first, his tone filled with incredulous excitement. Little Fang, are you saying that the actual range of this rocket launcher reaches 1,000 kilometers? Fang Yu nodded his head and said indifferently. Not bad. This is why I said that it has an error. After all, as you know, international treaties stipulate that those with a range of more than 1,000 kilometers cannot be considered rocket artillery, but rather belong to ballistic missiles. For a moment, there was silence within the scene. Everyone was so shocked by this shocking news that they couldn't speak. To know 1,000 kilometers range, this is simply astronomical in modern artillery. Even big countries such as Eagle Sauce, the range of their strongest rockets in service was only 300 kilometers. Oh my god, 1,000 kilometers, muttered Zhao Rongguang. A heart-stopping image flew through his mind: the launching positions on the eastern coast of the Dragon Kingdom, dense rockets cutting through the sky, crossing the vast ocean in the blink of an eye, and blossoming into deadly fire over the first island chain. Wu Qinghua was also in deep thought. It suddenly occurred to him that Eagle Jam's Kadena base in Sakura Country was only 800 kilometers away from the Dragon Country's mainland. The Dragon Kingdom's East Sea Fleet stationing base was even a mere 650 kilometers away from Kadena in a straight line. What does this mean? He muttered. With the WS-2, not only can we blockade the strait, but we can even form fire coverage over Kadena right on the mainland. The airfields, harbors, and ammunition depots there will have nothing to hide within our range. Lu Huaqing let out a long sigh, tears of excitement glistening in his eyes. Little Fang, do you know? You have not only developed an unrivaled weapon, but you have also provided Dragon Kingdom with a trump card that is enough to topple the strategic chessboard. With this rocket launcher, we no longer have to fear the blockade of the island chain, we no longer have to worry about Eagle Jam's military bases. As long as we offer this card at a critical moment, who will dare to easily provoke our sovereignty and dignity? Chapter 87, End the battle in half an hour. Just as Lu Huaqing and the others were excited about the birth of the WS-2 long-range rocket launcher. At the same time, on the grassland 500 kilometers away from the imperial capital, Zhu Rai Maneuver Base. On a summer day in the grasslands of Zhu Rai, the sunlight pierced through the clouds like a sharp sword. With the end of the preparation countdown, another military exercise officially began. And this time, opposite of Manguangji, it was the 58th Regiment under Zhou Weigua's 15th Army. Inside the tent of the Blue Army's command headquarters, Manguangji stood in front of the sand table, his eyes sweeping over every detail on the terrain map, a winning smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. This time, I want to see what other tricks they can play. Manguangji knocked on his legs, gently caressing over the model representing the 99A main battle tank on the sand table. His eyes were full of relaxed colors. As the first-place winner of the international tank competition, the 99A tank was now the well-deserved number 1 tank of Blue Star. As his proudest new weapon, the main force of the Steel Torrent, the overlord of the grasslands. Manguangji believed that never again, a few infantrymen with anti-tank missiles would be able to fight their way through their own defenses. Sneak attack to their own command, this kind of outrageous thing. And as long as this kind of outrageous thing does not occur, with their existing various conditions, it is difficult to lose. The current self was simply strong to the point of being terrifying. The informatization screen flickered with a ghostly blue light inside the tent, displaying the real-time battlefield situation. With his hands behind his back, Manguangji paced back and forth within the tent, each step filled with calmness. Report! An enemy light armored unit has been detected, appearing in our field of view, coordinates in K271 area. Also detected an enemy large transport aircraft appearing behind our troops, coordinates in K254 area. Commander-in-Chief, how to respond, please instruct. Humph. This Zhou Weigua guy, after so many years, he's still playing the sounding board. Trying to use a small force to attract my main force over, then drop airborne troops behind me and take the opportunity to backstab? The last time you fought me with this tactic, didn't you lose badly enough? Manguangji sniffed and smiled disdainfully. He walked quickly to the posture map, his finger drew an arc on the screen, and gave a direct order. Pass on my order, have the artillery group immediately start fire coverage on NK-254. At the same time, immediately send the 1st Armored Battalion and 2nd Battalion and head to the NK-271 area for me to round up those paratroopers. Within half an hour, end the battle for me. I'm going to teach Zhou Weigua, the bastard who can't remember what he's done, a lesson. Yes. Upon hearing this, the messenger nodded heavily and immediately sent its orders towards the subordinate troops through the secret message. The orders were transmitted like lightning. A moment later, the sound of artillery rumbled and smoke filled the air. Manguangji stood high above the command headquarters, looking at the smoke rising in the distance, as if he had already seen the scene of the 15th Army retreating in a sorry state. This bunch of airborne soldiers, daring to challenge me on the basis of their mobility? He shook his head contemptuously. Without heavy equipment to support them, they're just a bunch of stragglers. Immediately afterward, manhwa walked over to the sand table and took another look at the river in front of him. After the last sneak attack by the group of guys from the 38th Army, Manchu Guangji had strengthened the defense of his command. The command was purposely stationed on the banks of the river. That meandering river was a natural barrier, and without bridges, heavy equipment simply couldn't pass through. At the same time, he had long ago placed a company's defense force on both sides of the riverbank to vault himself, ensuring that even if there was a leak, he could always annihilate the other side. In Man Guangji's opinion, his defenses had been arranged seamlessly, and even if a scene like the last one occurred again, he would be able to handle it. Not to mention, his weaknesses had already been patched up. This time, one was bound to win. Reporting to the Commander-in-Chief, our troops have arrived at the NK-254 area, confirming that the opposing armored units have been completely annihilated by our artillery fire. Sure enough, good news came over the commander's communicator. The suspected troops that 15th Army had deployed to attract their main force had been completely wiped out by their own heavy artillery bombardment. Upon hearing this, Man Guangji revealed a rare smile. The 15th Army was called elite, but in the end, they were a rapid reaction force that was mainly airborne. It was true that there were armored units under their hands, but they were nothing more than some Type 92 infantry class troop carriers that could be penetrated with assault rifles. Under the same satellite detection capability as Eagle's sauce, the only way to end up is to be wiped out. And after eliminating the suspect behind him, the raid force that didn't even have a 92 infantry was even less to be feared. The corner of Man Guangji's mouth lifted into a smile as he raised his hand to look at his wristwatch. Only less than 15 minutes had passed since the start of the maneuver. At once, Man Guangji felt a little bored. It's over in such a short period of time? Are you Joe Wegwa good or not? Hiss. Sir. The armored unit has arrived at the target area. And just then, a report came over the communicator. Man Guangji smiled and picked up the intercom. Very well, let's see how far these airborne troops can run. Report. No sign of enemy troops found in the target area. Repeat, no enemy traces found. Man Kuzuki's smile froze. He grabbed the intercom violently. What? There are only a few parachutes in the area. No troops have been spotted. Man Guangji's face instantly turned ironic. He rushed towards the situational map and stared dead on at the blinking points of light. Obviously the radar showed that they were there, but the people were gone. Immediately expand the search area. Mobilize the reconnaissance planes. Find them for me. Man Guangji roared. For the first time he felt uneasy, that feeling of victory was falling apart. The atmosphere inside the tent was suddenly tense. Staff officers were running back and forth, and there was a lot of communication. Cold sweat oozed from Man Guangji's forehead as he began to vaguely realize that he might have made a fatal mistake. Impossible. Where could they have gone? Man Guangji muttered, his eyes wandering over the map. Without transportation equipment, they can't maneuver fast at all, and with the grasslands all around them, there's no place they can hide. Where exactly did they run off to? Before the words fell, a roar of an engine came from far and near. The sound was light and nimble, very different from the heavy armor. Man Guangji turned around violently, his pupils suddenly contracting. Outside the tent, a dozen oddly shaped 8-wheeled all-terrain vehicles were speeding from a direction he considered impossible. Chapter 88. Fang Yu again? This guy has a grudge against me? Man Guangji stood in front of the command center, dumbfounded as he watched those incredibly nimble Bobcat ATVs. They were walking on the steep mountain slopes as if they were flat, their tires crushing over the gravel and stirring up a cloud of dust. Even with naked eye observation, Man Guangji could surmise that the speed of the opposite side would definitely not be lower than 60 km per hour. This completely subverted his perception of motorized vehicles. In this kind of terrain, these things can still run so fast? How is this possible? Seeing this, Man Guangji was dumbfounded. As the chief commander of the Blue Army designated by the Dragon Kingdom's top brass, he could have dabbled in almost all of Blue Star's all-military equipment. However, he hadn't seen any all-terrain vehicle that could be as flexible as these cars in front of him while moving at such a high speed. But immediately afterward, Man Guangji immediately reacted. Now was not the time to lament this. He muttered, then came back to his senses. If he allowed these carts to get closer to him, he was afraid that he would have to make the same mistake as the last time he was decapitated. At that moment, Man Guangji angrily roared out orders. Listen to my order. Company 1, immediately start the defense formation. Never let them get close to the command headquarters. The soldiers of Company 1 quickly spread out and constructed a fire network. Man Guangji was secretly glad that he had saved a hand. Even if these vehicles could run, they were ultimately only light carriers, and could not be defeated in front of heavy firepower. The group of soldiers under his own hands, although they were only a group of light infantry, the firepower he had equipped them with was luxurious. Not only manpower to prepare a set of 40 fire, and the average as a person has a heavy machine gun. Such a strong firepower to eliminate these rather simple all-terrain vehicles is simply a piece of cake. However, in the next second, his pupils contracted violently. Boom! A recoilless artillery shell whistled, accurately hitting a fire point. Immediately afterward, the roar of heavy machine guns followed. Those seemingly lightweight Bobcat vehicles were surprisingly each a mobile firepower platform. This can't be possible. Man Guangji cried out in disbelief. How could a vehicle of this size possibly carry so many heavy weapons? But the truth was right in front of them. The Bobcat vehicle flexibly changed its position, and the fire points on it formed a crossfire network. The firepower of recoilless guns, mortars, and heavy machine guns worked perfectly together, tearing the first company's defense line to shreds. Day. After a burst of intense firing, the maneuver system indicated that the first company had all been killed in action. Cold sweat broke out on Man Guangji's forehead, but he forced himself to calm down. Damn it, not only is the maneuverability so good, but it can even carry so many heavy weapons. Isn't this a rascal? What the hell is this even playing? After Man Guangji spat out a few words madly, he took a hard breath. But immediately afterward, the heart he had been hanging on to fell back into his stomach. His gaze was dead set on the turbulent river in front of him, and the corner of his mouth picked up an involuntary look of smugness. Fortunately, he had learned his lesson after his last loss and moved his command headquarters here. Otherwise, it would really be up in the air today. Even if their firepower is strong, this river is a natural barrier. When the armored forces return, they won't be able to escape. Man Guangji roared at the soldiers of the guard company under his hand after he figured it out, wanting to use this to boost the somewhat low morale. However, it was as if fate was playing a huge joke on him. The next second, Chief Commander, they went into the water. A moment later, the staff officer said to him with disbelief in his voice. What? Upon hearing this, Man Guangji rushed to the river, only to see those Bobcat vehicles drive into the water without hesitation. Although the body of the car was mostly submerged underwater, it still maintained an amazing speed, and the stirred-up water formed a silver arc under the sunlight. What the hell is this thing? Man Guangji muttered while shaking his head. Not only can it cross country, but it can also be used as a boat? He was under the impression that the ones that could wade through water were heavy armored vehicles and were extremely slow. But these light vehicles were like dragons in the water, reaching the other side of the river in the blink of an eye. By the time he reacted, he was already surrounded by a circle of Bobcat cars. The muzzles of the vehicles were aimed at the command headquarters in unison. The maneuver is over. The Blue Army's command headquarters has been successfully raided, and the Red Army is victorious. The moment the voice of the exercise director rang out, the faces of the soldiers of the 15th Army suddenly overflowed with thick, melting excitement. One by one, they jumped down from the cat car and celebrated wildly. They gathered around, some high-fiving each other, some hugging each other. A heartfelt joy was written on everyone's face. An earth-shattering cheer was constantly uploaded in the prairie. Of course, it was no wonder that they were so excited. To know, the same as to participate in the Zhu Rai exercise, the last time to meet the full light of the time, their group was full light of the time in less than an hour, completed the total annihilation. And this time, they not only avenged the last time, and even compressed the time to half an hour. It could be said that he had earned back all of the face he had lost last time with interest. How could it not make the 15th Army's warriors excited and happy to be able to raise their eyebrows so easily? However, out of the expectation of these cheering 15th Army soldiers. As the losing side, Man Guangji did not show his frustration as he did the first time he lost to the 38th Army. Rather, he sat on the chair, with a complex look at those Bobcat vehicles that made him marvel, as if he wanted to see it out of the flowers. After half a day, he finally couldn't help but say, I admit that I lost again this time. However, is there anyone who can tell me, this thing you guys are driving, what exactly is it? Where exactly did Zhou Weigui get it? Upon hearing this, a soldier from the 15th Army replied with a smile. You're asking about this? It's called the Bobcat all-terrain vehicle, but we all call it the Cat vehicle. As for who built it, I'm not sure, I only know that it was brought back by our commander-in-chief from Northern Industries. Northern Industry. Man Guangji was first stunned, then revealed a bitter smile that was really so. No wonder this car can have such an unbelievable performance. I damn well knew that it was really Fang Yu who messed up. Man Guangji shook his head and smiled bitterly. He should have thought of it before. Armor protection, firepower configuration, amphibious capability, every item is far beyond the conventional design. Only Fang Yu, who could build the 99A tank, would be able to perfectly combine these seemingly impossible characteristics. First, I designed a set of anti-tank missiles for the 38th Army so that they could knock out my tanks. And now, building you guys such an evil all-terrain vehicle to carry out decapitation operations on me. At this thought, Man Guangji let out a long sigh and said somewhat helplessly. Was I as Fang Yu's enemy in my last life? Why is he targeting me so? Chapter 89 Straight Crisis. A few days later. The news that Man Guangji had once again lost to his opponent in the maneuvers spread quickly as if it had wings. In the mess hall of the barracks, the aroma of the meal was wrapped in the rising and falling laughter. A group of officers sat around a long table, talking about the maneuver from the other day. Man Guangxi, he's planted his head this time. I heard that before. The 38th Army was beaten by Manchu Guangxi's rogue tricks with just over 70 men left, froze with a single shot from a javelin missile, and directly shattered his proud iron fist tactics to smithereens. An officer knocked on the rim of the bowl and said, I heard that his face turned green when he saw the battle damage statistics. Che, that's all old news to you. Know what's going on this time? A captain interjected, with a mysterious expression. I heard that the 15th Army got a few brand new all-terrain vehicles from Northern Industries. Frozen slipped under the noses of his armored group, stirring up Man Guangxi's entire tactical deployment. In just half an hour, that son of a Manchu Guangxi was directly decapitated by someone. Good. His grandmother, let this bastard son of Man Guangxi has been relying on advanced weapons to torture us to death, he also has today. Serves him right. It wasn't just the group of big-headed soldiers in the cafeteria who were chatting feverishly. At the same time, in the combat conference room of each unit, one regiment and battalion-level officer after another was also looking over the exercise video. On the screen, Bobcat all-terrain vehicles deftly traveled between complex terrain. And the trajectory of the javelin missiles crossing the sky made them look mesmerized. Seeing this picture, the image of the tiger of Zhurai, which had intimidated them, did not seem so scary at this moment. Through the video, even let them have a kind of, once have Fang Yu to give the equipment, I'm on I also line of illusion. In short, no matter what, from then on, the name Fang Yu was considered to be deeply engraved in the heart of the entire dragon army. Let everyone have a kind of, want to win the full light of the, we have to find Fang Yu's subconscious. Even, I don't know who started spreading it first. Fang Yu body do not know when, suddenly appeared a full of light of the nemesis nickname has gone. Time passes like a white horse. In a flash, 2 months passed in a hurry. During this period, Northern Industries not only completed the first order of 500 Bobcat all-terrain vehicles, it also delivered the first batch of 36 WS-2 rockets to the Dragon Army represented by Wu Qingyuan. However, just as the strength of the Dragon Kingdom's forces was gradually entering a state of vibrant vitality of all things because of Fang Yu's appearance. One morning a few days later, the appearance of a piece of news suddenly changed all of this. At this moment, inside the conference room of the Dragon Kingdom's military commission, the air was so heavy that it was almost frozen. The sunlight outside the window slanted in through the gaps in the blinds, casting a path of light and dark light on the dark brown conference table. Various documents and maps were scattered on the table, among which a strategic map labeled with the situation in the strait was particularly eye-catching. In the midst of the suffocating dead silence, a voice slowly sounded, breaking the silence. Mr. Wu, it's confirmed. According to the information we just received, there is a new situation on the Frog Island side. A staff officer pushed up his glasses, his voice heavy. That so-called Chancellor of Frog Island, in his speech yesterday, openly declared that one dragon, one frog is a fait accompli, and has even initiated the process of amending the constitution. Once it's passed, I'm afraid. Saying this, that staff officer's voice suddenly stalled, and although he didn't specify what exactly would happen, he had already made it clear to everyone present. As soon as the words fell, the entire conference room suddenly boiled over. Outrageous! A young general slammed his hands together. This group of scum from Frog Island dares to do this. This is simply a blatant provocation of our Dragon Kingdom, and they don't treat us as human beings. Last time it was still a brush off, but this time it's just a straight-up open card? Just who gave them so much courage? Liang Jingru? This group of scumbags are really not afraid of getting beaten up. Instantly, the young officers present were filled with righteous indignation as they angrily cursed Frog Island. If it were up to them alone, they definitely wouldn't dare, but the problem is, someone is backing them up. Upon hearing this, a chief of staff frowned as he stared at the newly delivered report in front of him and said with a cold face, according to the news we just received, just half an hour after Frog Island released their statement, the 7th Fleet has entered the waters surrounding the strait. 2 carrier battle groups are gathering in this direction. After presenting the intelligence, this chief of staff smiled coldly. It seems obvious just who was backing them up. Damn it, it's Hawk Jam again. Last time it was also one who stopped our ships, making it impossible for us to go to the other side of the strait to intimidate these bastards. He's still here. Does he really think we don't dare to fight? Upon hearing this, a naval officer angrily smashed the desktop in front of him with a clanging sound and said through gritted teeth, Chief, I request to fight. At the same time, a colonel stood up, his voice trembling slightly from excitement. I know I don't have much skill, but Eagle Jam is really too bullying. As a soldier, I can't bear this no matter what. Even if it means dying, I'll die on the Liberation Frog Island charge. Right, we can't endure it any longer, another general chimed in. If this goes on, the world will think we're afraid of them. Not bad. What's wrong with Eagle Sauce backing him up? We'll just him as usual. It's not like we didn't do it 40 years ago. Seeing this scene, Wu Qingyuan, sitting at the top of the conference room, gazed deeply at the map on the desktop. He could understand the feelings of his subordinates. There was a burning fire in the heart of every soldier, yearning for the shame of his country. But he knew better that at this moment, any impulse could lead to a big disaster. All sit down for the old man. A moment later, Wu Qingyuan spoke in a deep voice. The prestige accumulated over the years caused the conference room to immediately quiet down. I completely understand everyone's feelings. After the situation at the scene was under control, Wu Qingyuan slowly said. But the current situation is much more complicated than you all imagined. He stood up and pointed at the dense markings on the map. Take a look at these red dots, each one of them represents Eagle Jam's military bases in the Western Pacific. Yokosuka, Kadena, Guam, they form a complete encircling net. And us, his finger traced across the strait. Although our naval strength is rapidly increasing, what are the chances of winning against both the 7th Fleet and these military bases? What's more, once the fight starts, I'm afraid that our Dragon Kingdom's decades of economic construction will go down the drain. Is that what you want to see? Chapter 90, Don't Say Anything. Hearing Wu Qingyuan's words, the conference room was instantly silent. This was because many of the officers present suddenly realized that Wu Qingyuan was right. The Dragon Kingdom, at this time, was in the most critical period of transition. Once there was a war, the country's economy, which had just stepped into a formalized state, would, I'm afraid, collapse overnight. And what was even more frightening was that one was facing the Eagle Sauce, which was in full swing, and this battle would be more of a defeat than a victory. Once the Dragon Kingdom's navy was completely wiped out in this battle, let alone crossing the strait and unifying the Dragon Kingdom, I'm afraid that the country's fortunes will all take a sharp turn for the worse as they did after the defeat in the Sino-Japanese Sea battle back then. This is both the officers present and the top management of the Dragon Kingdom are by no means willing to see. However, at this moment, that young colonel just now suddenly stood up from his seat and pulled out a letter from his bosom. Chief, this is my letter of blood. His voice trembled with excitement. I don't know any great principles, all I know is that when you're bullied into submission, you must never do nothing. Please let me lead the team into battle. Even if we die in battle, we must let the world know that we will never give in. Wu Qingyuan looked at the bloody letter, a complex look flashing in his eyes. For many years, he had seen too many such invitations to war. Each letter was filled with the soldier's sincerity and fervor, but reality was often more cruel than ideals. Little Jean-Ma, I understand your heart, he said softly. But the most important thing now is not to prove anything with hot blood, but to use wisdom to win the final victory. There is a saying in the art of war, a little impatience will lead to a big plan. Moreover, didn't the great chief also say, the army must endure? I understand the reasoning, but Generalissimo Wu, in the face of Eagle Jam and Frog Island's provocations, are we really going to shrink our heads and become turtles? Upon hearing this, the colonel surnamed Zhang asked with red eyes. Isn't our duty to defend our country? But now that people are bullying us, we still have to endure. It's not a big deal to endure for a while, but what I'm afraid of is that if we endure so much, we'll really lose the sharpness and faith of our troops. If we lose our vigor, even if one day our troops' equipment catches up with Eagle Sauce, will our soldiers still have the will and courage to fight with Eagle Sauce? Hearing this colonel's words, most of the people present subconsciously nodded their heads. The most important thing for a troop was to maintain the spirit of daring to fight and win. But now, facing Eagle Sauce's writing face output, one had to worry about this and that. The officers themselves might still be able to understand the bitterness of the Dragon Kingdom's top brass. But the warriors under their command might not understand. Once they believe from the bottom of their hearts that the Dragon Kingdom is afraid of Eagle Sauce and does not dare to fight with Eagle Sauce, then their sharpness will be completely worn out. If a conflict really occurs in the future, I'm afraid that they don't need to fight yet. Subconsciously they will think that they can't beat the enemy. You're right, the sharpness of our troops cannot be maintained. So, our principle now is that we will never take the initiative to start a conflict with Eagle Sauce, but, if Eagle Sauce gives an inch, we will have to resolutely counterattack even if we don't want to fight anymore. And, who told you that I intend to just knock my teeth out and swallow them in my stomach? After saying that, Wu Qingyuan immediately turned to the chief of staff. Immediately notify all troops to activate the emergency plan immediately. Send a notice to all countries internationally. Just say that our Dragon Kingdom Navy will be conducting routine military exercises in the centerline area of the strait in the near future, and that any ships will be prohibited from passing through during the exercises. If any ships do not comply with our notice and force their way into the area, then they will be responsible for all the consequences. Also, he added meaningfully, inform the 78th Regiment of the 2nd Artillery to immediately move the WS-2 rocket artillery units deployed to them to coastal positions and await instructions. At these words, the atmosphere in the conference room suddenly changed. Everyone knew the terrifying power of this new rocket launcher. Especially the range of 1,000 kilometers after the error. First announcing the maneuvers in the strait area, and then transferring these new rockets to standby. It seems that Wu Qingyuan is not going to minimize this matter. Gradually, the agitation in the conference room calmed down. Those young generals, although still hot-blooded, began to understand the bitterness of their superiors. "Pass on my order," Wu Qingyuan finally said. "All troops enter a state of first-level combat readiness." At the same time, accidentally leaked the video of the WS2 exercise to the international media. "Let certain people know that our restraint is not a capital for their rampage. Don't say anything." Yes. After hearing this last paragraph of Wu Qingyuan's incomparably uplifting words, the officers of all ranks present, immediately shook with spirit, stood up, stopped their body plates and saluted towards Wu Qingyuan. Then they forced down their anger and began to execute Wu Qingyuan's orders. That evening, Central Mom, Military Channel. A program introducing the latest military equipment to the Dragon Kingdom suddenly went on air without any preview. Picture shows WS2 rocket launcher in majestic pose. In the middle of the screen, the host was located at the side of the WS2 rocket launcher and introduced it with full of emotion. Host: "Good evening viewers, today we are introducing to you all, a long-range rocket launcher newly developed by our country." Host: "This is a long-range rocket artillery system with completely independent intellectual property rights, codenamed WS2. Host: "It is not only an important milestone in the development of China's rocket artillery technology, but also an ace in the Army's fire strike system." Close-up of launcher. Moderator: "This system adopts an 8-unit boxed launcher configuration, loaded on a highly maneuverable heavy off-road chassis. The launcher can rotate 360 degrees and the elevation angle can be quickly adjusted between 0 and 60 degrees, providing all-weather and all-terrain combat capability." Switch to close-up of rocket. Moderator: "Each rocket is up to 7 meters in length, has a diameter of 400 millimeters, and has a maximum range of up to 360 kilometers. This means that the WS2 rocket artillery system deployed in Jinling is capable of accurately striking targets in the direction of Mordor. It adopts advanced inertial satellite composite guidance technology, with a circular probability deviation of only about 30 meters. Show loading screen. Moderator: "The system is equipped with fully automated loading equipment, and a 4-person operation team can complete a complete loading procedure within 8 minutes. It adopts universal rocket case design, which greatly improves the efficiency of battlefield maneuvering supply." Demonstration of the accusation system. Moderator: "The vehicle-mounted fire control computer can receive real-time meteorological and geodetic data, and automatically complete the ballistic solution. Equipped with advanced inertial navigation system, it can realize rapid occupation of positions and precise positioning correction." Show launch screen. Moderator: "The launching system adopts 2 modes of flush launching and rapid launching, and the 8 rockets can be finished flush launching within 10 seconds. The system has the ability of launching that is transferring, which fully embodies the concept of playing early, playing fast, playing accurate, playing hard in modern war." Show tactical use of animation. Moderator: "In the actual combat environment, WS2 can be responsible for regional suppression, deep strike, blockade of key areas and other multiple tasks. Its excellent mobility and powerful firepower delivery capability make it an important pillar of the Army's long-range firepower strike." Summarizing footage. Host: "This weaponry of great strategic significance fully demonstrates the overall strength of China's defense industry, highlights the fruitful results of the modernization of the People's Army, and greatly deters the enemy." Chapter 91, Navy? What kind of navy does the Dragon Kingdom have? Early in the morning of the next day, the sunlight sprinkled on the sparkling sea surface of the southeastern strait of the Dragon Kingdom. On the command ship Blue Ridge, the flagship of the 7th Fleet of the Eagle Jam Navy, BBC reporter Anderson was setting up a camera on the deck. In the distance, several Burke-class destroyers were sailing in formation, their bows splitting the waves with great vigor. "Admiral Simmons, thank you for this interview." After a flurry of preparation, the cameras rolled. Anderson turned the microphone on the lanky American commander. Simmons was dressed in a crisp white Navy uniform, his medals gleaming on his chest. He stood outside the bridge and nodded at Anderson. "Admiral Simmons, the Dragon Kingdom has declared a no-navigation zone in the Southeast Strait and deployed military forces. May I ask what you think of this?" Anderson asked as he opened the door. Upon hearing this, Simmons smiled contemptuously and said disdainfully, "A no-navigation zone? These waters are international waters, and no country has the right to establish a so-called no-navigation zone. The 7th Fleet has the responsibility to maintain the freedom of navigation here." "But aren't you worried about clashing with the Dragon Kingdom's army? Conflict?" Simmons laughed out loud. "My dear friend, let me settle a score for you. Behind me is the 7th Fleet. It has an aircraft carrier, 8 cruisers, 12 destroyers, and dozens of F-14 and FA-18 fighters. And the Dragon Kingdom Navy? A few old brigade-class destroyers that don't even have phased array radar, and a fire control system that's still at the 60s level." He pulled out a cigar and lit it leisurely. "Even their most advanced Lu-Di destroyer is only 70s Malbert technology. To put it politely, even if they were given 10 guts, they wouldn't dare make a move against the Eagle Jam Navy." Anderson continued to pursue. But yesterday, the official Dragon Kingdom TV station aired a report on a new long-range rocket launcher, and it's rumored that the range can cover the entire Southeast Strait. "Oh, you mean that WS-2, said Simmons, flicking his cigar ash dismissively. "That's a piece of claptrap. You know, it's 94, not 44 anymore. In modern naval warfare, a shore-based rocket launcher is a pile of scrap metal." He pointed at the Burke-class destroyer in the distance. "See that battleship? It's equipped with the Aegis combat system, which can track hundreds of targets at once. Even if they really dare to launch rockets, they will be intercepted by the standard air defense missiles before they get close to our fleet. Besides," Simmons exhaled a smoke ring, "do you think they'd really dare fire on the Eagle Jam Navy? Don't forget, now that the woolly bear has disintegrated, there's only one superpower left in the entire world. The Dragon Kingdom's GDP is less than a tenth of Eagle Jam's, and their military spending is even less than a 20th of ours. So," he summarized in a condescending tone, "all of this is just bluster. In the face of absolute strength, any threat is nothing more than a paper tiger." Anderson was about to continue with his questions when suddenly an officer came quickly and whispered something in Simmons' ear. "Okay, that's it for the interview." Simmons straightened his military cap. "We're about to conduct a routine exercise." Before he turned to leave, he turned back to add, "By the way, for your viewers, the Eagle Jam Navy will continue to cruise these waters, and no threat will cause us to change our stated plans." The massive fleet continued to push forward in the sunlight. Simmons stood on the bridge, looking at the coastline of the Dragon Kingdom displayed on the radar screen, with that contemptuous smile still on his face. At this time, he would never have thought that just a few years later, when the Dragon Kingdom truly rose to power, what price this arrogance would pay. At noon, the waves of the Southeast Strait were undulating, just as the 7th Fleet kept approaching towards the coast of the Dragon Kingdom. Reporting to the commander, Dragon Kingdom warships have been spotted ahead. At this moment, the radar operator suddenly shouted. Simmons lowered his binoculars, only to see a silver-gray warship coming head-on on the sea. The bow of the ship chopped through the waves, and the flag of the Dragon Kingdom Navy on the bridge hunted. "What model is this?" asked Simmons. "Riverside-class frigate, displacement 2,000 tons, armed with 2 twin 100mm naval guns and 2 twin 37mm anti-aircraft guns," the intelligence officer quickly reported. Simmons frowned slightly. A small frigate dared to challenge the 7th Fleet? Isn't this hitting a stone with an egg? At that moment, a warning from the Dragon Kingdom warship came over the comms. "Attention! Attention! Eagle Jam Navy 7th Fleet, you are about to enter the Dragon Kingdom's naval maneuver area. According to international announcements, this sea area is now under temporary control. Please change course immediately or suffer the consequences. I repeat, please change course immediately or suffer the consequences." Hearing the warning from this ridiculously small warship of the Dragon Kingdom, the corners of Simonsi's mouth picked up a disdainful smile. After sneering, he immediately picked up his communicator and said, "This is Commander Simonsi of the 7th Fleet. I'm also warning your military that the Southeast Strait is an international shipping lane, and no country has the right to stop our normal navigation. It is recommended that you immediately get out of the way. Otherwise, as you said, any problems that arise, the consequences will need to be your own responsibility." However, after hearing Simmons' warning, the Dragon Kingdom warship was still stubbornly straddling the front, the ship's radar antennae rotating non-stop, clearly in a state of combat readiness. Truly not knowing how to die. Simmons shook his head. Are all the Dragon Kingdom people such death-defying retards? Pass on my order. The cruiser Ticonderoga and the destroyer Spruance spread out in biplane formation. The carrier battle group Kitty Hawk prepare to take over tactical command. The massive fleet began to adjust its formation. The 2 main battleships pushed forward, forming a pincer position on either side of the Dragon Kingdom frigates. The carrier planes also began to warm up on the deck, ready to take off at a moment's notice. Simmons picked up his communicator again. "Listen, Dragon Kingdom warships, this is your final warning. If you continue to obstruct the actions of the Eagle Sauce Navy, we will take the necessary measures to ensure freedom of navigation." To his surprise, the frigate suddenly turned its bow and struck a series of signal flags before heading towards the direction of the Dragon Kingdom's coastline at maximum speed. "Ha ha ha." Simmons let out a loud laugh. "See? This is the so-called Dragon Kingdom Navy. It doesn't even have the courage to fight head-on, it just knows how to bluff. Just a bunch of paper tigers." He turned to the adjutant beside him. "Looks like the Dragon Kingdom people have finally recognized reality. Keep moving, maintain course." The 7th Fleet's battleship group was like a sharp knife, slicing into the Dragon Kingdom's demarcated maneuver area without hesitation. Simmons stood on the bridge, looking at the distant Dragon Kingdom warship with contempt written all over his face. "With this much skill, you still want to call out the Eagle Jam Navy? It's really out of your depth. Tell the press officer that you can let those reporters take pictures. Let the whole world see what it means to be the true hegemony of the sea." However, right at this moment, the communications officer suddenly changed his expression drastically. "Commander, Massive signal activity has been detected at the Dragon Kingdom's coastal radar stations. They seem to have activated something. Simmons waved his hand dismissively. Don't worry about them, those old shore defense guns don't pose any threat to us. But he didn't notice that at the same time that frigate was withdrawing, a row of long-aimed rockets were slowly raising their launchers on the coastal positions of the Dragon Kingdom. And farther away, a mobile unit was silently driving toward the preset position according to a predetermined plan. Chapter 92 Aegis? It's just that. Just as the 7th Fleet kept approaching the coast of the Dragon Kingdom. Inside the Dragon Kingdom Navy's East Sea Fleet Operations Command Center. The ghostly blue light reflected a gloomy face. On the huge electronic display screen, a red light dot representing the 7th Fleet was slowly moving. Report. Jiang Bin, the commander-in-chief of the Dragon Kingdom's East Sea Fleet, quickly stepped into the command center and saluted towards the few people in front of him. The Kitty Hawk Carrier Strike Group is in front, with the Ticonderoga and Spruance splitting the two flanks. Eagle Jam's 7th Fleet has fully entered our demarcated maneuver area. Lu Huaqing stood in front of the electronic sand table, his eyes like a torch. Looks like they took the bait. Satellite images show that they are adjusting their formation. At this moment, Fang Yu, who had followed Wu Qingyuan and Lu Huaqing, pointed at the screen and said, "It looks like they are preparing for a freedom of navigation demonstration shot." Upon hearing this, Wu Qingyuan walked to the sand table and gently traced his finger across the sea. "Commander Jiang, have you done all those things I asked you to do?" "It has been completed as planned," Jiang Bin said with a straight face. "We've towed the decommissioned Jiangbin class, Ingtan class, and over 20 other old warships to their intended locations. Each ship has been specially treated, and they do look like they're ready for maneuvers." "Very good." Lu Huaqing nodded slightly. "How are the preparations for the second phase?" "The shore-based missile units are already in position, and the WS-2 rocket group has also entered their preset positions." Jiang Bin pointed at a few blinking green dots on the coastline. "All fire control radars are on standby, but they're staying in passive mode for now." "What about the 2nd Artillery side?" "The 78th Regiment has completed its deployment and is ready to fire." Lu Huaqing turned to the Chief of Operations Staff. "Tell our submarines to remain silent. No matter what happens, don't reveal your position. We must be wary of the possibility of a real gunwipe." "Understood." The Chief of Staff quickly entered instructions on the terminal, giving out tasks to the submarines of the Dragon Kingdom that were lurking at the bottom of the sea. Meanwhile, inside the Southeast Strait exercise area. "What is going on here?" Simmons stood on the bridge of the command ship Blue Ridge, his binoculars almost being pinched out of shape by him. The scene in front of him baffled the American commander, who felt he had everything under control. It was true that there were more than 20 Dragon Kingdom warships floating in the maneuver area. However, each one of them looked worn out, and some of their decks were rusted. What was even weirder was that not a single human figure could be seen on these warships. "Sir, these should be old ships retired from the Dragon Kingdom." The intelligence officer looked over the information. "The newest one is also a product of the late 70s. What are the results of the scan?" No signs of any electronic equipment activation were found, and the radar didn't pick up any unusual signals. "These ships are like..." The intelligence officer paused, "like a bunch of floating iron shells." Simmons frowned. "This is what the so-called military maneuvers are? What a joke." "Maybe they're bluffing," the adjutant whispered. That's true." Simmons sneered. "It seems that the dragons can't even put together a decent maneuver, so they're fooling around with this scrap metal." He picked up his communicator. "Order the Kitty Hawk to take off 2 F-14s for a low-level reconnaissance flight. Also, have the accompanying reporters prepare their cameras. I want the whole world to see how the Dragon Nation is embarrassed." However, just at this moment, the radar operator suddenly shouted, "Sir, an anomaly has been detected in the coastal direction. A Dragon Kingdom warship is approaching towards US." "What?" However, just before Simmons had time to react, an icy voice from the Dragon Nation's side came over the communicator. "Eagle Sauce Navy 7th Fleet, you have entered the Dragon Kingdom's military exercise area. Now, the maneuver officially begins. Launch." With an order, 36 WS-2 rockets simultaneously raised their launchers from the Dragon Kingdom's coastal positions. Flames shone under the afternoon sun, and 288 rockets trailing a long tail flame whistled out like caged dragons. "Hell!" Simmons was gleefully preparing to film the Dragon Kingdom's exercise joke on the bridge when he was suddenly jolted by the ear-splitting alarm. "Multiple targets incoming. Radar shows over 200 incoming objects. Bearing 070, altitude 800 meters, speed subsonic. Confirmed rocket, expected to enter air defense fire range in 30 seconds. Various emergency reports were heard. Simmons instantly changed his face. "Damn, are they crazy? Really dare to fire on the Eagle Jam Navy?" But immediately afterward, he immediately ordered. "Aegis system operating at full power. Standard missiles ready to intercept. Proximity air defense systems in automatic mode. No matter what these Dragon Kingdom lunatics are trying to do, we can't let them succeed. The 7th Fleet's air defense network quickly opened up. The phased array radars of the cruiser Ticonderoga and destroyer Spruance rotated frantically, locking onto the incoming rockets. Interceptor missiles launched. Dozens of standard anti-aircraft missiles rose up from the ground, while at the same time, the close-in artillery systems began to spit fire. The sky was filled with intense explosions, and fireworks blossomed high in the sky. But there were too many rockets. The interception success rate is only 47%. There are still more than 150 surges. 15 seconds to effective range to attack the carrier. Simmons' cold sweat came down instantly. He gripped the railing tightly and looked at the dense red dots on the radar screen. At this moment, he suddenly realized that he might have made a fatal mistake. However, just when everyone thought that this would be a catastrophic strike, those surprise rockets suddenly changed trajectory. They crossed over the 7th Fleet's group of ships and headed straight for those abandoned Dragon Kingdom warships. Boom! 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 Deafening explosions rose and fell. Hundreds of rockets detonated in that area, forming a huge network of fire coverage. Smoke, fire, and shrapnel poured down like a torrential downpour. A dozen square kilometers of sea surface instantly turned into an inferno. Those abandoned warships were shattered under the intensive strikes, and some were even blown to the waist and slowly sank. The entire process lasted less than 2 minutes. When the smoke cleared, the sea where more than 20 warships had been floating had turned into a mess. Wreckage and debris floated on the surface of the sea, and thick smoke curled up. Simmons stood frozen in place, the binoculars slipping from his hands. He finally understood the intentions of the Dragon Kingdom people. This was not a drill, this was a naked warning. Just then, the calm voice of the Dragon Nation's side once again came over the communicator. Eagle Sauce Navy 7th Fleet, this is only the first wave of fire coverage for the maneuver. If you guys don't think it's enjoyable enough, we can continue. Of course, the target of the next round of maneuvers might not be those scrap iron. Hearing the calm to emotionless voice of the Dragon Kingdom warship, Simmons' face instantly turned white. He looked at the floating warship wreckage, and then at the shore position shown on the radar. There, the second wave of rockets were slowly adjusting their firing elements. Chapter 93 Jiang Bin's Request. Retreat. The entire fleet retreats immediately. After struggling for a long time, Simmons gritted his teeth and gave this order that he was most reluctant to utter in his life. The bridge was silent, no one dared to believe that the hallowed Eagle Jam 7th Fleet was actually knocked away by a few rounds of rockets. Damn those Rococo guys. Simmons slammed his fist on the combat deck. How dare they humiliate the Hawk Jam Navy like that? The adjutant wanted to speak. Commander, should we report this to the Department of Defense? Report what? Report that we were scared off by a third-rate country with a bunch of broken rockets? Simmons grimaced. Do you want me to become a laughingstock at the Pentagon? Looking at the rocket artillery positions that were still on standby on the radar screen, the arrogant American commander felt a sense of powerlessness for the first time. They had the most advanced battleships in the world, the best equipment, but they looked so woeful in the face of a saturation attack. What made it even harder for him to accept was that the Dragon Kingdom people didn't even try to really fight them. Those rockets were deliberately missing, clearly teasing them. Just wait and see, said Simmons through gritted teeth. One day, I'm going to make you guys pay. Meanwhile, inside the Dragon Kingdom Navy's Operations Command Center, a radar soldier stood up with a rub and shouted excitedly. Report all the chiefs. The 7th Fleet has begun to retreat, and is expected to completely leave the maneuver area in 20 minutes. At these words, the large command room fell into a moment of silence. But immediately after, a deafening cheer instantly erupted in the command center. The young staff officers excitedly high-fived each other, and even the ever-serious Jiang Bin revealed a rare smile. Good. Well played. Lu Huaqing couldn't hide his excitement. This battle has fought out our military might and the ambition of the Dragon Kingdom people. Wu Qingyuan shook his head with a smile. Old Lu, you made the right bet this time. If you hadn't insisted on using the tactic of making an example of us, we really wouldn't have been able to bluff Eagle Sauce. This is all thanks to Fang Yu. Lu Huaqing turned to Fang Yu at his side. He was the one who came up with the idea of using the abandoned warship as bait. You kid, not only are you a good hand at weapon design, even your combat tactics can be designed with such subtlety. I have to say, the brain is indeed smart. Fang Yu was about to be modest when Lu Huaqing had already clapped his hands. You don't need to be modest, this time you have made such a great achievement. I, old Lu, have nothing to reward you. I will immediately hand you up a report. Recorded 2nd class merit, broken promotion, major rank. Uncle Lu. General, this isn't too good. Fang Yu was momentarily too excited to speak. To know, not all military engineers have a military status, let alone coming up with a major rank. Although it is not true that he is manufacturing the WS-2 rocket launcher, but this consolation seems to be a little too heavy. Come on, don't push your luck. Jiang Bin also said with a smile. This time, if it wasn't for your ploy, we really can't end it well. This military rank, you deserve it. Don't say you're not from the army, you're Northern Industries, originally divided from our military industrial unit, breaking bones and connecting tendons. Amidst the laughter, the Chief of Operations Staff reminded everyone, don't get too happy too soon. Although we've scared Eagle Jam back this time, they definitely won't let up. We have to be prepared for a long struggle. That's right. Lu Huaqing gathered his smile, today's victory is just the beginning. Tell the fighters to continue to remain vigilant and be ready for new challenges. The crowd responded in unison. Alright, since Eagle Sauce has already retreated, let's withdraw our war preparations, and you all go rest and relax as well. Upon hearing this, Lu Huaqing nodded and added immediately afterward. The others can leave, Fang Yu, you stay for a while, I still have something to discuss with you. Yes. Fang Yu froze for a moment at his words, and immediately afterward nodded. Soon, only Lu Huaqing, Wu Qingyuan and Zhang Bin were left inside the Dragon Nation Naval Operations Center. Uncle Lu, you left me behind, is there something else? Seeing that there were no more outsiders on the scene, Fang Yu reverted to his private address and asked. Old Lu and I are not doing anything, the one who wants to find you is someone else. Upon hearing this, Wu Qingyuan laughed and with a tilt of his head, nuzzled his mouth and said. Xiao Jiang, I've left the person for you. If there is something, just say it quickly, after this village, there is no such store. Upon hearing this, Zhang Bin, who was the commander-in-chief of the East Sea Fleet, hurriedly stood up and said in a somewhat restrained manner. Yes. Thanks to the two old leaders in order to matchmaking. Okay, sit down and say, are a family, thank what thank. At this time, seeing Zhang Bin's action, Lu Huaqing unscrewed the thermos cup and took a sip, slowly said. Yes, Mr. Jiang, what do you need? You direct instructions is, why be so polite? At this time, Fang Yu also saw that who exactly was the main person looking for himself today. Therefore, immediately bringing out a smile, he said to Zhang Bin. Mr. Jiang, go ahead, I'll listen to whatever needs you have. Since you are so forthcoming, old brother Fang, then I won't beat around the bush. Seeing Fang Yu acting so readily, Zhang Bin seemed to have relaxed a lot and immediately grinned. Elder brother Fang, there is something I don't know if I should ask. I heard many people in the military say that the 99A tank that we got first place in the tank national competition organized by Big Mao was built by you. Is there such a thing? Not bad, that 99A was indeed built by me. Fang Yu sniffed and was a bit puzzled. Is there something wrong with you asking this, Mr. Jian? No, I am simply curious. Hearing Fang Yu's exact answer, Zhang Bin's eyes instantly flashed with a flash of brilliance, and his face also took on a flushing color due to excitement. Immediately afterward, he asked in a voice tinged with anticipation. First you built a 99A tank that can rival the Eagle Sauce, and now you've built a godly weapon like the WS-2 that can force back the 7th Fleet. Older brother Fang really is a hero out of a young man. I just don't know, apart from designing army equipment, is old brother Fang interested in building 1 or 2 new pieces of equipment for our navy as well? Chapter 94 Modern Class? That's nothing. So it's this. Upon hearing this, Fang Yu came to a realization and then said with a straight face. Mr. Jiang, what kind of equipment do you want? Tell me specifically. As long as I can do it, I will never excuse myself. Zhang Bin rubbed his hands together as if he was somewhat embarrassed. I know that our current technical level is limited, so I don't dare to expect too much. If I can have a destroyer with a performance close to that of the Daimao Modern Class, I would be satisfied. Modern Class? Fang Yu nodded thoughtfully. That's the destroyer with a displacement of 6,500 tons, a full load displacement of 8,500 tons, a maximum speed of 32 knots, and equipped with the Sunburn anti-ship missile system? Mr. Jiang, are you sure that just this level of the modern class is enough? Enough is enough. Zhang Bin nodded repeatedly. The modern class is already very good. 6,500 tons of displacement, equipped with an advanced phased array radar, and a vertical launch system. Speaking here, he smiled bitterly. To be honest, even at this level of the modern class, it's still out of reach for us. Zhang Bin stood up and walked over to the East Sea Fleet establishment chart hanging on the wall, pointing to the list of ships on it. Look at what we have now. Type 051 destroyer, an old ship that was commissioned in 1971, even the phased array radar is not there, the fire control system is still at the level of the 60s. And look at our frigate, Type 053H, not even 3,000 tons. Air defense capability relies on a few twin 37mm anti-aircraft guns, not even equipped with short-range anti-aircraft missiles. His voice was filled with helplessness. These warships, in the 70s are still okay, but now it's almost 95 years old. Lu Huaqing and Wu Qingyuan looked at each other, both seeing heartache in the other's eyes. As older generation soldiers, they were too aware of the hardship of the Dragon Navy over the years. You know, every time I see Eagle Sauce's Burke class hanging around in front of our house, this heart of mine is like a knife cutting. Zhang Bin sighed heavily. People, that is a real god weapon. 9,000 tons displacement, Aegis system, more than 90 vertical launch units. But this kind of warship, we don't even dare to think about it. Just that Aegis system alone costs hundreds of millions of dollars. Not to mention all those advanced sensors and weapon systems. He turned to Fang Yu. That's why we're pragmatic now. We don't want to be able to arm wrestle with Eagle Jam, as long as we can suppress Frog Island. As you know, Frog Island's strongest right now are the Lafitte-class and Perry-class, which are just over 3,000 tons. Now we easily have the 052, but it's still in the sea trial stage. And to be honest, the performance is still poor in all aspects. Jiang Bin's tone carried a deep sense of helplessness. This can't be blamed on the designers, it's mainly because our technical base is too thin. Look at our radar, it's still using mechanical scanning fire control system, it's still using old analog circuits, even the shipboard communication equipment, it's still at the level of the 70s. Speaking here, Jiang Bin's voice was a bit choked. Every time I maneuver, seeing my fleet like this, it's hard on my heart. Although I know that our Dragon Kingdom's economy is in the transition stage is very difficult, but the strength of the Navy, even Frog Island can't compare. So he turned to Fang Yu with a pleading look in his eyes. I know that letting you design warships is a bit of an imposition. But I've heard all about your accomplishments in army equipment. If you can help our Navy. Fang Yu looked at the fleet commander in front of him who carried a general star on his shoulder, but at the moment, he was like an elder pleading for a child's help, and his heart could not help but be touched. He looked at the fleet establishment chart on the wall, and behind the string of old ship types, it was as if he saw the figures of countless Navy generals working day and night. They knew that their equipment was backward, but they still had to maneuver with the strong enemy in the high winds and waves of the sea. In a flash, Fang Yu fell into deep thought. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. The three pairs of eyes present all stared at Fang Yu, waiting for the answer to come out of his mouth. Finally, after a moment of contemplation, Fang Yu's voice resounded once again. I'm sorry, Mr. Jiang. I'm afraid I can't build you a warship similar to the modern class. As soon as Fang Yu's words fell, Jiang Bin's face instantly darkened. He forced a smile and waved his hand. It's fine, I'm just saying it off the top of my head. After all, warships are not tanks, these are two completely different fields. Lu Huacheng and Wuqing Yuan also revealed expressions of understanding. Indeed, there were too many factors to consider when designing a warship, from the hull structure to the power system, from the electronic equipment to the weapon configuration, each of which required deep professional expertise. Little Fang, Lu Huacheng said amiably, you don't need to be under pressure. Being able to build the 99A and the WS-2 rocket launcher is already remarkable, the Navy sighed. Chief, you've misunderstood. Fang Yu suddenly interrupted. I'm not saying that it can't be done, but I don't see the need to waste time at this level of the modern class. At these words, the conference room fell silent. Instead of building a second-rate warship, it's better to just. Fang Yu took a deep breath. Build a destroyer that surpasses the Arleigh Burke class. What? Jiang Bin stood up in his totem, his thermos cup almost falling on the ground. What did you say? Surpassing the Arleigh Burke? The fountain pen in Wuqing Yuan's hand snapped and fell onto the table, the ink splashing out a few blue marks. He couldn't bother to wipe it, he just stared at Fang Yu with wide eyes. Little Fang, you're not kidding, right? The Arleigh Burke is. Lu Huacheng's voice was a little shaky. That's the most advanced destroyer in the world. Aegis system, vertical launch system, phased array radar. Elder brother Fang, Jiang Bin's voice changed tone. I know you have outstanding abilities, but is this too radical? Wuqing Yuan took over. You know that the Arleigh Burke class is a collection of decades of Eagle Jam's shipbuilding technology. That Spy 1 radar alone is worth hundreds of millions of dollars. Not to mention. I understand everyone's concerns. Fang Yu said calmly, but please believe me. Although I, Fang Yu, am not a big shot, my words have never been a mouthful of spit. As long as I am given the time and resources, not only will I be able to design a destroyer that surpasses the Arleigh Burke in terms of performance, the cost of construction will also be kept within reasonable limits. Lu Huacheng and Wuqing Yuan glanced at each other, both seeing shock and doubt in each other's eyes. They understood the complexity of modern warships too well. Even for the world's military-industrial powerhouses, it would take years from design to construction. Little Fang, Lu Huacheng weighed his words. Aren't you too idealistic? You know that we can't even build a phased array radar right now. Chief, Fang Yu's eyes were unusually firm. I remember you said that one should be realistic. Since I dared to say such a thing, it must have been well thought out. The conference room once again fell into silence. Jiang Bin sat dumbfounded in his chair, the expression on his face ranging from loss to shock to disbelief, and finally even took on a glimmer of hope. You mean? His voice trembled a little. You're really sure? Chief, when I said that I wanted to build the 99A that could defeat the M1A1 tanks, Major Man Guangji Man also had this reaction. Fang Yu smiled slightly. But how did it turn out? Not only did I build it, but I also took first place in the Daimao competition. Lu Huacheng and Wuqing Yuan glanced at each other, both seeing the vibration in each other's eyes. They knew Fang Yu too well. This young man never spoke empty words. Are you serious? Lu Huacheng took a deep breath. 1,000 times true. Fang Yu nodded solemnly. Give me 3 months, I promise to come up with a complete set of design plans. The conference room once again fell into silence. Jiang Bin's hands trembled slightly, his eyes flashing with disbelief. If what Fang Yu said was true, it would be nothing short of a revolution for the Dragon Navy. Old Wu, what do you think? Lu Huaqing turned to his old partner of many years. Wu Qingyuan stroked his beard, his eyes flashing with brilliance. Since it's what Fang Yu said, let him try it. Anyway, he smiled meaningfully. This kid has never let us down, has he? Chapter 95, Chinese Divine Shield, 052D. After promising to build this new type of destroyer. After exchanging pleasantries with Jiang Bin for a while, Fang Yu followed Wu Qingyuan and the others on the airplane and flew back to Northern Industries. After a night's rest, Fang Yu began the road of research and development on this warship that had gathered the great expectations of the Dragon Nation's navy. Inside the office of Northern Industries, Fang Yu had several drawings spread out in front of him, and the pencil in his hand was constantly sketching on the paper. Although he had already promised Jiang Bin that he would build a warship for the Dragon Navy that would be comparable to the Arleigh Burke-class, or even surpass the other. But exactly how to do it, Fang Yu still needs to consider it a little more. After all, in the future, there were still quite a few warships that could surpass the first-generation Alabek in terms of comprehensive strength. Of course, the first thing that comes to Fang Yu's mind must be the Dragon Kingdom's Blue Star's first large drive that is able to single-handedly take on an entire fleet of aircraft carriers, known as the Blade C-class 055 large drive. Type 055. He softly recited the number, a hint of regret flashing in his eyes. As the top main ship of the future Dragon Kingdom Navy, the Type 055 destroyer was undoubtedly the perfect choice. With a full load displacement of 12,000 tons, 128 vertical launch units, dual-band phased array radar, and an all-electric propulsion system. These configurations are simply science fiction when placed in the year 94. It's a pity. Fang Yu shook his head and crossed out one parameter on the drawing. The current industrial base simply won't hold up. Let's just talk about that dual-band phased array radar alone. The gallium nitride chip that's needed can't even be built as a sample right now. He flipped through the list of materials, and the T are components of the phased array antenna. The current process level can't even guarantee the yield rate. Fang Yu stood up and walked to the window. In the distant plant, a machine tool was roaring. 128 vertical launch units. He shook his head with a bitter smile. Even if the launch units are built, what missiles can be loaded into them now? Hawk 83, Red Flag 7, isn't this a joke? He resumed his seat at the table, his eyes sweeping over several other candidate ship types before finally stopping on a peculiar design. Jumwalt. Fang Yu couldn't help but laugh out loud. That's an interesting toy. This stealth destroyer that was blown up by Eagle Sauce was simply a joke in Fang Yu's opinion. In order to pursue the stealth effect, make a sharp angular ship shape, looks like an overturned iron basin. An experiment costing $4 billion. Fang Yu shook his head and sighed. That advanced electromagnetic cannon system alone burned up $1 billion, and what happened? Each shell costs $800,000, so expensive that even Eagle Jam itself doesn't dare to shoot it. He picked up a red pen and drew a big cross on Jumwalt's drawing. 80 drogue units for a 15,000-ton displacement, that's an outrageous configuration ratio. And that full stealth design is simply stealth for the sake of stealth, with no consideration for real-world requirements. Fang Yu remembered the news he had read in the future and couldn't help but laugh again. The most hilarious thing is that this big ship that claims to be able to fight against all rough sea conditions ended up breaking down in the Panama Canal. If this is put in a real battle, wouldn't it become a living target? Forget it, this kind of work of art is better left for Eagle Jam to play with itself. He threw Jumwalt's drawing straight into the waste paper basket. Re-examining the remaining options, Fang Yu's gaze finally landed on the drawing of the 052D. At once, there was a bright light in front of his eyes. In the journey of modernization of the Dragon Kingdom Navy, the 052 series destroyers were like a living epic of evolution. The story starts from the early 90s. At that time, the main force of the Dragon Navy was still the old Type 051 destroyer. After seeing the stunning performance of the Eagle Sauce Aegis warships in the Gulf War, the Dragon Navy realized that it was time to develop a new generation of destroyers. 94 years, that is, this year. The first Type 052 destroyer began construction. This warship named Harbin, displacement of 4,800 tons, equipped with two double 100mm guns, and 8 groups of Eagle 83 anti-ship missiles. Although compared to the same period of the Burke-class there is still a small gap, but for the Dragon country at the time, has been a major breakthrough. After entering the new century, the 052B type destroyer came out of nowhere. Displacement increased to 5,800 tons, the first time equipped with French Chicken domestic sealess phased array radar. This is the first time the Dragon Navy tried phased array technology, although still need to rely on imports, but has taken a key step on the right path. The real qualitative change took place in the Type 052C destroyer. This warship, known to outsiders as the Chinese Divine Shield, is equipped with a fully self-developed Type 346 phased array radar with 48 universal vertical launch systems. When it was launched in 2004, it even caused a lot of shock in the foreign naval community. The Dragon State finally has its own regional air defense destroyer. The emergence of Type 052D, on the other hand, signaled that the Dragon Kingdom had fully mastered the design and construction technology of modern destroyers. Improved 346A phased array radar, 64 universal vertical launch units, brand new shipboard weapon system. This was no longer a simple upgrade, but a revolutionary leap. From the initial 4,800 tons to the current 7,500 tons, from the mechanically scanned radar to the advanced phased array system, from a single anti-ship mission to a full range of combat capabilities. Every progress of the 052 series has gathered the efforts and wisdom of the generals of the Dragon Navy. Interestingly, the Burke class that the Dragon Navy looked up to in those days, in the era of the 052D, is no longer a distant goal. In many aspects of the performance of the 052D, can already be compared with it, and even in some areas, such as the advanced radar system, but also slightly better. This series is still evolving at the moment. New and improved versions are said to be under construction, equipped with more advanced phased array radars and more powerful combat systems. It has even been said that without the 052, there would be no birth of the Dragon Kingdom's future 055 large drive. As one admiral said, the 052 series is like a mirror reflecting the growth of the Dragon Navy. From the initial chaser, to today's side-by-side, we used more than 20 years to complete the journey of others for 50 years. The Eagle Sauce Navy, on the other hand, was addicted to the illusion that the old man was number one in the world, constantly throwing money at flashy warships like the Jumwalt. With the continuous disappearance of industrialization, directly to a two-level reversal, can only look at the 055 big drive drooling. At the thought of this, Fang Yu secretly nodded his head. This is a good choice. He carefully scrutinized this destroyer known as the Chinese Divine Shield. With a displacement of 7,500 tons and 64 general-purpose drogue units, the performance and cost are relatively balanced. Most importantly, its technical difficulty is relatively moderate. The main systems are improved on the basis of existing technology, and will not cause too much impact on the industrial system. Fang Yu picked up a pencil and began to make changes on the 052D's drawings. Although he could not directly copy the future design, it was still feasible to borrow some of the ideas. Simplify the radar system first, using the improved version of the Type 346 phased array radar will be enough. The pedo system is set at 48 units for the time being, let's wait for the missile technology to catch up. His pen moved quickly over the drawing, stopping from time to time to calculate the data. The sunlight outside the window was slanting westward, casting a golden glow on the office. In this light, a brand new destroyer was taking shape on the drawings. It might not be as powerful as the 055, but it was already a big enough leap for the Dragon Navy of 94. Chapter 96, Man Kuzuki's Revisit. Fang Yu sat in front of his desk, scrutinizing the design drawings of the 052. To transform it into a battleship comparable to the Arleigh Burke, the most critical are two systems, the vertical launch system and the phased array radar. Let's start with the vertical launch system. Now the 052 is still using the box launcher, is the kind of fixed on the deck of the big iron box. This launch method seems simple, but it is full of problems. First of all, it takes up space. A set of box launchers must take up a large amount of deck space, and the position cannot be placed randomly, must consider the safety angle of the missile launch. This directly limited the number of missiles that Fang Yu could equip. Secondly, poor versatility. Box launchers can generally only launch one type of missile. For example, if it was fitted with anti-ship missiles, it could not launch anti-aircraft missiles. In modern naval warfare, this singularity was the Achilles heel. The worst part is the slow reaction time. A box launcher has to turn the entire launch box to aim, and when it encounters an unexpected situation, the yellow flowers are cold. The vertical launch system is different. It is like a row of missile canisters buried in the warship. The need to launch, the missile directly rub a scurry upward, and then adjust the attitude in the air to hit the target. Such a design has several wonderful points. First, save space. The vertical launch system is hidden under the deck, and the top can be used to place other equipment. And because it is a vertical launch, do not have to consider the impact of surrounding obstacles, the layout is more flexible. Second, a cylinder multi-purpose. Modern general-purpose vertical launch unit can be loaded with various types of missiles, anti-aircraft, anti-ship, anti-submarine can be, what you need to load what, flexible. Third, fast response speed. There is no need to adjust the launch angle, and it can be launched within a few seconds after receiving the order. In modern naval warfare, this speed advantage is often a guarantee of survival. Then, there is the phased array radar. This is the eyes of the modern destroyer. The traditional mechanical scanning radar is like a person holding a flashlight everywhere, while the phased array radar is scanning with an electron beam, much faster, much more accurate. What's more, phased array radars can track multiple targets at once. In modern naval warfare, threats can come from any direction. There are anti-ship missiles on the surface, warplanes in the sky, and submarines underwater. Without phased array radar, it's like fighting a war with your eyes half blindfolded, it's too dangerous. Moreover, phased array radars are capable of rapid beam switching, allowing them to search for distant targets as well as accurately tracking near threats. This capability is especially important in the face of saturation attacks. For example, if the enemy launched dozens of anti-ship missiles at the same time, it would be impossible to cope without a phased array radar. But Fang Yu rubbed his temples. Both of these things are not easy to get. The vertical launch system needed to solve a series of technical difficulties such as airflow control after the missile came out of the tube, fire and explosion prevention, and so on. The phased array radar was even more involved in microwave technology, signal processing, phase control and other cutting-edge fields. Even if one has the help of the system, but to put these technologies into practice, but still need to conduct a lot of experiments to prove, finalize. However, these were all thresholds that had to be crossed. In order to truly build a modernized destroyer, it would never work without these two things. Fang Yu picked up a pen and started sketching the improvement program on the drawing. Although it was difficult, as long as the direction was right, even the most difficult problems could always be solved. After all, this was a crucial step in the rise of the Dragon Nation's navy, so there was no room for sloppiness. However, just as Fang Yu rubbed his eyes and prepared to continue ambling and shooting, a knock on the door, however, suddenly sounded. Mr. Fang, the door of the office was pushed open, and a young technician hurriedly ran in. There is an officer outside who claims to be manhwa who wants to see you, saying that he has something important to say. Manchu Kuzuki? What is he doing here again? Upon hearing this, Fang Yu felt a bit of a headache. With a bunch of things to be busy with on his side, to put it mildly, he really didn't have the time to meet this major man, who was disliked by people and dogs in the military. Just say that I'm not in. Good, you kid, earn me more than 600 million soft sister coins, turn your eyes and don't intend to recognize people? Who knows? Before that technician went to reply, manhwa unexpectedly barged in by himself, and after pushing open the door, said in a somewhat helpless tone. Seeing that it's a promotion coming, this temper is just big, huh, Major Fang? Oh, look at what you said, you are our factory's great god of wealth, I can't not see you even if I don't see anyone. Upon hearing this, Fang Yu's attitude immediately made a 180-degree change. Senior Colonel Man, quickly sit. Little Wang, quickly go and brew a cup of tea for Major Man. Alright, no need to get busy, I don't have time to drink tea and chat in your place. Seeing Fang Yu being so fake polite, manhwa let out a bitter smile and sat down on the sofa. Senior Colonel Man, you are not on the grasslands of Zhu Rai, teaching those participating troops a good lesson. How come you have time to come to my place? Is it hard to believe that it's a vacation? Vacation? I would like to, but I don't have this good fortune. At those words, manhwa bristled. Speaking of which, the reason why I've returned to the imperial capital is still thanks to your old brother's blessing. Me? How could I be so capable? Upon hearing this, Fang Yu picked up his own teacup, took a big sip and laughed. You don't have the ability? You're capable of so much. If it wasn't for those two things you researched for the 38th Army and the 15th Army, could I have been face surged to the command twice in a row? After hearing Fang Yu's words, manhwa couldn't hold it in any longer and said with a look of displeasure. If it wasn't for the 2 losses in a row, how would I have been called back by the group of old men in the center to be criticized severely? Yo, then it seems that this really has something to do with me. Upon hearing this, Fang Yu laughed and said with some embarrassment. Okay, my side of the work is almost done, today at noon full Major you do not go. Outside the factory there is a copper pot fat sheep, old brother my treat, let's have a good rubber meal, it is considered that I give brother Manchu you make amends. Okay. I'm sorry. It seems like I'm missing you for that meal. Hearing this, manhwa said with a helpless face. I also understand, you are a business, the money sent to the door naturally cannot not earn. However, since I am so sympathetic, then you see. It seems that Major Man is looking for us to customize weapons and equipment again? Hey, I told you earlier, with our relationship, how could I not help you? Alright, that's good enough, then I'll say it. Upon hearing this, manhwa was also smiling. But the next sentence made Fang Yu's smile freeze on his face. I don't want anything else, if you really want to compensate my hurt heart, then build me an airplane. Chapter 97, What I Want is a Drone. Build an airplane? Fang Yu's smile instantly freezes, and the teacup in his hand rests heavily on the table, making a thud sound. Immediately afterward, he shouted to little Wang, the technician who was busy boiling water and brewing tea. Xiao Wang, don't be busy brewing tea first. You go to find the nearest mental hospital in our factory, and ask if there are any beds for us, Major Man, for US. Alas? Elder brother Fang, what do you mean by this? Upon hearing this, manhwa was stunned and said immediately afterward. I'm talking to you about business, don't joke with me. Joking? Colonel Man, you were the one who joked with me first. He stood up, his tone turning abruptly cold. I say, do you not think too highly of me as well? Building airplanes is the business of the aviation industry, we at Northern Industries can't control this mess. If you have nothing else to do, then please return, I have work to do here. Don't. At those words, manhwa hurriedly got up and pulled Fang Yu, who was preparing to send off his guests, by the hand. Don't blow me off just yet. I'm not talking about a fighter jet. Seeing Fang Yu's gloomy face, Man Guangji anxiously rubbed his hands. Listen to my explanation, I'm talking about drones. It's that kind of small airplane that doesn't need to be piloted by a human. Fang Yu looked at him coldly, a drone? Yes. Man Guangji looked like he had grabbed a life-saving straw. It's that kind of gadget that can fly in the sky for a long time and is specially used for reconnaissance. He sat back down on the sofa with a strange light shining in his eyes. You don't know, some time ago I read a piece of intelligence that said Eagle Jam used a kind of drone called Herald in the Gulf War. That thing is simply. Manchu Koji excitedly gesticulated. It could fly around in the sky for 10 hours or so, carrying a camera around with it. What the enemy is doing underground, all cannot escape its eyes. Tell me, if our Blue Army also had such a thing, why would we still need to be beaten so badly by your new equipment? He shook his head with a bitter smile. At least it can detect the enemy in advance, and it is not as bad as being touched by others to the door of the command headquarters. Fang Yu looked at this king of the Blue Army who had reigned supreme in Zhurai base, but at the moment, he was like a child who longed for a new toy, and couldn't help but cry and laugh. Major man, don't dream about it. Fang Yu resumed, sitting back in his chair. That kind of drone is not something that can be built casually. The flight control system alone is. I know it's difficult. Man Guangji interrupted, but aren't you the best at doing this kind of difficult work, elder brother Fang? Which of the 99A tanks, the new anti-tank missiles, the Type 191 assault rifles, and the WS-2 rocket launcher weren't sky high in terms of RD difficulty? Didn't you still get it done? He moved forward and lowered his voice. And, think about it, if you can really build it, it's groundbreaking. Our military doesn't even have a working drone right now, if you could have gotten it to work. Besides, Man Guangji winked, if you do me this favor, I can't let you do it for nothing, right? Zhurai side every year there are many foreign troops to participate in the exercise, if you need any reference materials. Fang Yu looked at the pleasing smile on Man Guangji's face, and couldn't help but think of the king of the Blue Army in the maneuvering field of the formidable appearance. At this moment, he still has the appearance of a battlefield-killing god. Colonel Man, what are you encouraging me to do? Fang Yu looked at him with a smile on his face. Aya, how do you say this, old brother Fang? Man Guangji slapped his thigh, I'm doing this for the sake of our army's development. Think about it, if we really have this kind of drone, then won't we be able to? During maneuvers? His eyes got brighter and brighter, as if he had already seen the sight of drones soaring over the grasslands of Zhurai. That beautiful image of being able to grasp the enemy situation in real time and never having to worry about being sneak attacked again made this old soldier unable to hide his excitement. Mr. Fang, Major Fang. Just do me this favor. Man Guangji almost carried a pleading tone. Besides, it's about to be New Year's Eve, and the special grant from the center is coming down. You northern industries are open for business. You wouldn't even want to earn the money that's delivered to your door, right? Upon hearing this, Fang Yu put down the teacup in his own hand, rubbed his chin, and fell into deep thought. A moment later. Okay, I promise you. After pondering for a moment, Fang Yu slowly said. This decision was not just to fulfill Man Guangji's request. As a military industry expert from the future, Fang Yu was too clear about the importance of drones in the future battlefield. In his memory, that large-scale war that took place on the plains of Eastern Europe was the best example of how drones changed the shape of war. Those commercial drones costing only a few tens of thousands of dollars could carry improvised bombs after simple modifications. They circled the battlefield in swarms, looking for signs of armored convoys. Once they spot a target, they swoop down like locusts. Even the most advanced main battle tanks are extremely vulnerable to these swarm strikes. Those multi-million-dollar armored behemoths are often hit by bombs falling from the sky and hitting their fragile top armor without even seeing the enemy's shadow. Even more frightening are the reconnaissance drones. They hover at high altitude like ghosts, transmitting every movement of enemy troops back to the command center. In this kind of transparent battlefield, any tactical maneuver could not be seen. Fang Yu clearly remembered how far the future Dragon Kingdom's drone technology had developed. Whether it was the Winged Dragon series or the Rainbow series, they all occupied an important position in the international market. But now, everything had to start from scratch. Since this was the case, it was only natural that the sooner the research was started, the better. Elder brother Fang. Thank you so much. Manchu Guangji was so excited that he almost jumped up. Don't worry, as long as you can help me get this thing, I promise. Don't rush to thank me first. Fang Yu interrupted him. Tell me first, what kind of drone do you specifically want? What are the performance parameters required? This. Man Guangji pulled out a piece of information from his bag. I have the basic parameters of the Eagle Sauce Herald and Dai Shengwood Explorer here. It would be great if they could reach this level. He flipped over the information and pointed at the data on it. Look, the Pioneer drone, with a wingspan of 5.2 meters, a maximum takeoff weight of 190 kilograms, and an endurance that can reach 6-8 hours. The most crucial thing is that it can carry a day and night optoelectronic pod, so it can scout both day and night. Speaking here, Manchu Guangji's eyes flashed with envy. Every time I maneuver, I hate to have such a clairvoyant eye as well. If I have it, who can still sneak up on my command? He turned to the next page. There's also the Israelis Explorer. Although it's a bit smaller, its performance isn't bad at all. The maximum range is 500 kilometers, the cruising altitude can go up to 4,500 meters, and Man Guangji said, his voice suddenly lowered. The most impressive thing is its data link system. It's said to be able to transmit images back to the ground station in real time, with an accuracy that can reach 1 meter. Commanders sitting at the command headquarters can clearly see the situation dozens of kilometers away. His tone was filled with yearning. Every time I think that the enemy might be staring at us with something like this, I get uncomfortable. Yet we're stuck with the same old reconnaissance planes and risk getting shot down. So, I don't expect anything. As long as you can get a drone that's similar to these two, I'll be satisfied. Chapter 98, another 100 million order? Just this request? After Fang Yu listened to Man Guangji's description, the corner of his mouth revealed a hint of a smiling expression. This point? Man Guangji froze for a moment. This is already the world's most advanced level of drones, is it still? Fang Yu gently shook his head with a hint of disdain in his eyes. Senior Colonel Man, this pattern of thinking of yours is still a little small. He stood up and paced to the window. Think about it, even if you can really build a drone exactly like the Herald, what can you do? Isn't it stifling to spot an enemy and not be able to do anything about it? This. Man Guangyi was at a loss for words. Besides, Fang Yu turned around, 6-8 hours of range, 190 kilometers per hour, do you think it's enough? What if the enemy is further away? Or what if we need to scout continuously for more than 8 hours? Man Guangji's eyes lit up. Elder brother Fang, what do you mean? I can design a better drone for you. Fang Yu's tone carried a strong confidence. Not a simple imitation, but surpassing. He picked up a pen and quickly drew on the paper. First of all, the endurance is raised to 10-12 hours so that a full combat schedule can be guaranteed. At the same time, the speed of the drone is increased to over 260 kilometers so that a quick response can be ensured. The most important thing is? A sharp glint flashed through Fang Yu's eyes. It can not only reconnaissance but also strike. Strike? Man Guangji stood up violently. You mean? Yes, scouting and striking. Fang Yu said indifferently. It can carry 2 small missiles or 4-6 guided bombs. After discovering the target, it can immediately carry out a precision strike. There's no need to wait for ground troops or aviation support. Of course. He gave Man Guangji a meaningful look. A better design will require more investment, which will require some additional R&D funding. Man Guangji, however, couldn't be bothered to think about the funding, his eyes blazing with light. This drone can really be built? Fang Yu let out a light laugh. Senior Colonel Man, do you think I will talk big? His tone carried an almost arrogant confidence. I don't dare to say anything else, but in this regard, I really haven't been afraid of anyone. If you think the Herald is enough, then I can draw you a drawing right now. But if you want truly game-changing equipment. He paused meaningfully. Man Guangji immediately understood. Elder brother Fang, just say it, I'll figure out how much funding I need. Good. Talking business with my brother man is a pain in the ass. Seeing Man Guangji's chest beat loudly, Fang Yu's mouth lifted up a harmless smile. Then, let's sign the contract here? Sign. Sign it right away. Thinking that he was about to get the integrated drone that even Eagle Sauce and Big Hair didn't have, Man Guangji was suddenly filled with bravado. Elder brother Fang, just tell us directly how much it will cost to design this set of drones. Oh, not much. Fang Yu casually waved his hand. If we build one similar to the Herald, 40 million would be enough. Man Guangji immediately sighed in relief. That's okay, on my side. However, Fang Yu's words changed. If you want that kind of new model that is integrated with checking and hitting, it will take 100 million. Put. Man Guangji sprayed out a mouthful of tea. Elder brother Fang, you are addicted to asking for money. He grimaced bitterly, living like a pitiful man whose wife had found out about his personal money. That 99A cost me $100 million last time, another 100 million this time? You're pushing me to the brink of extinction. Man Guangji stood up and started circling around the office. Since you gleaned away what little I had at once last time, our entire Blue Army has been so poor that we haven't gotten new uniforms for months. Seeing that it's hard to get to the new year, the funds from the center are finally going to be in place, and you come back with this. He suddenly stopped and looked at Fang Yu with a grumpy face. You are trying to pull the last wool over my eyes. This is all the wool I have on my body. You have to leave me some to keep me warm. Fang Yu held back his laughter. Major man, you've misunderstood. Misunderstood? Manchu Guangji's eyes lit up. What you mean is? This time it's soft sister coins, not dollars. The office was suddenly quiet for 3 seconds. Really? Man Guangji grabbed Fang Yu's hand. You're not joking with me? Of course not. And? Fang Yu added slowly, after the design is completed, how about giving you 10 prototypes to try out? You know, the cost of such a drone is also in the hundreds of thousands of dollars up and down it. Snap. Hearing Fang Yu's words, Man Guangji violently slapped his hand on the table. You don't say it. The contract. Where is the contract? I'll sign it now. Looking at Manchu Guangji's agitated appearance, Fang Yu could not help but snicker. Colonel Man, you're in too much of a hurry, aren't you? What if I pit you? Pit it then. Man Guangji's bravado was overwhelming. I'm used to being pitted by you anyway. That $100 million for the 99 last time, it hurts me to think about it now. But, he raised a finger, it's worth it. A penny is worth a penny, I still understand this truth. Upon hearing this, Fang Yu, who was in the process of drafting the contract, picked up a smile at the corner of his mouth and said calmly, Major Man, the way you say this, I'm embarrassed to pit you. Come on. Man Guangyi snatched the contract and signed his big name with a dragon's flourish. If you don't pit me, I'd rather worry if you're receiving favors from others. Looking at Man Guangji happily leaving with the contract in his pocket, Fang Yu shook his head and smiled. This Blue Army Demon King is more like a child than anyone else in front of the equipment. However, this time, he did give a very generous price. To know, at the same time, Eagle Sauce is developing the Predator Check and Fight 1 drone, the cost of a single, more than $4.5 million US. Converted into soft sister currency, that can be 36 million soft sister currency. And yourself? The same performance, their own investigation in fighting 1 drone, not counting the design costs, the cost of one is only 10 million soft dollars. According to Reason, even if he doubled the contract price, I'm afraid that Man Guangji would only agree. However, the importance of drones in the future was not something that could be measured in terms of money. What's more, he could also take this opportunity to lay out the future drone industry in advance. Thinking of this, Fang Yu sighed. A little loss is a little loss. After all, who let himself be so bent on serving the country? Chapter 99 Dragon Country's first drone, Winged Dragon 1. The renovation project of the 052 destroyer was not something that could be completed overnight. Therefore, after determining the direction of the research, Fang Yu still decided that he would first get the drone given to Man Guangji. System, immediately import the entire production data of the Winged Dragon 1 drone into my brain. Sitting on his office chair, Fang Yu closed his eyes and said to the system in his head. The reason why Fang Yu decided to pick the Winged Dragon 1 as the first military drone of the Dragon Kingdom was also due to his considerations. Fang Yu sat in front of his desk with several sketches spread out in front of him. As a military industry expert from the future, he knew the future drone development of Dragon Kingdom like the back of his hand. Rainbow 4? Dark Arrow? Winged Dragon 10? Fang Yu shook his head. These are indeed all good things, but they simply cannot be built now. It was simple. To see if a drone could be built, there was nothing more than just a few points to look at. Those were the industrial base, the accumulation of technology, and the threshold of use. Although the Rainbow 4 has excellent performance, the requirements for composite materials are too high. At the current level of technology, even the most basic carbon fiber can't be made well, let alone the skin. As for the Dark Arrow, Fang Yu took a sip of tea from his thermos, spat out a mouthful of tea stems, and shook his head with a bitter smile. Stealth design, high altitude, and long endurance, highly intelligent, these are all post-2020 technologies, don't even think about it now. The Pterodactyl 10, not to mention, all-composite airframe, distributed electric propulsion system, artificial intelligence decision-making. These concepts in this year now, it is simply a pipe dream. Fang Yu stood up and walked to the window. The factory chimneys in the distance were emitting white smoke, that was the metal processing workshop at work. The key now is not to build how advanced the drones are, but to lay the foundation for the Dragon Kingdom's drone industry, he muttered, it has to be gradual, not overly ambitious. Soon, the system had taken all the production data of the Winged Dragon 1 and imported it to completion. Fang Yu turned back to his desk, picked up a pen, wrote and drew on the draft paper, and soon scratched out a sketch of the Pterodactyl 1. This is the most suitable choice. The design of the Pterodactyl I is very pragmatic. With a wingspan of 9 meters, a range of 1,000 kilometers, and an endurance of 20 hours, these parameters were already quite impressive in '94, and were even stronger than the technical specifications of the drone that he himself had promised to build for Man Guang. However, from the perspective of technical realization, it was completely feasible. The most important thing is the simple structure. Fang Yu sketched on the drawing, conventional back-propelled layout, simple all-metal structure, these are all things that the existing industrial system can support. He especially appreciated the power system design of the Pterodactyl 1. Using an improved piston engine, it was not as advanced as the turboprop engine, but it was highly reliable, simple to maintain, and best suited for troops trying out a military UAV for the first time. And look at its mission load. Fang Yu continued to analyze, the 200 kilograms mounting capacity is enough to carry optoelectronic pods and small missiles. The most crucial thing is that none of this equipment requires too cutting-edge technology, just use existing modifications. Of course, in addition to this, Fang Yu also particularly valued another feature of the Pterodactyl I, which was the ultra-long endurance. A 20-hour endurance meant that it could perform a full day of reconnaissance missions, which was exactly what manhwa needed the most. And he revealed a hint of a smile. The design of the pterodactyli pays special attention to practicality and reliability. Simple to operate and easy to maintain, it's most suitable for troops to quickly form combat capabilities. These advantages are exactly what those other high-profile drones do not have. Those advanced drones are certainly powerful, but their complex systems require a lot of training to master, and their high dependence on ground facilities also limits their combat value. It's decided that it's you. Fang Yu drew a circle on the drawing. Get the most basic things done first to lay the foundation for future development. When the industrial system has kept up, it won't be a problem to build anything you want. However, after uttering these words, Fang Yu suddenly thought of something and his brows furrowed at once. The overall program of the drone had already been determined, but the communication issue had become a big problem. Without a satellite relay, this is troublesome. He rubbed his temples. The reason why the future winged dragon can carry out missions globally relies on the support of the Beidou satellite system. But it's now 94, not to mention Beidou, even GPS is still under construction. There were even a handful of communication satellites in the Dragon Kingdom, and they were simply unable to support the remote control needs of the drones. Direct control with a ground station? Just as this thought rose, Fang Yu shook his head. Affected by the curvature of the Earth, the signal transmission distance is at most tens of kilometers, and it is also susceptible to terrain interference. This is not a long-term solution. He stood up and paced back and forth in his office. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. Wait. Why does it have to be a satellite? Fang Yu's eyes lit up. We can totally use a high-altitude relay platform. He quickly walked back to his desk and grabbed a pen to draw on a piece of paper. If we deploy a fixed-wing airplane as a relay station at high altitude, won't that solve the problem? This idea made Fang Yu more and more excited the more he thought about it. A modified transport aircraft, hovering at an altitude of 7,000–8,000 meters, could completely cover the signal relay needs of a range of hundreds of kilometers. And there is also an unexpected benefit to this solution. Fang Yu's mouth revealed a hint of a smile. The relay plane can not only relay control signals, but also act as a mobile command post. This way manhwa will be able to directly command operations from the air. But a new problem arose. How to ensure stable communication between the repeater and the UAV? A new data chain system has to be designed. Fang Yu recorded in his book, it should be able to resist interference, have strong confidentiality, and most importantly, the delay should be small. He suddenly remembered the communication system used on the future Dark Sword UAV. Although it couldn't be copied exactly, some of the technical concepts could be borrowed. Frequency hopping technology can be used, together with directional antennas. Fang Yu quickly recorded his thoughts. Coupled with a simplified version of the encryption algorithm, it should be able to meet the basic requirements. This design was not as good as satellite relay, but it was sufficient for the needs at this stage. And most importantly, these technologies were all within the realizable range of the current industrial level. Wait. Fang Yu thought of another problem. What if the repeater fails? After a brief thought, he added another item, to retrofit the drone with an autonomous return system. Once it loses the signal, it will automatically return to the base. This function must be there, rather than other performance being a little worse. Safety should never be ambiguous. Looking at the dense notes in front of him, Fang Yu nodded in satisfaction. Although there is no satellite relay, this air relay program is also considered a good alternative. And he thought thoughtfully, when the Beidou system is completed in the future, it only needs to be replaced with the corresponding equipment, and it can be directly upgraded to satellite control. This not only solves the immediate problem, but also reserves space for future development. It's simply two birds with one stone. Chapter 100 Test Flight. Half a month later. The experimental base of Northern Industry. On the test flight field in the early morning, the morning fog had not yet completely cleared. Just as manhwa's jeep stopped, he saw the hangar door at the end of the runway slowly open. As the sunlight gradually poured in, a slender silhouette gradually appeared. This is the... Manhwa froze in place before he could finish his words. In the hangar, a beautifully shaped drone was quietly parked. The slender fuselage lines were incredibly smooth, as if it was a sharp sword out of its sheath. The 9-meter wingspan shimmered with metallic luster in the morning light, and the swept-back wings were like a pair of unfurled eagle wings. How's it? Fang Yu stood aside with a few moments of triumph on his face. Manhwa could not speak. He had seen many military aircraft, but had never seen such an elegant design. The streamlined design of the nose section made the whole airplane look extraordinarily agile, and the perfect fusion of the wings and the fuselage was even more amazing. Is this really a drone? Manhwa walked around the airplane and asked with some incredulity. This thing looks like it could be much more advanced than Daishang's Herald. Indeed, compared to the Pioneer's bulky appearance that favored practicality, the design of the pterodactyli was obviously more aesthetically pleasing. Especially the upward V-shaped tail, not only increased stability, but also added a bit of sharp temperament to the whole aircraft. This Man Guangji circled around the new airplane like a curious baby, and finally asked Fang Yu by pointing at the optoelectronic pod underneath the belly. This spherical thing is the camera equipment? Yes, Fang Yu explained, it rotates omnidirectionally and can be used both day and night. It can see targets 5 kilometers away during the day, and at night as well. Hiss. Can see so clearly? This is also too high-tech. Immediately after Man Guangji came back to his senses, he pointed at the hangars below the wings. Then, elder brother Fang, this is. Hanging point, said Fang Yu with a smile, don't you want to check and fight as one? This is for mounting weapons. Man Guangji sucked in a breath of cool air. He had originally thought that Fang Yu's words of checking and hitting as one were just words, but he did not expect that he had really designed all the weapon mounts. Good. This airplane is really great. Let's not talk about anything else. Man Guangji touched the smooth surface of the fuselage, just this shape, it's just like flying out of a sci-fi movie. Upon hearing this, Fang Yu secretly laughed in his heart. This is nothing, if I let you see the dark sword 20 years later, I am afraid that my jaw will drop. Alright, Fang Yu patted Man Guangji's shoulder, don't just look at the appearance, you'll know its real strength after the test flight in a while. Only then did Man Guangji wake up as if from a dream, but he still couldn't help but look back several times. That smooth line, that elegant posture, that futuristic design. This 100 million, spent really worth it he muttered. However, just as Man Guangji froze, in returning to his senses, he saw that Fang Yu had already walked towards a military truck. Seeing this, Man Guangji took 3 steps to catch up and smiled fawningly. Elder brother Fang, aren't we going to test fly the drone? Why are you still leaving? Go? Where am I going? Hearing this, Fang Yu looked at the other party with some confusion. You've gotten on the car here, aren't you going to leave? You say this? Hi. You've got it wrong, this is not an ordinary military truck, this is a command vehicle that I have specially modified for drones. Hearing Man Guangji's words, Fang Yu cried and laughed as he explained. This is a command vehicle? Man Guangji froze, and then followed Fang Yu into the vehicle. After entering, he was shocked by everything in front of him. What he saw in his eyes was a wall full of displays and control consoles. 3 21-inch color monitors were placed side by side, in the middle was the flight parameter display, and on both sides were the images returned by the photoelectric pods. Everything, as if it was like a science fiction movie reflected into reality. Sit. Fang Yu pointed to the co-pilot position and sat himself on the main operating seat. Watch this is the real show. As Fang Yu skillfully operated, the roar of the engine came from far and near. On the main display, the pterodactyl eye was slowly sliding towards the runway. Take off. Man Guangji stared at the screen dead on. Only to see the pterodactyl number 1 accelerating and skidding, less than 300 meters away from the ground lightly, as if a spread-winged eagle. This climb rate. Manchu Guangji stared wide-eyed. The altitude numbers on the screen were jumping rapidly, 500 meters, 1,000 meters, 2,000 meters. Now at an altitude of 3,000 meters and a speed of 220 kilometers per hour. Fang Yu calmly reported the parameters. Man Guangji, however, could no longer speak. He looked at the screen on the display, the entire imperial capital city gradually appeared under the camera. Not only was the outline of the national square and the imperial capital's center clearly visible, even the distant Shangshan mountain was visible. I'll show you a good thing. The corner of Fang Yu's mouth slightly raised as he tapped his finger on the console a few times. The lens of the photoelectric pod began to zoom, and the image rapidly drew closer. Man Guangji was surprised to find that his jeep parked at the test range was gradually zooming in the center of the screen. This is too clear. He stammered. Not only could he make out the dust cover on the roof, but even the rearview mirror was clearly visible. This is just where to Fang Yu pressed a few more buttons. Look at this. The screen suddenly switched to infrared mode. Under the thermal imaging, the temperature distribution of the ground was clear at a glance. The jeep in the parking lot showed a bright red color in the screen because it had just been turned off. This is too. Man Guangji was already incoherent. He originally thought that it would be good to have a drone that could fly for a few hours and see a rough idea. But the performance of this airplane in front of him had completely exceeded his imagination. Elder brother Fang, he took a deep breath. Tell me honestly, did this really only cost $100 million? Fang Yu smiled without saying anything and continued to operate. Only to see the speedometer on the screen continue to climb, 250 kilometers, 260 kilometers, 270 kilometers. Maximum cruising speed 280 kilometers per hour, endurance 20 hours, combat radius 500 kilometers. Fang Yu said calmly, of course, these parameters will drop slightly if weapons are mounted. Man Guangji no longer knew what to say. He stared blankly at the screen, with only one thought in his head. What kind of drone is this? Isn't this the mythical clairvoyance? Chapter 101, intercepted again? Where has this gotten us? Seeing Man Guangji's expression that looked like he had seen an alien, the corner of Fang Yu's mouth hooked up into a smile as he moved his fingers quickly on the console. Watch this, now is the main event. On the display screen, the pterodactyl began to lower its altitude, slowly descending from 300 meters to 1,500 meters. The optic pod's camera was focused on an abandoned Type 59 tank on a distant range. Is this? Manhwa was about to speak when Fang Yu had already pressed the button on the weapon control panel. The targeting interface popped up on the right side of the screen, the red crosshair locking the tank in the center. The data stream scrolled rapidly: target distance, wind speed, temperature, humidity. All the parameters affecting the ballistic trajectory were calculated in an instant. Fire! The missile under the wing detached from its mount and dragged white smoke straight at the target. Manhwa subconsciously held his breath and stared at the display. Boom! Blinding fire exploded in the center of the screen. When the smoke cleared, the Type 59 tank had already been torn into two halves, the burning wreckage scattered all over the place. The turret was lifted out a dozen meters, the tracks broke into several pieces, and diesel fuel was burning on the ground, emitting thick black smoke. This. Manhwa opened his mouth wide, half a day unable to say a complete sentence. He is a person who has commanded a tank on the battlefield, and knows the thickness of the armor of the 59 type tank. But it is such a steel beast, in the drone's precision strikes, even like paper mache is fragile. The error in hit accuracy is less than 1 meter. Fang Yu said calmly. This is still in the case of completely autonomous aiming. If it was manually operated, the accuracy could still be improved. Manhwa swallowed hard, this is too accurate. It's just like playing a game. Fang Yu let out a light laugh. Actually, it's not impossible to say so, look at this. He pulled up the playback screen of the optoelectronic pod. You notice the trajectory of the missile, there is no deflection at all. From launch to hit, the entire process took less than 10 seconds. Manhwa watched the replay carefully. The trajectory of the missile after it exited the chamber was almost a straight line, incredibly precise. And what shocked him most was that throughout the strike, the drone always maintained a stable flight posture, as if a precision sniper rifle in the sky. If this is used in actual combat, Manhwa muttered, his eyes flashing with a strange light. As a veteran soldier, he knew too well what this meant. With this kind of drone, the armored troops on the battlefield would be completely exposed to the threat of the sky. And the most terrifying thing was that the enemy wouldn't even know where death came from. It's simply a cheat. Manhwa suddenly laughed out loud, haha. Before, those guys from the Red Army were always saying that I was cheating. With this guy, I'll show them what a real cheater looks like. Fang Yu smiled without saying anything. He knew that Manhwa had yet to realize the true revolutionary nature of this weapon. In the future battlefield, the drone was not just a cheater, but a subversive weapon that would completely change the shape of war. Right, Fang, old brother, Manhwa suddenly thought of something. Can this missile be loaded with a few more? Theoretically, it can mount up to 4. Fang Yu said, but it will affect the range and maneuverability. Then you have to assign me a few more. Manhwa said excitedly, this time, I have to give those little brats a taste of power. At this moment, Manhwa was already fully immersed in the beautiful fantasy of striking down the Red Army after having this set of drones. However, a moment later, he snapped out of his fantasy and asked with some uncertainty. Elder brother Fang, he took a deep breath, such a powerful thing. Really only cost $100 million? Why do I feel that the heart is a little unsure? You also know that you have earned a lot, and your conscience is uneasy? Fang Yu laughed. Don't worry, not only is the research and development cost only 100 million soft sister coins, but also the 10 prototypes promised to you will be given to you one by one without fail. 10 frames? Manhwa suddenly stood up, then wouldn't I be? He was so excited that he was incoherent. 10 such drones would mean that his blue army could monitor 10 different areas at the same time, and could launch precision strikes against the enemy at any time. It was like holding the entire battlefield in the palm of your hand. But you shouldn't get too excited. Fang Yu reminded, this is a first-generation product after all, and there are still a lot of areas that need to be improved. But Manhwa could no longer listen. His mind has already started to conceptualize how to use this new equipment to torment those troops coming to Zhu Rai exercises. Soon, under Fang Yu's control, the winged dragon UAV landed steadily on the airport runway. Colonel Man, are you satisfied with this drone? Fang Yu leaned on the console and asked with a smile. Satisfied. Too satisfied. Manhwa said like a child who had gotten a beloved toy, dancing with his hands. This $100 million is so worth spending. Mr. Fang, when do you think the first batch of prototypes will be handed over to me? Fang Yu was about to reply when he suddenly heard a footstep from outside. Mr. Wu. Manhwa stood up straight violently, why are you here? A tall general pushed the door and walked in. It was none other than Wu Qingyuan, who had come to inspect the progress of 052's transformation. I didn't come to check on your progress, who knows that just when I arrived at the test flight range, I heard the others say that you guys are working on some new stuff here. Wu Qingyuan looked around and his eyes fell on the display. This is Reporting to the chief. Fang Yu stood upright and saluted. This is our newly developed military drone, codenamed Wing Dragon. A drone? Wu Qingyuan's eyes lit up. That's the kind of airplane that doesn't need to be piloted by a human and can be remotely controlled? Yes. Fang Yu walked over to the display. You see, not only can it conduct long reconnaissance, it can also carry weapons for precision strikes. We've already tested it just now. He pulled up the screen of the strike just now. Wu Qingyuan's eyes widened the moment he saw the Type 59 tank being hit precisely. Good. Too good. Wu Qingyuan slapped his thigh. If this thing can equip the entire army, then our reconnaissance strike capability will be on a whole new level. However, after the initial excitement, Wu Qingyuan frowned slightly and asked in a strange manner. Little Fang, didn't you promise Jiang Bin that you would design the destroyer for him first? Why did you suddenly think of developing a drone? Fang Yu was just about to open his mouth when Man Guangji suddenly coughed. Reporting to Mr. Wu, this is a shameful thing to say. He lowered his head and looked like he was admitting his mistake. Last time about the 99A, I was too selfish. You are right to criticize. How can the army's equipment only consider one family? This time, I purposely looked for elder brother Fang to develop the drones with the idea of equipping the entire army. Good. Awareness has been raised. Wu Qingyuan nodded repeatedly. Xiaoman, when a soldier is separated for 3 days, this awareness of yours is much stronger than before. Man Guangji nodded his head repeatedly in agreement, a smile piling up on his face. But only Fang Yu noticed that his hands were clenching the seams of his pants so tightly that his knuckles were white. In that case, Wu Qingyuan immediately clapped his hands. I'll go back and report to my superiors about this drone. Strive to list the installation as soon as possible so that the whole army can use this good thing. Man Guangji's body trembled violently, and the smile on his face almost couldn't hang on. 100 million the military expenses that he had saved up with great difficulty, just like that? But then he thought there were at least 10 prototypes left. By the time the whole army started to install them, he would have already played with them. When the time came on the maneuvering field, there could be plenty of opportunities to retrieve the billion. Thinking of this, Man Guangji's heart finally felt better. He sneaked a glance at Wu Qingyuan and said, Old leader, this time, let's consider this as my filial piety to your old man. By the way, Wu Qingyuan suddenly asked, how many prototypes have been built? 10 frames. Fang Yu replied. Well, just right. Wu Qingyuan nodded. Let someone pull it to the military area in a while so you can start training operators. Snapping, the teacup in Man Guangji's hand fell to the ground. Chapter 102, Testing, Close-in Defense Gun System. Little Fang, how is the 052 progressing? Wu Qingyuan saw that Man Guangji was still in a daze, and did not know what exactly the other party was up to. Solely ignoring the other party, he turned his head to Fang Yu and asked for business. It's going well. Fang Yu pulled out a design from his pocket. Mr. Wu, we intend to carry out a complete transformation on the basis of the 052. Currently the samples of the phased array radar and the close defense gun have been manufactured, and the rest of the equipment is also in the process of being manufactured in an orderly manner. Wait. Wu Qingyuan suddenly raised his hand to interrupt. What did you say? Close defense guns? Yes, the close defense artillery system. Fang Yu nodded. This is a close-range defense weapon that we specially developed for the new destroyer. Wu Qingyuan's brows furrowed. Close-range defense weapon? Don't we have 37mm anti-aircraft guns? That thing is too backward. Fang Yu shook his head and sighed. In modern naval warfare, the threat often comes from supersonic anti-ship missiles. The rate of fire and accuracy of a 37mm anti-aircraft gun cannot cope with such high-speed targets. Wu Qingyuan became interested. Oh? Then what is the principle of this close defense gun of yours? This, light to say, is not clear. Fang Yu looked around. Why don't we go to the shooting range and take a look? It just so happens that the first test will be conducted today. Hearing this, Man Guangyi immediately snapped out of his disorientation. I'll go too. The three of them got into the jeep. Along the way, Wu Qingyuan kept asking about the close defense gun. This system is called the 730 close defense cannon. Fang Yu explained while driving. It has a double-barrel design, 30mm caliber, and a theoretical rate of fire of 5,800 rounds per minute. That fast? Wu Qingyuan sucked in a breath of cool air. How can that accuracy be guaranteed? With an electronic fire control system. Fang Yu said, the supporting fire control radar can track multiple targets at the same time, automatically calculating the trajectory and precise guidance. Man Guangji interjected from the back seat. In that case, it's just like my drone, it's all automated? Pretty much the same principle. Fang Yu nodded. Modern warfare is a battle between automation and precision. The car turned onto a dirt road and drove towards the Northern Industries firing range. From afar, a steel structure under the height of one person stood in the center of the range. That was the 730 close defense gun system that was about to be tested. Arrived. Fang Yu stopped the car. Chiefs, are you ready to witness a revolutionary weapon test? Wu Qingyuan and Man Guangji glanced at each other, both seeing anticipation in the other's eyes. They could not wait to see what was so extraordinary about this new weapon that was claimed to be able to deal with supersonic missiles. The two sat quietly on both sides of the experimental base, watching Fang Yu carry out the preparations before the experiment. Soon, all the preliminary work was carried out. On the range, there was silence. Fang Yu stood in front of the console and gently pressed a button. With a hum of a motor starting, the 730 close defense cannon slowly rotated its body, the two silver-gray barrels pointing straight into the sky. First, test the basic firing performance. Fang Yu's voice echoed on the range. The target is a fixed target 500 meters away. Wu Qingyuan and Man Guangji stood behind the protective glass, staring at the uniquely shaped turret with bated breath. Shooting begins. Da-da-da-da-da-da. The close defense cannons roared instantly. The two barrels spat out orange-red tongues of fire, and countless shell casings poured down like a waterfall. The sky above the range was woven into a web of fire by the dense tracer rounds. My God! Man Guangji opened his mouth wide. This rate of fire. 5,800 rounds per minute. Fang Yu said calmly, that's equivalent to nearly 100 rounds per second. In less than 3 seconds, the target 500 meters away was shot into a sieve. The dense bullet holes on the steel plate were almost continuous. How is the accuracy? Asked Wu Qingyuan, his voice a little shaky. Fang Yu pulled up the data. Reporting to Mr. Wu, the dispersion of the bullet point is within 0.3 meters. To put it simply, it means that at a distance of 500 meters, it is able to shoot all the bullets into a range the size of a television set. This. Wu Qingyuan sucked in a breath of cool air. 37mm anti-aircraft guns can't even reach a tenth of this accuracy. Next, test the air-to-air strike capability. After the first test last night, Fang Yu didn't pause but directly pressed another button. The target is a high-speed unmanned target aircraft. An orange-colored target plane whistled up from a distant launcher. It swept over the sky of the range at a speed of over 700 km per hour, simulating the attack trajectory of an anti-ship missile. Target speed Mach 0.6, distance 2,000 meters. Fang Yu reported the data. Fire control radar locked on, auto-tracking. The body of the close defense gun rotated rapidly, the elevation angle of the gun barrel constantly adjusting. Suddenly, the gun's muzzle once again ejected blazing fire. Boom! The target plane exploded into a ball of fire in the air, and the wreckage fell in all directions. The whole process from discovery to shooting down took less than 3 seconds. This. Manchu Kuzuki's voice was shaking. This is too much. It's not over yet. The corner of Fang Yu's mouth rose slightly. Now for the saturation attack test. With his words, 6 target planes lifted off at the same time. They swooped towards the range from different directions and at different heights. The body of the close defense gun began to rotate at a high speed, the barrel bobbing up and down. Tongues of fire danced in the air, forming a deadly network of firepower. Bang! 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 Within a short span of 10 seconds, all 6 target planes were shot down, and none of them missed the net. The observation room was dead silent. Wu Qingyuan and Man Guangji stood frozen in place, unable to speak for a long time. They were both veterans who had been in the military for many years, but had never seen such terrifying firepower. This is the defense weapon of modern naval warfare. Fang Yu said softly, in the face of a saturation attack by supersonic anti-ship missiles, traditional artillery can no longer do anything. Only this kind of automated, high-precision close defense system can ensure the ship's survival anymore. Chapter 103, Equipped on the Plateau. Good guy. After a good half day, Wu Qingyuan looked at the scattered wreckage of the target aircraft on the range before slowly speaking out. This firepower, this accuracy, it is simply to put a golden bell on our warships. He turned to Fang Yu, admiration flashing in his eyes. Little Fang, how on earth did this brain of yours grow? First the 99A, then the drone, and now you've come up with such a treasure. Mr. Wu is overpraising. Fang Yu smiled faintly. This is all for the development of our army. Old brother Fang. Man Guangji suddenly came forward, rubbing his hands together with a fawning face. Do you think this close defense gun can? Can what? Fang Yu raised his eyebrows and asked. Can you modify a land version for us? Man Guangji eyes glittering. You think if this thing is mounted on a tank, that fights the war. Fart. Wu Qingyuan slapped on the back of Man Guangji's head. You want to play the wrong idea again? This is the Navy's equipment. But Mr. Wu. Man Guangji rubbed the back of his head, still wanting to argue. But what but? Wu Qingyuan blared, your kid just contributed the drones, and now you're hitting on the close defense guns? You think that military equipment is a cabbage, what do you want? Man Guangji shrunk his neck, muttered in a low voice, I'm not looking at the good use of it. Okay. Wu Qingyuan waved his hand, turned to Fang Yu, small Fang, this time really hard for you. 052 transformation project, I think it is so decided. He patted Fang Yu's shoulder, when this batch of equipment is all finalized, I will personally give you credit. Thank you, Mr. Wu. Fang Yu nodded. Let's go, Man Guangji. Wu Qingyuan turned around and left. Don't disturb people's work here. Man Guangji reluctantly looked at the close defense cannons and then at Fang Yu, wanting to say something. Quickly go. Wu Qingyuan yanked Man Guangji's collar. Look again and I'll make you go back and write a 10,000-word review. Looking at the two's distant backs, Fang Yu couldn't help but laugh. This pair of living treasures, one is a highly respected general and the other is a prestigious blue army commander. How come they come together like a teacher catching a naughty student? However, this was good. With their support, his plan to revamp the army's equipment could also be carried out smoothly. Thinking of this, Fang Yu put away his smile and turned towards the console. The testing of the close defense gun had just begun. There were still a lot of data to be analyzed and a lot of parameters to be adjusted. The remodeling project of the new destroyer was also just getting started. 1 month later. Southwest of the Dragon Kingdom, on the border, a certain garrison camp. Mado, the border station known as the Snowy Isolated Island, is being shrouded by a blizzard. The company commander of the troops stationed here, Zhang Haofeng, led the soldiers to step on the knee-high snow and finally returned to the camp after patrolling the border for a week. Their camouflage uniforms were covered with ice in the howling cold wind, and even their eyebrows were frozen white. All hurry up and get warm. Zhang Haofeng patted the snow on his body and said to the warriors. Who knows, just as Zhang Haofeng returned to his office, before he had the chance to undress. Company commander. The cook squad leader trotted over with a difficult look on his face. Our food. I know. Zhang Haofeng waved his hand. Let the warriors go and rest first. Sitting in front of the humble desk, Zhang Haofeng looked out the window at the flying snow. His heart was mixed. This is Mado, a border station at an altitude of 4,000 meters. 8 months of the year are covered in snow, and the rest of the time it is either raining or preparing to rain. The only road to the outside world is a mountain road that winds along the edge of a cliff. Every winter, thick snow buries this lifeline completely. Last month's supplies were supposed to arrive on time, but a sudden avalanche stranded the transportation convoy halfway across the road. Now there was only enough rice in the camp for 3 days, and there was very little salted food left. Zhang Haofeng stood up and walked over to the radio by the wall. This was the only way for them to contact the outside world, but even the airwaves had become less stable lately. I don't know if I can get through, he muttered, skillfully tuning the frequency. Outside the barracks, the howling cold wind wrapped in snowflakes and slapped against the tempered glass. This is the sound they have to face every day, like a lonely song that never stops. The 100-mile radius of the compound was nothing but snow-covered, bare rock. The nearest village is 3 days away, and because of the weather, you don't see the locals more than a few times a year. Sometimes I really want to talk to someone. Zhang Haofeng shook his head with a bitter smile. The soldiers here, except for the necessary exchanges while on duty, are almost all silent. This environment will always change a person without realizing it. In the corner of the office, an old television set was playing an intermittent program. The signal was sporadic, and the picture was often nothing but snowflakes. But no one wants to turn it off. Because this is their last connection with the outside world. The desk calendar on the table turned to December, on which densely recorded a variety of schedules. Patrols, training, equipment maintenance. Each cannot be slack. Although this place is far from the battlefield, but the responsibility is not light at all. Knock knock knock, someone knocked on the door. Come in. Company commander, the communications squad leader pushed the door in. Just received the forecast from the weather station, said the snow will have to rain for 3 days. Zhang Haofeng nodded, but his heart sank. This meant that the resupply might still be delayed, and their stock of food. Let the soldiers save some food, he said softly. If it's not possible, take my share. No way, the communications squad leader hastily interrupted. You lead the patrol every day, how can this be less food? Zhang Haofeng looked out the window at the vast snowfield and suddenly smiled. What's wrong with that? Being a soldier is like this, a little bit of bitterness and tiredness is nothing. As long as the motherland's border security, we suffer a little bit of what? But he knew in his heart, this kind of day is still long. Ice and snow, isolated from the world, lack of supplies. This is the daily life of the border guards. But no one complained, because they know, here is the motherland's boundary monument, is the need to use life to guard an inch of land. However, just at this moment. Instead, he suddenly heard a burst of cheers from the camp. The supply team has arrived. The supply team has arrived. The cheers pierced through the howling cold wind and traveled into the office. A few soldiers pushed open the door. The ice on their faces had not yet melted, but they were already smiling. Company commander, it's Captain Liu and the others. Also brought so much new equipment. Zhang Haofeng grabbed the military coat hanging on the wall and rushed out the door in 3 steps. The cold wind was laced with snowflakes, but he couldn't care less. In the distance, a few heavy transportation vehicles are slowly coming. Wheels crushed through the snow issued a creak sound. But what made Zhang Haofeng surprised is that behind the transportation trucks, there are also a few vehicles that have never been seen before. Those were a few uniquely shaped all-terrain vehicles, painted in snow camouflage. The wide tracks and ultra-low center of gravity made it look like a beast hibernating in the snow. The body was a good deal shorter than an ordinary jeep, but it looked unusually sturdy. This is? Zhang Haofeng was about to open his mouth to ask, when he suddenly saw a behemoth wrapped tightly in red, blue, and white plastic sheeting on the last transport vehicle. The thing was the size of a house, slightly shaking in the cold wind. Chapter 104, Test Flight Plateau, An Unexpected Harvest? Old Zhang, came a familiar voice. Logistics Captain Song Jianjun jumped down from the cab, stomping his feet while striding over. But we're exhausted, this ghostly weather, if it weren't for these bobcats, we really wouldn't be able to get through. Zhang Haofeng was about to speak, but he saw an unfamiliar face following behind Song Jianjun. It was a young man wearing glasses, looking to be in his early 20s, wearing a thick military coat, but still freezing and shivering. This is? Oh, let me introduce you. Song Jianjun patted the young man's shoulder. This is Engineer Fang from Northern Industries, specially here to install the new equipment. The young man pushed his glasses and revealed a coy smile. Hello, I'm a technician from Northern Industries, Lu Zhendong. Engineer Lu? Zhang Haofeng froze, looking at this bookish young man with doubt in his heart. With this kind of inclement weather, was it appropriate to send such a doll who looked like a college student to the border defense? Seemingly seeing Zhang Haofeng's doubts, Song Jianjun approached his ear and lowered his voice. Old Zhang, don't blame me for not reminding you, this is a treasure, specially approved from above. The new equipment sent to us this time can all be developed by his institute. Zhang Haofeng looked at the several bobcats and the big guy that was wrapped up tightly, and suddenly realized that this time, I'm afraid that the supplies are not just as simple as sending some rice and salted vegetables. Come on, let's go inside first to warm up. He came back to his senses and hurriedly greeted the crowd. Let the warriors unload the supplies first. Looking at Lu Zhendong's back as he stomped towards the barracks, Zhang Haofeng couldn't help but glance at the behemoth that was covered by the plastic sheet again. For some reason, he always felt that this seemingly weak young man seemed to have brought something different to this border station that was blocked by ice and snow. After an hour, most of the material supplies were moved into the warehouse by the soldiers. In the camp where the cold wind was howling, the warriors gathered on the playground in twos and threes, looking at Lu Zhendong's busy figure. All right. Lu Zhendong rubbed his frozen hands and stood up. The hardware installation is complete, now let's all take a look at this baby. He walked over to the behemoth that was tightly wrapped in plastic sheeting and gave it a tug. The red, blue, and white plastic sheet slid off in response, revealing the behemoth hidden beneath. This is? Zhang Haofeng stared wide-eyed. A beautifully shaped drone rested there silently. The 9-meter wingspan trembled slightly in the cold wind, and the streamlined fuselage was covered with a special layer of snow camouflage. Below the belly, a black spherical pod stood out. What is this? At this moment, seeing this novelty, Zhang Haofeng was instantly confused and subconsciously asked Lu Zhendong. This is the Winged Dragon 1 drone. Lu Zhendong pushed his glasses. It's our Northern Industry, a reconnaissance weapon specially designed for the plateau environment. Lu, Engineer Lu, what can this thing do? A young soldier couldn't help but ask. Let's put it this way, Lu Zhendong smiled. With it and those bobcats, the way you patrol is about to change completely. He pointed to the all-terrain vehicle parked in the distance. When the weather is good, you guys can patrol in the bobcats without having to trek on foot. And in this blizzard. He patted the fuselage of the drone. Let it do the patrolling for you guys. It can function properly at 40 degrees Celsius, with an endurance of 20 hours and a maximum combat radius of 500 kilometers. So powerful? The warriors looked at each other, obviously not fully understanding the capabilities of this airplane. Let's go, I'll give you a live demonstration. Lu Zhendong got into the command vehicle next to him. Soon, the drone's engine emitted a low rumble. Amidst the crowd's astonished gazes, it lightly skidded towards the runway before rushing straight into the roiling wind and snow. All come in and watch. Lu Zhendong's voice came out from the command vehicle. The fighters filed in. Inside the car, 3 displays were showing the images returned from the drone. Through the thick clouds, the entire border area was in full view. This is too clear, a warrior exclaimed. The picture kept changing, valleys, glaciers, cliffs, every detail was visible. Even in this inclement weather, the image was still incredibly clear. Wait. Suddenly, Zhang Haofeng pointed at the left side of the screen. There seems to be a situation over there. Lu Zhendong immediately adjusted the lens. The image drew closer, and a dozen blurred figures appeared in the field of vision. They were wearing white camouflage suits and were furtively working near a boundary marker. It's people from the White Elephant Kingdom. Zhang Haofeng's face sank. What are they trying to do? The camera continued to draw closer. Only to see that the group was wrapping a rope around the boundary marker, seemingly trying to drag it towards the south. Good, sneaking around trying to move the boundary marker while it's snowing. Zhang Haofeng gritted his teeth. Do you really think we are blind? Reporting to the company commander. The communication squad leader rushed in. We just received a briefing from the weather station that the snowstorm will continue for another 3 hours. Zhang Haofeng's eyes narrowed. Good, since they think we can't detect this kind of weather, let them taste the pain. He turned to Lu Jindong. Worker Lu, can this drone fly closer? I want to get a clear shot of their evidence. Lu Jindong nodded. No problem, they can't detect the drone at all in this weather. Communications squad, report to the superiors immediately. Zhang Haofeng quickly gave the order. Alert squad, stand by with full armor. Transportation squad, get those bobcats ready. Wait. Lu Jindong suddenly stopped the warriors who were ready to rush out. A mysterious smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. No need to be so troublesome, I have a better way to clean them up. He quickly adjusted the flight parameters of the drone, his fingers fluttering on the console. These guys think that they don't know what they're doing in the snowstorm, but they don't know that none of this can escape our eyes. Lu Gong, what are you? Zhang Haofeng looked at him suspiciously. You just wait and watch the show. Lu Jindong pushed his glasses and maneuvered the drone to quickly return. These white elephant country guys will soon have to pay the price for their shamelessness. He turned to the technician behind him. Go, get that special mounting pod ready. This weather is just the right time to use it to give these uninvited guests a surprise. Looking at Lu Jindong's chesty look, Zhang Haofeng pondered. He vaguely guessed what was going on, but still pressed his curiosity and quietly waited for the seemingly weak technician to reveal his true fangs. Chapter 105 Dragon Kingdom Drone? It's just a toy. The bitterly cold wind wrapped with snowflakes, whistling between the canyons of the western Malaya Mountains. A dozen figures loomed in the blanket of white mist, a thin layer of ice already forming on their uniforms. Damn this weather! A white elephant country soldier rubbed his frozen fingers, his teeth chattering uncontrollably. Sir, this damn place is cold as hell. If it continues, I'm afraid that everyone will lose temperature, or else we should. Shut up. As a soldier, you can't even endure such a little bit of suffering. Upon hearing this, the taller commander scolded sternly. All give me to continue working. At those words, a dozen or so soldiers fell silent and surrounded the boundary marker, wrapping a thick rope around the base of the stone pillar a few times. Bent over in the biting cold wind, they struggled to drag this heavy stone pillar toward the south. Captain Kumar. A non-commissioned officer wearing an officer's shoulder badge looked at the thinly clothed common soldiers and glanced toward the north, speaking hesitantly. Isn't this a bit? A little what? Kumar turned around, a flicker of contempt in his eyes. Scared? No, no. The sergeant rubbed his hands together. It's just that if the dragoons find out. Ha! Kumar let out a sneer. Discovered? In this damn weather, they can't even see their own noses. He stepped on the thick snow and walked over to the boundary marker. Besides, this is originally our white elephant country's territory. Those damned dragon country people, relying on their numbers, robbed us of so much land in 62. Speaking here, Kumar's voice was filled with resentment. My father was sacrificed in that war. Today, I am just taking back what is ours. But sir, the sergeant was about to say something else. Enough. Kumar interrupted him. By the time the wind and snow stops, the boundary marker will already be in its new position. By then, who can prove that it wasn't here originally? He laughed smugly. The Dragon Kingdom is now sanctioned by the West and is almost out of food rations, so how would it dare to fight us? At most, they'll just write a few letters of protest. You guys listen up. He turned to the other soldiers. This is about reclaiming lost land for the White Elephant Kingdom. What we are doing is beyond justice. The soldiers bowed their heads and silently pulled hard on the ropes. The boundary marker moved slowly over the snow, leaving a deep furrow in the white ground. Kumar rubbed his hands together and looked around triumphantly. The snowy plains were dead silent, with only the sound of the whistling wind echoing in his ears. Look, even the gods are helping us. He tilted his head and looked at the roiling snow and wind. In this kind of weather, the Dragon Kingdom people don't even dare to come out of their barracks. By the time they realize it, it's already too late. Suddenly, a soldier pointed at the sky. Sir, listen, there seems to be a sound. Stupid. Kumar waved his hand impatiently. What sound can there be in this weather? It's just the sound of the wind. But that buzzing sound, if any, was getting clearer and clearer. Something seemed to be approaching in the thick clouds. Keep working. Kumar ordered loudly. I'll buy you all a rum punch when we get back after we move the boundary marker. The soldiers craned their necks and continued the work at hand. However, the next second. Sir! Look, what's that? A soldier pointed to the sky, his voice trembling with fear. Kumar looked up, only to see a black shadow piercing through the thick clouds, approaching them at an alarming speed. An airplane from the Dragon Kingdom? Seeing this, Kumar was first startled. But immediately afterward, he relaxed. The uniquely shaped fuselage with slender wings made the knowledgeable high caste officer immediately recognize what it was. A drone. He was first startled, then he let out a cold laugh. Interesting. As a high caste officer, Kumar often had access to Western military equipment. He had read a lot of reports about drones in Eagle Sauce military magazines, and had even seen Dai Shangwa's explorer perform in maneuvers. This kind of high-tech weaponry, even Eagle Jam didn't have a lot of it, so naturally, it couldn't possibly belong to the Dragon Kingdom. But, sir, on that airplane. After hearing Marker's words, a non-commissioned officer used binoculars to look closely. It seems like there is a flag of the Dragon Kingdom. The flag of the Dragon Kingdom? Kumar first froze, then burst out laughing. Ha ha. So that's what it is. He looked around at the terrified soldiers and said in a tone full of superiority, "Don't panic, all of you, this is just a toy that the Dragon Kingdom people bought from the West." "But sir, you guys think the Dragon Kingdom people are capable of building such high-tech weapons?" Kumar waved his hand dismissively. "They can't even build a decent rifle, and they want to mess with drones?" The drone had descended to a lower altitude and was hovering in the wind and snow. Kumar could even clearly see the brightly colored 8-1 red flag on the fuselage. This must have been bought from the West. He continued, his tone full of contempt. But how could the West sell them a model with weapons? At best, it's just a flying camera. A young soldier still looked nervous. "Sir, why don't we withdraw first?" "Withdraw from what?" Kumar interrupted sternly. "Even if they capture it, what can they do? It's just a matter of taking some pictures." He walked over to the boundary pillar and slapped the heavy stone pillar hard. "We are reclaiming the White Elephant Kingdom's inherent territory. Even if we are photographed, what can they do to us?" "But sir, if they really..." "Really what?" Kumar sneered. "Do you think they would dare to open fire? Even if this drone does have a weapon, they wouldn't dare to use it." He paced, confidence in his voice. "Border friction is normal, but if they really use thermal weapons, the nature would be completely different. With Dragon Kingdom's current international situation, how would they dare to cause this kind of trouble?" The soldiers looked at each other, seemingly convinced by his words. Indeed, the two sides hadn't fought on the border much over the years, but it had never escalated to the point of using weapons. "Keep working." Kumar waved his hand. "Don't care what they're shooting up there. When we move the border marker, it will be an established fact then. They can film all they like." The soldiers regained their grip on the ropes and continued the work of moving the boundary marker. Kumar looked smugly at the drone hovering above his head, thinking that the dragons would just have to watch. However, right at this moment, the drone suddenly changed its flight trajectory and began to descend rapidly. In the piercing cold wind, a strange hatch slowly opened. Chapter 106, A State of Etiquette? Bang bang bang. "Sir, it looks like it's going to." Before a sergeant could finish his words, he was rudely interrupted by Kumar. "Fear not," he almost yelled, "I told you they wouldn't dare." No sooner had the words left his mouth than a dark shadow dislodged itself from the belly of the drone. In the howling wind and snow, no one noticed the small, unassuming magazines flying towards them in an eerie arc. Boom! Kumar's blood curdled the moment he saw the black shadow fall from the sky. "Missile! It's a missile!" He screamed, fear in his voice. "Run!" A dozen or so White Elephant Kingdom soldiers instantly exploded, dropping the ropes in their hands and running in all directions. But on the vast snowy plains, there was nowhere to hide except for a few protruding rocks. "Damn the Dragon Kingdom people! How dare they!" Kumar cursed as he ran, but his heart was horrified. As an experienced officer, he knew too well the power of modern weapons. In this kind of open area, a single missile could wipe out their entire army. "It's over, it's really over this time." He looked at the black shadow that was getting closer and closer and closed his eyes in despair. Snap! However, the expected explosion did not come. Instead, there was a slight cracking sound, followed by a cold liquid falling from the sky. "This is..." Kumar opened his eyes, and before he had time to react, he felt a coldness all over his body. On the plateau of more than 30 degrees below zero, the water droplets immediately crystallized into ice crystals as soon as they touched their bodies. The uniforms, hair, eyebrows, and even their eyelashes were covered in tiny ice crystals. "Ah! It's so cold!" A soldier screamed miserably and tried to shake off the water droplets on his body, but it was too late. Kumar tried to run, but realized that his uniform was frozen solid, and every movement made a clicking sound. His teeth chattered uncontrollably and he began to lose consciousness in his arms and legs. "Chief!" "Sir," a young soldier collapsed to the ground, his body twitching. I can't feel my hands anymore." Moans rang out all around. Some of the soldiers had curled up into a ball, shivering. Some had directly fainted, their faces taking on an abnormal greenish-purple color. Damn, Kumar gritted his teeth, but even speaking became difficult. Only then did he realize that the Dragon Nation people weren't trying to blow them up at all, but were using this method to give them an unforgettable lesson. Overhead, the drone was still circling, like a vulture that was teasing its prey. Kumar suddenly remembered those arrogant words he had just said, and felt a surge of shame and anger. "Report! Report, sir!" The communication soldier trembled as he raised his walkie-talkie. "The base called, saying that those Dragon Kingdom people have discovered our whereabouts and told us to retreat immediately." "Retreat? How to retreat?" Kumar looked down at his already frozen uniform and almost cried out. Now, let alone retreating, even standing was a problem. If there was no rescue, I'm afraid that his group would soon freeze to death here. However, right at this moment, in the distance, the roar of an engine came. Through the flying snowflakes, he saw several oddly shaped all-terrain vehicles coming this way. The light from the headlights cast long shadows on the snow, like the scythe of death. It's over. Kumar sat paralyzed on the ground, unable to stop shivering. It's really over this time. The roar of engines came from far and near. Several uniquely shaped all-terrain vehicles broke through the snow and came, and a group of Dragon Kingdom soldiers wearing thick winterization suits jumped down from the vehicles. However, just as Kumar closed his eyes and prepared to accept the humiliation of these Dragon Kingdom soldiers. "Geez, what's going on here is this?" a Dragon Kingdom soldier exclaimed exaggeratedly. "Why have they all turned into popsicles? Quickly, quickly, bring the blankets." Another soldier greeted. "This weather is no joke." Kumar froze. He had expected the dragons to just shoot, but he didn't expect them to help. It seemed like they really didn't dare to do anything to themselves. The Dragon Kingdom really is a country of etiquette. Kumar forced himself to hold back his chills and said with fake elegance, "Thank you so much." The soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom were busy, draping blankets on each White Elephant Kingdom soldier and handing over hot water. Kumar became even more complacent. It seems that these Dragon Kingdom people are just softies, they don't even dare to steal and move the boundary monument themselves. Buzzing. The drone circled one last time and flew back to the base carrying the complete video evidence. "The recording is finished," a Dragon Kingdom soldier suddenly shouted. "Finished recording?" The other soldier grinned. "You're welcome then. You guys?" Kumar, still immersed in the friendliness of the Dragon Kingdom people, sensed that something was wrong with the atmosphere and was about to inquire. But he suddenly felt a pain on his face. A solid slap sent him spinning halfway around in place. "This is a state of etiquette." The warrior who hit him grinned. Slap, came another slap. "That's bon. Before Kumar could react, he was pinned down in the snow. He then realized that the politeness of the dragons just now was all waiting for the drone to finish recording the evidence. "How dare you? You assault us. Don't dare?" Zhang Haofeng came forward, sneaking around and moving our boundary markers. "It's not bad if you didn't directly raid your dog, but you're still asking me if I dare to beat you? I warn you, or you kill me now. If I let me go back alive, I will definitely go to the International Court of Justice to sue you." "Sue us?" Zhang Haofeng sneered. "Who the hell are you to sue us? How we treated you guys is evidenced by the video. That was quite civilized and polite. Besides, do you think we're just beating you guys up right now? No, we're saving you guys. Under these extremely cold conditions, if we don't give you a massage to rejuvenate your chi and blood, you'll soon freeze." He pointed at the White Elephant Kingdom soldiers who were freezing and shivering. "Look at this, you're freezing to death in this weather. We're doing a good deed by saving you guys back." Kumar then realized. Not only did the Dragon Kingdom people beat them up, but they also recorded the evidence, and now they want to save them back. This is to put themselves to death. Get in the car. Zhang Haofeng waved his hand. "We still have hot ginger soup at the border station. I believe that our hospitality will definitely make you all very satisfied, hee. The White Elephant Country soldiers were invited to the car. Kumar could not cry. This was not a country of etiquette, it was clearly a country of darkness. Right. Zhang Haofeng turned back to look at the boundary marker. "You guys, don't forget to stand this back in place later. As for these friends of the White Elephant Kingdom," he looked at Kumar with a smile, "we've saved your lives. If we hadn't realized it in time, you guys would have frozen to death in the middle of nowhere, right? We went through so much trouble to help you guys, it's a lot of money to spend on airplanes and cars. As you know, our Dragon Kingdom is relatively poor, not as rich as your country. So, before your country reimburses us for these reasonable expenses, let's ask all of you to stay at our compound for a visit first. You shouldn't have a problem with that, right?" Chapter 107, The Grand Chancellor Wants to See You. 1 week later. In the test workshop of Northern Industries, the sound of metal crashing was loud and clear. Fang Yu was standing in front of a huge metal cylinder, scrutinizing the parameters of the vertical launch system. "Little Fang. You kid did well done." A loud voice suddenly echoed in the workshop. Fang Yu turned around, only to see Lu Huaqing striding in with a smile on his face that looked like it could light up the entire workshop. "Mr. Lu, what brings you here?" Fang Yu put down the record book in his hand. "The modification of the 052 will take more than a month to complete. The drogue system is still in the testing stage, it may still be." "Not this." Lu Huaqing waved his hand and laughed even more joyfully. "That pterodactyl of yours has taken great credit." "Pterodactyl?" Fang Yu was stunned. "Is it something that happened over there in Zhurai?" "It's bigger than that." Lu Huaqing pulled out a document and said cheerfully. "Take a look at this." Fang Yu took the document. It was a telegram from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. After reading it, he couldn't help but laugh as well. These White Elephant Country people, they really dare. It turns out that just 3 days ago at the Blue Star Joint Assembly, the representative of the White Elephant Country suddenly jumped out and tearfully accused the Dragon Country of violating the territory and detaining soldiers on duty without reason. The delegate spoke with great emotion, portraying the Dragon Kingdom as an unreasonable bandit. You didn't see the scene at that time. Lu Huaqing sat at the workbench with a smile in his eyes. That white elephant representative spoke in such a righteous manner that he almost straightened out our diplomats. And what happened after that? Later? Lu Huaqing laughed even more happily. Our ambassador was too absolute. When that white elephant country representative finished speaking, he stood up without any panic and said, "Since the white elephant country mentioned this matter, then we might as well see what's going on." Saying this, Lu Huaqing gesticulated with his hands. Then our ambassador had someone put out that video you took with that drone. You weren't able to see the face of that white elephant country's representative. It was a wonderful sight. Fang Yu imagined that scene and couldn't help but laugh as well. Then what else could they say? What else can they say? Lu Huaqing slapped his thighs. Those people from the white elephant country's faces were green. It's clearly captured in the video. They took advantage of the snowstorm to sneak around and try to move the boundary marker. This is great. It's not us violating their territory, it's them trying to steal our land. He took a sip of water and continued, the most desperate thing is the latter. That video not only captured them moving the boundary marker, it even recorded our warriors saving them. You say this is a big deal. Not only did they not succeed in stealing the land, but they also had to pay back the money. Compensate money? That's right. Lu Huaqing laughed his head off. It's called aid consumption expenses and medical expenses. Those soldiers of theirs stayed at our border station for several days, ate a lot of food, and used a lot of medicine. This has to be counted as money, right? Fang Yu shook his head and was also amused. So, San has lost his wife and soldiers this time? Not true. Lu Huaqing stood up and patted Fang Yu's shoulder. This is all thanks to you. If it wasn't for this drone, how could we catch them in the act? He looked around the workshop, and his eyes landed on that pendant system. Seriously, little Fang, your brain is truly exceptional. This drone has only just been equipped, and it's made such a great feat. This vertical hair system, I think it's almost the same. Fang Yu quickly waved his hand. Mr. Lu, this is still early. You can't flatter me. Okay, don't praise you. Lu Huaqing said with a smile, but this time, the top is paying a lot of attention. Maybe in a few days, someone will come to talk to you. Talk about what? You'll know by then. Lu Huaqing winked mysteriously. Well, you continue to be busy, I still have to rush back to the meeting. After saying that, Lu Huaqing walked out of the workshop door with a smile, leaving only Fang Yu who was full of confusion. 2 days later. In the office of Northern Industries, the phone rings abruptly. Fang Yu put down the drawings in his hands and picked up the microphone. Hello? Is Manager Fang of Northern Industries? Greetings. A calm male voice came from the other end of the phone. I'm a staff member affiliated with the Dragon Country Hub, and I would like to ask if you have time this afternoon? We will send a car to pick you up. Fang Yu's grip on the microphone tightened slightly. The Central Hub? The weight of these 2 words was enough to make anyone's heart race. He took a deep breath and tried to keep his voice steady. There's time. May I ask if it's? Let's talk about the specifics when we meet. The other party politely but unquestionably finished and hung up. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Sure enough, when the time came, a black Audi with a military license plate stopped right on time at the entrance of Northern Industries. Several guards who were very competent at first glance invited Fang Yu to get on the car. The black Audi passed through the busy streets of the imperial capital and finally stopped in front of a solemn building. This is? Fang Yu froze after getting out of the car. He recognized this place. It was a state guest house specially used to receive foreign heads of state. A middle-aged man in a suit quickly greeted him. Manager Fang, is it? Greetings. I am Lu Zhengkai. Fang Yu's heart shook. This name was too familiar to him, the personal secretary of the great chief of the Dragon Kingdom. Hello, Secretary Lu, I wonder what you are looking for me for. Not too busy to say, come in with me first. The great chief is waiting for you. Hearing this, Lu Zhengkai smiled bashfully and nodded towards Fang Yu, signaling him to follow him. Passing through the imposing hall and walking through the red-carpeted long corridor, Fang Yu's heartbeat became faster and faster. Although he came from the future and knew many things that were unimaginable to normal people, but at this moment, being about to meet the supreme leader of the Dragon Kingdom, it still made him feel an indescribable nervousness. Pushing open the last door, Fang Yu's breathing almost stopped. In the spacious and bright parlor, an old man with a slightly thin figure was standing in front of the window. Hearing the sound of the door opening, he turned around with a gentle smile on his face. Good day, Chief. Fang Yu stood upright and saluted, his voice slightly trembling from excitement. Little Fang, here you are. The great chief walked over and kindly gestured for him to sit down. There's no need to be so formal. Fang Yu carefully sat on the sofa, his hands unconsciously clenching and relaxing. This old man in front of him had left a colorful mark in the history books of the future. The feeling of being able to talk to him face to face at this moment made Fang Yu both excited and apprehensive. During this period of time, you have done very well. The great chief lifted his teacup, his gaze amiable. 99A tanks, winged dragon drones, the 052 transformation program, each of them has solved a big problem for the country. This is all what I should do. Fang Yu said modestly. No, you have done much more than you should have. The great chief put down his teacup. Do you know? Just a few days ago, that drone of yours helped us fight a beautiful diplomatic battle internationally. Fang Yu lowered his head, not daring to look directly at this old man's gleaming gaze. But he could feel that the other party's every word was filled with praise. To have such achievements at such a young age, you are a rare talent in our Dragon Kingdom, the Grand Chief exclaimed. Hearing such praise, Fang Yu was both moved and apprehensive. He hesitated for a moment and asked cautiously, Chief, you found me here today, it wouldn't be just to praise me, would it? The great chief froze for a moment, then laughed out loud, You child, you are resourceful enough. A trace of approval flashed in his eyes. Not bad, looking for you today, there is indeed business. Chapter 108, What We Want to Buy, is WS2. Upon hearing this, Fang Yu was instantly energized and tensed up. The great chief waved his hand, signaling for Fang Yu to relax. Do you know what this place is? Immediately afterward, the great chief lifted his teacup and looked at Fang Yu kindly. Reporting to the chief, this is the state guest house, a place where we receive important foreign guests. Fang Yu straightened his back and replied. The great chief nodded with satisfaction, not bad. Then you might as well guess again, which country's guest is to be received this time. A meaningful look flashed in his eyes. Hint, they're an old patron of our military industry. Fang Yu's mind quickly flashed through a few possible options before a sudden flash of insight. Could it be that? Is a camel country? Clever, the great chief smiled in delight. It seems you know a lot about the history of our military trade. Fang Yu's thoughts instantly returned to more than 10 years ago. It was the 80s, just when the Dragon Kingdom had just reformed and opened up. At that time, the Dragon Country was in need of foreign exchange to support industrial development. And Camel Country, the Middle East's oil power, became the most important buyer of Dragon Country's military products. That year, Camel Country purchased Dragon Country's Winter Wind 3 missiles at a price of $100 million each. This deal not only brought much-needed foreign exchange to the Dragon Kingdom, but more importantly opened the door for the export of the Dragon Kingdom's military industrial products. In that era when the Western countries had imposed a total blockade on Dragon Kingdom, Camelot Kingdom's support was undoubtedly a blessing in disguise. Not only did they purchase Dragon Kingdom's weapons, but they also helped Dragon Kingdom bypass the Western blockade and acquire much-needed technology and equipment. What was even more remarkable was that the Camel Country never picked and chose Dragon Country's military products. They knew that under the blockade by the West, Dragon Kingdom's weapons might not be the most advanced, but they were the most reliable strategic partners. This kind of mutual trust was extremely rare in the international military trade market. Over the years, the Grand Chief's voice pulled Fang Yu's thoughts back to reality. Camel Country has always been our most important military trade partner. They are not only customers, but also friends. Fang Yu nodded. He understood the weight of these words too well. In the international military trade market, Camel Country was like a living signboard. As long as they procured weapons from Dragon Country, other countries would follow suit. This gave an immeasurable boost to the development of Dragon Country's military industry. This time, the great chief put down his teacup and gazed at Fang Yu. They are here again. It's still about the military purchase. Fang Yu's heart tightened, vaguely feeling that the next words were extraordinary. Sure enough, the great chief continued. However, this time, I am prepared to give you full responsibility for the procurement contract. This. At those words, Fang Yu stood up violently. Chief, this is too important, I'm afraid Afraid of what? The big chief smiled and waved his hand. Sit down and talk. Fang Yu stiffly sat back on the sofa. Chief, I'm only in my 20s, I'm afraid I can't afford this responsibility for this kind of national-level negotiation. Finding you to take charge is precisely because you are young. The great chief's eyes gleamed. This time, the one from the Camel Country is Prince Abdullah, who is just in his early 30s. You are of similar age, so it's easy to communicate. He paused and continued, moreover, you are a military industry expert and know our equipment like the back of your hand. You'll be able to give more professional advice than those old guys who can only speak diplomatically. But, there's nothing but. The big chief's voice was gentle but firm. I've seen your resume. 99A tanks, winged dragon drones, which one of them wasn't handled by you? These achievements are not something that can be measured by age. Fang Yu lowered his head, his heart was full of mixed feelings. Young people, be bold. The great chief stood up and walked to the window. Our generation is getting old, the future of the Dragon Kingdom depends on you. These words were like a heavy hammer that struck Fang Yu's heart. He took a deep breath and stood up. Chief, I understand. I will definitely live up to my responsibilities. Good, the great chief nodded in relief, then it's settled. Prince Abdullah will be arriving in an hour, go ahead and get ready. Yes. 1 hour later. Inside the parlor of the state guest house, the crystal chandelier reflected a soft light. Fang Yu straightened the suit on his body and stood waiting at the door. You are the manager Fang that Secretary Liu was talking about, right? Hello? At this moment, a slightly accented voice came out. Fang Yu turned around and saw a tall Middle Eastern man striding in. He wore a traditional white robe and a gold-rimmed wool cap, and his hands and feet were characterized by the elegance of royalty. Honorable Prince Abdullah. Fang Yu bowed slightly and said in fluent English, "Welcome to the Dragon Kingdom." Abdullah revealed a friendly smile and extended his hand. "I've heard a lot about you, Manager Fang. I have heard of your deeds. I just didn't expect that you would be so young. The ancient Dragon Kingdom is really a place where talents abound. Prince Abdullah, you flatter me, please sit down." After the pleasantries, Prince Abdullah's gaze became sharp. He waved his hand and signaled his entourage to retire, leaving only him and Fang Yu in the entire parlor. "Manager Fang, since your country and ours are old friends, I'll get right to the point," Abdullah said in slightly accented English. "This time, I came to Dragon Country for the purpose of purchasing arms." Fang Yu nodded his head. This was not a surprise. Camel Country had always been a big buyer of Dragon Country's arms. "However, what I want to buy this time is not ordinary arms," Abdullah continued. "Now that the Mao bear has disintegrated, we can have as much as we want of such old equipment like AK-47s and T-72s. He stood up and walked over to the window. Outside the window was the gray sky of the imperial capital, the outlines of tall buildings looming in the distance. "Those guys from Dai Shanghua have been very dishonest lately." There was a hint of coldness in Abdullah's voice. "They're eyeing us with the backing of Eagle Jam. So this time, we need some really advanced weapons. I wonder what kind of weapons Your Highness the Prince specifically wants?" Fang Yu asked cautiously. Abdullah turned around, a brilliant light flashing in his eyes. "Last month, we received a very interesting piece of intelligence." He pulled out a document from the briefcase he was carrying. "According to the report, the Dragon Kingdom has developed a new type of long-range rocket artillery system that is so powerful that even Eagle Jam's 7th Fleet had to retreat." Fang Yu's heartbeat suddenly accelerated. WS-2 long-range rocket artillery system, this is top-secret equipment, how could it? Seemingly seeing Fang Yu's misgivings, Abdullah smiled. "Don't be nervous, this isn't any classified information. Eagle Jam's 7th Fleet was forced back, the whole of Asia knows about it. We just followed the trail and found out about this weapon system." He pushed the file in front of Fang Yu. "This time, I came here specifically for it." Fang Yu looked down at the document. It was a military briefing written in Arabic, accompanied by a blurry photo of the WS-2 rocket launcher. It seemed that the Camel Country's intelligence system was indeed not simple. "This rocket artillery system," Abdullah's voice was tinged with anticipation, "I wonder if it can be sold to us?" As if he could see Fang Yu's hesitation, Abdullah continued. "Manager Fang doesn't have to worry. Camel Country has always been Dragon Country's most reliable military trade partner. From the Winter Wind missile to now, when have we ever let the Dragon Kingdom down?" There was a bit of pride in his tone. "Moreover, we never flaunt the details of our military purchases internationally. This is something that I'm sure Manager Fang is also aware of." Fang Yu had to admit that this was a valid point. Over the years, Camel Country had indeed been a reliable partner. Not only did they purchase Dragon Country's weapons, they also often helped Dragon Country bypass the Western technological blockade. "Your Highness," Fang Yu weighed his words, "this kind of weapon you were talking about does exist. But I'm afraid that the specific details need to be reported to the leadership for study." Of course. Abdullah nodded briskly. "Our Camel Country is most disciplined. However," he took out a document from the briefcase he was carrying, "this is our preliminary intention. If Manager Fang finds it suitable, he can take a look at it first." Fang Yu received the document and was secretly surprised in his heart. It seems that Camelot Country is determined to win this military purchase, and even the offer is ready. And when he saw the figures on the document, he almost lost his temper. This price, it was a whole lot higher than the price of the Winter Wind missile back then. Chapter 109 Sell. As long as money is given, it can all be sold. This matter is too significant, I need to report to my superiors. Fang Yu put down the document, took a deep breath and said to Abdullah. Abdullah nodded elegantly. Of course, this is the proper thing to do. We, the Camel Country, are the most disciplined and will not make things difficult for Manager Fang. Thank you, I will be back soon. Upon hearing this, Fang Yu nodded and after exiting, he immediately walked quickly towards the Grand Chief's office. When he pushed open the door, he found that Lu Huacheng and Wu Qingyuan were already present. It seemed that the Great Chief had prepared for this and had called all the heads of the relevant departments. Well, the Great Chief put down the documents in his hands. Fang Yu briefly reported Abdullah's intentions. That's how it is, what Abdullah wants to buy is not another weapon, it's our WS-2 rocket launcher. As soon as the words fell, Lu Huacheng clapped his hands. Absolutely cannot be sold. The army general's voice was loud and clear. The WS-2 is our newly developed strategic weapon. This long-range rocket system, even Eagle Jam doesn't have it now. Selling it to a foreign country, isn't this cutting off your own arm? He stood up and paced back and forth in his office. And have you guys thought about it? Once this kind of weapon is exported, it is likely to be copied. When the technology spreads, won't our advantage be gone? I don't agree with old Lu's view. Wu Qingyuan gently tapped the desktop. Sell, why not? This admiral narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharp. First, Camelot Kingdom is our old friend. How much did the Winter Wind missile deal help us back then? That was $100 million apiece. Now that people want to buy the WS2, what reason do we have to refuse? Secondly, he held up two fingers. You think you can keep the technology if you don't sell it? Wasn't Eagle Jam's Hama's rocket system researched by Malbear all the same? Instead of hiding it, we should sell it for a good price. Lu Huaqing sneered. Old Wu, you're just standing around talking. The WS2 is the Army's main equipment, it's not your Navy's. Of course you sell it when you say so. That's the wrong thing to say. Wu Qingyuan retorted unhurriedly. Which of our Navy's equipment is not a national treasure? But it still has to be sold when it's time to sell it. Look at the international market now, who isn't doing that? Besides, his tone grew serious, the international situation is not in our favor right now. The Western blockade is getting tighter and tighter, and we need the Camel country as an ally. Not only can they bring in foreign currency, but more importantly, they can help us open up the Middle Eastern market. Lu Huaqing was about to say something else when the Grand Chief coughed softly. Old Wu has a point. But I understand your concern. He turned to Fang Yu. Little Fang, what do you think? Fang Yu did not expect that the big chief would ask for his opinion, and was a little nervous for a moment. But soon, he cleared his thoughts and said lightly. Reporting to the chief, I think it can be sold, but there should be conditions. The three chiefs looked at him at the same time. Fang Yu took a deep breath and continued. First, we can sell the WS2 to Camelot Nation, but only provide the basic model. Those improved guidance technologies and special ammunition will not be exported for the time being. Second, it should be clearly stipulated in the contract that transfer or imitation to a third country is prohibited. Once a breach of contract is found, subsequent supply and technical support will be stopped immediately. Third, we can use this opportunity to negotiate other cooperative projects with the Camel country. For example, their advantages in oil and natural gas are much needed by us. The office fell silent. The great chief nodded thoughtfully. Speak on. Lastly, Fang Yu's voice was getting more and more assertive. We can use this deal to set an example in the Middle East. Let other countries see that Dragon Kingdom's weapons are not only of good quality, but also have guaranteed after-sales service. This will be helpful in opening up the international market. Lu Huaqing frowned and thought for a while before slowly sitting down. In that case, it's not impossible. Wu Qingyuan smiled and applauded. Not bad, well thought out. It's true that young people have a lively mindset. The great chief stood up and walked to the window. Looking out the window at the turquoise blue sky, he fell into deep thought. There is one more point. At this moment, Fang Yu stood up straight and added with a firm gaze. I agreed to sell the WS2 not only because I can obtain a high amount of foreign exchange in this arms deal. It's even more so because I am certain that I can develop a more advanced rocket artillery system in a short period of time. The office was silent. Lu Huaqing and Wu Qingyuan exchanged a puzzled look. More advanced rocket artillery? Lu Huaqing asked with a frown. Little Fang, you're not boasting here just to convince us, are you? Fang Yu shook his head and took out a stack of drawings from his briefcase. Please take a look, chiefs, this is a new project I've been working on recently, the electromagnetic boost rocket artillery system. He spread the drawings out on the conference table. The densely packed calculation formulas and design drawings made the several Dragon Kingdom bigwigs present come closer. Traditional rocket artillery relies on gunpowder propulsion, which determines its ceiling in range and accuracy. Fang Yu pointed to a certain part of the drawing with his pencil. But if we add electromagnetic boosting to the launch phase... Wait! Wu Qingyuan suddenly sat up straight. You mean, using the principle of an electromagnetic railgun? Yes, but not exactly. Fang Yu explained. Pure electromagnetic railguns are not technologically mature right now, and the energy consumption is too great. But we can combine electromagnetic boosting with traditional rocket engines. He quickly drew a schematic on a piece of paper. When launching, the electromagnetic system gives the rocket an initial acceleration, which is equivalent to flinging it out. This not only dramatically increases the initial velocity, but also saves gunpowder. After the rocket flies out of the launch tube, the rocket engine is then activated. The advantage of this is, the great chief asked thoughtfully. First, the range can be increased by at least 50%. Fang Yu raised his finger. Secondly, because of the faster initial velocity, the trajectory is flatter and the accuracy will also increase dramatically. Third, the electromagnetic booster system can precisely control the launch parameters, further increasing the hit rate. Lu Huaqing's eyes lit up. If this can really be built, then the WS2 will indeed seem less important. But Wu Qingyuan still had doubts. This kind of technology sounds very ahead of its time. Are you sure how long it will take to develop it? Fang Yu said with confidence, I have overcome all the major technical difficulties. The key is the design of the electromagnetic coil and the energy supply system. As long as you give me half a year, I guarantee that I can come up with a prototype. Half a year? Lu Huaqing said in surprise, so fast? Yes. Fang Yu nodded, and I can guarantee that the performance of this system will dwarf the WS2. The range can reach over 1,500 kilometers, and the accuracy can be controlled within 10 meters. Chapter 110. What? You're even selling the pterodactyl? The office was quiet once again. The big chief stood up and walked to the window. After a long time, he turned around. Little Fang, your idea is good. But? He looked at Fang Yu meaningfully. Are you sure you only need half a year? Yes, chief. Fang Yu's tone was firm, and I suggest that this condition can be added to the negotiations with the camel country. When our new system is successfully developed, we can prioritize supplying it to them. This will not only stabilize this important customer, but also make a name for ourselves in the international military trade market. The big chief revealed an approving smile. Good. Let's do as you said. Old Lu, Old Wu, what do you think? The two admirals looked at each other and nodded at the same time. In that case, the big chief clapped his hands, then it's settled. Little Fang, you go talk to Abdullah. Remember to reveal the matter of this new project to him appropriately, but don't talk about the specific details yet. Fang Yu stood at attention and saluted. Yes. Guarantee to complete the mission. However, after accepting this task with confidence, Fang Yu did not directly leave the office. Instead, he stood in front of the several people somewhat squirming, wanting to speak. Why, comrade Little Fang, this is something else to say? Chief, I still have an uninvited request. Fang Yu took a deep breath. Since the WS2 is ready to be sold, why don't we sell the Winged Dragon UAV to Camelot Nation as well? What do you think? The atmosphere in the office instantly froze. Lu Huaqing and Wuqing Yuan frowned at the same time, and the great chief also revealed a rare look of hesitation. This? Lu Huaqing shook his head inside. Little Fang, isn't this a bit too bold? The pterodactyl is a cutting-edge equipment that we've just developed, even our own troops haven't equipped a few of them yet. Upon hearing this, Wuqing Yuan also spoke up. That's right, the WS2 is at least an extension of the traditional rocket launcher, but a high-tech weapon like a drone can only be built by a few countries in the world right now. If this is sold out, the two chiefs take it easy. Fang Yu hurriedly explained, selling is selling, but what I'm selling is not the full version of the Winged Dragon. He took out a design from his briefcase. This is the simplified version of the pterodactyl that I prepared. It has removed all the attacking abilities and only retains the scouting function. The great chief took the drawing and scrutinized it. Look, Fang Yu pointed to a few modifications on the drawing. Firstly, all the hangers have been removed, so that the ability to carry weapons is lost. Secondly, the data link system has also been simplified, and the maximum combat radius is limited to 300 kilometers. Then there's the optoelectronic pod, which uses an ordinary day and night type, with a resolution that's a bit worse than the ones we use ourselves. The overall performance is just a little bit better than Dai Xinghua's Explorer and Eagle Sauce's Herald. Lu Huaqing was skeptical. Even if it's a simplified version, this is still our cutting-edge technology. Taking our state-of-the-art technology and exchanging it for foreign exchange is always a bit too. Old Lu, Wuqing Yuan suddenly spoke up. I do think that Xiao Fang has a point. Think about it, there are only a few mainstream military drones in the international arena right now. Instead of letting Camel Country go by Dai Shang countries or Eagle Sauces, why don't we sell it to them? Moreover, he said meaningfully, what we're selling is a castrated version, with the key technologies kept in our own hands. Isn't this just the right way to give them a taste of the sweetness and control the risk? The big chief put down the drawings and looked at Fang Yu. Little Fang, playing this idea? Fang Yu nodded his head and smiled blandly. Not bad. We can use this opportunity to open up the market for drone exports. If the Camel Country uses it well, other Middle Eastern countries will definitely follow suit. At that time, we will have a firm foothold in this field. Besides, he added, even if we sell it to them, our own main model will be constantly upgraded. By the time they're using this drone, we'll probably be working on a new generation. The office fell into silence. The Grand Chief stood up and paced the room. Little Fang has a point. But, he stopped abruptly. Are you sure this simplified version won't give away our core technology? Please rest assured, Chief. Fang Yu said solemnly, the most crucial few technologies, the data chain system, the flight control computer, and the mission planning software have all been given special treatment. Even if they take them apart and study them, they won't be able to see what's going on. There's an even more important point. Fang Yu's tone became serious. What we lack the most right now is actual combat data. The Camel Country is located in the Middle East, where the terrain and climatic conditions are very special. If they use our drones, it's like helping us do field tests. The data will be helpful in improving the performance of the pterodactyl. The big chief walked to the window and pondered for a moment. You have a point. But the price? This you can rest assured. Fang Yu revealed a confident smile. Even if it is a simplified version, the performance of our drone is still stronger than the ones on the market. The price will naturally not be low. And he took out a calculation sheet. According to my estimation, the cost of the simplified version is only 1/3 of the full version. But the selling price can be set at 2/3 of the full version. Such a profit margin is enough to support us to continue developing the new model. The office fell into silence. Lu Huaqing and Wu Qingyuan exchanged a look, both clearly convinced. "You kid," Lu Huaqing shook his head, "the abacus is really fine. But there's still a problem." Wu Qingyuan suddenly said, "In case they find out that they bought a simplified version, will they be upset?" Fang Yu smiled, "This is even simpler. We can tell them that this is a special model designed for the desert environment. The desert doesn't need too many weapons mounted on it. Instead, we need to strengthen the sand resistance and range." "Good boy." Wu Qingyuan clapped his hands. "This reasoning is so good that even I almost believed it." The great chief finally turned around with an approving smile on his face. "All right, let's do as you say. But," he looked meaningfully at Fang Yu, "you have to guarantee that the development of the new model cannot be delayed." "Please rest assured, Chief." Fang Yu straightened his back. "The research and development of the electromagnetic booster rocket cannon and the new type of drone will not fall behind in any way." The office fell silent. The great chief looked at Lu Huaqing, then at Wu Qingyuan, and both admirals nodded slightly. The grand chief looked at the young man in front of him, his gaze filled with praise. Not only did this kid have excellent skills, he also had a unique vision in negotiation and strategy. It seemed that letting him be in charge of this military trade negotiation was indeed the right choice. "Good," the great chief finally clapped his hands. "Since you're so sure, I'll leave this matter entirely in your hands. Young man, don't forget to disappoint me. I guarantee to complete the task." Chapter 111, Net Profit of $600 million? This is too profiteering. Fang Yu pushed open the door of the state guesthouse's parlor, where Abdullah was pacing by the window. Hearing the sound of the door opening, this Camel King prince immediately turned around. "Mr. Fang." Abdullah quickly greeted him. "How is it? Did the top management of your country agree?" Fang Yu nodded his head. "Agreed. The great chief personally approved that WS2 can be sold to the Camel country." "Excellent." Abdullah's eyes lit up. "Then, what about the price?" Fang Yu did not speak. It only slowly raised his right hand and extended a finger. Abdullah's smile instantly froze. He stared at Fang Yu's finger, his face turning from joy to slight anger. "Mr. Fang, I came to your country to talk about military purchases, but I am very serious." "You Dragon Kingdom still plays this? It was like this back then, and now again?" Looking at Abdullah's exasperated appearance, he was slightly stunned, not knowing that he had touched that nerve of Abdullah. And a moment later, Fang Yu suddenly laughed bitterly. Because he finally understood what Abdullah was angry about. All of this, but also from that in the history of military trade is legendary oolong to start. In the 80s, Camel Country first came to Dragon Country to buy Winter Wind 3 missiles. At that time, the country had just reformed and opened up, and there was not even a decent place for negotiation, but only in a simple guest house. On that day, the head of the delegation of the Dragon Kingdom did the same thing, stretching out a finger. In his plan, this is the meaning of 10 million. 10 million RMB for a missile was the highest price the Dragon Kingdom could think of at that time. However, the representatives of the Camel Country had gotten the wrong idea. In their view, it meant 100 million. Moreover, as an international trade, they took it for granted that the unit of valuation was the US dollar. Even better, at the negotiation table, both sides felt that the other side was taking advantage of the situation. The delegation of the Dragon Country thought that $10 million was already very expensive, fearing that the other side would think it was too high. The Camel Country representative felt that $100 million was a great bargain. In this way, a finger misunderstanding, so that the price of this deal nearly 80 times. When the two sides signed the contract, each happy to go back to report, only to find this amazing oolong. But then the contract was signed. Camel Country also think $100 million to buy a strategic missile is not expensive. As for the Dragon Country is even more eager. So this oolong has become the most famous win-win case in the history of military trade. Mr. Fang. Abdullah's voice pulled Fang Yu's thoughts back to reality. Back then, our country was threatened by that madman Shadamu. The $100 million a piece of Winter Wind 3 was really worth it, and helped us block that madman. He stood up and paced back and forth in the parlor. But as good as the WS2 is, it's still just a rocket system. $100 million a set, that's too much. Your Highness has misunderstood. Fang Yu hurriedly explained. We Dragon Kingdom people are the most honest, so naturally, it is impossible for us to ask for such a ridiculous price. What I mean is, WS2 rocket launcher, we will sell it to you at a price of $10 million a set. Abdullah's footsteps paused. He turned around, his face softening slightly. $10 million? Yes. Abdullah sat down again and took a sip from his teacup. After a moment of contemplation, Abdullah spoke hesitantly. Mr. Fang, I have to say, this price is still too high. Even Eagle Jam's M270 rocket launcher isn't this expensive. He put down his teacup and leaned forward slightly. How about this, $5 million a set, what do you think? Silence fell in the parlor, leaving only the ticking of the ancient seat clock. Abdullah stared at Fang Yu with a burning gaze, waiting for his response. However, after Fang Yu heard Abdullah's counteroffer, he also froze in place for a moment. $5 million? He quickly converted. In his mind, according to the current exchange rate, this was a whole 40 million RMB. Mr. Fang? Abdullah's expression was a little tense when he saw Fang Yu's hesitation. If you think the price is too low, we can discuss it again. After all, the WS2 does have a much stronger performance than the M270. He added with a slight apology, 6 million? Or? Fang Yu looked back and the corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily. He had originally planned to sell it for 10 million RMB, and had already left himself plenty of profit margin. After all, the cost of a set of WS2 was only around 8 million RMB. But when Abdullah opened his mouth, he directly raised the price to the sky. $5 million would be appropriate. Fang Yu forced down his inner shock and said in a calm manner. Abdullah was obviously relieved. Great. I thought you would think the price was too low. Fang Yu laughed bitterly in his heart. Low? This is simply profiteering. The current exchange rate is $1 to 8 yuan, $5 million is 40 million yuan. This set of WS2 would make more than $30 million, a full 5 times. He suddenly remembered the argument he had just had in the Grand Chief's office. Lu Huaqing was worried about the outflow of technology, while Wu Qingyuan emphasized the importance of military trade. Now it seemed that Wu Qingyuan was absolutely right. Arms trade was, indeed, a profitable business. But, Abdullah suddenly said with a straight face, the quantity we need will not be too small. Fang Yu forced himself to calm down. Arms business was different from general trade. Once negotiated, it was often a large order. He had to keep his head clear. How many sets is your highness prepared to purchase? Abdullah pulled out a document from his arms. At least 20 sets initially. If they are well used, additional orders will follow. Fang Yu received the document and his heartbeat involuntarily sped up. 20 sets? That was $100 million, equivalent to 800 million RMB. After deducting the cost, the net profit is more than $600 million. Moreover, this was only the first batch. He suddenly understood why international arms dealers were all rich as hell. This profit margin, it was simply mind-boggling. Mr. Fang? Abdullah asked with some concern when he saw Fang Yu launching into a daze again. Isn't the quantity too much? If the production capacity can't keep up. It won't, said Fang Yu hurriedly, 20 sets is no problem at all. However, Your Highness, Fang Yu suddenly changed his words, after getting these rockets, how do you plan to use them? Chapter 112, am I hearing this right? $1 million a rack? Sniffing. Abdullah froze, his teacup shaking slightly in his hand. Mr. Fang, what do you mean by this? I would like to ask for advice. Fang Yu's gaze became deep. In the previous several Middle East wars, the Arab coalition forces had the advantage both in numbers and equipment. But the results? He didn't go on, but the meaning in his words was already obvious. The atmosphere in the parlor suddenly became a bit gloomy. Abdullah put down his teacup and a trace of gloom flashed in his gaze. He carefully measured Fang Yu's expression, and after determining that the other party was not mocking him, he let out a long sigh. Mr. Fang is right. In the end, it's still a problem with the quality of the soldiers. His voice lowered. On Dai Shanggua's side, many of the soldiers are veterans of World War II. Those people, who have experienced the true baptism of war. He stood up and walked to the window. Even if we have the same level of weapons, or even more in number, or real fight. What about all these years? Fang Yu pursued, has this gap been made up? Abdullah shook his head with a bitter smile, I'm afraid it's worse. Our young people are used to the rich life brought by oil. Making them suffer? Train them? He spread his hands and made a helpless gesture. The new recruits nowadays, it's hard to ensure even the most basic military literacy. Some of them can't even hold a gun steady. So, Fang Yu said with a straight face, even if I sell you the WS2, I'm afraid it won't be as powerful as it should be. Abdullah turned around and frowned. This long-range rocket system, it requires a lot from the user? That's right. Fang Yu nodded. First is target detection. The WS2 has a very long range, and without accurate target intelligence, it is a waste of shells. Secondly, there is fire control calculation, which needs to take into account multiple factors such as wind speed, temperature, humidity, and so on. And finally there's tactical utilization. You mean? Abdullah's voice tightened a bit, for us to give up on buying the WS2? Fang Yu stood up and walked over to Abdullah. No, what I mean is that buying WS2 alone is not enough. The corner of his mouth rose slightly. I have another set of equipment here that can help you solve this problem. It greatly reduces the requirements for operators, allowing even the average soldier to maximize the power of the WS2. Abdullah's eyes lit up. What equipment? Your Highness, follow me. Fang Yu did not answer Abdullah's question directly but led him out of the parlor. An hour later, the experimental base of Northern Industries. Under the sunlight, a beautifully shaped drone was quietly parked on the runway. The slender fuselage had smooth lines, the swept-back wings were like a pair of unfolded eagle's wings, and the optoelectronic pod below the belly glowed coldly in the sunlight. This. Abdullah circled around the drone with a gleam of amazement in his eyes. This is the equipment that can erase the gap in the quality of soldiers? That's right. Fang Yu led him into the command vehicle. This is the Wing Dragon UAS. It is not only a pair of eyes, but also the most perfect partner for the WS-2 rocket launcher. Inside the command vehicle, various data flashed in front of 3 large screens. Fang Yu skillfully operated the console, and the drone's engine then emitted a low rumble. Look, Fang Yu pointed at the center screen. This drone uses a data link system that is fully compatible with WS-2. It can cruise at high altitude for 20 hours and cover a radius of 300 kilometers. Abdullah nodded, but clearly didn't fully comprehend the intricacies. The key thing is this. Fang Yu pulled up an interface. It is equipped with an advanced target recognition system. Even ordinary soldiers can operate it to search for targets with simple training. On the screen, the ground was clearly visible. Fang Yu continued to explain, once an enemy target is found, the operator only needs to click to confirm. The drone will then automatically calculate the precise coordinates of the target and then transmit them to the WS-2 rocket launcher through the data chain. You mean? Abdullah's eyes lit up. Yes, the entire strike is fully automated. Fang Yu revealed a confident smile. The fire control calculations, weather compensation, and launch plurals are all done by computers. Your soldiers only need to press the launch button. He pulled up a tactical schematic. For example, let's say you find an enemy troop buildup at the border. Send out the pterodactyl for reconnaissance, and it will be able to lock onto the target from a safe distance away. Then the WS-2 rocket launcher can strike with such precision from 70 kilometers away that the enemy can't even see your shadow. The most important thing is safety. Fang Yu emphasized, traditional reconnaissance has to send out scouts or reconnaissance planes, and once detected it's a casualty. But drones are different. Even if they are shot down, it's only a loss of a piece of equipment. A glint flashed in Abdullah's eyes. In the Middle East, for every soldier lost, the government had to pay a huge pension. This system could not only protect the soldiers' lives, but also save a lot of expenses. Moreover, Fang Yu continued, this system can also record the striking process. You can use these videos to train your troops and summarize your experience. As the days and months accumulate, you will naturally be able to improve the overall combat level of your troops. He opened another display. The pterodactyl can also carry a variety of mission payloads. Day and night, rain, shine and haze, it doesn't affect its work. Together with the WS-2, it's simply a perfect long-range strike system. And, the kicker is this. Before Abdullah could speak, Fang Yu pointed to a set of data. Its operation interface is made very user-friendly. It's as simple as playing a video game. Your soldiers do not need to know esoteric military theories to utilize the power of this system. Abdullah stood in front of the display for a long time. He understood the value of this system all too well. In the Middle East, training a qualified military person required a lot of time and money. But with this system, even new recruits could quickly form combat capabilities. Fantastic. I'll take this system. Abdullah almost jumped up from his seat. Mr. Fang, this pterodactyl you're talking about, how much is one? Fang Yu had a smile on his lips and extended a finger without any hesitation. Abdullah's excitement cooled down all of a sudden, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. Another $10 million? The display screen inside the command vehicle was still showing the real-time images transmitted back from the drone. Abdullah stared at the clear image and fell into deep thought. The ground view from above was so slim that even the tire tracks of the Jeep parked at the test site were clearly visible. $10 million, very expensive. He muttered, as if he were having a conversation with himself, but really, it's worth it. He turned to Fang Yu, his eyes becoming firm. Mr. Fang, I accept this price. To be honest, if we were to find a Western country to buy a similar system, we wouldn't be able to get it without a couple $100 million. Abdullah stood up and walked over to the display screen. On the screen, the drone was demonstrating the auto-tracking function, the optoelectronic pods firmly locked onto the target on the ground. Did you know? He pointed to the data pulsing on the screen. For this data link system, the entire blue planet can count on one hand the countries that can make it. Eagle Jam, John Bull, and Dai Shangwei are just a few. Fang Yu looked at Abdullah's back and nodded secretly in his heart. As the prince of an arms family, Abdullah's judgment of the value of military equipment was indeed accurate. This data chain system is indeed the most core technology of the Winged Dragon, being able to maintain stable communication in complex electromagnetic environments, while also ensuring the confidentiality of data transmission. The technical difficulty is not ordinary. And, Abdullah turned around, his eyes flashing with shrewdness, even those few may not be willing to sell to us. You don't know, the last time we wanted to buy the Pioneer drone from Eagle Jam, the conditions they offered were simply. He shook his head and did not go on. But Fang Yu understood what he meant. In the international arms market, sellers would often attach all sorts of harsh conditions. The need to send technicians to reside in the country, the restriction on the area of use, and even the requirement to share intelligence data were all common tricks. So, Abdullah's voice became solemn, $10 million apiece, this price is really fair. More importantly, I believe that the Dragon Kingdom will not play political tricks on arms deals like those Western countries. He walked back to his seat and picked up the already cold tea. Mr. Fang, our camel country has always known what value means. The winter wind missile thing proves it. $100 million may seem like a lot, but it helped us keep that madman Shadamo at bay, and that's priceless. Fang Yu smiled slightly. This prince, as expected, grew up in the arms business. Not only did he understand the technical value of weaponry, he also understood the strategic significance of it. However, Abdullah still missed one point. Your Highness has misunderstood. After hearing Abdullah's words, Fang Yu said softly. These drones, I am not asking for $10 million. Rather, $1 million apiece. Abdullah stood up so violently that he almost knocked over his teacup. As if he couldn't believe his ears, he asked in shock. What did you say? $1 million a pop. Fang Yu repeated. And that includes complete ground station equipment and data link systems. Chapter 113, deal reached, net profit of $200 million. $1 million? Upon hearing Fang Yu quote this outrageous price, Abdullah's eyes widened and his voice changed tone. Mr. Fang, you're not wrong, right? That's right, it's 1 million Iraq. Fang Yu smiled and nodded his head. This. Abdullah stood up, sat down again, and stood up again, excited like a child. Then I want 10 frames. No, wait. He pulled out his calculator and pressed a few quick buttons. 100 planes would only cost $100 million. Our budget is completely enough. Mr. Fang, 100 planes. I want to order 100 planes. Does your Highness think this price is appropriate? Fang Yu asked in a pretense of humility. Appropriate? It's too suitable. Abdullah said excitedly. Mr. Fang, to be honest, I'm a little worried that you'll lose money. The asking price for a drone of this caliber, whether it's from Dai Shangwei or Eagle Jam's side, is at least $10 million to start with. He put down his calculator and said with a sincere expression. You Dragon Nation people are so realistic when it comes to doing business. Unlike certain countries that sell us either second-hand goods or castrated versions. The prices are still deathly expensive. Fang Yu revealed a gentle smile. Your Highness is overstated. However, this price, it is also true that it is not true that we are giving your camel country a friendly price. After all, back then, when we were in the most difficult time, Camel Country did us a great favor, and now it's time for us to return the favor. He picked up his teacup and took a sip. We only hope that the Camel Country will put this equipment to good use. If the neighboring countries ask, a few kind words for us would be the best return. Abdullah nodded repeatedly, this you can rest assured. As long as there are no major mistakes with the equipment, I will definitely spare no effort in selling it to the countries surrounding our Camel Country. With our Camel Country's influence in the Arab world, I'm sure they'll flock to it. Looking at Abdullah's excited appearance, Fang Yu's heart was secretly happy. This business, it was really profitable. Although he said on his lips that this was a friendly price for the Camel Country. But a full version of the Winged Dragon drone cost only 10 million RMB. This time, the one sold to Camel Country is a simplified version, removing all the attack capabilities and high-end equipment. The cost can be reduced to 3 to 4 million. According to the current exchange rate, $1 million was 8 million RMB. Calculating this way, every frame sold would make $4 to $5 million. With 100 frames, the pure profit would be 500 million. More importantly, not only would this batch of transactions make money, it would also reap the goodwill of the Camel Country. When they used it effectively, the other Arab countries would surely rush to it. At that time, the Dragon Kingdom would be able to gain a firm foothold in the Middle East arms market. Right, Mr. Fang? Abdullah suddenly said. After we return home, can we send a few technicians to Dragon Kingdom for training? After all, we are still not too familiar with such advanced equipment. Upon hearing this, Fang Yu instantly became even happier. This Abdullah was really on the ball. Knowing that he was sleepy, he was able to hand himself a pillow. After all, selling the equipment is only the first step. The subsequent training, maintenance and upgrading, that is where the real profit lies. It seems that this military trade trip is far more exciting than one could have imagined. No problem, when we do business in the Dragon Kingdom, the after-sales service has always been a package to the end. Thinking of this, Fang Yu nodded heavily, and immediately added. However, just having advanced weapons is a bit top-heavy. Your Highness, we still have a batch of stockpiled 155mm artillery shells here. Although the performance is not as good as the latest model, but the price is absolutely favorable. I wonder if you are interested in. Looking at Fang Yu's eloquent talk, Abdullah couldn't stop nodding his head, adding new items to the purchase list from time to time. By the time the negotiation was over, the original order of only WS2 and Winged Dragon had turned into a long list. The weapons of the Dragon Kingdom are really good for the price. An hour later, Abdullah held Fang Yu's hand and smiled from ear to ear. This time when I go back, I will definitely report properly to His Majesty the King. And you, my dear friend, you must come to our camel country as a guest when you have time. I will definitely treat you well. Sending away the excited Abdullah, Fang Yu returned to the office of the Grand Chief. Lu Huacheng and Wu Qingyuan were still there, obviously waiting to hear the results. Little Fang, how did the talks go? The big chief put down the documents in his hands. It's done. Fang Yu did not speak too much, only placing a contract on the table. The three chiefs went over to take a look and immediately sucked in a breath of cool air. This. Lu Huacheng rubbed his eyes. More than 1 billion RMB? More than $200 million? And that's still pure profit. Fang Yu added, the cost has already been deducted. The office was silent. In this era where 100 million pairs of jeans could only be exchanged for a Boeing airliner, what was the concept of $200 million? That was the total annual salary of hundreds of thousands of workers. No wonder, Wu Qingyuan muttered, no wonder Eagle Sauce is provoking wars everywhere. This arms business, it's also too lucrative. It's not just about money. The great chief stood up and paced in front of the window. Think about it, what is this $200 million? It's foreign exchange. How difficult it is for us to generate foreign exchange for export nowadays. The workers get up early in the morning and work hard to produce, but they can't save much foreign exchange at the end of the year. He turned around, but this single arms business is worth how many factories' exports for a year? The office fell silent once again. Everyone was digesting the meaning behind this staggering figure. Little Fang, the big chief, walked over to Fang Yu and patted him on the shoulder. You've made a great achievement this time. Not only did you earn money, but more importantly, you opened up a new situation in military trade for us. The chief is overpraised. Fang Yu said modestly. I heard that you're remodeling the 052, the great chief suddenly asked. Yes. Fang Yu's spirit lifted. The vertical launch system and phased array radar are already in place, and the close defense gun system is also. Good, the big chief interrupted him, no need to tell me all that specialized stuff. I'll just ask you, when will it probably be finished? If things go well, we'll be able to launch the ship for sea trials in a month or so. The big chief's eyes lit up. That's good, I'll go with old Lu and old Wu to take a look at it then. This is our Dragon Kingdom's first modernized destroyer, it's of extraordinary significance. Yes. Fang Yu straightened his back, I promise to live up to my responsibilities. Looking at Fang Yu's determined eyes, the great chief smiled in relief. This young man, not only did he have excellent skills, he also knew how to run a business. In him, it seemed that he saw the hope of the Dragon Kingdom's military industry. Do a good job. The great chief said in a serious tone. Our Dragon Kingdom's military industry relies on you young people. Chapter 114, Remodeling completed, sea trials begin. 1 month later. Northern Industries Shipyard in Jin City. A Type 052 destroyer was quietly docked at the pier. The once polished deck was now covered with welding marks, and the bridge and main gun positions had been dismantled. Fang Yu stood in the control room of the dock, holding a thick stack of drawings in his hands. After returning from the Dragon Hub, he had practically lived here for the past month, leading the technical team to work on the remodeling day and night. Install the drogue system at this location. He pointed to the location marked on the drawings and told the technicians under him. But reinforce the skeleton structure under the deck first. The weight of the pitot system is not light, and the recoil when it is fired is even greater, so if the structure is not solid enough, it is likely to damage the hull. The engineers took careful notes. These days, they had gotten used to Chief Engineer Fang's rigorous style. For every detail, he had to confirm it over and over again, allowing no room for sloppiness. The installation of the phased array radar is a big project. Fang Yu walked to another drawing and once again instructed tirelessly. Not only do we have to replace the entire radar bay, we also have to reroute the cables. The power consumption of the Type 346 phased array radar is much greater than the original mechanically scanned radar. The power supply system must be upgraded. In the dockyard, welding splashes. Workers are removing the original radar bay. This location will be fitted with a brand new phased array radar system, giving the old ship modern detection capabilities. The most troublesome part is the close-in defense guns. Fang Yu rubbed his temples. The 730 close defense gun system requires an entirely new fire control radar and computer system. This means we'll have to redesign the entire combat command system. A young engineer raised his hand to ask a question. Engineer Fang, with all this new equipment added up, will it affect the center of gravity of the ship? Good question. Fang Yu nodded. That's why we put a lot of effort into choosing the installation locations. The drogue system is placed at the front, the phased array radar is at the top of the bridge, and the close defense guns are spread out on both sides. This will maintain the balance of the ship. He opened another file, but there is still a need to add ballast to the bottom of the ship. According to calculations, about 200 tons of additional counterweight is needed to maintain the optimal draft line. As Fang Yu spoke, he rubbed his somewhat swollen forehead and let out a long sigh. Even with the help of the system, it was only when he actually got his hands on remodeling the warship that he realized the process was so troublesome. The remodeling project lasted for a whole month. Every morning, Fang Yu was the first to arrive at the dockyard after nightfall. He was often still checking the progress of the day's work. Even though he had already rushed the work to such an extent, Fang Yu still felt that there was still a lack of time, and he couldn't wait to lie on this matter for 24 hours a day. However, fortunately, as time passes day by day, the remodeling project is also nearing its end. Finally, 3 days later, 052 remodeling project successfully completed. Fang Yu stood on the bridge of the destroyer and looked around the refreshed deck. 8 sets of vertical launch systems were neatly arranged on the foredeck, the phased array radar antenna on the top of the bridge glowed coldly in the sunlight, and the close defense gun systems on the bow and stern were standing by. This is no longer the old 052. This was a brand new modernized destroyer, a warship that could compete with the world's first-class navies. Prepare to launch. Fang Yu gave the order. The water level in the dock began to slowly rise. The remodeled 052 destroyer floated steadily out of the water, its hull shining majestically in the morning light. The next step is the sea trial. Fang Yu muttered. The great chief said he wants to come and see it, so we can't let him down. After one night, the next day was the day when this remodeled 052 was officially undergoing sea trials. The early morning sunlight sprinkled in the dockyard, and the remodeled 052 destroyer was quietly docked at the pier. The new paint on the hull shone in the morning light, and the phased array radar antenna on the top of the bridge was like the eyes of a giant eagle, watching the surrounding area vigilantly. A group of engineers and shipbuilders led by Fang Yu stood in front of this behemoth, looking at this warship filled with their own heart and soul. Their eyes were filled with excitement that was hard to suppress. However, at this moment, a commotion suddenly came from the entrance of the shipyard. Several red flag sedans crossed the crowd and stopped in front of the onlookers. Immediately afterward, several old men with white hair slowly walked down from the cars. Chief, you've come. Seeing this, Fang Yu quickly stepped forward to welcome him. Hee, little Fang, is this the 052 destroyer you remodeled? The arrival of the great chief immediately caused a loud cheer. After greeting the group, the great chief slowly walked around the pier and looked up at the refreshed warship. His eyes swept over the new equipment such as the vertical launching system, phased array radar, and close defense guns one by one, and there was a pleased glint in his eyes. Introduce to me, what are the changes between this new 052 and the original then? Yes. Chief. Fang Yu straightened his back. First is the displacement. The original 052 was only 4,800 tons, now it's increased to 7,500 tons. This means it can carry more weaponry and has a greater range. Immediately afterward, he pointed to the vertical launching system on the bow of the ship and said, "That's the biggest change. 8 sets of universal vertical launch units that can launch anti-aircraft missiles, anti-ship missiles, and even anti-submarine missiles. And with fast launch speeds and short response times, they can effectively respond to saturation attacks." Following Fang Yu's introduction, the Grand Chief nodded silently. The flat and level launchers of the drogue looked a lot more advanced than the large cylinders from before. At the top of the bridge is the Type 346 phased array radar. Fang Yu continued his introduction. It is capable of tracking over 100 airborne targets at the same time, with a detection range of over 450 kilometers. Together with the drogue system, it can build a powerful area air defense network. And mounted on both sides is the 730 close-in defense gun system. He pointed to the turrets on the transom and bow. With a rate of fire of 5,800 rounds per minute, it can effectively intercept anti-ship missiles. This is a new equipment we developed independently, and its performance is not inferior to similar foreign products. Hearing Fang Yu's various introductions, the Grand Chief nodded repeatedly. Good. Such a warship is worthy of our Dragon Kingdom's navy. Chief. Fang Yu suddenly said. Today is the sea trial, do you want to go on board and take a look? It's just the right time to witness the birth of our Dragon Kingdom's first modernized destroyer. This. Lu Huacheng and Wu Qingyuan looked at each other and went forward at the same time. Chief, this is not appropriate. Lu Huacheng hurriedly said, sea trials are inevitably risky, you'd better watch from the shore rather. Yes, Chief. Wu Qingyuan also advised, you may not know, but I am clear, this child Fang Yu is too aggressive in doing things, in case. What's inappropriate? The great chief waved his hand. I would like to see just how powerful our Dragon Kingdom's new warship is. But Chief. Alright, the big chief had already stepped up the gangway. If you guys are worried, come up together and watch. Lu Huacheng and Wu Qingyuan had no choice but to follow. They knew Fang Yu too well. Although this young man had outstanding abilities, he always did things boldly and aggressively. I am afraid that today's sea trial will not be simple. Attention all departments. Fang Yu's voice rang out through the ship's radio. The chief is inspecting the sea trial, level 1 battle readiness. The ship was immediately busy. Sailors ran to check the various systems, engineers monitored the instrument data, everything was in order. The Grand Chief stood on the bridge, looking at these young faces with relief in his eyes. These kids, in their own way, were adding to the modernization of the Dragon Kingdom Navy. Raise the anchor. Fang Yu gave the first order. The revamped 052 slowly left the pier and sailed out to sea. This would be a special sea trial, as it was not only to verify the performance of the new equipment, but also to prove to the top leaders of the Dragon Nation that the road to modernization of the Dragon Nation's navy had been opened. Lu Huacheng and Wucheng Yuan stood on the side, nervously watching Fang Yu. They knew that this young man must have prepared some special demonstration. They just didn't know what tricks he was going to play this time. Chapter 1015, the 052 reformed strong firepower. After driving out of the harbor. Soon, this modified 052 destroyer then traveled to a wide and calm sea above. Reporting to the chief, we have arrived at the test sea. Fang Yu stood at attention and reported. The test is ready, please instruct. The great chief stood on the bridge, looking at the sudden cluster of reefs on the sea in front of him, nodded and said, begin the test. The first item of the 052 transformation test, the ship's gun test, begin. Fang Yu turned to his communicator and ordered. Main guns in position, targeting the reef 1 o'clock ahead, prepare to fire. The 130mm gun on the bow of the ship slowly rotated, its barrel adjusted to the optimal firing angle. Chief, allow me to begin the introduction of the remodeling. Fang Yu pointed at the main gun in front of him and began to speak eloquently. For this gun, I have replaced the original 76mm gun with a 130mm caliber. This is not a simple increase in caliber, but the entire fire control system has been upgraded. The Grand Chief listened attentively. Lu Huacheng and Wucheng Yuan couldn't help but come closer as well. The original 76mm gun, with a range of only a dozen kilometers and a rate of fire of 85 rounds per minute seems good, but the power is too small. Fang Yu continued to explain. Now this 130mm naval gun, the maximum range can reach 30 kilometers, and although the rate of fire has been reduced to 40 rounds per minute, the power of a single shot has been increased by nearly 3 times. He pointed to the fire control display on the bridge. The most crucial thing is the accuracy. Xiao Tiger BOT text parts anti-stolen print, find book machine man choose small tiger, stable definitely reliable spectrum, don't tread pits. The new fire control system employs digital targeting, and with weather compensation and ballistic corrections, hit accuracy has increased by over 80%. The main gun is in position. Just as Fang Yu was introduced, a report came from the communicator. Commence firing. Fang Yu ordered. Boom! The first cannon blast shook the glass of the bridge. It was followed by a continuous roar. The 130mm gun spewed out fire at an astonishing rhythm, the shells whistling towards the distant reef. This firing accuracy. Seeing this continuous firing, Lu Huacheng's eyes widened. Only to see the shells hitting the target accurately one after another. There was no deviation whatsoever, as if it was guided by an invisible finger. In just 2 minutes, a base number of shells had been fired. The smoke gradually dispersed, and all eyes turned to the target area. Where's the reef? Wucheng Yuan rubbed his eyes. The original towering cluster of reefs had already disappeared, leaving only the tossing waves on the sea. The big chief was also too surprised to speak. Good fellow. Lu Huacheng couldn't help but exclaim, this firepower, it's comparable to a shore defense gun. It's more than that. Fang Yu added, not only can this gun deal with surface targets, it's also very effective at firing into the air. With a maximum elevation angle of 85 degrees, it can be used as the last air defense barrier of the fleet. Upon hearing this, the reactive Grand Chief nodded with instant satisfaction. Good. This is what a modernized warship should look like. Chief, Fang Yu's mouth revealed a hint of a smile, this is still just the appetizer. Next, please ask the chiefs to appreciate our vertical launching system. Fang Yu's voice carried a hint of pride. Immediately afterward, Fang Yu picked up his communicator and said to the shore command room. Is the target fleet in position? Reporting to Manager Fang, 3 modified J-7 target planes have entered the designated airspace. The big chief and the others looked up, only to see 3 small black dots appearing in the distant sky, rapidly approaching. These 3 target planes have undergone special modifications. At this moment, Fang Yu explained. With electronic jamming equipment installed, their flight speed can reach above the speed of sound, and their maneuverability is also very strong. It's very difficult for the old radar to track them at the same time. Before the words fell, the display on the bridge suddenly lit up. The Type 346 phased array radar instantly locked onto the 3 targets, clearly displaying their speed, altitude, and heading. This fast? Wucheng Yuan's eyes widened. Launch! Fang Yu barked out an order. Boom! 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 The vertical launch unit on the foredeck suddenly opened, and the 4C red flag air defense missiles rose into the air almost simultaneously. The white tail flame drew a graceful arc in the sunlight. This is the biggest advantage of the vertical launch system. Fang Yu spoke eloquently. Traditional missile launchers need to be mechanically rotated and aligned with the target before they can be launched. And the pitot launch system can launch multiple missiles at the same time in fractions of a second for a saturation attack. The crowd's eyes were fixed on the sky. Only 4 missiles were seen rapidly approaching the target. The target plane tried to evade it by making a sharp turn, but it was too late. Boom! 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 3 explosions sounded almost simultaneously, and the target plane turned into a fireball and crashed into the sea. 3 target planes, 4 missiles used, all hits. Fang Yu reported 100% interception success rate. Before Lu Huaqing had time to sigh, Fang Yu had already given a new order: prepare for an anti-ship strike. On the distant sea, several retired old warships were drifting with the waves. These living targets will soon witness the 052's anti-ship capability. Lock on target. The phased array radar was once again in full force, instantly capturing all the targets. Launch. This time, scuttling out of the drogue unit was the Eagle Strike anti-ship missile. As soon as the missile left the launcher tube, it unfolded its wings and flew against the surface of the sea toward the target group. Gentlemen, this is another advantage of the drogue. Fang Yu pointed at the drogue unit and said, traditional anti-ship missile launchers take up a lot of deck space and can only launch fixed types of missiles at a time. But our drogue system is universal. Air defense missiles, anti-ship missiles, and even anti-submarine missiles can be launched. He opened a schematic. Each launch unit is independent and contains a cold start device. The missiles are first ejected with compressed gas and ignited only after they leave the launch tube. This protects the hull and reduces exposure. The key thing is, boom, boom, boom. The sound of explosions from the distance interrupted Fang Yu's explanation. Several target ships had been hit and were slowly sinking. The most crucial thing, Fang Yu continued, is that the loading of the drogue system is very fast. Look at. He pressed a button, and the recharge port on the deck opened, and new missiles were automatically transported from the ammunition depot to the launch unit. With the fully automated loading system, a set of launch units can be reloaded in 10 minutes. And the whole process is done below decks, so you don't have to worry about bad weather. The first chief and the other chiefs watched this with dumbfounded amazement. This was no longer a simple refit, this was a qualitative leap. Lu Huaqing took a deep breath. This has completely reached the level of the Burke class. No, Fang Yu corrected, in some aspects, we are more advanced than the Burke class. For example, our phased array radar has a longer detection range, and the versatility of the drogue system is better. The great chief suddenly burst out laughing. Good. Good. You've done a wonderful job, little Fang. I really didn't think that our Dragon Kingdom could also have such a good warship. It's refreshing. It's so refreshing. I've heard that Eagle Sauce's warship is called the Aegis, so let's just call this 052 the Dragon Kingdom Divine Shield. The chief is right. Wuqing Yuan also laughed. It's time for our Dragon Kingdom to have its own divine shield. Let's put aside the name and whatnot for now. Upon hearing this, Fang Yu said aloud, Chief, you haven't seen our close defense artillery system yet. Chapter 116, Organization decides, you'll be the head. Close defense artillery system? Wuqing Yuan's eyes lit up and immediately came into the spirit. Chief, you were not able to see last time when Fang Kid tested this close defense gun firepower that's strong yo. Chief Wu, Fang Yu interrupted, what you saw that time was only the beta version. This one today is the real finished product. Oh? Wuqing Yuan froze for a moment. More powerful than the last one? Fang Yu smiled faintly. Of course. The last test was the Type 730 close defense gun, and this time. He pointed to the turrets on the transom and bow of the ship. This is the Type 1130 close defense gun system. Not only has there been a qualitative leap in the rate of fire, but the accuracy and power have also been improved across the board. Chief, please look. Fang Yu pressed the communicator. Is the target in position? Reporting to Manager Fang, the simulated missile is ready. Only to see a small target ship traveling at high speed on the sea in the distance. The ship was loaded with a special simulated missile launcher that could simulate the attack trajectory of an anti-ship missile. The flight speed of this simulated missile can reach Mach 2.5, Fang Yu explained, faster than a real anti-ship missile. And it uses irregular maneuvers to increase the difficulty of interception. Launch! The launcher on the target ship suddenly ejected a missile, dragging a long tail flame in a zigzag pattern towards the 052. Watch this reaction speed. Fang Yu has a good idea. Almost the instant the missile appeared, the 1130 close defense gun had already begun to rotate. Before the Grand Chief and the others could react, the turret was already aimed at the incoming missile. Day. Intense cannon sounds rang out, and tongues of fire flashed in the sunlight. Countless tracer rounds formed an airtight fire network. This rate of fire. Lu Huaqing sucked in a mouthful of cool air. 10,000 rounds per minute, said Fang Yu proudly, it's nearly double that of the Type 730. And with the new fire control radar, the tracking accuracy has increased by 50%. Before the words fell, the incoming missile exploded in mid-air and turned into a ball of fire. This isn't even the end. Fang Yu continued, the biggest improvement of the 1130 is the ammunition. We have adopted a new type of armor-piercing demolition projectile, which not only has a higher initial velocity, but is also more powerful. Even if it's an anti-ship missile that schemes the sea, it can still kill it in one hit. Let them fire a few more rounds. Simply loaded, the big chief said with some interest and exuberance. Yes. In the next demonstration, the target ship fired more than a dozen simulated missiles in succession. Some were single-shot attacks, some were double shots in unison, and there was even a saturation attack with 3 missiles coming at the same time. But the 1130 close-in gun system intercepted them all perfectly, and none of the missiles could break through the defense line. Even the last 3 missiles fired in unison were destroyed in the blink of an eye. Good, the Grand Chief couldn't help but applaud. This is the kind of defense a modern warship should have. Chief, you don't know yet, Wu Qingyuan said excitedly, this close defense gun system is completely developed by us independently. Those similar products abroad can't even reach half of its performance. No, Fang Yu corrected, it's the original that can't reach. Now well. He revealed a mysterious smile. According to reliable sources, Eagle Jam's latest program is also improving in this direction. It's just that they're still in the development stage, while we've already installed the ship and made it practical. Ha, the great chief laughed out loud, that's right. We can't always run behind others. There are some areas where it's up to us to lead. Looking at the missile wreckage floating on the sea in the distance, Fang Yu's heart was filled with pride. This set of close defense artillery system has gathered the efforts of him and his team for countless days and nights. Every shell, every part, was poured with the wisdom and sweat of the Dragon Kingdom's military workers. Little Fawn, Lu Huaqing suddenly asked, this system, can it be equipped on other warships? Of course it can. Fang Yu nodded. We have already considered the generalizability. Whether it's an in-service destroyer or a new frigate under construction, it's easy to integrate this system. Good, the Grand Chief clapped his hands in praise, this is a true technological breakthrough. Not for one ship, but for the entire Navy. Little Fang, ah. After watching all the demonstrations, the Grand Chief's tone suddenly became solemn. Seeing this 052 that you've transformed today really gives us a lot of confidence. Fang Yu stood upright and said, this is all due to the team. No. The Great Chief waved his hand, without your leadership, there would be no such achievements. In these past few months, from the 99A to the WS2, from the pterodactyl to the 052, which one of these was not you charging ahead? So, in order to recognize your outstanding contribution to the Dragon Kingdom's military industry. He paused and gazed at Fang Yu. After a study, I have decided to appoint you as the General Director of Northern Industries. This. Fang Yu froze and hastily waved his hand. Chief, this cannot be allowed. Mr. Zhao has been in power for many years and has led well. I'm young and shallow in seniority, how can I? Ha, the Great Chief interrupted him with a laugh, you think this is my decision alone? To tell you the truth, this proposal was made by Zhao Rongguang himself. Fang Yu froze in place, unable to speak for a moment. Old Zhao personally came to me. The Great Chief continued. He said that he was getting old and it was time for him to retire to the second line. And he said that Northern industry needs new thinking and vigor. He specifically named you to take over. Lu Huaqing added from the side. Old Zhao said that he's watched you grow over the past year, from that freshly graduated college student to the unique expert you are today. He said that not only do you have real talent, what's even more rare is that you have the drive and vigor. Yes, Wu Qingyuan also said, think about it, WS2, pterodactyl, which one was not pushed forward hard by you under pressure? The results now prove that your vision and judgment were right. So don't push back. Fang Yu stood on the deck, the sea breeze blowing his uniform. After a moment of contemplation, his face suddenly became solemn. Chief, he took a deep breath and straightened his back, I understand. I will definitely live up to my responsibilities and lead Northern industry to continue to move forward. Good, the Great Chief patted his shoulder heavily, I believe you can do it. But remember, with more power comes more responsibility in the future. Yes. Please rest assured, Chief. Fang Yu said firmly, I guarantee that under my leadership, Northern industry will definitely develop more and better equipment to add to the Dragon Kingdom's military industry. We'll wait and see. Lu Huaqing laughed, this Dragon Kingdom Divine Shield has already given us a big surprise, and I believe there will be more surprises in the future. By the way, the Grand Chief suddenly remembered something. Old Zhao also said that although he retired to the second line, he will continue to serve as a technical advisor. With him on the side to guide you, you don't need to be too pressurized. Fang Yu's heart warmed. Zhao Rongguang was giving himself a ladder. Retaining his own experience and wisdom while giving the newcomer enough space to develop. Looking at the sparkling sea in the distance, Fang Yu's heart was filled with strength. This burden, he took it with peace of mind. Because he knew that he was not fighting alone, there were so many people's trust and support behind him. Raise the anchor. He gave the order to return. Let's go back now and prepare for the handover. The 052 destroyer turned its bow and broke the waves in the sunlight. This refreshed warship will witness a new chapter in the Dragon Kingdom's military industry. Chapter 117, Dai Shanghua's action. At the same time as the Dragon Kingdom's 052D destroyer was successfully sea-tested. Blue Star, by the Red Coast. As dawn broke, a sudden vibration came from the quiet streets. The roar of the engines of Daisheng country's standard Merkaba main battle tanks cut through the silence. The sound of the tracks running over the gravel was especially clear in the morning sun. A dozen tanks were in battle formation, slowly advancing towards the target area. Their goal this time was to clear out the Arab resistance forces that were entrenched in this town and had been resisting themselves. Enemy stronghold found, straight line distance 800 meters. The tank commander observed the front through the thermal imager. Poorly equipped, only light weapons and a few old anti-tank guns. Roger that. Commander of Daishenghua's armored brigade, Moses Cohen, calmly gave the order. Proceed as planned, first wave of firepower ready. The Merkaba tank's 120mm smoothbore gun slowly adjusted its angle. These main battle tanks modified by Hansoko technology were equipped with the most advanced fire control systems and thermal imaging sights. Fire! The first round of flurry fire, a dozen rounds of armor-piercing bullets whistled out. The Arab resistance's fortifications were instantly reduced to rubble under the precision strikes. The old sandbag bunkers and concrete bunkers were nothing in front of the modern tanks. Confusion in the target area. Observers report, enemy forces are beginning to retreat. Cohen sneered. These backwardly equipped resistance troops, who didn't even have decent anti-tank weapons, dared to come and block Daishenghua's elite armored forces? Continue to advance, he ordered, armored vehicles to follow, infantry to cover. The Merkaba tanks continued to advance, their tracks running over the rubble. The armored personnel carriers followed closely behind, their soldiers armed with Galil assault rifles, looking around warily. Suddenly, an RPG rocket was fired from a side building. However, the 1960s vintage anti-tank weapon couldn't even penetrate the Merkaba's reactive armor. The rocket exploded on the surface of the armor, leaving only a black trail. Found it, the tank gunner calmly turned the turret, range 450 meters, second floor window. Annihilate them. The 120mm main gun roared again. The high explosive shells hit the target building precisely, blowing the entire floor into pieces. The resistance forces hiding inside didn't even have time to fire a second rocket. It's too easy. A young tanker said. These guys don't even know basic anti-armor tactics. Focus on the mission, the commander cautioned, keep clearing. The armor continued to advance. There was occasional light weapon fire, but in front of the modern armor, these old AK rifles and light machine guns were like scratching an itch. In the sky, several Pioneer drones are conducting real-time reconnaissance, transmitting the battlefield situation back to the command headquarters. Through the high-definition images, the commanders of Daishenghua could clearly see the scene of the retreating resistance forces. They're retreating to the east. The drone operator reported. There are about 30 of them, and they're crossing that open field. Inform the Thunderbolt Squadron. The commander picked up his communicator, it's your turn to perform. A minute later, 2 F-16s whizzed in. Under the strikes of the precision-guided bombs, the resistance forces that tried to escape were instantly annihilated. The entire battle took less than an hour from start to finish. Daishenghua's modernized army completed this purging mission with a crushing advantage. Mission accomplished. The armored brigade commander reported to his superiors, the target area has been cleared, so we can begin the next phase of the operation. Roger. Hearing the voice from the communicator, Cohen whistled easily. Immediately, he began the next phase of the operation. This time, the goal of his own operation, besides eradicating the resistance, was the other most important task. To completely drive out the Arabs from this land and turn this land into the de facto territory of the Daisen Kingdom. Prepare the broadcasting equipment. After catching his breath, Cohen ordered to the communications officer, broadcast bilingually in Arabic and Hebrew. Soon, the high-powered speakers on the armored vehicles blared. The cold mechanical voice echoed up through the rubble. Attention! This is the defense forces of the country of Daisen. All residents must evacuate the area within 2 hours. I repeat, all residents must evacuate the area within 2 hours. After 2 hours, any buildings left in the area will be considered military targets and destroyed. This is an ultimatum. At the same time, the soldiers in the communications squad began to dial all the registered landline phones in this area. This was the usual knocking on the door tactic used by Daisen's army, using the phone to notify the residents to evacuate before the bombing. Sir. At this moment, a second lieutenant who was going into battle for the first time walked up to Cohen and asked with some hesitation. Isn't the 2-hour period too short? There are at least thousands of residents in this area, they won't have time to pack up their fine things. In time. Cohen coldly interrupted him, his gaze sweeping over the devastated streets. There wasn't much that could be taken away for these people in the first place. But sir, the ensign remained undeterred. International humanitarian law requires us to. International humanitarian law? Cohen let out a snort. Tell me, where was all that so-called international law back when our ancestors were in concentration camps? Let me tell you, kid, so-called international law is nothing but a waste of paper. He turned and looked condescendingly at the young officer. And, you have to remember. These Arabs are an inferior race, infidels. Their ancestors once drove us out of this land, and now we are merely reclaiming what is ours. Giving them 2 hours is already mercy, said Cohen with a hint of fervor in his voice. To my way of thinking, these people don't even deserve to live on this holy ground. If it weren't for the eyes of the international community, I would really like to kill them all. He didn't finish, but the movement of his hand to extinguish his cigar said it all. Go set up a perimeter. Cohen told the ensign, in 2 hours, I want to see not a single person left in this area. Yes, sir. The ensign saluted and turned to leave. Seeing this ensign's slightly unforgiving expression, Cohen smiled coldly. The young people nowadays were just too saintly and motherly to pity these heathens. They simply don't know that these old guys of theirs, back then, exactly how did they struggle to survive in this place surrounded by foreign enemies and expand to such a point. Shaking his head, Cohen climbed into the turret of a Merkava tank and looked down on the area that was about to be cleared. In the distance, people were already hastily packing up their belongings and dragging their families out of the area. Look at these ants. He said to himself, finally, I realize my place. The 2-hour ultimatum was like a sword of Damocles hanging over everyone's head. In Cohen's opinion, this was the greatest mercy that the Dai Shanghua army could show. Inform the artillery positions. In 2 hours, I want no grass left here, he told his correspondent. In the sky, several drones are circling, coldly watching everything below. They will record the entire process of this humanitarian cleanup, but their cold lenses will not record any human temperature. In Dai Xinghua's military files, this kind of action has been carried out countless times. Every time, they would use military necessity and security considerations to justify themselves. In the eyes of officers like Cohen, this is just another routine operation to clean up the weeds. Chapter 118 Death from Heaven. This area will be leveled in 2 hours. Cohen stood at the top of the armored vehicle, expressionless as he looked at the crowd of people scattering and fleeing in the distance. It was contemptuous, as if he was looking at a group of ants. Suddenly, the voice of the communicator came. Sir, the drones are in position and can start marking targets for the artillery. Very well. Cohen picked up the binoculars and looked up into the sky. In the next second, however, his expression froze. The drone hovering high in the sky didn't look like Dai Shenghua's Pioneer series. With its slender fuselage, swept-back wings, and streamlined design, it looked like a flying machine from a sci-fi movie. This is? Cohen lowered his binoculars and turned to the correspondent. A new model? When was it retrofitted? Upon hearing this correspondent of Dai Shanghua was at a loss. Sir, we didn't receive a notification of the changeover. Cohen frowned. Dai Shenghua's military had always been known for its strict discipline, and any equipment updates would be notified in advance. So where exactly did this strange drone come from? Could it be Eagle Jam's new equipment? He muttered to himself, I recently heard that they're developing a new generation of drones. Thinking of this, Cohen immediately pulled out his satellite phone and dialed the number of Eagle Jam's quartermaster in Dai Shanghua. Hey, John, he said in a relaxed tone, you guys sneaked in a new toy recently, huh? That's quite the sci-fi shape. When, can you send me a couple of them to play with? There was silence on the other end of the phone for a few seconds. What new toy? John's voice was puzzled. Our newest MQ-9 Reaper drone is still in the testing phase, and it's not even on loan. No kidding. At that, Cohen forced down the uneasiness rising in his heart. Isn't that your new model flying over our heads right now? Cohen, listen. Sniffing. John on the other end of the phone was first silent for a moment, and his voice suddenly became serious. I assure you in the name of the Quartermaster General that Eagle Sauce does not currently have any new drones deployed in the Middle East. So, what exactly did you see? Cohen's cold sweat came down instantly. He looked up into the sky again. The mysterious drone was still hovering lazily, as if it was looking down on the land that was about to be destroyed. Under the sunlight, the paint job on the fuselage was faintly visible. It wasn't the blue and white hexagrams of Dai Shanghua, nor was it the stars and stripes of Eagle Sauce. Cohen suddenly remembered a report sent by the intelligence department a few days ago. The report mentioned that the Camel Country had recently purchased a new batch of weapons from a mysterious arms dealer. Damn! His voice trembled a little, could it be? Just then, a sharp alarm suddenly came over the communicator. Sir! Radar has detected multiple unidentified flying objects, approaching at high speed from the southeast. Cohen jerked around and looked in the indicated direction. In the blinding sunlight, he seemed to see several shining metallic points of light. Those points of light were approaching at an alarming speed. And ahead of them, the mysterious drone had silently changed course, like a dutiful air guide. Cohen's throat went dry. "Attention all," his voice hissed over the calm, "seek cover immediately. We may be under artillery fire." Instantly, the armored units present in Dyson's country tensed up, jumping onto their tanks in a hurry, but moving out these steel behemoths. However, after the initial nervousness, Cohen soon calmed down. Smiling to himself, he felt that he had overreacted a bit. Just some old rockets. Cohen laughed contemptuously, his gaze sweeping across the approaching points of light in the sky. As the commander of Dai Shanghua's armored brigade, he was more than familiar with the Arabian Resistance's equipment. It was nothing more than some old rockets from the 60s. Short range, poor accuracy, and not even the most basic guidance system. "Activate the Iron Dome defense system," he ordered carelessly. This air defense system, independently developed by Dai Shanghua, was one of their proudest weapons. Over the past few years, it had successfully intercepted thousands of rockets from the resistance, with an interception success rate of over 90%. The radar antenna rotated rapidly, locking onto the incoming target. The air defense missile launcher had been adjusted to the optimal angle and was ready to launch the interceptor missiles at any time. "Sir, anomaly detected," the radar operator suddenly shouted, a hint of panic in his voice. "There's something wrong with the speed of these rockets." "What?" Cohen frowned, moving over to the radar operator's readout meter and skimming his head. But immediately afterward, Cohen's pupils contracted violently. "Mach 5. No, it's already over Mach 5. That's impossible. Mach 5? This was by no means a speed that an ordinary rocket could reach. Even Eagle Jam's most advanced cruise missiles rarely managed to break through Mach 4. Why would this group of rebels, who were like barkers, have something like this? Iron Dome system alarm. Target speed exceeds interception range. Repeat, target velocity out of intercept range. Damn. Cohen finally realized the gravity of the situation. "All take cover." Immediately. Before the words fell, the first rocket had already whistled. The sound of the airburst from the supersonic flight was deafening. The rocket trailed a piercing flame, breaking through the air defense network at a speed that the Iron Dome system couldn't even react to. Boom! With a loud bang, the Merkava main battle tank beside Cohen instantly turned into a fireball. The armor plates were torn to shreds by the tremendous kinetic energy, and the turret was directly lifted off the ground. "Retreat! Retreat immediately!" he shouted at the top of his voice. But it was too late. More rockets came one after another, hitting each target with precision. Those expensive Merkava tanks were like papier-mâché toys in front of the high-speed rockets. Armored vehicles were overturned, troop carriers were torn apart, and the mushroom cloud from the martyrdom explosion of the ammunition vehicle shot up into the sky. In just a few minutes, 1/3 of Dai Xinghua's proud armored force had been lost. The rest of the vehicles scattered in panic, completely incapacitated. Cohen sat paralyzed in his command vehicle, watching this in disbelief. The Iron Dome system they were so proud of was like an unbeatable paper web in front of these supersonic rockets of unknown origin. Overhead, the mysterious drone was still circling lazily, as if watching this one-sided massacre with cold eyes. It accurately guided the target for each rocket, ensuring that each strike would cause the maximum kill. "This can't be," Cohen muttered. "There's no way this is a weapon the resistance can get their hands on." Another round of flak whizzed by. Cohen looked at the Reaper's trailing blazing flames and felt true fear for the first time. Chapter 119, No Chinese Language Allowed. Just as Dai Shanghua's armored division regiment suffered its demise. 100 kilometers away in the desert hinterland, a modified military truck was quietly parked behind a sand dune. Inside the compartment, several high-performance monitors were broadcasting in real time the images transmitted back from the drone. On the screen, Dai Shanghua's proud armored division was struggling in the sea of fire. An expensive Merkava main battle tank was torn to shreds by rockets, and the armored vehicles were like toppled toys, with burning wreckage everywhere. Reporting to the captain, the target area has been cleared. Seeing this scene, in front of the screen, an operator who had wrapped his entire body tightly, excitedly reported in standard Arabic. After preliminary estimates, the loss rate of Dai Shanghua's armored division is over 80%. Good job. The data has all been collected, right? If there's no problem, pack up, it's time for us to leave. Upon hearing this, a man who was also wearing traditional local robes with a thick turban wrapped around his head, revealing only a pair of eyes, nodded his head and asked. Hearing this man's words, the group of people in the car all started to get busy. But strangely enough, in this scorching summer heat, it wasn't just the two who spoke. Throughout the command vehicle, several other people were also dressed in this attire, as if they were afraid that the other party would recognize them. But from their standing posture and movements, it was obvious that they had gone through strict military training. And just as the group was packing up their respective equipment, one of the young operators looked at the picture on the screen and couldn't help but laugh out loud, saying in a slightly mocking tone, "Boss, is this the Iron Dome system that Dai Shanghua is so proud of? I don't think it's much better, it's far worse than our domestic air defense system. However, the words hadn't even left his mouth. He suddenly realized what he had said. Because this sentence, he said it in standard Mandarin. The carriage was instantly terrifyingly quiet. Snap! With a crunch, the young man received a heavy blow to the back of his head. The captain had stood behind him at some point, his eyebrows furrowed into a Chuan character, and with a somewhat helpless tone, he said, "Kid, how many times have I reminded you? Never speak Chinese on a mission." "Right, sorry, Captain." The young man hurriedly apologized in Arabic. "In the heat of the moment, I forgot." "Forgot?" The captain's voice got colder. "Do you think we're traveling here?" He looked around at the others in the compartment. "Remember this, all of you. From the moment we set foot on this land, we are native camel country people. At all times and in all places, we must not reveal our identities to avoid attracting unnecessary trouble to the country. Is that all understood?" The crowd stood at attention. "Understood." And, the captain continued, still in Arabic, "Do not underestimate any opponent." He walked over to the display and looked at the still burning Dysonian armored vehicles. The Iron Dome system is really good, it's only when it runs into our WS2s that it looks bad. Moreover, we only took Dai Shangwe by surprise to reach such a fruitful result. Don't underestimate Dai Shangwe just because of this. This way we are going to suffer big losses in the future. The captain spoke at length, tirelessly saying to the group of youngsters under his command. Seemingly also feeling that he was nagging a bit, he sighed and let out a bitter smile. "Alright, I'm not going to nag you guys much, like an old mom. Since the mission is accomplished, then pack up your equipment and prepare to evacuate." "Yes." Hearing this, the crowd immediately got busy. Meanwhile, not far away in the desert, Abdul Salim was sitting in the tent of the temporary command headquarters, clutching the battle report from the front line in his hands, and his entire person seemed to have been struck by lightning. This is impossible. He confirmed the numbers on the report over and over again. These mysterious guys, they actually annihilated an armored division regiment of Dai Shangwe within an hour? As the leader of the resistance, Salim knew too well the strength of Dai Shangwe's army. Those Merkaba main battle tanks were like fortresses on land. That Iron Dome air defense system even brought countless resistance rockets to naught. But today, this unbeatable armored division regiment was so unbeatable in front of that mysterious group of people. "Allah is above," he muttered. "What exactly is the origin of these people?" Salim immediately drove to the location of that mysterious force. Along the way, his mind raced. 10 days ago, these mysterious people suddenly appeared at the safe haven he couldn't even find in Dai Shangwe, saying that they wanted to help him. At that time, he himself was still skeptical of these mysterious guys. But, the fact that these guys were able to discover his stronghold without taking him out was enough to prove that these people were friends and not enemies. So, Salim agreed to these guys' plan. Unexpectedly, these guys were so powerful that they took care of the enemy that he could not confront for more than a decade in a single strike. As an old fox who had fought for decades in the complex land of the Middle East, he knew that behind these mysterious people must represent some powerful country. "Honorable gentlemen." Salim walked into the temporary command post, looked at the mysterious teams that were packing up their equipment, and immediately assumed the most humble posture. "Today's victory gives us hope. Whoever you are, allow me to express my sincerest gratitude to you on behalf of all resistance fighters." The leader of the Mysterons just gently waved his hand. "There's no need to be polite, we're just following our contract." Salim's eyes lit up. The men spoke standard Arabic, but the subtle inflections and phrasing revealed that they were not Middle Eastern. "And, most of all," he said, "contract." Did he mean? "Stop!" The leader interrupted. "Remember our agreement. First, never inquire about our identity. Second, never try to establish more contact with us. We're just technical advisors here to fulfill a mission, that's all." At those words, Salim immediately changed his expression to one of understanding. "Understood. We know nothing of your identity and will not inquire." The leader nodded in satisfaction, but then asked, "Do you know what to say if someone inquires about the origin of these weapons? How easy is that?" Salim gave a wry smile. "The deserts of the Middle East are so big, anything can happen. Maybe our fighters were on patrol and just happened to find some abandoned advanced equipment. After all, what treasures don't exist in this land?" He said this without blinking. Decades of struggle had taught him well. In this land, there were some things that it was one thing to know and another to say. The Mystics' leader was clearly satisfied with this answer. He nodded gently and signaled his men to pack up their equipment. Soon, the command truck disappeared into the wind and sand. As he watched the group of mystics profitably withdraw, Salim's heart was filled with mixed feelings. He knew that he would probably never see these people again. But what they brought with them would forever change the power pattern of this land. Chapter 120, The Angry Lu Huacheng. Salim watched the mysterious people leave until their silhouettes completely disappeared into the desert horizon. However, just as he was still speculating about the identities of these people, "Commander, look at this." A young warrior suddenly came running over with gusto, clutching something in his hand. Salim recognized him as his nephew Hassan, a brat who had just recently joined the resistance. I found this where they were resting. Hassan unfolded the pouch in his hands as if offering a treasure. There's writing on it, I can't read it, but this square writing must be. Snap. Before Hassan could finish, a crisp slap echoed through the camp. Hassan covered his face and looked at his uncle incredulously. Salim's hand was still in the slapping position, but the expression on his face was more serious than ever. Stupid. Salim lowered his voice, but the anger in his tone was clearly audible. You think you've discovered some great secret? He snatched the bag from Hassan's hand and walked quickly to the campfire. The fire that the mystics had started when they rested was still burning, its orange-red flames swaying in the evening breeze. Salim threw the bag into the fire and watched as the squiggly letters twisted and distorted in the flames, finally turning to ash. Uncle, Hassan was about to say something else. Shut up. Salim interrupted him in a stern voice. Listen to me, you didn't see or hear anything today. Don't say a word about those people coming through here. He looked around and raised his voice. That's a word to everyone. Anyone who speaks out of turn, don't blame me for being unkind. The warriors in the camp lowered their heads. They all understood that this was no ordinary warning. In this land, some secrets were more important than life. After warning the crowd, Salim turned and walked into his tent. Night had fallen and the campfire danced in the darkness like a prying eye. He sat down on his crude marching bed and lit a cigarette. In the smoke, the shapes of those square letters came back to life. Although he couldn't read those words, that unique font, that red mark vaguely visible on the package, were all revealing an unspeakable truth to him. So this is it. He whispered softly to himself, a meaningful smile emerging from the corner of his mouth. In this ancient land of the Middle East, the game of power never stopped. American eagles, European lions, and the self-proclaimed promised land of Dai Sheng Kingdom all wrestled in this sea of sand. Now, a new player is quietly entering the game. Salim took a deep drag on his cigarette and muttered in the darkness. It seems that the honorable and mysterious Queen of the East is going to take off her expensive silk gloves and join this game of hegemony. Salim stubbed out his cigarette and walked out of the tent. The night sky was dotted with stars, as if countless pairs of eyes were watching this land. Somewhere in the Far East, an ancient civilization was awakening, and her power was about to cross thousands of mountains and leave its mark on this hot land. And as a seasoned politician, Salem knows that sometimes the wisest choice is to pretend not to know anything. Because in this world, there are some truths that are more valuable to know than to tell. 3 days later, Dai Shanggua's press spokesperson stood at the site of the press conference, facing the long guns of the media from various countries, reading out the prepared script in a calm tone. Due to a technical error, an armored unit of our army accidentally triggered an underground oil mine explosion during a routine patrol. The accident resulted in the destruction of some of the equipment, but fortunately the casualties were small. The cause of the accident is currently under investigation. Seeing this scene, far away in the Camel Kingdom's royal palace, Abdullah, who was sitting in front of the television, couldn't help but laugh out loud. Mr. Fang. He picked up the satellite phone and couldn't wait to dial Fang Yu's number. Have you watched the news? Dai Xinggua's remarks are really something to behold. Fang Yu's calm voice came from the other end of the phone. Your Highness, I don't understand what you're talking about. You know, we've never had much of a friendship with Dai Shanggua. You are right. Of course that's the case. Abdullah lowered his voice, but still couldn't hide his excitement. But I still have to say, this equipment you sold us is fantastic. That pterodactyl drone, it's like the eye of a god, seeing Dai Shanggua's every move. He stood up and paced back and forth in his luxurious office. And that WS-2, it's much more powerful than I thought. You are not seeing it, those Merkava tanks are like paper mache in front of the supersonic rockets. Your Highness. Fang Yu reminded, I really don't understand what you're talking about. To me your situation in the Middle East, our Dragon Kingdom's consistent purpose is to call for peace. I understand. Abdullah laughed. But you have to promise me that in the future, if you have any new equipment, you must be the first to inform us, the Camel Kingdom. He walked over to the window and looked out at the desert in the distance. You know what? The word is spreading in the Middle East about this one. Although no one dares to say it explicitly, everyone knows that Dai Shanggua's proud Iron Dome system is unbeatable in front of some kind of mysterious weapon. Fang Yu didn't answer, but Abdullah had already started to think about the future. Team Leader Fang, I heard that you are developing new equipment? I wonder when you will be able to. Your Highness, Fang Yu interrupted him, it's better to wait for the next meeting to talk about this kind of thing. Good. Abdullah responded repeatedly, but you have to remember, as long as it's the new equipment you developed, we, the Camel Country, will definitely buy all of it. The price is good. Listening to Abdullah's excited voice disappearing on the other end of the microphone, Fang Yu rubbed his somewhat swollen head. This guy, Abdullah, seems to have been overwhelmed by this huge victory. He even dared to talk to himself directly and explicitly about this on the satellite phone. Could it be that he didn't know how powerful Eagle Jam's surveillance was? Himself in the dragon country is not afraid of eagle jam, but the camel country. Fang Yu put down the phone that was talking to Abdullah. And just at this moment, the red line on the desk rang urgently. "Hey, team leader Fang," came Wu Qingyuan's low voice from the other end of the line. "Are you free now?" "Free, Mr. Wu." "Then come to my office immediately." Wu Qingyuan paused. "There is something to discuss with you." Fang Yu's grip on the microphone tightened slightly. He was too familiar with Wu Qingyuan's way of speaking. This Dragon Kingdom admiral was always straightforward and rarely used this tone of wanting to speak. "Alright, I will go over right now." Hanging up the phone, Fang Yu immediately drove to the military commission compound. Along the way, his brain raced. Could it be that something went wrong on Daisheng's side? Or was Camel Country's arms deal discovered? When the guards at the military commission compound saw Fang Yu's documents, they immediately saluted and released him. The guards here had long recognized this young military industry expert since he had become the chief director of Northern Industries. Wu Qingyuan's office was on the third floor of the main building. Fang Yu had just walked to the door when he heard the sound of a suppressed argument coming from inside. "How is this a chokehold? This is simply pinching our lifeblood," was Lu Huaqing's angry voice. "Calm down, old Lu," came Wu Qingyuan's voice. "This has to be discussed in the long run." Chapter 121, The Galileo Program, more than $1 billion down the drain. Hearing the voices in the room temporarily fall silent, Fang Yu took the opportunity to gently knock on the door. "Come in." Pushing open the door, Fang Yu froze. The large office was filled with smoke. Wu Qingyuan and Lu Huaqing were both sitting on the sofa in the parlor area, and the ashtray on the coffee table was piled with cigarette butts. In addition to them, in the corner of the room, there was also a middle-aged man in a white lab coat, also with a grave expression, not knowing what he was thinking about. "Little Fang is here." Seeing Fang Yu enter, Wu Qingyuan extinguished the cigarette in his hand and gestured for Fang Yu to sit down. "Mr. Wu." Fang Yu sat down on the sofa. "I just heard. Outside the door is something wrong?" Lu Huaqing grunted heavily and tried to touch his cigarette case again, only to be stopped when Wu Qingyuan glared at him. The atmosphere in the office was so heavy that it could almost wring out water. Fang Yu noticed that Wu Qingyuan's desk was spread with several documents, and the red top secret seal was particularly eye-catching. "Little Fang," Wu Qingyuan pondered for a moment and suddenly asked, "Do you know what GPS is?" Fang Yu froze. This question came too suddenly and perversely. With Wu Qingyuan's status, how could he not know what GPS was? Global Positioning System. Not knowing what the other party's intention was, Fang Yu chose to answer cautiously. Seemingly feeling that it was not precise enough, he added another sentence. "It's a satellite navigation system developed by Eagle Jam." "That's right." Wu Qingyuan nodded, a hint of gloom flashing in his eyes. "Then do you know what this system means to a modernized army?" Lu Huaqing stood up violently and paced back and forth in his office. His face was terribly gloomy, his fingers unconsciously pinched and unclenched. Fang Yu looked at Lu Huaqing and then at Wu Qingyuan, vaguely sensing something in his heart. These two important heads of the Dragon Country's military were like two volcanoes about to erupt at this moment. And in those top-secret documents on the desk, there must be a reason hidden that made them so angry. "Alright, I won't beat around the bush. Little Fang, you don't know." Lu Huaqing turned around, an angry fire flickering in his eyes. "This bunch of grandsons, they're so useless." Wu Qingyuan gently shook his head, signaling Lu Huaqing to calm down. But Lu Huaqing could no longer suppress the rage within him and slammed his fist heavily on the windowsill. "Tell me, what is this called?" Lu Huaqing's voice trembled slightly from excitement. "We spent over $1 billion, a whole $1 billion. It just went down the drain. Those bureaucrats, without even saying hello, kicked us out." Fang Yu silently listened to these headless words without interjecting. The smoke in the office had yet to completely dissipate, forming a hazy veil under the sunlight. "You know what, Fang?" Lu Huaqing took a deep breath and tried to calm his emotions. "When we test-fired the new missile last year, it looked like we were about to succeed. As a result, guess what happened? The GPS signal suddenly disappeared. It was just gone." As he said this, he began pacing back and forth in his office again, his military boots making a dull thud on the floor. "That failure cost us nearly $200 million. But it's not about the money." Lu Huaqing paused, his eyes like a torch. "It was a wake-up call. It made us realize what happens when you hold your lifeblood in someone else's hands." Wu Qingyuan handed over a cup of tea at the right time, and Lu Huaqing took it and drank it. Ever since the disintegration of Mao Bear, the honeymoon period between Hawk Jam and us ended, and since then, they have started targeting us more and more. The organization was also aware of Eagle Jam's movements, so they also thought of a counter-strategy early on. That's why we approached the European Union. Lu Huaqing continued, a hint of self-deprecation in his voice. "That what's-his-name Galileo system of theirs, claiming to break the monopoly of Eagle Sauce GPS. We thought, isn't this just right? Throw money in and let's all do it together." Fang Yu noticed that Lu Huaqing's hands were shaking slightly. This admiral, who had reigned supreme on the battlefield, could not control his emotions at this moment due to his anger. What about the result? Lu Huaqing sneered. People didn't take us seriously at all. More than $1 billion went down the drain, not to mention that there wasn't even a statement. This bunch of Westerners, one virtue. The office fell into a short silence. Wu Qingyuan stood up and pushed the top-secret document to Fang Yu. Little Fang, take a look at this. Wu Qingyuan handed the material to Fang Yu. This is the statement that the EU side just sent. The wording is beautifully worded, saying something about differences in technical routes and the need for strategic adjustments, directly kicking us off the cooperation list. Fang Yu quickly skimmed through the document, his brows getting tighter and tighter. What route staging, strategic adjustment? Behind this carefully worded statement, it was clearly naked political considerations. This is not the most infuriating. Do you know what's the most infuriating? The intelligence over in Europe, Wu Qingyuan said through clenched teeth. It says that some people are talking in private, saying that our Dragon Kingdom is a technological thief, that we can't even build a navigation system, and that we only deserve to be their cheap foundry. Lu Huaqing's fists clenched and cackled. These mother heirs, do they really think we are vegetarians? I just don't believe that with so many scientists in our Dragon Kingdom, we can't build a satellite navigation system? He turned to face Fang Yu, a complex light flickering in his eyes. Little Fang, you are the general head of our northern industry. The one beside you is the director of our Dragon Country's Space Technology Center, Professor Zhao Xiangyu Zhou. Today, I brought you two of the country's top experts here to ask you one thing. Can our Dragon Country, without relying on foreigners, create our own satellite navigation system? Upon hearing this, both Fang Yu and the one beside him, Professor Zhao Xiangyu Zhao, their bodies trembled violently and their brows furrowed. However, before Fang Yu had time to reply, Lu Huaqing laughed again mockingly and waved his hand, saying, "Don't be in a hurry to answer. I know that this is not something that can be accomplished overnight. But..." His voice suddenly choked for a moment, then he regained the majesty of an admiral. "But I'm not willing to do it. Why should they get stuck or cut off when they say so? Just because we're a developing country? Just because we're not strong enough right now?" Wu Qingyuan silently handed him a cigarette. Lu Huaqing took it and inhaled deeply, his eyes looking extra sharp in the smoke. "You guys say, if one day there's a real war, one button from Eagle Jam can make all our missiles blind, then what will we take to defend our country?" Hearing Lu Huaqing's words, Fang Yu and Zhao Xiangyu both fell into silence. A moment later, Zhao Xiangyu pushed up his glasses and looked grave. "Mr. Lu, Mr. Wu. It's not that I can exaggerate, but the difficulty of establishing a complete satellite navigation system is far beyond everyone's imagination." He leaned back in his chair as his mind began to sort out the various aspects of this vast project. First is the satellite system itself. To make a global positioning system, at least 24 satellites need to be grouped into a network. These satellites have to be distributed over 6 orbital surfaces, ensuring that any corner of the Earth can observe more than 4 satellites at the same time. The cost of launching these satellites alone is over $10 billion. Zhao Xiangyu's voice continued. And each satellite needs to carry an atomic clock, which is no ordinary timer. The accuracy of an atomic clock is required down to the nanosecond level. A 1-second error could cause a positioning deviation of several hundred meters. And right now, the Dragon Kingdom hasn't even fully mastered the core technology of the most basic rubidium atomic clocks. However, the hardest thing is not the manufacturing problem of the atomic clock, the hardest thing is actually the ground control system. Zhao Xiangyu stroked his chin and continued to add. There is a need to establish master control stations, injection stations and monitoring stations, and these stations have to be distributed all over the globe. But he didn't finish, and everyone in the room understood what this but meant. Dragon Country's international influence was still far from enough right now, so how easy was it to establish ground stations around the globe? Chapter 122, within 5 years, build the Dragon Kingdom Skynet. On top of that, there's the issue of signaling. After a moment of silence, Zhao Xiangyu's voice resounded once more. The signal strength emitted by the navigation satellites is very weak, equivalent to the light emitted by a 100-watt light bulb from 20,000 kilometers away. To accurately receive such a weak signal, the requirements for the receiver are extremely high. He closed his eyes and continued to deduce in his mind. Each of the signal processing chip, high-precision antenna, and anti-interference technology was a mountain to overcome. The most crucial thing was that all of these technologies needed to be developed from scratch, as no country would transfer these core technologies to the Dragon Kingdom. There's an even trickier problem. Zhao Xiangyu's tone became even more grave, which is the establishment and maintenance of the time benchmark. The entire system needs a unified time reference, and the error must be controlled at the nanosecond level. This requires us to establish our own time system, with enough hydrogen atomic clocks and cesium atomic clocks to calibrate with each other. There are also orbit determination and precision orbiting techniques for satellites. Zhao Xiangyu continued, the position of the satellite must be accurate to the centimeter level. This requires a large number of mathematical models and algorithms to support, taking into account the inhomogeneity of the Earth's gravitational field, the influence of the solar wind, and relativistic effects. Hearing Zhao Xiangyu's words, Wu Qingyuan and Lu Huaqing's frowns grew tighter and tighter. The office fell into silence. In Lu Huaqing's ashtray, a stub of cigarette burned quietly. Even after overcoming all the technical difficulties, there is still the most realistic problem: the user base. To promote a new navigation system, a large number of terminal devices are needed to support it. This means convincing chipmakers and communicator manufacturers to include support for the new system in their products. The world's navigation market is now monopolized by GPS. Even if we build the system, how to make others willing to use our navigation signals is a big problem. The office was dead silent. Wu Qingyuan and Lu Huaqing had grave expressions and opened their mouths, but were unable to say anything for a moment. Listening to Zhao Xiangyu's meaning, could it be true that Dragon Country could not build its own global positioning system and could only be coerced? However, just when the atmosphere at the scene was depressing to the extreme, Fang Yu's clear voice suddenly broke the silence. Professor Zhao is right, but this is not even a problem. Mr. Wu, Mr. Lu. Give me 5 years. Within 5 years, not only will I be able to develop a global positioning system that belongs to Dragon Country itself, but I will also develop a global positioning system that is much more accurate than GPS. At those words, the scene suddenly fell into an eerie silence. Immediately afterward, several people at the scene all placed their gazes full of astonishment onto the young man who was speaking out of turn. The next second, little Fawn, Wu Qingyuan frowned, his voice steady. This is no joking matter. You heard it just now, even Eagle Jam, it took nearly 20 years to develop the GPS system back then. And yet you say it only takes 5 years. In Lu Huaqing's ashtray, the flame of the cigarette was brightly flickering. He stared dead into Fang Yu's eyes and interjected. Do you really know what you are talking about? I know exactly what I'm talking about. Fang Yu stood up and walked over to the world map hanging on the wall. Professor Zhao is right, establishing a global satellite navigation system is indeed difficult, but... He turned around with a firm gaze, but difficult does not equal impossible. Haven't we, Northern Industries, been doing the impossible all these years? Zhao Xiangyu put down the teacup in his hand with a crisp clang. Mr. Fawn, I recognize your achievements in weaponry research and development. But satellite navigation systems and conventional weapons are two completely different concepts. Have you really thought this through? I have considered it very clearly. Fang Yu's voice was calm, but each word seemed to carry the weight of 1,000 pounds. Professor Zhao, you're right, we really don't have mature atomic clock technology now, we don't have the ability to globally deploy a station, and even the most basic anti-jamming technology is not perfect. Everyone else in the office held their breath. But, Fang Yu continued, these shortcomings precisely give us an opportunity. Since we have to start from scratch, why can't we find another way? GPS is a first-generation satellite navigation system, and many of its designs are products of the 1970s. And now that it's the 90s, we can completely utilize new technologies and concepts to plan a more advanced system. Zhao Xiangyu jerked his head up. You mean? Right, Fang Yu nodded, we don't need to copy the old GPS path. For example, atomic clocks, instead of deadlocking on the precision of a single atomic clock, we can develop an atomic clock cluster system, using multiple ordinary precision atomic clocks to calibrate with each other, and ultimately achieve a higher precision. Wu Qingyuan's eyes lit up. This thought process is fine. There is also the issue of ground stations, Fang Yu continued, we can develop interstellar link technology. Allow the satellites to communicate directly with each other, so that the reliance on ground stations can be greatly reduced. Lu Huaqing snapped to his feet. You mean, just building a few master control stations in the country is enough? Theoretically, yes. Fang Yu smiled faintly. Moreover, we can also add laser communication equipment to the satellite and replace radio communication with optical links. This will not only increase the data transmission speed, but also significantly improve the anti-jamming ability. Zhao Xiangyu's hands began to shake slightly. This is indeed a groundbreaking idea. But the research and development cycle and cost. This is not a problem. Fang Yu's voice suddenly became resonant. I can assure you that as long as the country gives enough support, within half a year, I will be able to get the first test star into the sky. Within 5 years, the basic system can be built. Let our military use its own global positioning system, and no longer be subject to the clamps of others. The office fell silent once again. Everyone was digesting this amazing promise. Little Fawn, do you realize that you're carrying water? A moment later, Lu Huaqing's voice shook a little as he said. A commitment of tens of billions of dollars is no joke. If it fails, as the chief person in charge of this matter, I'm afraid that your future. Fang Yu interrupted, Mr. Lu, I remember when the 99A tank was first set up, many people also said that it was impossible for us to succeed. But what about now? His gaze swept over everyone present. I'm from Northern Industries, and our purpose at Northern Industries is that we are never afraid of failure. What we are afraid of is not even having the courage to try. Zhao Xiangyu suddenly stood up, his voice somewhat agitated. If it really works, that means we will have the most advanced satellite navigation system in the world. It's not if, Fang Yu corrected, it will definitely succeed. He walked over to the window and looked out at the blue sky. This is not just a matter of a navigation system. This is our Dragon Kingdom's dignity, and even more so, our backbone. I can't just stand by and watch our weaponry being pinched and do nothing about it. Chapter 123 Transformation. Hearing Fang Yu's words, there was first a silence in the conference room. Good boy. Immediately after, Lu Huaqing's palm slapped heavily on the desk, the teacup jumped a bit, and the water in the cup caused ripples. The whole person also stood up with a dab and heavily patted Fang Yu's shoulder. Just for your words, I'll give up this uniform and also fight for this project for you. Immediately afterward, Lu Huaqing turned to Wu Qingyuan. Old Wu, what do you think? Wu Qingyuan slowly stood up, his eyes sweeping over the faces of everyone in the room. This is indeed not a good thing to do. But, he paused and continued to add. Little Fang is right, this concerns the dignity of our Dragon Kingdom. Even if it's hard, we have to try. Right. That's the reasoning. Lu Huaqing grabbed Wu Qingyuan's hand. Let's go to the Great Chief now. Zhao Xiangyu hurriedly got up, I'll go too. For such a big project, the technical aspects. You sit down. Lu Huaqing glared at him, with this sad face of yours, you'll still be dragging your feet if you go. It's enough to leave this to old Wu and me. Fang Yu watched the two generals wind their way towards the door. Lu Huaqing walked to the door and still did not forget to turn his head to instruct Fang Yu. Little Fang, don't wait for us, you go back first. This matter doesn't have a week and a half, the result can't come out. The office door closed with a bang. Fang Yu and Zhao Xiangyu looked at each other face to face, the latter bitterly smiled and shook his head. Lu General Manager, this temper really hasn't changed at all. However, Manager Fang, are you this confident that you will be able to come up with our Dragon country's own global positioning system within 5 years? Zhao Xiangyu looked at Fang Yu with some concern. Although it is said that things are in people's hands, but this road, the road is blocked and long. Professor Zhao, although I, Fang Yu, don't have much ability, but I have always been a spit and a nail, moreover, I never fight unprepared battles. So, you already have some eyebrows on your side? At those words, a flash of surprise flashed across Zhao Xiangyu's face. Not exactly eyebrows, however, the general idea is already there. Professor Zhao, since I'm going to develop a global positioning system, it's inevitable that I'll have to deal with your Aerospace Institute, we'll have to communicate more in the future. That's. Hearing Fang Yu's words, Zhao Xiangyu hurriedly and busily nodded his head. Leaving the military commission compound, Fang Yu drove towards Northern Industries. As the sun set, the outline of the city gradually blurred in the twilight. In the office of Northern Industries, Fang Yu sat in his office chair. The 052's renovation project had already ended, and the 99A tanks and those drones and Bobcat all-terrain vehicles had begun to be finalized for mass production. Although he had promised Mr. Liu and the others in his office that he would manufacture the Dragon Kingdom's own global positioning system, there was no definite news yet, at least for now. Rubbing his somewhat swollen eyes, Fang Yu enjoyed a rare moment of leisure. Also taking this opportunity, Fang Yu emptied his mind and began to think about the future development prospects of Northern Industries. After all, as an ordinary technician, one only needed to follow the drawings and hit the screws. And now that he is already the de facto helmsman of Northern Industries, then he is considered more. Fang Yu paced to the office window. The chimneys of the industrial area stood in the distance, and the roar of machinery was faintly audible. Over the years, Northern Industries has made great achievements in the field of military industry, but the hat of military industry has become a shackle to some extent. He went to the desk, opened a thick enterprise development plan. This is what he has been thinking about in the past few months, the transformation of the Northern Industry. The setting sun's afterglow passed through the office's shutters, casting a path of golden light and shadow on the floor. Fang Yu stood in front of the window, looking at the forest of factory buildings and workers coming and going in the Northern Industries factory. The wave of reforms in the 90s was sweeping across the country, and many state-owned enterprises began to transform. Although Northern Industries occupied an important position in the military industry, Fang Yu was clear that it could not rely on a single military order forever. He walked to his desk and flipped open a copy of the latest financial statement. The profit margins of military projects were declining year after year, and maintaining a large R&D team required continuous capital investment. If Fang Yu hadn't picked up a few big orders from Manguangji in the past few months, I'm afraid that after a while, Northern Industries wouldn't even have the money to pay its workers. Jingling, the red phone on the desk suddenly rang. Mr. Fang, the voice of old Zhang, the director of the technical department, came from the other end of the phone. There's a situation over at the machine tool factory. Fang Yu frowned. What situation? The Sakura Nation's technical team said that our machining precision is not up to the requirements, and requested to replace the equipment. But this replacement will cost an additional $3 million, that's why I've come to ask for your advice, you see. Fang Yu's fingers gently tapped the desktop. Northern Industries had introduced a Sakura's precision machine tool production line some years ago, with the intention of using it to enhance the manufacturing capacity of civilian products, not realizing that problems would ensue. Old Zhang, do you think that they really can't meet the requirements, or are they using the opportunity to raise the price? The caller was silent for a moment. To be honest, the technical level of our workers really needs to be improved. But $3 million? Fang Yu stood up and walked to the corporate organization chart hanging on the wall. Among the densely packed departmental frames, 1/3 of them were military production lines. And the civil industry department looked like it had been added on randomly. Let's put this aside for now, Fang Yu said. You tell the technical team from Sakura to wait, and I'll go and take a look in person tomorrow. Putting down the phone, Fang Yu took out a notebook from the drawer. This was what he used to record ideas with since he came to this world. Turning over the yellowed pages, it was densely packed with various ideas and plans. Military to civilian. He muttered. This word has been heard on various occasions lately. However, most enterprises were not very successful in their transformation, either because their technology could not keep up or their market awareness was too poor. Fang Yu walked to the large glass window of his office. Outside the window, a truck loaded with parts was slowly driving by. Some of these parts would be used on tanks, some on missiles, and some on various military equipment. But couldn't these precise processing techniques, these mature production lines, be used in civilian products? He suddenly recalled a report he saw a few days ago. The domestic automobile market was growing rapidly, but the core components were almost entirely dependent on imports. And Northern Industries' technology and precision machining could be completely used to produce high-quality automobile parts. However, in the next second, Fang Yu slapped his forehead as if he had suddenly awakened, revealing a bitter smile. Thanks to the fact that he was still someone who had traveled here from the future, he knew everything about the direction of the next 20 years or so. Since this was the case, then why did he still want to engage in this kind of OEM, serving as a parts supplier for various civilian equipment? Wouldn't it be better to directly lay out the production lines of those important technologies in the future in advance? Chapter 124 Two Directions, Batteries, and Drones. As the night deepened, in the office building of Northern Industries, only the light of Fang Yu's office was still on. He stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the lights of the industrial area in the distance. In this night of the 90s, the entire world seemed to be shrouded in an atmosphere of slow change. But Fang Yu knew that the real change had just begun. Those images of the future kept flashing in his memory, the Tesla gliding silently through the streets, the express drones shuttling between the high-rise buildings, and the robots neatly lined up in the factories. These scenes that seemed like science fiction now would all become reality in more than 20 years. Fang Yu picked up a pen and made a quick note in his notebook. First was the new energy battery, which would be a revolutionary change. He clearly remembered that in the future, traditional fuel vehicles would gradually exit the stage of history. In its place, there would be clean and efficient electric vehicles. And the core of this change is battery technology. He drew a simple block diagram on his book: anode material, electrolyte, diaphragm, cathode material. Each of these contains huge technical challenges and business opportunities. The current lead-acid batteries, nickel metal hydride batteries are not the mainstream of the future. The real king is lithium-ion batteries. It can be said that whoever masters the lithium-ion battery will master the crown for the new energy. But the problem is, 90s China in this regard is almost a blank. From raw materials to production processes, from basic research to industrialization, all need to start from scratch. This means huge investment and risk. Fang Yu's pen tip traced a line on the paper. He is sketching a complete industrial chain. The upstream is material research and development, the midstream is battery manufacturing, and the downstream is vehicle support. Although Northern Industries was mainly a military industry, its accumulation in precision manufacturing and materials research could be completely transformed into the basis for civilian technology. Thinking of this, Fang Yu put down the pen in his hand and shook off his somewhat sore fingers. After contemplating for a moment, he immediately wrote down a few more large words on the draft paper, and even directly drew a circle to highlight them. The second direction he thought of was civilian drones. This idea came from his understanding of the future battlefield. In the future war, drones would become a key factor in changing the shape of the war. The development of the civilian drone market could precisely provide an excellent testing ground for military drone technology. He drew another block diagram in his book: flight control system, power system, communication system, map transmission system. All of these technologies have mature applications in military drones. The key was how to simplify and civilianize them to adapt them to the needs of ordinary consumers. Fang Yu recalled the success of DJI drones in the future. In that era, China's consumer-grade drones almost monopolized the global market. And now, this market was still a blue ocean. If Northern Industries could lay out in advance, not only could it grab a dominant position for the future drone technology of the Dragon Kingdom, but it could also reap the blue ocean market of hundreds of billions of dollars per year. However, Fang Yu quickly realized a problem. The technological conditions of the 90s were still very backward. The battery capacity was too small, the flight control system was too crude, and the communication equipment was too bulky. To achieve the kind of lightweight and flexible drone in his mind, there were too many technical difficulties to be solved. However, this instead strengthened his determination. It was precisely because of the difficulties that it was all the more important to lay out the plan in advance. He wrote on his notebook, Technology Roadmap, 1 year miniaturization, 3 years annual intelligence, 5 years industrialization. The moon outside the window quietly climbed into the sky. Fang Yu put down his pen and rubbed his sore temples. The directions that one could think of for the time being were these two. Although it was said that both directions, which one required a large amount of capital investment and talent reserves. But he believed that as long as the direction was right, even a large investment would be worth it. He opened the drawer of his desk and took out a copy of Northern Industries' organizational chart. On the chart, he drew the framework of 2 new departments with a red pen, the New Energy Research Institute and the Intelligent Systems Research Institute. These would be the front runners of Northern Industries' transformation. But he did not immediately put pen to paper to fill in the specific staffing arrangements. Because he knew that the real challenge was not to draw a few frames, but how to persuade people within the system to accept the change. The transformation of state-owned enterprises is never smooth sailing. After all, let whoever goes from eating a carefree pot of rice suddenly becomes eating by merit, they can't accept it either. Fang Yu walked to the window and took a deep breath. The industrial area in the distance was brightly lit, and that was a sign that countless workers were still working overtime. They probably did not know yet that a huge change was about to begin. However, right at this moment, Fang Yu's mind suddenly flashed and thought of an even more crucial issue: chips. In his memory, in that future world, chips were like human blood, flowing in every corner. Cell phones, computers, cars, home appliances, and even a simple rice cooker could not be separated from chips. But more importantly, the chip has become a symbol of national strength and a bargaining chip in the game of great powers. He walked to his desk and took out a semiconductor industry development report from the drawer. Turning over the yellowed pages, the dense data and charts came into view. The current situation was not optimistic. Longwa's chip industry was almost a blank slate, and even the most basic photolithography machine had to rely on imports. And in the future, this dependence would become a fatal weakness that stuck in the throat of Dragon Country's development. Fang Yu picked up a pen and quickly recorded on his notebook. First is the photolithography machine, which is the core equipment for chip manufacturing. Now the mainstream is the I-line photolithography machine, which can manufacture 0.35 micron chips. But he knew that this was far from enough. In 20 years, 7 nanometer, 5 nanometer, and even more advanced processes will become mainstream. His pen drew a timeline on the paper. From I-line to KRF, from ARF to immersion lithography, and then to extreme ultraviolet lithography. Each step of progress means a huge accumulation of technology and investment. But if you don't lay out as early as possible, it will be too late to catch up when Eagle Sauce realizes the strategic value of the chip. The office was quiet, only the rustling sound of the pen tip scratching across the paper. Fang Yu drew a schematic diagram of the industrial chain on the book: photolithography, wafer, photomask, photoresist. Each link is a technological plateau, and all require long-term accumulation and breakthroughs. But what worries him most is the problem of talent. The chip industry needs interdisciplinary composite talents, requiring the full cooperation of physicists, chemists, and material scientists. And in the current Dragon Kingdom, such talents were extremely scarce. He stood up and paced back and forth in the office. Although Northern Industries had an excellent technical team, a large amount of fresh blood was needed to shift to the chip industry. Talent should be recruited from universities, people should be sent abroad to study, and a complete training system should be established. Suddenly, he thought of a key point. The current Eagle Sauce was not strict enough in its control of chip technology. This was a rare window of opportunity. If we can take advantage of this time to introduce some key equipment and technology in the name of civil industry, wouldn't it be possible to make Longway a little faster in the development of chips? Chapter 125, Registration, 100 billion Small and Micro Enterprises. The next day, early in the morning, Fang Yu with a circle of dark circles under his eyes stood in front of Zhao Rongguang's office and gently knocked on the door. "Come in." Zhao Rongguang's thick voice came from inside. Pushing open the door, what met his eyes was an office full of age. A huge map of the imperial capital hung on the wall, an old tape recorder was placed in the corner, and the ashtray on the table still had curls of smoke. Zhao Rongguang was going through a document, and when he saw that it was Fang Yu coming, he immediately put down the work in his hands. "Little Fang is here, sit down." Zhao Rongguang pointed to the chair opposite him. "You worked overtime until so late yesterday and came to me early this morning. Is there something important?" Fang Yu sat down on the chair and took out a thick plan from his briefcase. "Old factory manager, I want to discuss something with you." "Still calling the old factory manager?" Zhao Rongguang smiled and shook his head. "Now that you're the chief director, this old man of mine has long since retired to the second line. You will always be my old factory director." Fang Yu said seriously. If it wasn't for your strong opinion, you wouldn't have let me, a brat who just graduated from HIT, take over Northern Industries. Zhao Rongguang waved his hand. Don't mention this, the success of the 99A tank and WS-2 rocket launcher has proven that I didn't look at the wrong person. Although you kid is young, this brain is much more lucid than us old guys. Tell me, what exactly is it that you're looking for me this time? It's like this, old factory manager. Fang Yu opened the business plan. I want to set up 3 new branches. Oh? Zhao Rongguang became interested and picked up the old glasses on the table. Tell me about it. The first is a new energy battery company, the second is a civilian drone company, and the third is a semiconductor research institute. Fang Yu finished in one breath, observing Zhao Rongguang's expression. The office was quiet for a moment. Zhao Rongguang slowly took off his old glasses with a few doubts in his eyes. Little Fang, our Northern Industries has always been a military industry. Why did you suddenly think of engaging in these civilian industries? Fang Yu took a deep breath and began to explain his thoughts in detail. Roughly, he told Zhao Rongguang about the ones he thought of last night and the importance of these technologies for the future Dragon Kingdom. The prospects for all 3 directions are bright. However, Fang Yu's tone became grave as he reached the key point. All 3 projects require huge investments in the early stages, and it's difficult to see results in the short term. And what? And many old comrades in the factory may not understand and are unwilling to serve in the new company. After all, our Northern Industry has been doing military industry for decades, suddenly changed to civilian, many people may have resistance in their hearts. At these words, Zhao Rongguang stood up and paced to the window. A look of gravity appeared on his face. Outside the window was the main factory area of Northern Industries, tall plants lined up, which carried the memories and heart and soul of several generations. Do you remember when you first came to the factory? Zhao Rongguang suddenly asked. Fang Yu froze for a moment. I remember, last June. Right, just over a year. Zhao Rongguang turned around. At that time, many people were unconvinced, saying that you were too young, saying that you would only talk on paper. But once the 99A tank came out, those people were all convinced. He walked back to his desk. Do you know why I support you? Because I see a trait in you, and that's vision. You always see what others don't. Fang Yu was about to speak when Zhao Rongguang waved his hand. Don't rush, let me finish. I've worked for Northern Industries for more than 30 years, and I've watched it develop from a small workshop into a military industry giant. But I'm also clear that no enterprise can eat its old capital. It's a new era of reform and opening up, and we have to keep up with the times. He picked up Fang Yu's business plan and carefully flipped through it. These 3 directions, although I don't know much about them, I believe in your judgment. Although you kid is only 23 years old, this brain turns faster than us old guys. As for the money, Zhao Rongguang closed the business plan. You are the chief person in charge. As long as the project is feasible, you take your own ideas. As for people, I'm an old man who still has some prestige, those old comrades sighed. I'll do the work. Fang Yu stood up, old factory director, this. Don't this and that. Zhao Rongguang waved his hand. I know your kid's ability. How much benefit did the 99A tank and winged dragon drone bring to our factory? Just for this, I believe you. He walked to Fang Yu and patted his shoulder. Young people should be a little aggressive. I'm old, my thinking may not be able to keep up with the times, but I know that the country needs young people like you who dare to think and work. You let go and go for it. I'll give you a ride. Thank you, old factory director. Seeing Zhao Rongguang trusting himself so much, Fang Yu's voice choked a little. Alright, Zhao Rongguang pushed him. Don't be moved here. It's time to get busy with your business. You leave the information to me. I'll organize it, and I'll hold a transformation seminar for you in the afternoon. After leaving all the information with Zhao Rongguang, Fang Yu exited Zhao Rongguang's office. Immediately after, without stopping, he let the driver take himself out of the company and headed straight to the Imperial City Bureau of Industry and Commerce. Since the direction has already been determined, then the matter should not be delayed. He now strikes while the iron is hot, register these 3 branches and completely put things into practice. Soon, the sedan arrived at an old gray office building. Walking into the building, Fang Yu stood in front of the counter. An old calculator was placed on the old counter, and next to it was a stack of forms with red stamps, permeated with an odor of ink and paper. Combined with the light orange sunlight, it formed a style that belonged uniquely to the 90s. New Energy Technology Limited. After Fang Yu explained his intention, the staff member who received Fang Yu raised his head, a touch of astonishment appearing in his eyes. You Northern Industries are going to engage in batteries? Right. Fang Yu nodded his head. The registered capital is $50 million? The staff looked at the form again. This is not a small amount. Fang Yu took out a bunch of documents from his briefcase. This is the feasibility study report and proof of capital. The staff looked through the documents, occasionally dipping their fingers in water and quickly flipping the pages. There is also the Aviation Technology Company Limited, with a registered capital of $30 million. The staff continued to read. Mainly engaged in the development and manufacture of personal drones. At these words, the old section chief sitting next to him pushed up his presbyopic glasses and suddenly frowned. What? You're building personal drones? What's that? A civilian drone. Fang Yu explained, it's a small flying machine that can be remotely controlled, and in the future, it can be used for aerial photography, mapping, and pesticide spraying. Aerial photography, the old section chief looked skeptical. Who can afford to use this now? Chapter 126, have you heard of the F-117? Sniffing. Fang Yu smiled but did not answer. He knew that in this era, not to mention drones, even cameras were still a rarity. But 20 years later, drones would become a new industry worth hundreds of billions of dollars. And Dragon Kingdom would account for more than 70% of the industry's total sales. Semiconductor Research Institute, registered capital of 100 million. The staff continued to read and suddenly stopped his pen. Wait, aren't you guys a military-industrial enterprise? Why are you suddenly engaging in this? After all, intelligent automation of weaponry cannot be separated from semiconductor chips. Rather than importing them at a high price, why don't we make them ourselves? Fang Yu smiled and explained. Then took out a document from his bag. This is the approval from the higher authorities. The old section chief took the document and carefully examined it. It was a document stamped with several red seals, and at the top it was clearly written several opinions on supporting the transformation of military-industrial enterprises. So it's a military-to-civilian project. The old section chief nodded. But you guys, this investment is also too big. Just these 3 companies, you have to invest nearly 200 million. Hi! Isn't the country advocating military-to-civilian conversion? Fang Yu said, we, Northern Industries, have accumulated a lot of technology in the military field over the years, and now it's just right to convert it to civilian use. Upon hearing this, the staff nodded and continued to fill out the register. In this era where there were no computers yet, all information had to be recorded by hand. The ink fainted on the paper, leaving behind the blue-black traces unique to the Bureau of Industry and Commerce. By the way, the old section chief suddenly remembered something. Did you Northern Industries recently develop a new type of tank? Fang Yu nodded. 99, a main battle tank. Oh, so it's from your factory. The old section chief's eyes lit up. My son was in the army and told me every day how powerful this tank is. I didn't expect to see a real person today. Fang Yu smiled modestly. The success of the 99A tank had made him famous within the military-industrial system. But now, his eyes were set on a farther future. Filled it out, come on, stamp it. The staff pushed the 3 business licenses in front of Fang Yu. Brand new red seals were printed on the light blue paper. Fang Yu carefully collected the licenses. These 3 ordinary pieces of paper carried all his plans for the future. New energy batteries, civilian drones, and semiconductor chips, each of these fields would become a pillar industry for the country's development in 20 years. Young man, the old section chief called out to Fang Yu, who was ready to leave, you are holding back your energy to do something big. Fang Yu turned around and looked at the old man with white hair. Elderly man, you are right, we do want to do a big thing. What great thing! Let our Dragon Kingdom's industry never be pinched. The old section chief froze for a moment, then smiled and waved his hand. Young people have ambition, good. I'll wait to see your good news. Fang Yu walked out of the Bureau of Industry and Commerce building. The early summer sunlight was just right. He looked up at the sky and wondered what the imperial capital would be like 20 years later. But he knew that the first step to change the future had already been taken. Hanging up the phone, Fang Yu returned to the sedan assigned to him by Northern Industries. Outside the car window, on the streets of the imperial capital, the stream of bicycles was still the protagonist, and only occasionally could he see a few Santana sedans. But he knew that 20 years from now, this street would be a stream of new energy vehicles and drones shuttling between buildings. And supporting all this will be domestic chips and independent innovation. Half an hour later, Fang Yu returned to the factory of Northern Industries. But who knows, just as Fang Yu pushed open the door of his office, a strong smell of tobacco hit his face. Fang Yu was choked and coughed a few times, waving his hand to fan away the smoke in front of his own eyes. Immediately after, he saw 2 middle-aged men in military uniforms sitting in front of his desk. One of them was his old acquaintance, 38th Army General Commander Su Jiangwo. The other he didn't recognize, but he could tell from the shoulder badge that it was a colonel. Yo, great manager Fang is back. Su Jiangwo stood up with a smile on his face. Just now, your secretary said you went out on an errand, so we came in to wait for you ourselves. Mr. Su, why are you here? And didn't say anything in advance? Fang Yu quickly stepped forward. If I knew you were coming, I would have waited in the factory. Su Jiangwo waved his hand. No need to be so troublesome, came in a hurry and didn't inform. Little Fang, let me introduce you. This is Staff Sergeant Zhang, specially coming from the Northern Military Region. Fang Yu turned to that colonel and extended his hand. Good day, Staff Sergeant Zhang. Staff Officer Zhang shook Fang Yu's hand with a few moments of scrutiny in his gaze. Obviously, he still had some misgivings about the excessively young chief of Northern Industries in front of him. Little Fang, Su Jiangwo pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. I heard that you just came back from outside? What kind of errand did you go on? Fang Yu took the cigarettes handed over by Su Jiangwo and glanced at the business registration documents on the table that he hadn't had time to put away yet. He casually put the documents into the drawer and said with a smile, nothing big, just some daily work for the business. Su Jiangwo nodded and did not pursue the question. As an old man in the military, he knew that there were some things he shouldn't ask about. However, he still couldn't help but say, you kid, how old are you when you're in charge of such a big factory? No one would believe you if you say it. Mr. Su is overpraised. Fang Yu poured tea for the two. If it wasn't for the support of you and the other chiefs, how would I have the opportunity to make a big splash in northern industries? Staff Officer Zhang took the teacup and finally spoke. Mr. Fang, I've heard about the 99A tank. To be able to develop such heavy equipment in your 20s is truly remarkable. You are too polite. Fang Yu sat down. This is all due to the team. The office was quiet for a moment. Su Jiangwo and Staff Officer Zhang glanced at each other, obviously weighing how to speak. Fang Yu noticed the two men's expressions, but he did not pursue the matter. In this position, he had long since learned to wait. Sure enough, a few moments later, Su Jiangwo cleared his throat. Little Fang, Su Jiangwo's tone suddenly became formal. I came today because I have something I want to ask for your help. Fang Yu was about to speak when suddenly there was a knock on his office door. It was his secretary, Xiao Li. Mr. Fang, Xiao Li probed in. Mr. Zhao asked me to ask you if you want to attend the transformation seminar at 2 o'clock in the afternoon as well. Fang Yu hurriedly interrupted her. You go prepare first, I'll talk to you about the specifics later. Su Jiangwo's eyes lit up. Transformation seminar? You northern industries are going to transform? Oh, it's to study about new product development. Fang Yu said vaguely. Mr. Su, you just said you had something to find me? Su Jiangwo was also an old man. Seeing that Fang Yu did not want to talk more about this topic, he also followed his words. Staff Officer Zhang, on the other hand, glanced at Fang Yu thoughtfully. Outside the window of the office, a team of workers were passing by pushing carts loaded with parts. This was the most ordinary day in northern industries, but Fang Yu knew that from today onwards, everything would be different. He looked at the two soldiers in front of him and mentally calculated how to balance the relationship between military production and civilian industry. After all, a big customer like the 38th Army could never be offended. Uncle Su, Fang Yu picked up his teacup. You tell me, as long as it's something I can do, I will definitely do my best. A smile appeared on Su Jiangwo's face. I knew it was right to look for you. It's like this. Have you heard of Eagle Jam's F-117A?